July 18th that we want to make sure you know about. So Tuesday, July 18th. First, we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Holsworth Historic Site. And you're going to hear a lot about the Holsworth Historic Site in this week's podcast episode. So stick around, give it a listen. Maybe it'll entice you to come celebrate. The Holsworth Historic Site is located about 8 miles north of Grand Lake on Highway 34 on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park. From 10:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., we will celebrate the history of the Holsworth family with special displays, programs, and games for children. And we'll also be giving guided tours of the site all day. Then, starting at 5 p.m., join us for a special campfire program with actual Holsworth family members at the Holsworth Historic Site Campfire Ring. So, a full day of celebrations for the 100th anniversary of the Holsworth Historic Site. We are also on Tuesday, July 18th, celebrating World Listening Day. From babbling brooks and thundering waterfalls to bugling elk and singing birds, the natural sounds in this park and all over the world create immersive experiences that are important for visitors, wildlife, and ecosystems. The unimpaired sounds of nature are fundamental natural resources worthy of protection. And this day celebrates that. So there will be activities, art projects, and interactive games at Fall River Visitor Center from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Fall River Visitor Center again. Then you can meet in front of the Fall River Visitor Center at 6 p.m. to join Dr. Jacob Job, a scientist with the Sounds and Light Ecology team at Colorado State University. He is going to guide you on a 1.5-hour sound walk that will focus on listening to the sounds of Rocky and what they tell us about our surroundings. So again, for that walk, meet at 6 p.m. in front of the Fall River Visitor Center. One thing to note is that you do need a park pass of some kind because you will be going into the park. So either a day pass, week pass, annual pass, interagency pass, some kind of pass so that you can get entrance into the park. All right, so those are our news and announcements. We're going to lead straight into this week's episode, which is a very cool one. We traveled over Trail Ridge Road to the west side of the park and joined Macy McPherson and Michelle Simmons, our two year-round interpretive rangers on the west side of the park at the Holsworth Historic Site. So we sat out in front of Holsworth. We were at the picnic table and chatted all about not only Holsworth and why it's important and what you can do there, but also about Macy and Michelle's career, what it's like on the west side of the park versus the east side of the park and things to look for over there, about the town of Grand Lake. It was just a great conversation. We had a really good time, and we hope that this will help you learn about some of the lesser visited areas in Rocky Mountain National Park on the west side. So we hope you enjoy, and here we go. Here's Macy and Michelle. Okay, we are here at Holsworth Historic Site. Is that the full name? Mm-hmm. Yes, Holsworth Historic Site. Yeah. Could you give us your names and your title, what you do at the park?
My name is Macy McPherson, and I am one of the interpreters here on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park.
Mm-hmm.
And I am Michelle Simmons. I'm the district interpreter here on the west side of the park, so I oversee the kind of the visitor communication education operation here. And Macy is selling herself short because she is actually my right-hand person, the only other permanent interpreter year-round here on the west side of the park, and she is amazing. She also is the lead out here at Holsworth Historic Site, so it's thanks to her and the volunteers she works with that we have this wonderful place open to the public.
Mm-hmm. So we have 2 permanent interpretive rangers on this side of the park.
We do. There are 2 of us that work year-round.
All 2 of you.
All 2 of us.
Yep.
And a number of wonderful seasonals who help us out in the summer. And then again, some of them in the winter with our ski and snowshoe programs and education programs in the schools. But no, thank goodness Macy is here.
Thank goodness Michelle is here.
Yeah, and for our podcast listeners who have listened to previous episodes, episode 1, we interviewed Kathy Brazelton on the other side. So Michelle, you're like the Kathy of this side, the
yeah,
district.
in some ways.
in
Kathy
some
is
ways.
the East District
Right.
interpreter or East District naturalist.
Right.
I'm the West District naturalist, and I'm told sometimes known as the Wicked Witch of the East and the Wicked Witch of the West.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
no comment there, but
No comment. Okay. That's funny. All right. So today I want to talk about west side of the park versus the east side for sure. I'm sure that'll come up, and then also talk about Holsworth, where we are, and we can start with Holsworth Historic Site. So since that's where we're sitting, could you give us just a real quick overview of what Holsworth is?
The Holsworth Historic Site is a homestead that was homesteaded by the Holsworth family,
Mhm.
and then it was turned into a dude ranch and a working ranch through 1974.
Mm-hmm.
And so today it gives visitors an opportunity to come and see what life was like 100 years ago. This year, the main cabin is 100 years old. It was built in 1917.
Centennial.
It's a centennial of the Holsworth. Yep,
Yeah.
yep, coming up here and homesteading.
Uh-huh.
And we have a lot of family heirlooms here at the site, so visitors actually get to have a one-on-one experience with real artifacts, which
Mhm.
you don't get in a lot of places. And they get really amazing one-on-one tours with volunteers who know a lot about the history and kind of give visitors a glimpse into the past here at Rocky Mountain.
Mhm.
yeah, and expanding on what Macy said about the artifacts, one of the neat things about the story here is that when the site was sold to the National Park Service, actually via the Nature Conservancy, when it happened back in the 70s, the Holsworth sold it with their belongings intact. So you really do, when you walk through the cabins and you look in the cabins, you're seeing it as they left it, and you're really catching an authentic glimpse of what homesteading life was out here was like out here.
Yeah, that struck me the first time I visited here, which was 3 years ago now, I think. Yeah, you just felt like you were walking into somebody's house. It was really neat. Didn't feel like you're walking into a museum or anything like that. You're just like, oh, wow, okay. That's cool. I'm glad that they convinced them to leave all their stuff.
We have a lot of visitors who say that same thing, or they say, wow, this looks just like my grandma's or my
Uh-huh.
great-grandma's house. Like some of the same artifacts are in here that are in my relatives' home. So it really helps them connect, like, oh, wow, people actually did live here at Rocky Mountain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was one thing that I enjoyed was all the taxidermy, all the various projects, just because it was like, it just kind of gave you a feel for.
Tell them about how that came to be.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of
Yeah,
taxidermy
there's a
items
lot.
out here.
Yeah, for people who haven't
And
visited, number one, you should come visit. And yeah, it's just like
there's an
coat
incredible,
racks, lamps.
coat racks made with feet of animals, lamps. Exactly. There's all kinds of different types of items, and there's actually a whole taxidermy shop where all of Papa or John Senior Holsworth, he has all of his tools and everything are still here. And one of the reasons why he started taxidermy was because he got in a really bad wagon accident just right at the bottom of the hill here when they first homesteaded up here, and he couldn't really work anymore. And so he went back to school or to school long distance.
Like
to
correspondence
courses to Nebraska.
Uh,
And which I'm still puzzled of how you do that in the early
like, how do you
1920s.
get stuff here.
Right.
amazing.
And so in 1924, he got his taxidermy license officially, and it's hanging up in the taxidermy shop for folks to see. So, yeah, they turned a pretty tough situation into something really, really interesting and a great opportunity for the family to still make a living out here.
Yeah, some of the stuff in the taxidermy shop is really neat.
It's
Is
really
that a
neat.
deer that's in the case?
There's a deer in the case. There's
Like
also
a
full-size deer,
Full body.
and it's kind of white because it's been bleached by the sun.
Yeah.
So that's why it's hidden in the back now. And there's also a couple birds stuffed back in there. And then, yes, in the mama cabin, there's a lot of deer and some elk, and then a literal footstool.
Yeah. Yep.
Which you'd have to see in person to really
A
appreciate.
footstool made out of feet.
Yes.
Yeah. So they first came here then in 1917, correct?
Yes.
When they built the first cabin.
Yes.
So paint the picture. What was homesteading like here
And
in
tell 'em why they
1917?
came.
Yeah, and why
Because
did they
that's impressive.
come here?
Yeah, so if you can try to imagine being a family in Denver in 1916 and operating in a saloon, Colorado was one of the first states to pass prohibition. And so this family, the Holsworths, lost one of their main businesses in 1916. And so they had to start all over again. They had a huge change happen to their family, and had to figure out what to do. What to
Wow.
do. They were in their early 50s. So they had to
Wow.
really start over in the middle of their lives. And they still had one son at home who was 14, Johnny Jr., and they decided to come up and homestead. John Holsworth Sr., or Papa, had homesteaded before in his younger years, but it didn't really work out for him up here in the county. So they decided to try again. And luckily enough for them, there was still homesteaded property available up here on the edge of Rocky Mountain National Park in 1916, which is pretty incredible to think about. So the park was already a national park, but where we are right now was not parkland. And so 1917, they came up here and built a cabin and started working the land, which is what you had to do to homestead. And then really quickly after that, Papa injured himself. So that 14-year-old son, who had been probably 15 or 16 at the time, had to take on everything: farming, building the cabins, keeping up all the work. They cut ice off of Grand Lake for a living in the winter, but also to keep their food cold. So there's a lot of work year round. And so this place was very different, I imagine, back then compared to today. There wasn't a paved road. Fall River Road wasn't open yet, or Trail Ridge Road. Grand Lake was a little community, but there wasn't a lot there. So it's just under 8 miles south of us. So they had to somehow get back and forth to town, even in the winter.
Seems very remote.
Very remote.
Very remote.
So they were tough.
And just hard winters.
Very hard winters.
Up here.
When you come out here in the winter nowadays, you're snowshoeing on a good 4 or 5 feet of snow.
Yeah.
So I can imagine it was pretty incredible back then as well.
Too. I just can't imagine trying to homestead.
I know.
Just like trying to grow food or anything.
Well, and indeed, the homesteading part, particularly the ranching and trying to raise cattle or horses, proved to be a real challenge. And like many of the homesteaders in the valley here that made it work, they discovered as the park became more popular that it was far easier to make a living in the recreation industry than it was actually being, relying on ranching and cattle. And so they did. As the park grew in popularity, as Fall River Road did open, and then eventually Trail Ridge Road, they made their living by building more cabins and catering to tourists who would come through here, offering lodging, offering home-cooked meals. Johnny Holsworth, Johnny Jr., catching fish down in the Colorado River, which is here on the property, and serving visitors. Now we don't do all of that today, but we're still in the business of serving visitors, and that's what's really kept up here in the Kawanichi Valley.
Yeah, when did they start making that switch from homesteading to starting to do the
It really
tourism,
happened
recreation?
in the early 1920s.
Okay, so they weren't homesteading too long before they were like, okay, we need to do something else here.
Yeah, and they actually had a lot of Papa's friends coming up from Denver just to stay here. And Mama, or Sophia Holsworth, was kind of getting tired of taking care of them all without, getting anything. And Johnny was doing all the work. And so she said, I'm going to start charging people to stay here and cook for them and that sort of thing. And so they built one of the first guest cabins in 1921. And that one you can go in today. It's called Twin One, and see kind of what it would have been like to stay here. Little log cabin. And Mama Holsworth would cook and really great German food. She was a German immigrant, as well as
really?
John Holsworth Sr. They both immigrated into America separately, but met in Denver, and very strong German roots. So she had some apparently great German food coming out of that kitchen.
Wow. That sounds great. Come stay back here for how long would people stay? Just totally varied, or was it more long term?
I don't know exactly how long they would stay. I know in the 20s they charged $2 a night or $11 a week to stay here.
Wow.
And that included food and whatnot, and probably horses to go on trips,
Wow.
pack trips with.
I could handle that.
Yeah. I would imagine for how long it probably took to get up here. It probably took, in those days, even in a Model T pickup truck or something like that, it would have taken a while to get up here from Denver over Berthoud Pass or over Fall River Road. It would have taken forever. So I'd assume once you got up here, you'd probably stay for a while.
Yeah.
Which people still do today. A lot of visitors come up to the Grand Lake area, and they don't just come for one day. Usually they're here either camping here in the national park or outside, staying in a little cabin or whatnot for a good few days or a week at a time.
Yeah.
Or even for the whole summer.
Actually, one of the fun things about how much time people spend a lot of folks are driving through the valley here and see the sign for Holsworth Historic Site, don't really know anything about it, but stop in. The bulk of the buildings are about a half a mile across the valley and across the Colorado River from the parking area. But we have one historic cabin that's right by the parking area. And so during the times that we're open, which is about 10:30 to 4:30 daily here in the summer, you'll meet you'll meet a volunteer at that cabin who will tell people a little of the history and encourage them to take that half a mile level stroll across the valley to come see the main part of the historic site.
Mm-hmm.
And what often happens is people think, oh, well, we'll trot back there quickly and spend a few minutes and come back. And it is not uncommon to watch people spend 2 hours, 3 hours. They get out here and there's so much to see. And the volunteers who run the site are so knowledgeable and friendly. And there's a few activities for kids to do. We've just actually, thanks to one of our interns this summer, another amazing volunteer, Emily, have started up a bingo, a little bingo game that you can play out here looking for some of the artifacts. Like, is the footstool on it?
The
footstool's on it.
The toilet seat and twin one is on there. Which
Oh, really?
You have to come find.
Don't tell them where it is.
I won't.
Okay.
It's in there somewhere.
In there somewhere.
So at any rate, if you're planning on coming, give yourself plenty of time because folks really do get hooked out here.
Yeah, that happens.
It's a great place to stay.
Yeah, the first time that I came out here with a small group of people, we were like, oh, we'll just stop in and check it. And we stayed quite a while. The buffalo coat lured us in.
Yeah, so we have an incredible buffalo coat that is a remake of the original buffalo coat, but it's still really incredible. And
so heavy.
It's so heavy, and it's just amazing. We just had it restitched a little because we have so many people try it on. It was actually falling apart, and that's how much people love this buffalo coat. They actually come here looking for it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's made out of 2 buffalo hides, and it weighs 22 pounds. So you definitely need to come check out the buffalo coat and put it on.
I'd love to have it on when it's cold, just to see. Because every time I've put it on, it's been warm.
Yeah, it's been hot.
Okay, I'm hot immediately.
Like,
take it off.
I'm done.
Yeah, but it'd be interesting to see how it is when it's 10.
I try to
10 below, 20
imagine
below.
wearing that heavy coat and walking around in the snow because it's down to
Good
the
workout.
ground.
Yeah.
So, and with how much snow there is, even if you're in skis or snowshoes,
Yeah.
you'd just be coated in snow and ice.
Absolutely.
Well, it's down to the ground for you, Macy. I'm not.
True.
Not sure it would have been true for Johnny Holsworth.
True.
Maybe he was much taller than me.
So while we're setting it up, when people pull up, you're driving on 30 Trail Ridge Road, 34, whichever you want to call it. You'll see a sign, Holsworth Historic Site, one of those nice brown signs that you see in parks. And there's a parking area, and like you said, the cabin. There's someone there to talk to. Then you walk about half a mile, and it's a nice walk. It's a great walk. There's some signs that teach you about the area. You can kind of get out in the middle of the valley to get a little bit more of a feel. You walk over the Colorado River.
There's often elk or moose that you see along the way.
Elk or moose. And then you get over here, and how many cabins are there total? A lot. It's quite a site.
We're counting.
We're counting right now.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. There's a lot.
There's 12 cabins out here, plus a few outhouses that are kind of scattered throughout.
And then, so when you come to visit, how many of these can you look inside? You can look in the main cabin.
You can look in the main cabin, the mama cabin, which we give tours of because that's where all that's where all the artifacts are. So we ask you to go in with one of the volunteers or one of the rangers out here.
And that is really cool.
Really
we're audio
great.
only, so we can't show you.
Yeah,
but you need to come see it.
It's really, really neat in there. And then there's one of the guest cabins, twin one, that you can go in that's self-guided, as well as the taxidermy shop. There's also an ice house where they kept blocks of ice that they cut off a Grand Lake in, and it has the original sod roof from the Holsworth family still growing on it.
Oh, that is okay.
That's actually
really
the real grass. Yes,
that's amazing.
And then the little tent house that Johnny built himself because he got tired of sleeping in the one-room cabin with his parents.
Wonder why.
And those are the main public buildings, and then the one down by the parking lot as well, the Fleshy cabin, which is a little older than the cabins up here.
So people can look at those. They can get they have to get a guided tour through Mama House.
Yep, Mama House.
And then there's bingo.
There's bingo.
There's a coat you can try
There's
on.
a coat. There's also a washing machine where you can wash
like
socks.
a hand wash
There
machine?
is a hand wash machine with a crank.
Yeah.
And wring out the socks. You can also dress up like a pioneer or a cowboy. So we have clothes for you all to try on. And you can also rope a horse and sit on a saddle.
Wow. So much to do.
Well, explain the horse. It's not a live horse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Miles was getting really excited. No, we do.
I
We do
wanna
have
be
a
on a
little
horse.
saddle you can sit on.
Oh,
And
I
you can.
see.
You can. Is that a sawhorse? What would you even call that horse?
It's really an original artifact.
Log horse
A
or
log
something.
horse. A horse made out of
Sawhorse. Yeah.
There is a log horse. Yes,
There's
but
a lot to do.
definitely you can try your
Yeah.
roping. And actually, if you come during the heart of the summer, during July, and I'm trying to remember, we might even go into the first week of August this year. On Friday mornings, there is a program that we offer, a ranger-led program called a Walk Backwards, which is geared towards kids, typically kids age about 6 to 12. And it's by reservation, so you can call the park ahead of time to sign up your kids. 970-627-3471 to make reservations for that. But they actually will dress the kids up in period costumes. That's led by one of our longtime rangers, Barb King, who's amazing with children. So they get to dress up in costume and pretend that they're part of a ranch family. They come back, they get a tour of the mama cabin, and then they get to engage in a bunch of different period-type chores, whether it's mixing some biscuit dough together, or cleaning fish, or milking a cow.
Wow.
Again, the cow may also be made of wood, but it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot of fun. And what else? Well, sewing on buttons, or
Wow.
making period dolls.
Period dolls. They weave a little rug. They nail horseshoes. They saw wood. They do a lot of chores.
Wow, how long
they
is
have
this?
They do get to do a few games like sack races, but
How long is it?
The program is about 2.5 hours.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and it's actually, when you look at our statistics, is one of our most popular programs here on the west side of the park.
Sounds fun.
Which is why we ask people to reserve in advance, so that it doesn't get too unwieldy in terms of the numbers. But that's Friday mornings. I'm sure it runs through July. I think it might run through August 4th. But if you access the website
Yeah, you
that
can check
Miles
our
takes
online
care of,
calendar.
you
Yeah.
can check the online calendar.
Yeah, when you go to our website, if you look in the upper right-hand corner, there's a little icon, and it says calendar. Click on there. Search, put in the dates when you're going to be here, and it'll show you everything that's going on then. So you can confirm all the details. It's also in the park newspaper. When you come in the park and they hand you the newspaper, look in the middle of that, and it has all of our programming.
Ooh, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, another program.
Yeah, another one of our really
this one's
special
neat too.
programs
Yeah.
that happens out here. Happens on Friday evenings. So Fridays are a big day out at Holsworth Historic Site. But Friday evenings, another one of our rangers who's worked here more than 20 seasons, Harry Cannon, does a program called Old Ranch Campfire. I have to be careful not to say Old Ranger Campfire.
Wouldn't want to offend anyone.
No, but
Come see an old campfire with an old
Harry.
ranger.
But he does that in first-person character.
Oh,
so
cool.
when you arrive down at the parking lot down at Fleshett Cabin, he greets you as if he were a ranch hand working for Johnny Holsworth at the time that this was an operating dude ranch. And so he will lead you across that path across the valley, telling you tall tales and stories, which are very much in the style of what Johnny Holsworth was famous for. When they had folks staying out here at the ranch, they would have evening campfires, and he was known for his tall tales. So Harry tells those, and they come back here to the site. We have a campfire ring here at Holsworth Historic Site. They gather around, and it's just an old-timey, old-fashioned good time. They sing a lot of songs, campfire songs. Marshmallows are roasted, and more tall tales are told. And it's a really fun, feel-good, family-friendly type program. And again, that goes into early August, I think, on Friday evenings. And again, look at the website for the details on that. But that is not to be missed if you can help it.
Wow. A lot of stuff going on over here at Holsworth. I didn't even realize. I mean, I did, but I don't think of it all at once.
On the 18th, Tuesday, July 18th.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Celebrating the 100 years of the Holsworth family homesteading here. So we're going to have, throughout the day, we're going to, do our normal tours and have everything accessible. And then we will have some special booths set up and some kids games from Barb's Walk Backwards program. And in the evening, around 5 p.m., we're going to have a campfire with some of the Holsworth family members. They're going to come out and tell some stories and answer our questions. So if you're in the area on July 18th, that would be a great time to stop by the Holsworth Historic Site.
Yeah, come on by. We've had a couple hundred. There's that for here, the 100th anniversary of Holsworth. And then not too long ago, we had a centennial celebration here for the whole park. So this wasn't part. When did the Kawanichi Valley area become part of Rocky Mountain National Park?
Well,
It's okay.
it changed little by little.
Uh-huh.
Slowly, the park accumulated some of the private
Just in
in-holding
parcels?
lands
Okay.
and parcels. Yeah. 1975 is when the Holsworth property, which was almost 800 acres at that point.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize it was that big.
Yeah, they accumulated a lot of land
That's a
over
lot.
the period of them living here.
Yeah.
And so it was called the Never Summer Ranch at that period. And so the whole Never Summer Ranch was turned over to the National Park Service in 1975. So that was a good chunk of the Kawanichi Valley, but there's still, even today, are a couple in holdings in the valley, and we're still acquiring land here and there.
Yeah, didn't one just recently get acquired? And yeah.
Yeah, there's just a few
Just a few, right?
private in-holdings here, people who own property since before the time that the park was established. And there was, I think it was the Johnson property.
That's right.
That was acquired with the help of the Rocky Mountain Conservancy just a couple of years ago. And so, yeah, these things, as they become available and as we have willing owners,
Right.
there's an attempt to try and
Right.
make the park whole in terms of the boundaries of private property. So more sites that people can go visit. That particular one is kind of in an obscure location.
Hard to get to.
Yeah, kind of hard to get to. It's not on the main road. But what that protects it from, though, going forward, is that a private owner could sell to another private owner who could look at things like development. Whereas when it does get purchased and given to the park eventually, it ensures that it'll be preserved in a natural state for generations to come.
Yeah, forever. Hopefully,
Yeah,
at least that's what we're supposed to do.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
So, what else? We can come back to Holsworth as things come up. Are there other key things you want to make sure we hit before we talk a little bit more broadly?
I'm going to give one more pitch for the volunteer program out here because this site would not exist in a way that was accessible to the public if we didn't have volunteers. We usually have a staff of about 6 volunteers a day that it takes to operate this place and do the tours and provide wonderful service for the public. So, moving forward year by year, we're always looking to recruit volunteers.
Yeah.
We even have a couple of cabins on site here that are used as housing for some of the volunteers who get to experience what it's like to live in a rustic area
Sounds great.
off the main roads. Yeah, with no internet and very minimal cell phone coverage.
Yeah, pretty idyllic though.
But we
You're
do
not too
each
far
year.
from
We
Grand
have 2 or 3 or 4 volunteers that live up here on site and help us out 4 days a week, both at Holsworth and doing a lot of other things. So we typically do recruiting over the winter and then have everybody in place for training in the summer and to get us through the summer season. But watch volunteer.gov is the website where those options are posted, and we're always looking for wonderful people who want to share this story with the public.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. We recently recorded a podcast with Lindsay, our volunteer coordinator, and we were just talking about all the many different ways and programs that are just would not run without our volunteers. And I think this is a great example.
We're getting sometimes now 400 or 500 people a day here at Holsworth Historic Site, and I can't remember what our visitation was for last summer. It's got to be in the 30,000. And those are visitors that wouldn't have the chance to experience this if it weren't for the really amazing volunteers who dedicate so much time.
Yeah. So
give
much
back
time
to the national park.
Yeah,
So.
I remember the first time I came here. Maybe she's here today. I met someone, and she'd just been volunteering like full time for I don't even remember how many summers. It was incredible. It was like a full time job.
Yeah.
She just loved it so much, and not just being out here and volunteering too, but how much I could tell people were really into it, like really into the story, and how much research they'd done and binders they'd made, and just so much love and care and support that they put into it, and to talking to everyone. It's really nice. Okay, that's a good thing to cover. So I just want to talk a little bit more about the Kawanichi Valley and the west side of the park and what do we mean by the west side of the park and all that sort of stuff. So what do we mean by the west side of the park for our visitors who may not know?
Well, of course, the park is divided not exactly halfway, but
Yeah.
pretty close by the Continental Divide,
Mhm.
by the main range that runs through here with all the high peaks, and so both geographically and logistically, it makes sense for the park to sort of have an east district or east districts and a west district.
Mhm.
During the summer, to get from our visitor center and offices here on the west side of the park to where Miles is over at headquarters is an hour and a half or longer, depending on moose jams.
Right. Yep. Exactly. Yep.
Up over the top, and the reality is that in this high mountain elevation habitat, that road is closed most of the year.
Yep.
Usually from about mid-October to Memorial Day, weather dependent.
Right.
And so that time of the year to get from here to there is about 3.5 hours. So there is this geographic kind of separation that makes it logical to have sort of a west side of the park and an east side of the park. It's just practical for that. And so there, it's all one park. We a lot of things you'll find similar, in terms of staff and programming and things side to side. But there's also some differences. Certainly, the Estes Park, the east side of the park, being closer to all the Front Range cities like Denver and Boulder and Fort Collins, bears the brunt of the visitation.
80%.
Yeah,
right?
well,
something like that.
I think in
That's
terms
what
of
you
how
hear.
people enter,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think
Right,
yeah,
right.
That's just
In terms of where-
entrance
that's just
station.
entrance,
So,
yeah.
but a lot of those people, not all of them, but a lot of those people who enter on the east side do come all the way across Trail Ridge Road and come down here. But it is a percentage of them. It's not all of them. And
Sure.
so one of the differences you'll find is that the east side of the park is busier than the west side. Now, in the past few years, the west side is getting busier and busier, and so we're finding some of the same challenges with full parking lots and busy visitor centers as the east side. But still, if you want a chance at having fewer people during your visit, the west side would be a good target to come over here and see some of that. We have this wonderful historic site, which is kind of unique in the park.
Yeah, for sure.
Not that there aren't historic areas over there, but there's not a place like this where you can go on tours
Right.
through an intact.
Yeah, it's usually like something was here, or
Right.
here's a sign of what it looked like, or something like that. It's
Right,
not,
right.
oh, there's cabins that you can see people's stuff, see their.
Another one of the attractions is the headwaters of the Colorado River.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Which is huge. Obviously,
Yeah.
one of the major rivers in the United States, and it starts from little rivulets flowing together to form stream up here at the head of the Kawanichi Valley. So it flows through the Kawanichi Valley as it heads.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah,
starts its journey.
I mean, people, if they come to the park, should learn about it. It's in our brochure and everything, but the Continental Divide, like Michelle was saying, runs right through the middle of the park, and so water that falls on one side of the divide ends up eventually in the Atlantic Ocean, and on the other side ends up in the Pacific. And it's interesting how it takes that big jag here, kind of a big U-turn.
Oh, yeah. One of the fun
That's an
things to
odd
do
one.
is to have people, when they visit Holsworth Historic Site, be standing out in the valley with these amazing views of the mountains around and say, okay, point to the Continental Divide.
Uh-huh.
And the correct answer is to point in 3 different directions because, the Continental Divide does, following the topography, kind of head up the north side of the Kawanichi Valley, cross over at Laputer Pass, and then come south along the crest of the Never Summer Mountains. And so it's kind of funky to be up here at the head of this valley and be almost surrounded by the Continental Divide.
Yeah, it makes a pretty weird turn.
Yeah.
It's amazing. That's one of my favorite things about here, actually. It's just because if you've been in the West and been to lots of other parts of the Colorado where it's this huge, muddy, raging thing, and you're like, oh, it almost looks like a little creek.
It's
It's really neat. It's really neat to see where it starts. I haven't hiked all the way up. I should.
Yeah.
All the
No,
way
we
up to
have
the headwaters.
One of my favorite little hikes over here that sometimes people overlook because it's a simple little hike is the Coyote Valley River Walk, which is kind of halfway down the valley. It's also an accessible trail, so the trail is designed so that wheelchairs can go on it. But it's maybe a half a mile one way.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But it's right on the river. You got the river on one side, the valley on another side, some scattered trees. And it's often a really good place for wildlife. Plus, there's a real pretty picnic area right there. So
Yeah,
If
I like
you're
that
looking
walk a
for
lot.
something short, especially in the evening, right at sunset, it's just beautiful out there.
Yeah, what are some other kind of, not all day hikes, but just short things people can do if they're coming through?
The East Inlet Trail is definitely the most popular trailhead on the west side of the park, mostly because it has awesome views of the mountains and you're along a creek the whole way. But it also is really close to the town of Grand Lake. It's just on the outskirts of Grand Lake. So it's if you're coming up to Grand Lake, that's a great little intro. But it definitely can be busy in the middle of the day. So that's also a good morning or afternoon stroll. One of definitely talking about the Colorado River, one of the great trails is the Colorado River Trail, and you can just stroll on that one as well. It's not a very hard hike. You kind of meander in and out of the woods and the meadows, and then sometimes you're along the river. And if you want to go for a longer hike, about 3.5 miles from the trailhead is the site of Lulu City, which was an old mining town. There's not a lot left, but there are some logs and some foundations. But it's a really pretty site, and you can really kind of picture people living up there. But also it's really remote, so it kind of is puzzling of how they lived up there and how they got back and forth to different places.
People did some real wild things to try to mine.
They did. And it didn't work out too well here in the valley because there really wasn't any gold or silver, but they did try.
They tried.
And that is definitely one of the beautiful trails here in the valley. It has some nice older trees on it, and not a super steep rocky hike. It's beautiful along the river.
And then there's the visitor center, of course.
Yep, the Kawanichi Visitor Center, which is right before the Grand Lake entrance, just about a mile from the town of Grand Lake. And we're open during the summer from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And we are open year-round. The hours do shorten in the fall, winter, and spring, but we're open every day except for Thanksgiving and Christmas Day.
Actually, that's a really good point. The west side of the park is a great place to visit in the winter. Even though the road over the top is not open, the road here in the Kawanichi Valley is plowed to about 12 miles from the entrance. So the valley itself, you can access the valley. Beautiful place for snowshoeing or cross-country skiing.
Yeah, I've heard the cross-country skiing is really
Oh,
good.
yeah. Well, part of it is
gotten
because
over here to do that.
it's a nice valley, so you have the
Right.
option of having fairly level, options for skiing. And we do, in the winter, again, in the heart of the winter, usually from about the very end of December through February to the very beginning of March, we've offered ski and snowshoe programs. Ski programs mostly in January, and the snowshoe programs throughout that whole time on the weekends. Again, by reservation, same phone number. But the ranger that leads those makes a point of tracking routes that don't follow summer trails. So you specifically have the opportunity to get out and see parts of the valley, see parts of the park that are different from what you can easily access in the summer.
Right.
Because once it's blanketed with snow, you can go just about anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
And the snow's pretty consistent over here through the winter, too.
We get lots of snow.
Yeah, which that's something that's definitely different.
Snow is a reality. Snow,
Yeah,
snow
definitely
is a
different from the east side of the park. What's weather and conditions on this side?
We usually get an
compared to the other side?
average of about 150 inches of snow a winter.
So much more than us.
Oh yeah. With the way the storms come from the west and bump up against the Continental Divide, it drops. We're sometimes known as the better, wetter side. And so pretty typically throughout most of the winter, you'll have 2 or 3 or more feet of snow on the ground. Yeah. Usually by the time you get to late December, early January, the skiing and snowshoeing is really good for the next few months. Yeah,
because I'm a pretty novice cross-country skier in terms of like steepness skill set. And so a lot of times on the east side of the park, I'm kind of like, whoa, man, I don't know. This is kind of beyond me.
No, this is a good place for beginners.
Yeah.
And it's also, again, even quieter in the winter because without the road open, we don't get the folks that are coming through the park. And so you'll have a lot of peace and probably a fair amount of solitude if you come in the winter.
What about the wind over here compared to the east side?
Not so much.
Not so much.
Not so much. No,
Calmer.
no. We don't get the winds the way you do. Not that you can't have a windy day here and there, but they're not a regular feature of the climate.
And cooler on this side as well, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Including in summer too. To some degree.
Yeah, do be prepared in the winter for really Yeah, but the nighttime temperatures are typically below zero.
Yeah.
20 below is not uncommon.
Yeah.
The lowest I've seen it in the 12 years I've been here was minus 44.
A little chilly.
Yeah, well, yeah,
little bit.
yeah. That's not when I would recommend skiing and snowshoeing.
No.
But the good news is it's usually sunny. I mean,
Right.
we obviously get storms, we get the snow, but there's usually beautiful sunny days in between. And when you have sun and it isn't windy
Yeah.
and the temperature is 10 or 15 or
Yeah,
20 or
feels warm.
25, it's really
Especially if you're
comfortable.
skiing or
It's
snowshoeing,
amazingly
really
comfortable.
That's one of my favorite things
Yeah,
about
yeah.
Colorado is just you get that
Yeah.
nice crisp. I worked at Black Canyon the Gunnison for a
Yeah.
while, and so I live, in the
Yeah.
winter
Yeah.
and lived up
Yeah.
on the rim.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would just,
Yeah.
like you said, it'd be 10, 15, and you get out and you hardly need, just like a long sleeve shirt, some pants with long johns, and
Yeah.
You're
Yeah. Oftentimes,
almost too hot.
even if it's uncomfortably cold overnight, it'll warm up into something
Yeah.
that's very nice for recreation
Yeah.
during the day.
so winter recreation, West Side, don't
Yeah,
forget.
don't forget us. Come see us.
And then I'm trying to think of what else feels different on this side to me. I mean, you have the whole valley set up, which I feel like is and it looks like a valley. I mean, on the Estes side, it's a valley sort of. It's like this circular sort of basin almost. Whereas here, you really have that feel of
This Kawanichi Valley, going back to, we talked about the headwaters of the Colorado
Uh-huh.
River, but back in the last ice age, this was carved by a glacier, the Colorado River Glacier, which extended from the head of the valley, 20 miles?
Wow.
Maybe more than 20 miles
glacier.
down beyond where the park boundary is now. But that's part of the reason it feels so valley-like, and also part of the reason
interesting. I didn't know that.
that it's wide. The glacier was 1,500 foot thick, and one of the fun things here is as you stand on the floor of the valley and look up at the sides of the valley, you see these lumpy ridges up and down, and those lumpy ridges are the lateral moraines, the side of the glacier where the debris and the rocks that the glacier was carrying melted out to the side.
I've never noticed that. I'm
Oh
gonna have
man,
to pay
no! So
attention.
you can get a feeling for just how deep the ice was by looking up above you at the lumpy ridges.
Yeah.
And then if you head south of the park, as you head south on Highway 34, you drive alongside Shadow Mountain Lake, which is a reservoir adjacent to Grand Lake. But as you drive along Shadow Mountain Lake and get to the southern end of it, there are some lumpy ridges there and some little crescent-shaped islands. And the crescent-shaped islands and the lumpy ridge, actually the lumpy ridge represents kind of the terminal moraine. And as the glacier receded and would pause in its melting, it would build up these little ridges, which are now the islands in Shadow Mountain Lake. So the geology, there's glacier geology on the other side of the park too, but here it's got this really nice, well-defined,
It's just so big.
massive
Yeah,
valley.
it's just massive. Yeah, it almost. Well, you worked up in Alaska too.
Yeah,
and
I did
Yeah,
have
it's
the chance.
interesting being back down somewhere where the glaciers are pretty much all gone and being in like a post-glacial landscape.
Exactly.
And thinking about the two and
Well,
what it would have looked
yeah.
like filled with this huge glacier.
Yeah, yeah.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
And then the Never Summers as well, which is the range that is really prominent when you're in the Kawanichi Valley. It's to the west of the valley. I think is really neat too because it's all volcanic, correct?
Yes, and one of the neat things, actually a couple things that I thought of when you were talking Never Summer Mountains, the Never Summer Range. We're in the Kawanichi Valley. We have the Tanahutu River.
Good names.
Yes, a lot of the names here, certainly on the west side of the park, and I know some of them on the east side too, but date back to a tour that was taken with a group of Arapaho Indians who mentioned their names that they had for some of these features. So Kawanichi Valley, the term Kawanichi refers to coyote. Tanahutu means big meadow, which we also call Big Meadow. Funny about that.
Yeah.
Tanahutu River runs through Big Meadow. There's Anahu Creek, which was named after actually a racehorse. The Native Americans would have races here in the valley, and there was a horse that would, to get warm, would back up towards the fire, and the name Anahu means warms himself.
Oh, okay.
But when you mentioned the Never Summer Mountains,
Yeah.
That actually comes from an Arapaho word too, which I'm sure I won't pronounce correctly, but it's along the lines of Nichibichi, and it translates never no summer mountains. And so when whoever translated it into English, they decided to drop the double negative, and so now we have the Never Summer Mountains. But a lot of the topography over here still reflects the Native American heritage. So that's kind of neat.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, the Never Summers are just just so cool.
Oh, and you mentioned volcanic.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They're definitely igneous. They were a range that erupted as a volcano. What is it? 24 million years ago, I think is what geologists say. So they're recent. I mean, that sounds like a long time, but
in mountain
for a
terms,
geologist, that's really quite recent. And the other really unique thing geologically about them is it was really one eruptive cycle. With a lot of volcanoes, they'll erupt, they'll erode, they'll erupt, they'll erode. You get layers and layers. This was sort of a one-time event, which gets geologists excited.
Must have been a big event.
But when you look at the mountains now and the beautiful rugged snow-capped peaks, most of the summer, never no summer, you are actually looking at the inside of the volcanoes. You're not looking at the volcanic rock that came out. You're looking at the igneous granitic rock that was part of the magma chambers on the inside that cooled and hardened. What's happened is that in the years since, particularly with things like glaciers in action, the lava that erupted and cooled has already been worn away. It's already so I always like to tell kids when we have school groups that you're looking at the guts of these volcanoes. You're looking at the inside. There are places you can still see a little of the ash that erupted from the Never Summer Mountains at Lava Cliffs.
Lava Cliffs.
Up on Trail Ridge Road. There's some places, if you know where to look across the valley here, you can see some outcrops.
Just where stuff was ejected way far away.
Specimen Mountain. But when you look at the Never Summer Mountains themselves, you're actually looking at intrusive igneous rock rather than extrusive volcanic rock.
Yeah, that's cool. It definitely, when you see them, hopefully that'll help give listeners a better understanding. Because when you see them, they do look different. If you pay a little attention, these versus the main mountains in Rocky, it's like, that looks pretty different. And
when you drive over Trail Ridge Road, except for those few outcrops, you're looking at rocks that are much, much, much older.
Right.
Metamorphic rocks and other granites, but that are just way older than the Never Summer Mountains.
And in terms of wildlife over here, pretty similar. We're starting to get some moose on the east side now.
Yeah, we're sharing our moose with you.
Yeah, you're sharing. They're exporting some moose. The moose are finding.
The moose are doing this on their own.
They're exporting themselves. Yeah, they're finding their way through and over the mountains onto the east side of the park. But
we definitely have a larger population over here than on the east side of the park. So the odds of seeing a moose are higher on the west side of the park. I find that they're much easier, more commonly seen early in the summer. Right now, as we're recording this in early July, this is a pretty good time. June, they seem to be everywhere.
Do you think they move up into the mountains later in the summer, or we're not really sure?
You know, what the time of the year I find it hardest to find them is September, October, right? And I don't know if that's because it's the rut and they're more shy,
busy with that,
or if it has to do with hunting season in the forest around us.
Right.
But certainly, I think you've got a higher probability of seeing moose June, July than late August,
That's
September,
good to know.
October.
Yeah, one of the first, other than coming over here for a brief tour and going to Holsworth and stuff, one of the first things I did on this side is I hiked up North Inlet all the way and actually went up to Lake Nanita and what's the other one? Nakoni, yeah. And then up and over that saddle and then up into the upper end where there's no trail and came down through there trailless. A lot of moose sign.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A lot of moose sign up in there where there aren't any trails.
Yeah. And if you come in the winter, I can just about guarantee you'll see lots of moose tracks. Whether you see moose,
right?
You know, maybe not, but you'll definitely see moose tracks. And
moose are amazing.
Yeah.
I love moose. And of course we have elk over here.
Lots of elk over here. I'm trying to think what else. Is there other things that would be unique?
We see a lot of river otter signs in the winter. We don't rarely ever see the otters, but in the winter along the Colorado River, because the river is mostly frozen over, but when you're kind of standing on top of it, you can hear it bubbling underneath you. And there are a lot of river otter tracks and slides where they're sliding down hills, and you can even see holes in the ice where they've broken through into the river.
That is very
especially walking out from the parking lot here at Holsworth out here to the cabins in the winter.
Cool.
Wandering along the river, there are a lot of otter tracks.
Wow.
But we really actually see the otters any time of the year.
Need to come check that out. I would love to see that. That'd be really fun. So, Michelle, you said you've been here 12 years on this side of the park. And Macy, you're a newcomer, right?
Yes, I'm a newcomer. I got here in May of 2016, so I've been just over a year.
Okay,
here at
and where were
Rocky.
you here? Where were you before here?
I was at a little park in New Mexico called El Malpais National Monument.
Little different than here.
A little different.
Yeah. What other parks have you worked at?
I've also worked at Grand Teton and Glacier as a seasonal.
Okay.
And then I was permanent at Great Basin and Grand Canyon.
Oh, Great
as well.
Basin.
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's a very cool park.
It's a very cool park.
Yeah, I have not gotten to go. I've only gotten to work on the map. And
Yeah.
it made me want to go.
It's really neat. There's such low visitation there. They only
Right.
get like 80,000 visitors a year. So
Yeah.
it's a real wilderness type of park, but it has some amazing features.
Yeah.
Bristlecone pines and really cool caves.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's definitely one not to be missed if you're out in the middle of nowhere, Nevada.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's everyone that I know who's worked there or been there. It's like, oh yeah, you definitely
It's a great
you
park.
got to go. It's
Yeah.
amazing. So how has the west side of Rocky compared so far to other places that you've worked?
Well, I've wanted to work on the west side of Rocky for many, many years.
Really?
This has been a dream spot for me.
What was the dream? Why did you want to be over here?
Well, first time I came to Rocky, I was 16 with
Uh-huh.
my family. We were doing a cross-country road trip, and I just remember being up in the Alpine. I think we were up at the Alpine Visitor Center, maybe Farview, and I remember looking down in the valley and just thinking it was just, wow, that's a really beautiful place. And for some reason, as my career went on, I just always wanted to
was
come
just
back
in the
to
back of
Rocky.
your head, huh?
Yep. And yeah, this is definitely one of the most beautiful places I've gotten to work, but also one of the most fun jobs I've ever had. I absolutely love it here. It's definitely one of the best places.
Yeah. What do you like? What do you like about the work? What makes it so fun?
It's very,
The supervisor.
Other than your supervisor.
of course.
Of course. That's the
Other
number
than
one
Michelle.
reason. Yeah.
Seriously though, like Michelle makes this such a fun place to work, and I think the diversity of the work is what makes it so fun. The seasons are awesome, so you have a really busy summer season, and then the fall and spring are really busy with school programs, like not as many
I didn't
daily
think about that.
visitors.
Yeah.
But yep, we get to do a lot of school programs in the classrooms, but also they do field trips out here.
Uh-huh.
And then the winter is quiet, but also I feel like I was really active this winter with all of our ski and snowshoe programs and just getting ready for summer and, playing in all the snow. It's just such a diverse park in that way. And the job is so diverse. So every day it's something
Yeah.
different. And then seasonally I do different work. And, like right now in the summer, I'm out here at Holsworth a lot of the time. So it's just such a neat position because of the diversity of different jobs I get to do.
And how do you like living in Grand Lake?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah? It seems like a great place.
I love it. Yeah.
What's the year-round population of Grand Lake? Do we?
Not many, I would say.
I think at Grand Lake year-round maybe 500, but of course that's a lot more in the summer.
Sure.
There are a lot of second homes, a lot of vacation homes, summer homes up in this area.
But year-round, 500. Wow. That's even less than I realized. Yeah.
And we have the local communities too of Granby and Winter Park and stuff,
Right,
and Kremling. So there are some communities in the county here, so you don't feel too isolated
Yeah.
in the winter. And plus, people come up to go downhill skiing up in the mountains too, so you run into those folks visiting the park as well.
Yeah, and actually, while residents may be, in the hundreds, that Grand Lake, like the park, operates on recreation. And so there are lots of visitors still in the wintertime
Oh,
who
okay.
come.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
In the forest around us is one of the most amazing snowmobile trail systems. And so that's one of the highlights for folks
lot of
who come to
snowmobiling.
Grand Lake is a lot of snowmobiling. Of course, there's the activities in the park, the skiing, the snowshoeing. But there are also 3 ski areas. No, more than that. We've got 3 Nordic ski areas.
Oh,
There's
wow.
one in Grand Lake, one down in Granby, and then one outside of Fraser, plus a couple of downhill ski resorts, one in Winter Park and one in Granby. And so, yeah, a lot of winter recreation.
Huh.
So
Yeah, so it still
there are
keeps it. It's
businesses
quiet,
are
but it
open,
still
restaurants
keeps it.
are open. Yeah, there's still things to see and do, even though the actual
Yeah.
year-round live-in population drops quite a bit
Right.
in the winter.
Yeah. Does it become a snowmobile town mostly, or is it mostly still cars? Or just a mix?
They actually, in Grand Lake, don't plow the streets to where they'll melt off because they want to
Yeah, it's
make
better.
it snowmobile friendly.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's both. I mean,
Okay.
vehicles are just fine.
Yeah.
But you'll see snowmobiles pulled up at the local restaurant or whatever. So
And so you've been here for 12 years, Michelle. Where were
Yeah.
you before?
before this, I was at Sitka National Historical Park up in Alaska. And
On an island?
On an island off the coast of Alaska.
Off the road system.
Yeah, it was funny because when they interviewed me for this job here on the west side of the park, they actually flew down the 2 finalists for this position.
Wow.
Because in part they were worried about the people understanding the remoteness of this area. And I was going, you have a road.
Yeah. I
You
can
mean
drive
you can get
here
to Denver in 2
other
hours?
places?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was that was kind of fun. This was coming to the big city.
I never got to go down to Southeast Alaska. I was always up in
Alaska was amazing.
Central, yeah.
Yeah.
How long were you there?
We were there about 5 years.
In interpretation as well?
Yes. I worked in the park there. Actually, the last few years I was there, I was the chief of interpretation.
Okay.
So that's kind of fun to be in charge.
Yeah.
And then before that was Lake Mead National Recreation Area down in the desert. Lake Mead by Boulder Dam and Hoover
I've
Dam.
been around there.
And before that was Lava Beds National Monument in northeastern California.
Oh, yeah.
A hidden gem.
Yeah.
Kind of like Great Basin.
Right.
And then before that was I started as a volunteer intern right out of college at Death Valley National Monument, as it was back then.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I love Death Valley.
yeah. Oh, one of my all-time.
Yeah,
favorite
I got to
places.
do their map. It was great. I've talked about it before on the podcast, so I won't drone on and on.
You
but
name dropper.
It was amazing. It was such a fun place to get to map. Just it's so bizarre and diverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, from way below sea level to like 11,000 plus foot telescope peak, and you're standing there in salt, and we were there in the middle of the winter. It was like 85, and you're looking up at snow. It's pretty fantastic, and just all the weird formations.
Yeah, incredible
Devil's
geology.
Golf Course,
Incredible
and the
geology.
geology. Yeah, I remember when I got there. I'm sure. Oh, well, I shouldn't say I'm sure. I bet this person was still there when you were working there. I can't remember his name. An interpreter. He's been there for a really long time. But anyway, I was like,
Yes, listeners, this is what rangers do.
Yeah.
Do you know so-and-so?
yep.
Have you met so? Oh, you work there. You must know so-and-so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when I was talking to Lindsay.
It's as bad as a family reunion.
When I was talking to Lindsay, she had worked on a small, like a pocket cruise company up in Southeast Alaska. And I mentioned, oh, yeah, one of my best friends my entire life did that too, that I worked with in Alaska for a few summers. And she was like, what's his name? I said, Eric Toussaint. She's like, yeah, we know each other. We work together all summer. So happens all the time. So you've been here for 12 years, all those other places. What about you? What do you think? Macy has the new experience. You've got the 12-year experience.
Oh, well, this has been an amazing place.
Yeah.
You don't spend 12 years in one place unless you've really fallen in love with it.
True.
Some of it is, the people I work with. I have wonderful staff members like Macy and the seasonals. One of my seasonals has worked at this park for over 40 years.
Whoa.
42 or 43 years.
Wow.
And she's amazing. And so
Seasonal.
Seasonal. She's a teacher the rest of the year.
That's
and so
amazing.
it works out really
Yeah,
well
that's
for her.
great.
But this is just a very, very special place because it's somewhat smaller in size and in visitation and in staff than the east side. People on this side of the park do tend to have a more diverse role. Like Macy said, it's less specialization just because the size is smaller. So each person tends to do more things. So that the diversity is fun, but it also makes for kind of a family atmosphere on this side of the park. Those of us who are division leads over here actually work in the same hallway. So there's a lot of interaction between specialties. And that's really fulfilling.
Yeah.
The communities, are amazing. And it's, my son is now 13.
Oh, wow.
So he's kind of grown up here, and it's been an amazing place to raise a kid and have him have the experience both inside the park and in this community, in this area. So yeah, happy times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like a great town. That's another thing. When people come over, go into Grand Lake, of course, visit, has a very different feel than like Estes and the east side of the park. Very, very different feel in a lot of ways. Yeah, it's interesting how diverse different Park Service sites are.
Oh, even district to district.
Yeah, exactly. Because like you said, even in a lot of the bigger parks, there's almost always one or more smaller districts that are just so much more quiet. I remember like one summer I worked in Yellowstone. I worked at Tower Roosevelt Junction right there. and it's just, it's like a little ranger station and a few people, and that's pretty much it. And yeah, exactly like you said, it becomes very, very tight knit. The culture, it's almost like one big family. Definitely a different feel on the east side of the park. It's just there's just way more
you got to
people.
see them both.
There's just so much going on. Yeah, you have to experience both.
Haven't
The
experienced
differences.
Rocky Mountain National Park till you've seen both sides of the park
I agree.
in multiple seasons.
Yeah, yeah. See, I haven't come over in the middle of real winter here. I really need to do that.
I mean, autumn is spectacular. We haven't talked about autumn, but
yeah.
when the colors usually peak around the third week of September. And generally, you've got the elk doing the elk rut and bugling at the same time. And again, things can be sometimes gridlock over on the east side of the park. And over here, it's a much more, less crowded viewing experience for those kind of things. So.
Yeah, I remember we came over last year to film and take some pictures of some of the fall colors, and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
And significantly earlier, too, than our side of the park, at least last year. I mean, I'm sure every year it varies somewhat.
I think that's true. We're a little higher.
Yep.
And we're a little higher.
A little higher
so
elevation.
Things start faster. Winter comes
sooner. Quite a bit
Spring
sooner.
comes later.
Yeah, definitely. Do you get, when do you usually get your first snowfalls? Early?
Usually around Halloween. It can happen earlier. I mean, it can happen any time of the year. But the first ones
Somewhere
of
around
significance,
Halloween.
usually around Halloween.
Yep.
This is one of those communities where you design your Halloween costumes around being able to be worn over a big coat.
My fiance and I joke about that because she grew up in Wyoming, in Douglas, and for a while when I was growing up, I lived in Iowa, in southwest Iowa, and we actually, believe it or not, we would have snow. It'd be pretty cold in end of October, and yeah, we were just like designing your costume around exactly, or a huge coat. We would often do like a huge coat with a trash bag over the top and a mask or something, so you didn't freeze.
So we'll start getting snow consistently, usually around then. We don't typically have enough to be really good skiing snow until mid to late December.
Yeah.
But we certainly
Yeah,
will.
kind of typical pattern around here. Takes a little bit into the winter.
Get the base built up a little
Sure.
bit.
Great. So we've covered Holsworth, talked about what you can do out here, talked about the Centennial event that you should be at, which is next week. Fridays, big days, County Valley. There's also one thing we didn't mention. I mean, it kind of goes without saying in Rocky. Tons of hiking.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so much hiking. It's beautiful from this side. I feel like a lot of times the approaches are longer to get up into the mountains.
If you want to get to a really nice lake over here, you're probably going to have to go at least 5 miles.
Yeah, you're in for a longer day for sure. But
there's some waterfall. Well, the Adams Falls you talked about already is real close. But there's other things that are, in between 3.5 miles and 5 miles, there are some really nice destinations on most of the trails.
So great hiking. And don't be afraid to come any time of year.
Yeah.
There's great stuff all year round.
And
it doesn't shut down in the winter. You
no,
can't go over Trail Ridge.
It does not.
You can't go over Trail Ridge. Trail Ridge does close, but park stays open, town stays open. There's tons of stuff to do.
Absolutely. And if you do come in the summer, and we'd love to see you, actually tell us if you listen to the podcast. That would be fun. But if you do come in the summer, similar guidelines now as to the east side of the park. Plan to come early in the morning or later in the later afternoon or evening if you want.
That's good.
To be sure that you can get a parking spot.
That's a good thing to cover. Yep, it's getting busy everywhere, early or late. Okay, so our final question.
Here, Macy.
We've been asking everybody this. Your answer doesn't have to be profound or whatever, but we've been asking everyone.
Good.
It's a very general question, so you can take it wherever you want to go. What does Rocky mean to you? People have given us a gamut of answers, in terms of professionally and personally. So
I would say, honestly, that Rocky means to me home. This is one of the national parks that I feel at most home in. And there's always something exciting going on, and it makes it a really fun home to have.
Did you grow up around here? Or were you
I did not.
You came on trips?
I just love the Rocky Mountains, and I came on trips, and out of all the national parks I've lived at, this one feels most like home.
Oh, that's great. How about you, Michelle?
I'm going to have to wipe away the tears first. I think I'm actually going to steal something I learned from Barry Sweet, who is our wilderness office, wilderness backcountry system coordinator. But he talks about Rocky Mountain National Park as being a place where people can come and remember how to be their best selves. How when you get out of the everyday routines and you get out of the, whatever business or whatever pressures you have, and you come and you spend time in this place, whether it's, touring the road and seeing the scenery from the road, or whether it's getting back on a backcountry experience, a wilderness experience, it gives us time to kind of reflect on who we are and what we're about, and remember our best selves. And I love that. It's true of our national parks in general, and it's really true here at Rocky Mountain National Park. You can come to Holsworth and you can learn about how people overcame setbacks and persevered and created something wonderful here. You can spend time in the natural world and contemplate what things were like if you were standing under 1,500 foot of ice. But yeah, I think it lets us remember some of the good things about who we are, about the country we live in, about what we can be.
Great. All right. Thank you guys so much. And that's our show. Thank you so much for joining us for yet another episode of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. Our next episode is going to be released in 2 weeks on Friday, July 28th. So make sure to tune in then. We really appreciate any comments that you want to leave for us on our homepage. And we also appreciate any reviews that you may want to give us in iTunes. Those reviews help other people find us. They get us onto recommended lists. They make us easier to find when people search. And of course, the best thing you can do is spread our podcast through word of mouth. We just had an article in the Estes Park Trail Gazette that you can find online highlighting the podcast and this project. And we're just trying to get it growing and going and in more people's ears and minds. So if you enjoy it and you think you know other people who might, please let them know to subscribe and hear all our episodes. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That is go.nps.gov/RMNpod. Each episode gets its own post on that page, and you can actually leave comments for each episode. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much for joining us again. We hope your next 2 weeks are awesome. We hope ours will be too. And we will see you next time. Bye for now.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
Note: this episode deals with an intense accident in Glacier. Please take care while you're listening.
I remember this distinct feeling of getting off that hitch and having that weekend to myself and just being completely content with life. I remember that moment of just like, oh, I am so happy. And I feel so good with where I am and who I am right now.
So what happened on the walk back?
I was on an incline. And when you walk on an incline in snow, you kind of like lean in, kick, 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 dig, kick, 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 dig. So I had kicked into the snow, but there was enough where I had kicked in and exposed it that I actually kicked in to ice. And I stepped on it, and it just took me out immediately.
You fell.
I did.
You fell off the High Line.
I began to slide. Yes, I fell off the High Line.
Every community, a high school, a workplace, a national park has its set of stories. Local legends, colorful rumors, and cautionary tales told in hushed whispers. They come and go, as people do, but I think some of these stories are etched into the fabric of these places. When I moved to Glacier last year, I started to learn the stories and characters of my new community. From the stories we've told on Headwaters to the old, locally famous characters I see referenced everywhere, like Joe Cosley, the notorious park ranger and poacher, or Josephine Duty, the moonshine mogul. One of these stories is that a trail crew employee once fell from the Highline Trail onto Going to the Sun Road and lived. It's almost beyond belief. And it felt a little taboo to know this about one of my neighbors. To know it happened, but not know them. To know what felt like their secret, but not their telling of it. This year, I became friends with that person. And I quickly realized that they don't see it as a secret. This story that I saw as a dark piece of their past was something that they brought light to, and in doing so, brought light to so much more. You're listening to Headwaters. I'm Gabby. This is a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. In this episode, we talk about how one event can change a life. This is the story of Morgan Bell's relationship with Glacier, a career on trail crew, and how a single day, a single step, changed everything. Do you get the sense that you'll go down in park history, park lore?
I think with such a substantial experience and story of survival, yes, I think my name will be associated with this place for a very long time. My name is Morgan Bell. I am a concession management specialist here at Glacier National Park, and I have been employed here for 22 years.
What brought you to Glacier then? What brought you to Montana?
I had received a letter from Glacier National Park in the mail advertising positions for trail maintenance.
Had you ever been to Glacier?
I had never been to Glacier.
Okay.
In all honesty, I had never even heard of Glacier National Park.
Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. So when you came out here at 22 to work trails, this place sort of represented adventure.
Yeah, it really set a stage for me to be my own person. It was my first time on my own.
22. Yeah. So what was working trails like here when you started?
It was super intense. It was exposing not only to the elements, but emotionally, like personal level exposing of being embodied in the woods with strangers for 6 months.
And you're physically doing a lot of work because you're clearing trails.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. What does that actually mean? What are you actually doing?
It consists of typically a season that runs from April to October, and you primarily in the spring are focusing on clearing down trees that would have fallen through winter storms.
Okay, to get them ready for visitors.
Yeah, for hiking. So we'd go out and clear trails with chainsaws, sometimes crosscuts, clean all of the drains so that water can move off of the trail. We built structures, so all of the bridges that you cross across creeks and rivers.
So it's taking a lot of you physically to be able to do all of that.
Physically, and then mentally, you're put into the wilderness and working hard in building relationships. But it really laid the foundation and gave me a glimpse into my ability of self, what I could and couldn't do. It was a really strengthening period for me.
So tell me about this culture of trails.
There's a lot of pride in it. There's a lot of ownership, and there's a lot of longevity.
If you're a newbie, it's like, are you going to stick around?
Are you going to stick around?
Yeah. Are you going to be what do trail people call themselves? Trail dogs?
Trail dogs.
Okay.
Yeah. Trail dogs. It's a right to become a trail dog. You have to work for it. It's a sense of pride to become one. Yeah, to become part of the pack. There was an authenticity to the relationships that you could build with individuals in such extreme environments. It was a community that provided instantaneous support. It was a wave of experiences with each other. We have 10 days where it just pours rain on us.
Everyone's unhappy.
Everyone's
miserable.
unhappy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that somehow connected us, and we still got the job done. We still had fun. We still made our meals together. Yeah.
So moved here when you were 22, started trails. At some point, you became crew lead.
Yeah, so typically each crew, depending on the district, is made up of anywhere from 4 to 6 individuals. My crew that year was myself, the crew lead, and then I had a maintenance worker, and I had 2 laborers. I was very excited and had a lot of pride to be a trail lead.
How old were you when that happened?
32. I really started to see how Glacier had shaped me into the individual that I was becoming. I can hike a trail. Like in my mind, I can envision a trail without being on it because I've been on it so many times.
That makes me think of knowing our homes in such an intimate way. And so these trails are sort of, like a home where
It is home. You know, I have a favorite tree. I have a favorite rock. And I have and I have memories built in certain areas, right? There's like those keynote moments that are kind of ingrained in my being. I became very integrated with Glacier. I identified with it. And there's an intimacy of how I connected with Glacier. My literal blood, sweat, and tears were put into the ground.
From working trails.
Trails exposed me to the deepest parts of myself. It built a level of strength and identity within me to understand myself. It was like a level of intimacy. Who would I be as an individual if I wasn't shaped
by trails?
It solidified that this was where I was supposed to be. I'm all about universal signs. And there was a moment before I came to work here. I was working in a physical therapy office at the front desk, and there was a calendar that I had. And one of the photographs I really admired. And so once the month had passed, I tore that page out and stuck it on my wall and would just look at it. Fast forward, and I'm standing at the top of Logan Pass, and I look around, and I was like, this is that picture. And so that was a pivotal moment for me where I was just like, this is where I'm supposed to be.
Logan Pass is the highest place you can drive to in Glacier, home to the Highline Trail. The Highline is cut steeply into the mountainside and parallels Going to the Sun Road for several miles. When I hiked the trail, I was surrounded by bear grass and other colorful wildflowers in bloom, and I was sweating as the warm summer breeze hugged me. When Morgan and her crew were there on that day in 2012, it was still spring, gloomy and snowy, and her cheeks were pink from the cold mountain air. She was there to get the trail open, clearing it of snow and debris to get it ready for the thousands of eager boots that hike the Highline every summer. This is no easy task on any trail. But now imagine one with drop-offs so steep that it feels like every butterfly in the world made its way to your stomach. As if that weren't enough, add snow and ice to the mix.
The morning had started July 3rd, 2012, but it was raining and it was like a low cloud cover. Definitely still spring, summer in the high country. Historically, trail crew is responsible for blasting snowfields on trails of high use. So we walked out, got to our destination, the last snowfield we needed to assess, and then we geared up and began our walk back to the trailhead. One of my trail members was in front of me. I was second in line in the group of 5. And him and I were just chatting up a storm. We were just like having really good conversation. And we had crossed a number of snowfields by this point, and we had approached our last one that we needed to cross. I got pretty far across it, and I could see there's seasonal water. This section of the trail, seasonal water flows. What had happened is that water had froze and created like an ice layer. I was on an incline, and when you walk on an incline in snow, you kind of like lean in, kick, 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 dig, kick, 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 dig. So I had kicked into the snow, but there was enough where I had kicked in and exposed it that I actually kicked in to ice. And I stepped on it, and it just took me out immediately. It was fast. Like, it wasn't like a whoopsie slip. It was like a slip, hit the ground, start sliding.
You're still on snow and ice.
I'm traveling still on snow and ice, yes. And I was crossing, the snow had kind of collected in a couloir of sorts, or like a natural chute that had been created through this water feature.
Okay.
So snow ran from the trail all the way to the road. It's not fluffy, it's not soft, it's not playful, it's icy, hard-packed, compacted snow. Very rough, and hard.
And if anything, is only making you slide faster.
Yeah. And the slope of which I was sliding was also steep. I hit the snow immediately and began to slide. And I recall when I first fell, I was on my back and I was going headfirst down the hill. I attempted to self-arrest with the hand tool I had, which was a shovel. So it's a method of putting it across your body and trying to dig it in and use it as a brake. I didn't have crampons or an ice axe. That wasn't something that we typically carried with us. I was able to like spin myself around with my shovel, and then I was feet first going down, trying to brake.
So now you're seeing
Now I'm seeing
the ground.
and where I'm going. But I'm like laying on my back still and trying to use my shovel. At some point, my shovel was ripped out of my hand and I lost it. And I remember in that pivotal moment, it was so fast, but everything was like so slow in that moment. And I remember just being very aware of what was happening, but extremely like methodical in my actions. So once I lost my shovel, I flipped myself back onto my stomach. And so now I'm traveling feet first on my belly. And my only attempt to slow myself down was to expand. So I put my arms out, starfish, essentially, put my arms out really far, began to dig in with my hands and my nails. My feet started to like kind of really push my toes into the snow. I remember like the sensation of my face dragging on the snow and the sound of it, the speed of it, and like the snow that I was gripping and moving across, like flying around me, and like screaming. It was incredibly loud. Really, really intense. Primal fear, like loss of control, and completely terrified. What my crew members experienced as well is that they heard me yell, "I can't stop."
So they're hearing you while they're still standing on the high line.
Yes, and they're watching me. They can see me sliding down. At a certain point, they lost sight of me and didn't know what the outcome was, but knew that I had made it to the road. Because from the high line, they could see the road itself, but they could see vehicles going around. Something.
On a slippery patch of hard snow and ice, Morgan slid 350 feet from the high line. That's more than the entire height of the Statue of Liberty. Then she free fell another 12 feet onto unforgiving pavement, onto Going to the Sun Road.
So I remember a majority of the slide, and at some point, I lost consciousness on the snowfield. And I came to on the road. I don't know the duration after I fell, like if it was seconds, minutes. Remember like being on all fours, on my belly and just kind of like lifting my head and seeing blood everywhere, like pooled up on the road, all over my face. I was like, oh my gosh, okay, I'm on the road. And at that very moment, it was like these little black shoes came running up and came within my view. And I was almost like in child's pose, hunkered down. And this individual was saying to me, like, are you okay? Where did you come from? I don't know how clear I was in communicating, but I recall saying, I fell from the high line. I'm trail crew. I was on the high line. I slid. I recall laying down and instantly feeling a lot of pressure in my head, intense pressure in my head and my face, just holding my head. And I recall people coming in, so visitor service assistants from Logan Pass came down to assist. They started performing an assessment on me of my injuries and stabilizing me, my C-spine and everything like that. The individual who had come upon me on the road was actually a registered nurse from Billings. From what I understand, rangers got on site and alert, which is an emergency helicopter, was called and took off immediately to come life flight me to the hospital. And so I was put on a board and put in the back of the shuttle bus and transported to Big Bend. And once alert was on site, they put me in an induced coma and got me in the helicopter, and we took off. I would never be who I was again. Even with complete healing, I would always be different. It would never be the same. That trails would never be the same. That my life and my activities and my existence as I knew it would never be the same.
Do you remember waking up in the hospital?
Mm-hmm.
Were you confused or?
No, I was incredibly ashamed. I remember my supervisor, who I have great admiration for, he was there in the room. They got the call that I had woken up. I was in the ICU, and the first thing I said was, I'm sorry. I remember him just being like, will you stop it? Like, why are you apologizing to me? Like, no apology is necessary. Yeah, I felt embarrassed. I felt ashamed. I felt that I had let the team down through my actions. Because I understood the consequences of what had happened, not only to me, but to the program as well.
In the days following, the park halted all trail crew operations while they investigated the accident. For the next season, there were new safety guidelines in place for snow travel. And every year since, trail crew does mandatory snow and ice safety training, where they practice using ice axes and crampons and setting up fall protection. Morgan's accident changed the trails program and the culture of snow safety throughout the entire park. Heads up, Morgan is about to describe her injuries. If you're not interested in listening to the details, you can skip ahead 2 minutes. So, when you woke up at the hospital, what were the physical injuries?
starting from the top. Traumatic brain injury. So I had swelling of the brain. So to stop that, what they had done is shaved my hair, just the top portion of my scalp, front portion, and created a laceration from my right ear to the apex of my head.
Like they cut that open.
They cut that open.
Wow.
And essentially peeled that down and drilled 3 holes into my skull, which alleviated the pressure of the fluid building up inside of there. And while they did that, I had also sustained multiple fractures to my face. And one of the more sustainable fractures that I had was completely shattering my forehead. So they went in and pieced it together with metal pieces that ironically are called dog bones. I broke my nose. I lost my front tooth, chipped it. I had multiple lacerations on my face, the most extreme being my upper lip, which had been torn off. In my cervical area and neck, I had a bilateral dissected carotid arteries, which essentially is the bands around my carotid arteries had exploded. I then had a right dislocated shoulder and a lacerated liver. So majority of the injuries were head and neck. Every single one of them was life-threatening.
Did you feel like you looked different? Like it was a different person that you were looking at after the accident?
Yeah, and that was really hard to look at myself. Really hard to look at myself after the accident. A lot of sadness for what I had done. It was just hard. It was hard to I don't feel myself as vain, but it's hard to look at yourself in a different context when something on your face changes or on your body changes. Essentially a stranger. The shell of me had changed. I had identified with myself for so long as someone in the mirror. And then to be looking and seeing the holes in my head and the scar on my forehead and the abnormal angle of my nose and the shift of my eyes and all of it, the missing tooth, the shaved head.
So there is this reckoning that you're going through with identity.
There was a reckoning of the identity, not only physically, but a reckoning of the loss of my identity of self and who I presented myself as, what I did.
Yeah.
Who I was. It was wiped clean in one fall. This loss of self and identity and my former relationship with Glacier for a very long time challenged me and put me in very dark places. Depression came naturally with it. I get covered by the darkness, and there's times that I can let it put me on the ground and be at the depths of it. Ultimately, there's an essence of my being that shines brighter.
Did the fall at any point feel like it defined Glacier for you? Like you were sort of avoidant of this place because it was too intense to go to Logan Pass or too intense to go through the entrance station?
Never.
Never.
No. I'd be remiss to say that it wasn't moments of anxiety driving up the road and approaching the chute. I know that none of this occurred out of vengeance, that I did something wrong to deserve this. I was eager to come back and connect. Such an integral part of my being. It was a loss. I was grieving. I was grieving Glacier. I was grieving that I wasn't able to immerse myself in it and that I had to be home. There was nothing I wanted more than to be here. This place means a lot to me, and I care immensely for every square inch of it. And so I have apologized to Glacier. We've come to an understanding together that that wasn't intentional. I have a direct line of sight of the garden wall from the foot of Lake McDonald. And while you can't see the exact location that I fell, it's still the general area. And I have allowed the wind to carry my words up valley, and I have allowed the wall's words to carry down to me. I honor it. Dubbed the chute, like, oh shoot.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah,
That's
oh,
what you call it when you
shoot.
go by it?
Yeah.
Hmm.
You know, yesterday I drove the road and I said hi to it as I passed it. I spotted it. I was like, oh, well, there it is.
Oh, shoot.
The oh shoot. And I don't pass it and associate it with the memories of falling. It's just like, wow, there is that pivotal point. The memories of the fall aren't associated with it anymore.
I don't think anyone would have blamed Morgan if she decided to leave this place after experiencing what she did. For all its beauty, Glacier has seen some truly horrible things, Morgan's accident, and so many others. This place has stories that I will never really know, or for that matter, understand. Maybe all places and communities do. But I think Morgan is right, that to really know a place, a community, means honoring that darkness.
There's not a conversation where it's like me without Glacier. It has been such an integral part of my life for 2 decades on so many levels. It's where I have worked. It's where I've experienced loss. It's where I fell in love. It's where I've raised my daughters. It's where I have some of my closest relationships and life memories embodied. It is here. The epitome of a trail dog is like strength and tenacity, you know? And I was exemplifying that like tenfold by surviving. It was just the circumstances.
Right?
It was
ice.
It was ice. It was an accident.
It was an accident. Yeah.
I sometimes ponder with the idea of like, was it intentional? Did it have to be me? And did I get to survive for the purpose of what I am now? It was supposed to be me. Yeah. So it's really curious. Like, where would I be?
Yeah.
Where would I be without this experience? Where would I be without this place? So I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much for letting me share my story.
Well, we love you.
I love you guys too. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Walm. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Morgan Bell for sharing her story so candidly and gracefully. We also appreciate Duncan Lennon and Cameron Avison for all of their insight into the Trails program. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Miles Barger.
Miles, how's it going?
Going great.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good. How's your drive to work today?
Very short.
Yeah. How are the roads?
Very clear and in excellent condition.
That's good to hear.
Honestly, yeah.
So, speaking of roads, to start, I have a trivia question. I'm curious if I would say this is on the easier of some of the questions that we've been hearing, but
Okay.
Do you know how many miles of road are in Yellowstone National Park?
475.
That is very close. 452, I
Oh.
think, is the number that I've been given from facilities in some of the reports that I've read. But yeah, 450 plus. And that's roughly the distance between like DC and South Carolina, Charleston, as the crow flies. So it's like multiple states. So it's a lot of roads that are in the park that we maintain
In harsh conditions.
in harsh conditions.
On a volcano. No big deal.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. It's either burning the road away or it's frozen and under snow.
Or both.
Or both. Yeah. For many. And so to talk a little bit about that, I think when people come to the park, they just drive on the roads. You kind of take that for granted. But there's a lot of work that goes into keeping those up to date. So today we're joined by Brian Batzloff. He's the engineering equipment operator supervisor for the special projects crew. Did I get that correct?
You got that correct.
All right. Well,
Yep.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah. How are you
Thanks
doing
for
today?
having me. Good.
Yeah. How was your drive to work today?
It was wonderful.
Yeah. And when the roads are in bad shape, and you're like, man, that pothole, like what happens in your mind when you're driving and you hit a pothole?
I try to figure out why it's there.
Who do I need to
More
call to
than
get this
anything.
fixed?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, we'll go ahead and get started. When and where did you get your start in the National Park Service?
Here in Yellowstone, actually, I started, got my first job here in 1998. I was a carpenter's helper in the carpenter shop here in Mammoth. And then that was my last year of college. And then I went back to school, tried out some telecom work for a little bit in Atlanta, Georgia, and then decided I wasn't a city person. So I came back here. My family's from the area here right outside the north entrance. So I'm actually a third generation to work here in Yellowstone.
Oh, that's awesome.
My dad and my grandfather both worked up here in the park. Actually, my grandfather's on both sides.
What?
Whoa.
Wow. So, what jobs did they do?
So my grandfather, ironically, he at one time held my position for a short time, which is, I didn't know that until recently when I was going through some of my dad's stuff, and I actually found his old nameplate from his door on there. So I have it in my office now.
Oh, that's
actually
super cool.
too. But no, he came, I believe in the 50s, shortly after World War II, after he got out of there, and he came with his uncle to Yellowstone and started his career out in Grant Village, and then kind of worked his way into Mammoth here. And then I think when he retired, he was the foreman for the carpenter shop.
Awesome. And you mentioned him working at Grant Village. You are on special projects. That's based out of Mammoth.
Yep.
Have you worked at other areas
I
in the
did.
park?
My first full-time position at Yellowstone was out at Old Faithful. And I was a heavy equipment operator out there for about a year. And then an opening came back with special projects, and they actually approached me for a lateral transfer for that position.
So between the job that you currently have and that first job, you mentioned that you had some movement in there to get where you currently are. Can you walk us through all the variety of jobs that
Sure.
you've had?
So, like I said, my first year I was in the carpenter shop as a carpenter's helper, and then had that year where I was down trying to do the telecom stuff in Georgia.
You're Rumspringa.
Yeah. And then when I came back, I actually applied for a labor position with special projects. And when I got that job, I enjoyed the work. And so I just tried to take in as much as I could with the job and everything, and saw what I could do. And then my next position with them was a seasonal truck driver, motor vehicle operator for them. And then eventually when I was able to get on at Old Faithful as a heavy equipment operator, and then transferred into Mammoth, then worked my way up to be the work lead for special projects. And then here probably 3 years ago, I was hired as a supervisor for special projects.
Awesome. Yeah, it's really cool. Like a lot of the jobs in the Park Service, this is like a theme that we've noticed, I think, is that people need to move around a lot to kind of, have to find advancement. But Yellowstone, because it's big enough, that there is also that opportunity for a lot of people, that there's more linear ladder opportunities here than other parks. Like a lot of times it's just, you might be the only heavy equipment operator and it's at a certain level. And if you want to promote, you got to go somewhere else.
That's correct.
So yeah, that's cool to hear. Do you have a typical day? And like, I know that there's seasons, like,
sure,
but like,
for us, there's really not a typical day. I mean, we have our big projects, our large projects in the summer, which consist of paving projects and chip sealing projects, which are road maintenance that we have to do every year, certain sections of the road. But, there's always the stuff that comes up, and that seems to be a daily occurrence, especially with the higher visitation and use and everything. We see more and more stuff that actually wouldn't normally, be there as far as that goes. But a typical day, I try to get into work probably about an hour before our team shows up, and then get everybody rolling, as my group likes to be out the door and working. So I try to have them out the door by 7:00 on the dot there, so they can get after it. And then kind of whatever the day takes us is where it kind of goes there.
So if not a typical day, do you have typical seasons of the, you mentioned a summer season. So like what sort of projects do you guys do in different times of the year?
So like for the summer season, like I just mentioned, basically the chip seal and the paving projects. And unfortunately, it's the time where we hinder the most with the public and the visitors. But with the way our work is, it's depends on the weather. I mean, we can't work in the real cold temperatures. We can't do this work if there's a lot of moisture, so unfortunately, July, August is when we're the busiest. And, we do create a lot of traffic problems out there in the park, but it is for the betterment so that they can have nice surfaces to see the park on, and then in the fall, we start winding down a little bit, and we actually start gearing up for spring opening, for opening the park in the spring, because that is it takes us about 3 months to do all of our plowing. We start to open the park after snowmobiles in March, the first week of March. And we typically don't get done until usually it's Memorial Day weekend is what we shoot for, but the first week of June, a lot of years.
Wow.
And that's because we have to cover also the Beartooth Highway, which is outside the park, but it's 11,000, about 11,000 feet, I think, is the elevation up there. So there'll be snow 30, 40 feet deep up there in early June.
So for somebody who's interested in, getting into this line of work, is there a skill set or something that that is the most important to have for like
a lot of it's just you got to be willing to work hard, and put in the time, because our groups put in a lot of time. We use a lot of project money. So in the summertime, we have the ability to have overtime, and it takes the overtime to get these jobs done. But it'll be typical when we're on our projects. We'll work 12, 13, sometimes 14-hour days, 5 to 6 days a week if we need to, for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. And then, as we jump to the next project. So you've got to be willing to, put the time in and everything, but it pays off in the long run.
So speaking of overtime, I know that your crew was responsible for the, when we had the flood in June 13th, 2022, you guys were basically the first responders, more or less to the road that is now paved. Like It was an old dirt road. What, your crews did that? Like how much time and effort did you guys
oh man, that
seems like you worked around the clock.
Just about
is my memory.
Just about. We were,
we started. For people who don't remember, for people who don't remember the flood, the one developed road between headquarters and the rest of the world basically just got wiped out. So I remember you guys were on it. Seemed like instantly.
Yeah, they gave us the okay. I can't remember the exact date. I believe it was 2 days after. And we needed to get the old wagon road from Mammoth to the north entrance in Gardner shaped up to where we could get access, because basically Mammoth was cut off, to everything. And at one point, both Gardner and Mammoth were cut off to everywhere because Highway 89 was also flooded out at Yankee Jim Canyon. And so, yeah, we started on and, talking with Cam and everything, it's like, do what you got to do to get it done. So we started on 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we just hammered it out until they kind of got things in place to have a contractor come in and kind of take it the rest of the way to final completion. But
yeah, you guys crushed that. Thank you again for all of that.
No problem.
Us that live in Mammoth, I think we can't thank you guys and your team enough. That was really awesome.
I couldn't believe how fast it was.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, just if anyone had been on the OGR before that, it was basically like,
yeah, if it rained a little bit, you couldn't ride a bike.
It's ice.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't ice, but it was just the way the dirt is around here is just so slippery. And so to see it go from that to passable in a passenger car,
you definitely wouldn't recognize it now. If, you wouldn't realize what was under there before.
It's amazing.
For sure.
Yeah. So, what's your favorite part of the job?
That's kind of a tough question. I mean, there's a lot of things. Of course, when you've worked here as long as I have, there's so many different things you could jump into. But I just like, more of the challenge, of everything. And like I mentioned before, with the higher visitation. So that creates its own challenges, and to try to not ruin the visitor experience for everybody. So the challenges that go into planning the projects and making sure that everything's up and running, I think is probably what I enjoy the most of it. And it creates a lot of stress as well. But
So yeah, like on the flip side, you have things that we all love about working in a national park. Are there any, what's your biggest challenge or the hardest part of your job?
Again, I think it would be the planning phase, because there's so many variables. I mean, between weather, between traffic, between just anything just for instance, the OGR, just all of a sudden that threw our whole summer into chaos, because we still had to get our normal work done too that summer. And it just, and that's kind of the way we run a little bit is get our stuff done. And then whatever else pops up, we'll try to fit that into and go from there.
Were you guys able to take a break that winter once it snowed and the road was there?
Somewhat. We ended up having a fairly decent winter that winter also. So this winter has actually been kind of a blessing for us.
Yeah. So, with the challenges, obviously if everything's great all the time, then there's no, reason to leave. But with challenges, even with those, what keeps you here? What keeps you in the green and gray?
It goes back to the challenges. I mean, I like the challenge. I like to be able to push myself and push my team, and they like to be pushed, and me to be able to say that I went out and look at what we did for that project and be happy with what we did, and have people to come back and even tell us and compliment. I mean, just like you guys' compliments with us, here, that the pride that we have in our work is really.
Do you have is there a moment in your Park Service career that kind of stands out as like a defining moment, or something that you did, or like something that you look back on and you're like, man, we did that?
If you put it that way, there could be so many, just because of what we do with what we have and what we have to do. I could probably say that for a lot of things, and everything. I can't say that there's one specific thing. I mean, I just look back, there's a lot of years, and I look back and say, wow, we accomplished that much. I mean, I guess the OGR would be a great example though, for that, because that's not just us either. The whole team, the whole park came together for that.
Yeah.
We had a major role in it, but there was a lot more involved than just us.
Yeah. So, we've had a lot of people talk about, how they feel like, the mission of the National Park Service and, keeping this place in great shape for visitors and for future generations. When we think of, national parks, a lot of people think about the resource itself, you guys are working on roads. How do you see yourself fitting into this mission? Like, what is the how do you feel that you personally and your team contributes to that larger mission?
Well, the infrastructure is major. I mean, that's the major of what the visitors, that's their main travel ways, and that makes the experience of their trip to the park. If the infrastructure is poor, they might have the most beautiful scenery, but if they have to drive over terrible roads and, to get there and are miserable doing it, then, they're not going to have a good time and enjoy themselves. So it's important what we do and what we have to do here.
Do you have a lot of employees that come into the Park Service from like private industry contractors, things like that?
We get a few.
Because I'm just curious what the experience is like. Like it's different. I'm sure. Like you said, planning around the visitors and
yep. And it's so with what we do, we're so varied in the different tasks that we perform. So we'll get a few private, people that come from private professional settings and everything. But a lot of people, I mean, for us, for a lot of years, it's been a lot of development. We've had to develop a lot of people and everything because a lot of private sector stuff is more centralized on, I do this. They don't have maybe as wide a range of what their skill sets and what they're needed to be. And it doesn't seem like we get as many applicants from the private sector. And I don't know if that is pay gap difference or where that comes from, but we do a lot of interdevelopment for us.
And so is there like formal training or, for somebody who is wanting to get into this, like how does one get into your line of work?
So there is formal trainings out there. There's a lot of like tech schools and things like that will do the trainings, heavy equipment trainings, truck driving trainings for commercial driver's license and things like that. We don't require necessarily any formal training. We do have obviously the trainings that we do through the Park Service and that we do through our department, and everything to keep everything up. And the in-house trainings we do to develop our people is kind of the direction we go. But in order to get these jobs, obviously, you do have to have some experience, with the heavy equipment.
You probably need a driver's license.
And a driver's license, yes, obviously. And so we require all of our heavy equipment operators have to have a commercial driver's license, Class A Type 1. And so they have to be able to maintain one of those licenses to perform the duties. But other than that, for the most part, no formal training is necessarily required for it.
Gotcha. So this is, for the people that are listening that are interested in this type of career, and if they were to go on USA Jobs and look for this, what is the series of your job like? And the people that work for you, do you have that?
I believe you actually.
Yeah.
I wrote it down because I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Well, and we're laughing with ourselves because it's like this. It's so in the weeds. You apply for it, and then you're like, I forget what my job was. Yeah.
So the series is actually for the equipment operators is 5716. We actually do have a couple of other series that are for our seasonals, and I think 3502 is one, and that would be kind of our entry level positions there, and those are seasonal positions. And then I think 5703 is for our seasonal motor vehicle operators that drive our dump trucks and things like that.
And what grade are those entry level positions?
So the entry level for the labor positions are WG5s, and then our seasonal truck drivers would be WG8s.
Gotcha. Cool. So, do you have any advice for somebody other than, obviously have your grandfather work in a park and
Sure.
you're born into it is, not everybody can do that. But
Right.
now that you've been in it, you've been doing it for a while, for somebody who is, looking at, transitioning, getting out of the city and wanting to come drive a truck in Yellowstone, what sort of advice?
I would say, first of all, get your license.
Yeah.
Obviously, your commercial driver's license, and apply. Just apply. Get out there and apply for multiple jobs. See what you can get, because there's different things. What we do might not be best suited for what you want to do, but you don't know till you get there.
Mm-hmm. I think I've heard that Yellowstone has one of the largest fleets of vehicles out of like every park. We have like 1,200 or something like that. How many heavy equipment machines do we have that you guys run?
That's actually a really good question. We have probably just of heavy equipment. This isn't counting our dump trucks, our tractor trailers, our pickups, and our utility trailers and things like that. We have over 70 pieces of equipment just for special projects.
Wow.
Different piece of equipment.
So for our for all the 5-year-old boys that are listening that want to know all the different pieces of equipment, can you rattle off some of the ones that you guys have that you use?
Yeah, I can. So we use road graders. We actually have 5 of those just on special projects. We have front end loaders, bulldozers, rotary snow plows. That's usually everyone's favorite.
I got to ride in one with you.
Yep,
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah.
Yep. And those are pretty amazing machines. The ones we have right now will move, I think, 3,500 tons of snow an hour.
Oof.
And yeah, and we have 7 of those.
Wow.
Because as like you were saying before, we have over 400 miles of road in the park, and as what we plow in the spring, we have to plow over 300 miles of that in the springtime over packed snow that's been groomed all winter and packed down like concrete, basically. So, and we have basically 2 months to get that done.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's crazy. Have you seen the operation before, Miles? Like, have you ever seen like in person?
I haven't seen the full operation. I was just wondering I've seen pictures, but I was wondering what the full cadre of vehicles is.
It's pretty, if you get a chance, I think if you can look on YouTube and look up Minute Out in It.
Yep.
I think is what it's called. And that gives a pretty good show. It's a pretty good video of most of the equipment working. And that's our park plowing here, which that operation is a little different than when we're up on the Beartooth Pass because snow conditions are a little bit different. But in that operation, we have one grader that has a V plow on the front of it, and we hook 2 bulldozers to the front of it, and we have to pull it through the snow,
Whoa.
break up the snow.
Yeah, it's
And
crazy
that's
to
wild.
see.
Yeah.
And then you got the cleanup crew that comes in behind
Yep.
and widen
And-
it.
And widens everything out with
Do you have a mechanic with you?
we run 2 mechanics with us the whole time out
Wow.
there. And then we have 2 actually separate rotary plows that run in the areas when they get out in the park. So they'll split off from the main crew and they'll work in the areas, and they'll have a mechanic with them so that we can open up the areas while we're still opening the roads.
Yeah, it's so I've
been
had
amazing.
when my first year here, I came after winter and it was the spring plowing, and I had the opportunity to go out. I think we were at Lake, right?
Yep,
It's
we
like
were
in that
between Lake and Grant. Yep.
Yeah, and Brian was running the rotary plow, and just like it like hucks snow forever. It's really cool to see that. And then I think 2 winters ago, I went up to the Beartooths. And it was like a lower snow year, but it still was like a 35-foot wall of snow. What's the name of that big famous curve?
They call it the bar drift there. Yeah, and I don't know the full history on it, but it has to do with years ago, back when the state of Montana and the state of Wyoming would meet, because the state of Montana plows the Montana side, and then we take care of the Wyoming side. They would meet up there, and then they would cut a bar into the snow out there in June or whatever, and then the town of Red Lodge would come up and they'd have a big party. And I believe, I'd have to look this up to get verification, but I believe there's some pictures out there. At one time, they even had an elephant up there which is so random. You know?
Yeah, it's really like just unbelievable to see that operation. And again, that happens in closed areas. Like it's just another thing that happens behind the scenes. You know, you drive through construction in the summer, but you're not driving through the plow operations. Right. And so, yeah, that's like a huge thing and the schedule that you keep. I used to work in Glacier, and they also have a road that requires crazy plowing, the Going to the Sun road, but they don't really put a time limit on it. It's kind of like it's open when we're done.
Yeah.
You guys are like cutthroat, like we got to hit these dates. These are when the things open.
And we're pretty proud of that. We haven't missed for the park. We haven't missed an opening date since I've been plowing out here. And I think I've been plowing since 2007 or 2008. Yeah.
Yeah. Knock on wood. Yeah. There we go. So, yeah.
Another thing I was wondering about is like, I assume you kind of get to know different areas of the park when it, being on a volcano is so weird.
Sure.
It's just like, has it been interesting over all these years to get to like, there's probably going to be a pothole there this year.
Sure.
And like, because the weirdest things pop up on the road, I'll just, one day I'm driving, it's fine. I'd come the next day and there's just like a 3-foot tall, 3-foot wide bubble in the road.
And some of it's so unpredictable because the geothermal stuff moves so much. I mean, there could be an area that you've never had problems with before, and all of a sudden an issue pops up, and like I think Jake was kind of saying before, we built roads on a volcano. What's not a volcano, we're on high mountain slopes or over swamps. So we don't have the most ideal areas that our roads corridors are built on.
Yeah, and I hadn't thought too about the increased visitation, and also like vehicles just keep getting bigger.
Right.
Yeah,
You
like
know, like-
RVs are bigger.
And
than
then
when,
and then a lot of electric vehicles are really heavy.
yeah.
Like it's amazing sometimes when I read the weights on these things. I'm like, whoa, 7,000 pounds for a normal sized pickup or something. I hadn't thought about that, but
Yeah. So before we go, one of the last things that we like to ask everybody is, it doesn't have to be work related. I mean, if it was, then that's great. But do you have a favorite story of, in a national park, whether vacation or on work time, just like something where you're like, man, this is such a cool thing that I'm a part of that I get,
Probably, and it's not really a story because it encompasses a few years of time, but I was able to actually, when my dad's last few years here, I was able to work beside him a little bit. He worked in a separate crew. He worked for the North District maintenance crew at the time, but I was able to work alongside him on a lot of projects and stuff his last few years before he retired. So that's pretty amazing when you look at the scope of what the Park Service entails and everything.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. Did you guys have a father-son friendly competition going on whose work was the best?
Oh, there's always that.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's even now.
Yeah. So, that was awesome. Thanks for joining us today. I don't know, Miles, do you have any other things you'd like to ask?
no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we appreciate, again, all the work that you guys do, and especially all the work that, hopefully you guys can relax this winter a little bit from the winter 2 winters ago and all that OGR stuff. So.
Yeah. Well, thanks again. I appreciate the time and getting the word out there on what we do. Because we are kind of one of the behind the scenes type of people. They might see us out there and everything, but a lot of people don't know actually what we really do. So,
yeah. Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Brian Batzloff. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
It's Thursday, August 10th, 2017, and I have the day off.
For context, we were both rangers here in the summer of 2017.
Yes, and the job of leading guided hikes, campground talks, and staffing the visitor center is very rewarding, but can also be exhausting. So when the weekend rolled around, some friends and I planned a relaxing backcountry camping trip. We got a permit for the backcountry campground on the west shore of Lake McDonald, one of the few backcountry campgrounds that you can paddle a canoe to. So we loaded our gear into dry bags, packed our life jackets, and set sail for some R&R. The campground itself is known for being sunny. It burned over in a wildland fire in 2003, and the remaining lifeless and limbless trees offer little in the way of shade.
That's an understatement.
So we set out in the afternoon, thinking we'd arrive after the heat of the day had passed. The first half of the paddle was nice and sunny, but the further we went, the clouds began to roll in. With each stroke, the sky seemed to grow darker, and we paddled faster and faster and faster to reach the shoreline. We thought we'd beaten the weather as we pulled our canoe ashore, but a clap of thunder echoed off the mountains and signaled the night that was yet to come. As we frantically assembled our tents and shabby burritos, the storm arrived. Rain came in a torrent, instantly soaking me through my jacket, and we hung our food up so we could retreat to our tents, but then the wind began to pick up. In my memory, what came next was a loud, deafening blur. Rain pelted the ground and began to sound like angry radio static. The wind was strong enough you had to brace yourself against it or be blown over. It began to topple the trees around us, and as they crashed down left and right, we ran to the lakeshore for safety as lightning and thunder reverberated up above. But just like that, it was over. The air was calm, the rain had stopped, and we breathed a collective sigh of relief as we returned to the soggy rice and bean burritos we'd put away. As we ate, we tried to make sense of what had just happened, pointing out the trees that had fallen down, comparing how well our jackets had worked, but only then, with mouthfuls of burrito, did we notice a column of smoke across the lake. Smoke that would eventually grow to become the Sprague Fire that burned 17,000 acres and the Sperry Chalet.
Wow, that's crazy that you sat through the storm that started it all. I was actually just straight across the lake from you at the same time, at the Lake McDonald Lodge. I was supposed to give the evening ranger program up at the Lake McDonald Lodge auditorium that night. It was super stormy as I drove up from Apgar. And while I was getting ready for my talk, the power went out in the building. It was pitch black in the auditorium. I didn't think people would really be able to safely walk around the room, so I just decided to cancel the program. So if you were trying to attend the ranger program at the Lake McDonald Lodge auditorium on August 10, 2017, I'm very sorry, you'll have to catch me another time. When I canceled, I stood outside the building to let people know that the program wouldn't be happening that night. It was at 8:36 p.m., a few minutes after the talk was scheduled to start, that lightning struck the hillside above me and ignited the Sprague Creek fire. With no program to give, I drove back down to my office in Apgar. There were lots of people just standing around and watching the flames. So, in a routine that would become common over the coming months, from across the lake, I watched the fire glow against the dark night sky. I was still wearing my ranger uniform, so I stayed on the beach there for hours, answering questions from concerned visitors.
The fire became a spectacle. At night, people would gather to watch it burn. Slowly at first, then rapidly as one hot and dry week was followed by another.
In all, the Sprague fire burned for about 3 months on the east shore of Lake McDonald, until it was finally extinguished by autumn snow.
Here on Lake McDonald, wildfire is a fact of life. For plants, animals, and people alike, if you want to exist here, you've got to learn to live with it.
In this episode, we're going to learn about something that's becoming an everyday concern for people around the American West. What happens when people and wildfire come together?
Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast. Brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here.
And today we're in the Lake McDonald Valley.
Near the west entrance of the park, the Lake McDonald area is the most visited region of Glacier. Lake McDonald itself is one of the park's most cherished attractions. At 10 miles long and over a mile wide, it's also the largest lake in Glacier.
This area gets hit with a ton of lightning, and that means that wildfires start with considerable frequency.
What happens in a place dense with people and fire? And that's what we're going to explore in this episode. To start out, I wanted to talk to someone who knows the park as well as anyone, even better than most rangers.
My name is Chris Peterson, and I am the editor of the Hungry Horse News.
Oh yeah, Chris.
Hardly anything happens in Northwest Montana without Chris writing or at least knowing about it.
Seems like he's been here forever. How long has Chris been around?
Since 1998, which would make it, this will be my 23rd summer.
I've seen his byline a lot, but he's a photographer too, right?
Yeah, you're right. After graduating college, Chris started working for a small town daily newspaper in New York, where he started to pick up photography.
Back in New York, at the Daily, you had to shoot your own photos. So my photos were terrible. I was an awful photographer. Didn't know what I was doing. And so I started shooting Buffalo Bills games. You know, at a Buffalo Bills game, there's like 85,000 people there, but there's also 120 photographers. So you could learn a lot just by watching the other guys.
And after he really developed his photography skills, he landed a new job.
So that kind of set up my portfolio. And then the Hungry Horse News had put out an ad for a photographer, and I applied and I got the job. And the rest is kind of history, I guess.
That's a big switch to go from photographing Bills games to bald eagles.
Yeah, it's a big adjustment, but he took to it. But part of covering news in the West is wildfire, something Chris didn't have any experience with from his time in New York.
Oh, well, in New York, there aren't, big fires, yeah, but they were all houses or, tire dumps.
But it didn't take him long to get experience. His second summer, he covered the West Flat Top Fire. 2 years after that, the Moose Fire, then the Anaconda Fire.
So I'd cut my teeth.
All of which led up to 2003. You had a couple seasons of experience then covering summer fires. What was the feeling going into the summer of 2003?
You know, in retrospect, we probably should have known that we were going to have a big fire year. But I can remember in June, like, just people just having fun because it didn't rain. I mean, June typically is one of the wettest months, if not the wettest month in the park. It didn't rain. So everyone was having, everyone's camping and fishing and floating, and, the park is just full of people. And
the fire danger rating has been moved up and is now high.
But by July, fires began to crop up. In fact, on July 17th, after a morning storm, 6 fires were spotted in the park.
Oh, wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, more fires than the park sees in some whole years, just in one morning. The next day, Numa Ridge Lookout spotted the Wedge Canyon fire in the North Fork, which within 2 days had grown to 4,000 acres, and due to the number of homes in the area, was the #1 priority fire in the nation.
Wow. So what was Chris doing at the time?
We were out running around taking photos of them. Drove up and looked at Wedge Canyon, and man, it was ripping across the ridge one day. So we knew, unless it rained, that things were probably going to get worse, not better. I don't think we thought they'd get as bad as they did.
At the same time the Wedge Canyon fire was burning in the North Fork, a fire was burning in the heart of the Upper McDonald Creek Valley, the Trapper Fire. The fire at the heart of our story was, at the time, so remote that it was seen as a low priority. Park employees like Chris Baker, the lookout stationed on Swift Current Mountain, described what it looked like. She wrote an article after the fire all about it. Here, can you read the first part?
Okay. When I arrived back at Swift Current, Flat Top Mountain was puffing here and there, but the smokes just weren't that impressive. The lightning storm had planted its seeds, but nothing much was showing yet. So for a while, Trapper was underwhelming?
Yeah, it was.
But that obviously didn't last forever.
No, it did not.
July 23rd comes along. Changes everything.
The forecast for the 23rd called for extreme winds, 30 miles an hour or more.
Right, exactly. And so that's why we're at the loop on the 23rd.
Now, if you've ever driven the Going to the Sun Road to Logan Pass from Lake McDonald, you may remember the loop as the single hairpin turn on the whole route. As the road turns back on itself, you've got 8 miles left till Logan Pass as you rise above the trees, getting a view of the McDonald Creek Valley, and Chris hoped the Trapper Fire.
Okay, it's a pretty windy day. Let's get up there, see what's going on. Let's take a look at it.
His instincts were right. Chris Baker, the lookout at Swift Current, watched the Trapper Fire grow that day. And rather than have you read everything, Andrew, I had a friend read the rest of her quotes for us.
There was no mistaking it when Trapper decided to make its move. I was looking right at it when it did. That wimpy white column suddenly grew tall, turned to brown, then black. Then it was wider and moving.
And you could see that fire probably, I'm guessing, 5 miles away. And it's just starting to look like a tornado. If you can imagine a really big tornado in the sense that it's like this big circular cloud of black, and it just starts spinning, and you can see it, and it's coming closer and closer and closer.
Wow, that's nothing like what I expected.
And Chris was far from the only person at the loop watching this unfold.
I mean, more and more people showed up, and we're just watching it, and there were other people there. Everyone's taking pictures.
So there were reporters like Chris there, visitors had stopped to take pictures. There's even a corporate marketing team there.
And one of the more memorable things was there was this couple of women in their 20s with like tank tops on, and they had a Red Bull pickup truck. You know, Red Bull, that energy drink. But it had like a big fake can on the back of the pickup truck.
As the fire was coming closer and closer and everyone was taking photos, the Red Bull staff was running around with free samples.
Okay, I think watching a fire race towards you is a situation where you definitely would not need the extra boost from an energy drink.
Yeah, I think you're right. But with or without the Red Bull, Chris described the atmosphere being charged with anticipation and excitement.
So we're taking pictures of her with the smoke and the fire and smoke and stuff in the background, and they're taking pictures, and it just kind of got into like almost a party type of atmosphere in the sense that here it comes, and it came like right to the edge of the the canyon. It was just a freight train.
But he must have gotten out safely.
He did.
the fire gets to the loop, everyone he takes off because it's going to burn over the loop. It's obvious it's not going to stop.
As it burned over the loop, it claimed anything in its path. Vehicles that were parked there, trailhead signs. Heck, for years there were stains on the pavement from where porta potties melted into the asphalt.
That's kind of gross. What happened next?
Well, the Trapper Fire continued to burn uphill straight towards the Granite Park Chalet. And, well, you'll have to wait and see. I talked to Mike Sanger, one of the employees that was at Granite Park Chalet that night, later in the episode.
I see.
But Chris's experience goes to show that even when it's coming towards you, even when it's endangering your own safety, you can't help but watch fire. As powerful and destructive as it is, it has a sort of magnetism.
My name is Tony Cashola Sr. I'm a director for the Salish Kalispel Culture Committee for the Confederate Salish and Kootenai Tribes.
People interacting with wildfire here is not a new phenomenon. In fact, it's been happening for thousands of years. To learn more, I decided to talk to Tony and Cashola Sr. about the role that fire plays in the traditional Salish way of life. We talked about how, from Tony's perspective, not enough people understand the significance and value of fire. This misunderstanding of our environment makes fire more dangerous. And he talked about how national parks are a place where we can learn to connect with the natural world. So Tony, if we have listeners from other parts of the country or the world who aren't familiar with the Salish people, what do they need to know about Salish history?
According to the stories from our elders, the Salish speaking people have been in this area since the last ice age. My group, my band of Salish are the most eastern Salish speaking people here in Montana. And our Aboriginal territory consisted of about 22 million acres. And then came along in 1855 when more settlers and homesteaders moved into our area. A treaty was negotiated, and it took several days before the leaders of the tribe agreed to be put on a reservation. And so that's why we are where we're at today on our 1.3 million acre reservation here. So that's kind of in a nutshell from the past where we started and how we got to where we're at as Salish-speaking people.
So I wanted to have you in today to talk about fire. What role does fire have in the Salish tradition?
The Salish people, they would set fires to their favorite hunting areas, their favorite spots. When the weather was predictable, they would set fires, knowing that the fire would be put out as soon as the snow got here. So there was no fear of that being a wildfire. When they did that, they could go back in the springtime, and where they had set fire, they could see all the new growth coming up, the green grass, clearing the underbrush for the berries and for all the other foods that were necessary, both food and medicinal plants. It would clear it out. It was like doing work in a garden. You know, as you go in a garden, you clean out all the weeds. That's what they used fire for.
Were there other advantages to setting fires?
The other thing they used, it, of course, before they had horses and before they had rifles, you know, getting buffalo, hunting buffalo, sometimes was very difficult on foot. So sometimes they'd look at certain areas and they'd see these areas and they'd use fire to bring the herd to certain places. And then once they get to these certain jumps, that they'd build these running lanes, and they used these cliffs for these buffalo jumps to go over there. So that was another way of using the fire.
That's really interesting, using fire to manage vegetation and to drive buffalo over cliffs to hunt efficiently. It's a pretty amazing technique. How did traditional people actually manage these fires?
It's just like our professionals today. We have professional fisheries, water people in those areas. Well, back then they had these people that were dedicated and assigned to fires. And they were the ones that were only ones that would set the fire because they've studied fire, they've understood fire, and so they're the ones that were allowed to set these fires.
And how did they actually start the fires? Where did the embers come from?
They used buffalo horns or different things to carry these embers of fire because it was so hard, to make fire. So they'd make a fire and then take these embers and store them in these buffalo horns or something. Then they'd have these fire starters, what they call them, fire starters. They'd gallop to these different places and they'd set fire. And like I said, only those people were allowed to do that.
Why do you think so many people have negative feelings about fire?
One, I think, is misunderstanding exactly what fire is, what it means, and what it could do. The other thing is fear. Naturally, it's frightening. I mean, you look at California today, how dry, how brushy some of those go up like matchsticks. And I think that's what people are afraid of, that because they don't understand fire, not knowing how our environment works, how the trees, how the animals, how the rain, how the fire, everything has a role in our ecosystem. And the people today don't understand that. They don't understand how our ecosystem works. They need to know that fire is necessary. Fire must happen so that we don't get what we're getting in California today.
What's the reason for this poor understanding of ecosystems?
I think because of the value system that we created and the values that we think are more important now today, that our lives are put first rather than together with other things. Everything goes hand in hand. One of the things when I was growing up, my grandparents and my parents and all of my elders that have always taught me and always said, every living thing is an equal. You treat it as an equal. You don't think you're better. You don't dominate, because you dominate, you destroy. And that's what we have as human beings. We've dominated certain things, we've changed certain things, and we've destroyed that. And so I think a lot of that is misunderstood. And national parks are kind of a stronghold of what used to be. So national parks are places that continue to be very important, especially to me, especially to natives that understand what the park is, because it used to be this whole country. And there's still a need for parks. There's still a need for the areas like this, for our spirituality, for our well-being, for our minds. How many times have we in our lives have got so frustrated with our jobs, with the things that we do every day over and over, that we need these areas of solitude to go to, touch the ground again, to put your feet back on the ground and kind of soothe everything, that all that weight seems to lift and create something, a peace of mind that lets you move forward again. We need these places.
So, fire has a long history in this place. It can be a creative as well as a destructive force. And whether you like it or not, it's a factor that has to be considered in deciding how to manage this park. To learn more about what role wildland fire plays in the ecosystem here, I decided to talk to Dawn LaFleur.
My name is Dawn LaFleur, and I am the vegetation management biologist for the park.
What does a vegetation management biologist do?
What does that entail? It basically manages the vegetation for the park. So that's anything from forest management, basically making sure we have healthy forest ecosystems, as well as maintaining native plant communities, So whenever we have disturbance, human-caused disturbance, we go in behind the disturbance and utilize native plant materials that we've collected and grown at our native plant nursery. So basically trying to manage the native vegetation as well as the invasive vegetation to maintain healthy ecosystems.
I met Dawn on the site of the Howe Ridge Fire, which in 2018 burned about 14,000 acres on the west shore of Lake McDonald. It was 1 year after the Sprague Fire, which we talked about at the top of the show, and on the opposite side of the lake. At times it can be a bit noisy here now that there's not much of a forest to shelter you from the wind.
That was a pretty intense fire.
It was very intense. It was very unusual. We had the extreme fire behavior happen at night and came down here very fast, very quickly, and burned very intensely.
About 2 weeks after this spot burned, Dawn was one of the first people to come back here and start to assess the impact.
So what we were looking for were signs of vegetation, any potential signs of vegetation recovery already, as well as the impacts to our soil.
The type of soil impacts Dawn is looking for are things like how burnt is this soil? Will things be able to grow in it? And she'll look at hillsides to see if any of them have potential for erosion now that root systems that were holding them together might be burnt out.
Do you remember what your initial impressions were at the time?
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. All we have left are toothpicks, was my initial impressions.
For a fire to burn up essentially every tree was unusual. Typically, when Dawn visits a recently burned area, the fire
Doesn't wipe everything out. It'll find a section of vegetation or trees, a pocket of trees to burn in and move around and kind of skip and create a mosaic or little islands of vegetation, which actually helps for rehabilitating the landscape afterwards.
So why was this fire so intense?
It was a combination of factors. For one, the summer of 2018 was extremely hot and dry. But fire suppression efforts in the early 1900s had also disrupted some of the natural cycles here.
Fire has a huge role in this natural ecosystem. We have plants and tree species like lodgepole pine that are fire dependent.
These are species that have evolved to rely on fire to succeed. Lodgepole pines, which need a lot of sunlight, have special cones that are tightly bound shut by resin. The seeds are trapped inside the cone until there's a wildfire, the type of event that would clear out the canopy and make it sunny enough for them to grow. When fire passes through,
The cones get heated up and release their seeds.
in Dawn's career, she's witnessed summers get warmer and drier, and the snowpack disappearing earlier in the spring, allowing soil and vegetation to dry out. These effects are changing the role that fire plays in the ecosystem.
What it is climate change. We're getting drier and hotter sooner. And then the other thing we're seeing is with the extreme fire and not enough moisture in the spring, what takes advantage of those open niches after a fire are non-native plants, the opportunists. We're seeing a lot more non-native invasive plants coming into our burned areas than we have had in the past.
But Dawn hasn't lost hope. She still has a clear and optimistic vision of how this area can recover.
My hope would be in 5 years we should have conifers that are 3 to 4 foot tall. A good diversity of conifers. I would hope a lot of larch in here because they tend to be fire resistant. It'd be wonderful to see pockets. I don't expect it all across the landscape up here, but little pockets of moisture where we could see cedar hemlock coming back. And this would be completely green, and you've got woodpeckers utilizing the snags and everything. We would be standing here and we would have vegetation over our heads.
Sounds lovely.
Less. And as we get more vegetation established, that will outcompete, as we get an overstory, it'll outcompete these newly established invasives. So much more native plant diversity.
Protecting plant diversity in Glacier National Park is a collective endeavor. Dawn can't do it alone.
She asks that when people visit here, they take a moment to think about how their actions will affect the plant life around them.
Stay on the trail. Definitely stay on the trail. Walk in the mud. Don't go around a mud hole. And don't pick the flowers.
Oh, yeah. That's a big one.
Please don't pick the flowers.
The reason to walk through the mud is that if you go around, you'll widen the trail and disturb the vegetation around it. And we leave flowers where they are so everyone can enjoy them and because they're part of the ecosystem here.
Yeah, minimize your impact by just being respectful of the vegetation.
The plant life in Glacier National Park evolved in the presence of fire and is adapted to frequent burning. Fire can be a source of renewal and even catalyze the processes of growth and change that make Glacier home to an incredible diversity of plant life, over 1,100 species.
As climate change affects the behavior of wildfire and fire ceases to behave in the way plants are adapted to, its destructive tendencies can start to outweigh its constructive ones.
It's something that scientists in Glacier like Dawn will continue to monitor.
When a wildfire changes the makeup of a forest and what kind of species grow there, the effects aren't limited to just plant life.
These changes to the vegetation are going to have consequences that ripple down the whole food chain, affecting everything from the bushy-tailed wood rat up to the moose and grizzly bear.
Mule deer in particular are browsers, and so they rely really heavily on shrubs and other kind of nutrient-dense species. So
that's Tegan Hayes. She's a wildlife biologist. Her master's thesis was about ungulate forage in wildfire-dominated landscapes. In other words, how deer food is affected by fire. One of the study areas was not far from where we're standing right now. Tegan explained to me that wildfire
allows for species to get the nutrients they need in their home range or in their population range. And so for my research, when I was looking at mule deer don't really change their home ranges very much geographically. And so change is especially important for a species like that, where if you never allow disturbances to happen, then they will not be able to find the food they need. So, and that's the same for a lot of species in the park.
In other words, mule deer need fire. It promotes the growth of shrubs that are the bulk of their diet. And they aren't keen to move around to find these plants. They need the fire to happen right within their home range. A deer population, in turn, is necessary to support grizzlies, mountain lions, and wolves. A whole thriving ecosystem, dependent on regular wildfire. I took Tegan to the Forest and Fire Nature Trail. Near the Camas Creek entrance to the park, this trail is a great spot to get an introduction to the fire ecology of Glacier National Park. Burnt in the 2001 Moose Fire, it's now home to a thriving lodgepole pine and aspen forest.
So we are now in a young aspen stand. Of course, you have the nice rustle of the leaves, which aspen are named after, the quaking aspen. The vegetation, the shrubs in the understory are a bit taller. So there's a little more diversity here.
Aspen is one of the habitat types that responds best after a fire. Aspens that burn down are able to resprout from underground roots. In no time, a recently burned stand of aspen will be a lush and suitable deer habitat.
They tend to love aspen. Aspens provide a different kind of cover, and they provide a different suite of forage species, and they tend to stay kind of cooler and wetter for longer. So I think they offer that kind of that multitude of things where you have higher diversity of plants, you have longer blooming period often, or period where things are fresh and nutritious. They tend to provide pretty good security as well.
As we move down the trail, Tegan pointed out a flower, which I was surprised to hear was a good food source.
Oh, we've been seeing rose, which despite its prickles is also actually usually pretty sought after by ungulates too, so they'll nip just the ends off and avoid the worst of the prickles.
Wildfire is kind of a contradictory thing here. On one hand, it's natural and totally necessary for many of the plants and animals. But on the other hand, climate change is making it much more common and severe. And regardless of whether it's good or bad, it's always tough to live with.
Yeah, I mean, some of the most interesting and kind of disheartening research is when there's abnormally hot fires or more frequent fires than would normally be occurring in a forest, and they'll actually burn so hot that seedlings can't establish anymore, and so you can end up having what was once a forest become a grassland, or you'll see that the tree species that used to grow in an area are no longer suited to the climate or the climate that a disturbance has created.
Still, she recognizes the importance of having natural fire on the landscape.
Fire, because it's a hot and dry climate during some of the year, it's one of those natural disturbances that that glacier and other mountainous places are adapted to, and so it's a necessity.
Of course, what applies in a national park where there are no subdivisions full of houses will be different from a policy that makes sense in a more densely inhabited area.
We can't always let fires burn due to all kinds of challenges, whether that's with human structures or infrastructure. So we're really right now just trying to find the balance between what the ideal situation is for fire and what the ideal situation is for living in this area.
In places like Glacier National Park, where natural processes still dominate and where we try to minimize our intrusion into the web of life, fire will continue to play a part, and scientists like Dawn and Tegan will continue to try to understand it. In the Lake McDonald Valley, where humans and wildfire are both common, we need to learn to live with fire, to let it play its natural role, creating the rich, diverse, and thriving ecosystem that we come here to enjoy.
We'll be right back with the conclusion of the Trapper Fire saga after this break.
Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about Sperry Chalet.
Glacier Conservancy, Doug Mitchell speaking.
Hey Doug, it's Andrew and Michael. How you doing?
Hey, good. How are my favorite podcasters today?
Oh, we're doing well. Just enjoying the beauty out here. Got to go up and check out the new Sperry Chalet, and it was phenomenal. It looked just like before, even down to the stonework.
Yeah, it's really incredible what they were able to accomplish. I'm glad you brought up the stonework. I was talking to Zach Anderson of Anderson Masonry, and you know, his family were the original stonemason family. So if it looks the same, there's a reason, and the care they took to make sure that it looked the same way it did when it was originally built in 1913 is really rather remarkable.
Yeah, and it's a great thing for people to check out while they're visiting and go see all the attention to detail and craft that went into it.
It really is a remarkable discovery. I was able to hike there this year with some people who had never been there, and we hiked through Gunsight, and to come over the top and see Sperry, it's almost like you just have to stop in your tracks, as they did, to see how is this possible. I've hiked 13.1 miles into the wilderness and look at what is there. It really is something.
Yeah, we wanted to talk to you about it because we know the Glacier National Park Conservancy, as the park's official nonprofit partner, played a huge role in helping restore the chalet.
We were in the superintendent's office the very next morning at 10 a.m. after the fire burned Sperry, and by later that week, we had taken our loan credit card down to the hardware store here and bought the pieces of wood that held Sperry up over the winter. And it really was a remarkable public-private partnership that really made the improbable happen.
Thanks for taking some time to talk to us. It's always great to hear from you, Doug.
Always great to talk to you guys, and thanks again for all you're doing.
Absolutely. Thanks for funding it. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, cheers.
Bye. So we just heard from Dawn and Tegan about how plants,
like lodgepole pines,
and animals,
like mule deer,
can benefit from the presence of fire in the ecosystem.
And from talking to Tony, we know that the Salish and other indigenous communities have a deep understanding of fire's role on the landscape and would use it, as he put it, almost like a gardening tool to invite new and healthy plant growth.
Working here, a big part of our job has been sharing that knowledge with visitors, talking about the plants and animals that thrive in fire's aftermath. Yet knowing and understanding these things won't change how you respond to fire when you're faced with it, when the flames themselves are bearing down on you. So we met Chris Peterson earlier, who watched and photographed the 2003 Trapper Fire as it made a run over the loop.
Yeah.
But after it burned over the loop, it kept going, racing upwards towards the Granite Park Chalet, a historic compound of stone cabins high in the mountains that still provide rustic lodging and dining accommodations.
To get there, you can either hike the Highline Trail from Logan Pass or start up from the loop on the Loop Trail.
I hiked up to Granite Park this summer to talk with someone who's worked there since 2002 and was there on July 23rd, 2003.
My name's Mike Sanger. I'm from Great Falls, Montana originally. I live in Belt, Montana now. I've worked for the Park Service. This will be my 19th year here at Granite Park.
Mike keeps Granite running, managing the waste disposal system, addressing bear encounters, medical emergencies. When I caught up to him, he was fixing the sink in the chalet kitchen. And having grown up in Montana, Mike had been familiar with wildfire from afar.
Seeing them in the distance, not quite as close as I did here.
But in the unprecedented fire year of 2003, he came face to face with the Trapper Fire. From what I understand, you were hiking up here on July 23rd. Is that right?
I was. My boss, Walter Tabb, had dropped me off the loop trailhead. The trail was already closed at that time, and it was smoky there at the parking lot. And I asked him, I said, well, the trail's closed. And he goes, well, you better get moving. You need to get up there. And on the way up, I passed a female ranger, and what they were doing at that time is sweeping the trails for people and trying to get them up here. And she asked me if I knew where the fire was, and I said I have no idea, but once we get to Granite, we'll probably be able to see better and know exactly what's going on.
As I understand it, Mike's up there for a week or so at a time, then rotates out with a partner?
Exactly. He was originally scheduled to hike back in to tap out his partner on the 23rd, but was sent up that day with a different goal, to help protect the chalet itself.
And we made really good time getting up here to Granite Park.
Yeah, goodness. When did it sink in that it was going to be a problem?
When I got up here and I saw fire hoses strung out all over the place, and Chris Berkey, my partner, was here, and I asked him, I said, where's the fire? And he pointed towards Flat Top, and it was immediately apparent that we had a problem on our hands.
So they had to fortify the compound. With limited time and supplies, that meant converting their finicky drinking water pump into a sprinkler system to keep the buildings wet, an approach that they weren't confident would work at first.
We went down to start the pump, and it took 2 or 3 times, and you had to talk nice to this thing, and Chris pulled it, and the first time it went off, and we're all high-fiving, and
but celebrations could wait. As the fire grew closer and closer, conditions only worsened.
It was really horrific for quite a while because we had no idea where the fire was. The winds were horrific. I mean, they were blowing probably 70 plus miles an hour, and we were having embers starting to come down. And what we did is we pulled all the railings from the chalet. We were trying to reduce fuel in case the fire did get here.
What did it sound like?
You know, a lot of people paraphrase this with tornadoes and everything else, but it sounded like a freight train. And it was just unbelievably hot. I've always had a mustache, and after this was all over, it had curled and burnt, and I just ended up whacking it off. It's the first time I'd not had a mustache in many, many years, because it was just glowing orange this direction.
Around the same time, Chris Baker from Swift Current Lookout was choked with smoke.
I can remember using the word surreal a lot in my journal that afternoon. It didn't take too long before my vista towards the west was nothing but amber billows of smoke and embers. Visibility deteriorated to nothing, and I began coughing from the intense smoke, so I soaked a bandana in water and took to breathing through it to filter some of the soot.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a scary situation.
It is. In the face of it all, Mike and Chris were doing everything they could to protect the chalet and everyone in it.
And we charged our hoses. We had everybody inside the chalet sitting on the floor. We had the tables up against the windows because the wind was horrific and it was blowing ash and embers all through the area. And we charged the hoses and started wetting the roof.
How many people were in it?
Well, between the guests that had planned to stay there that night and hikers that were seeking refuge, there were quite a few.
We had 39 people trapped up here. We thought the fire was actually going to come up and go over the top of us and down the other side. Why it went up Swift Current Pass, I have no idea. You know, every bearing that we had and the wind was blowing directly at us, and fires like to run uphill, so I was quite sure the fire was going to come up and over us, and instead it made a turn and went up over Swift Current.
It missed them?
Somehow they were saved. The fire avoided the chalet, and falling embers were effectively combated by the hoses and sprinklers they'd set up.
Because it could have really gone south for us, and it really could have been a horrific thing. And, you know, through God's graces or whatever, the fire didn't come over us. Chris, we each made one phone call, brief phone call to our wives. and said, "We don't know what's going to happen. We just wanted to call and tell you right now we're all right, and we're doing the best we can."
And while they didn't know what the next day would hold, they allowed themselves to breathe a small sigh of relief.
Chris and I came in here. It'd been a long day for both of us. He was due to go out that day, and I'd hiked up or ran up here that day. And his wife had brought him a little bottle of black velvet whiskey, so we each had a drag off that, and it actually felt a little better. And he goes, "Let's get on with it." And I said, "All right."
After feeding and finding beds for everyone at Granite, the two of them stayed up all night watching the flames.
We'd take turns. There was a chair between this building and the chalet and one in front of the chalet, and about every hour we'd switch.
Also up all night was Chris Baker, watching the flames from her vantage point at Swift Current Lookout, 1,000 feet above the chalet.
Night fell, and finally I could see the fire appear through the smoke as 1,000 points of flame and torching trees. I remember just staring a lot in unbelief. Sleep wasn't even an option. This was history, and I was privileged to have a front row seat.
It was a long night and a close call. Thankfully, no one was hurt, and the chalet was saved. Mike and his partner Chris Berkey were even honored by the Department of the Interior with Valor Awards for their heroism and bravery. But Mike's a humble guy. If you have the chance to meet him, you might hear him tell stories of that night. Sometimes the chalet even asks him to give a program about it to their guests. But you won't hear him bragging. He's seen firsthand the power of fire and worked in its aftermath every year since. But even then, that night standing guard after hours of fear and uncertainty, he could see a beauty in the flames.
And the one thing that struck me is once it got dark and you could see the fire, you know, despite what was going on, it was actually kind of pretty to look at. And, you know, I don't mean to sound morbid or anything, but it was. It had its own kind of natural beauty to it.
A month later, the Trapper fire had died down, and Chris Baker reflected on the fire as she hiked down from Swift Current Lookout for the last time of the year.
I regaled in the switchbacks down to the tree line, gazing out over the pristine beauty of the divide. But then I came to the trees. Those beautiful firs I have come to love. My friends and companions on my ascents and descents of Swift Current Mountain. The ones that frame Heaven's Peak in all my photos and that my kids have learned to take for granted. They weren't there. Instead, I saw blackened ghost and charred ground cover. I hiked through a lunar landscape that I knew was both natural order and devastation. I thrilled and mourned all at once. I don't think I will ever feel that again.
Our last story of the day is about the important role that fire plays for archaeologists here. So were you up there on the night that Sperry Chalet burned down?
No, I was actually on this trail when it burned down, and I actually heard it all go down on the radio.
That's Glacier Park archaeologist Brent Rowley.
Which was kind of a crazy experience. I was actually just back there, probably a few hundred yards, and I heard this radio transmission that was like calling the incident management team on the radio and being like, you know, I need to give you a satellite phone call because we need to have like a conversation right now. And it turns out that was the chalet catching on fire, like the dormitory building.
Fire teaches us about the natural world, but it also teaches us about ourselves, and sometimes in unexpected ways. When the Sprague Fire burned down the main building of Sperry Chalet on August 31st, 2017, it felt like we had forever lost a piece of our history. But the fire had another effect as well. By clearing out the vegetation around the building, it unearthed a wealth of archaeological sites from lots of different eras. Out of the ashes, Brent found a whole world of history.
In a place like Glacier, the vegetation is so thick that you can't see the surface of the ground to find artifacts. A fire that comes in and clears out the vegetation will often reveal major archaeological sites.
After the Sprague fire, Brent and his team found a series of dumps where all types of people, like construction crews, cooks, and chalet visitors, had thrown their garbage for decades, starting in the early 19-teens. Brent was intrigued. He told me that these types of sites hold a lot of information that you can't just read about.
In the history books about a site like, say, Sperry Chalet, you only hear about the experiences of the people that are actually staying in the chalet. You don't hear the story of the people that worked at that chalet and that may have worked at a trail camp or a CCC camp that built a lot of the infrastructure in the park. And a lot of those dumps preserve the information of like what was daily life like for them, what were they eating. We might find game pieces or, what were they doing in their spare time at their backcountry camp.
As we hiked the 6 miles up to those archaeological sites, Brent told me all about his experiences that year.
I got assigned to the fire as a resource advisor for cultural resources. So during that summer, I probably hiked this section of the Sperry Trail 40 times. And, so I got to watch the fire come down this ridge and sort of change the forest gradually. Because in the cedar forest, the fire just kind of creeps along. It rarely ever, really gets up into the treetops. It kind of travels along the deadfall and through the root systems.
When the fire in the chalet was finally extinguished, the stone exterior walls were still standing. The fire had only burned the interior and the roof of the building. A few days later, Brent was flown to the site in a helicopter to help the park determine if the still standing walls would survive the winter.
It was really surreal. Like all the bed frames had melted, kind of looked a little like a little bit of a wasteland inside.
The stone walls were able to be salvaged, and over the next 2 summers, the chalet was reconstructed within them. Brent and I arrived just days before the grand reopening, when the chalet would welcome guests for the first time since the fire. It was also the first time that Brent had been in the new building, and he was a bit taken aback by the difference.
The last time I was standing in this very spot, I was 4 feet lower, and then, there was debris everywhere, and, it's pretty crazy to be standing in the same spot, but now in a constructed building.
After the fire, Brent and his team were tasked with surveying the burned area and noting any archaeological sites that had been revealed. What they found was a vast assemblage of objects that painted a vivid portrait of early 1900s park life.
What kind of objects are we talking about?
Well, actually, one of the most common things they found were chamber pots.
What do they look like?
They're just bowl-shaped, but a little... Oh, right there is one. A really good one.
Yeah, it looks like just a small bowl with kind of a big rim around it.
Yeah, just big enough to do your business in, But those things were all over the place, down this hillside. It's kind of interesting. I just like to imagine someone walking out in the morning and getting ready to toss the contents of it over the hill and accidentally loses their grip, and there it lies. Because that one definitely is not broken.
Okay, that did paint a vivid portrait. What else did you find?
One thing that really caught my eye were these tubes of clear blue glass. Brent explained to me that those were insulators for a historic phone line.
So in a phone line, you've got the wire that the message travels through vibrations. The insulators allow you to attach that wire to a telephone pole or a tree or whatnot, a solid object, without interfering with the signal.
Oh.
And so I'm guessing, considering there's a scatter of them here, that once they pulled down the phone line here, sometime probably in the 1940s, they just chucked it over the hill.
So until the 1940s, there was phone service at Sperry Chalet?
Yeah, I think maybe a lot of people imagine the early days of the park as a much wilder time. But in many ways, the visitor experience was much more managed than it is today. At least for some types of people.
So I think out here on this point, there was some sort of tent camp set up, and I don't know exactly the dates of the tent camp, but I think it was certainly early on in Sperry Chalet's history, so probably 19-teens, maybe even into the 1920s. And so there's a lot of really diagnostic artifacts that have actual Great Northern Railway logos, and that differentiates it from, say, a worker camp for the workers that built the chalet or maintained the chalet, because those higher higher end ceramics would be what you would serve the very wealthy guests oftentimes that were coming to the chalet, whereas in a little bit we'll go to a worker camp and they were eating out of cans.
I pointed out a ceramic shard. It was about the size of my hand to see how Brent could interpret it.
So this is probably like a large serving platter dish that would have been about, that big.
Yeah.
So like a communal, indicating like a communal dinner setting where sort of family style dining, I guess you would call it today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's interesting. From just that small piece, he was able to figure out about how they dined.
Yeah, what was most interesting about spending the day with Brent was seeing how these little pieces of what seemed like just garbage gave him really deep insights into how people thought and behaved a long time ago.
I don't know how this dump got here, but it's one of the most interesting assemblages of stuff. This is it all spread out because it's all jammed in that crevice. Mm-hmm. And there's everything from an assortment of condiment bottles, like this is probably ketchup. There's a medicine bottle. Here's one of those coffee ration containers. There's poison bottles, like multiple of them. So it's like a really strange thing. Like, I don't know if this was like kind of where maybe some workers at some point were camped out. Like the poison bottle in particular, I mean, kind of throws me. I'm like, that tells me I feel like that it's got to be related to workers.
Wait, okay, what was the poison for?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Brent told me it was probably to poison rodents of some sort, maybe mice, pack rats, or a particularly aggressive marmot.
How do they find all this stuff?
There's a couple different ways these sites get discovered.
This one, a firefighter showed it to me.
Okay.
But usually, yeah, when we survey areas, we do transects.
One of the main things that Brent has found here is the class distinctions between the different people who use this area, and how this manifests even in their trash.
Up at that tent camp, everyone was always eating off of, fine ceramics and being very proper, I guess you would say. And here it's like you just open up the can and eat out of the can sort of thing, which is more indicative of, I guess, lower class status, like a worker rather than someone that's on a very expensive vacation.
Do you know what would have been in these cans?
Some of them. See, like a can like this where you can tell by the openings. Mm-hmm. So see, this had to be liquid. And in fact, I think this was probably a milk can. So they slit that one open. So when we record these can sites, we always record what type of openings they have because it can tell you a lot about what was in them.
Wow, so we can learn something from even just the way a can was opened.
Exactly, there's so many levels to it. Brent even says that the way that trash is hidden can tell us what era it's from.
In the 19-teens, the way everybody all over America treated their waste was to throw it over the cliff or over the hillside or into your pit toilet. Later on, though, people started, the ethics started changing of like, you need to hide your garbage. You put it in a centralized garbage dump. And here, obviously, they've tried to hide it. So it's probably after that ethic changed, which really started, in the 1920s and 30s.
A desire to learn about people whose stories aren't always told has motivated Brent's career from the very beginning. The first excavation he was a part of, on a plantation in West Virginia, showed Brent the significant differences in artifacts from enslaved people versus slave owners. This technique of using historic artifacts to understand how people were treated in the past is an idea that still drives his work today.
In Glacier, you can learn a lot about indigenous people's history prior to European settlement, and we can learn a lot about what people were doing in this landscapes by what artifacts they leave behind. And those people were often, are often not included in the history books. And in fact, I hate the term prehistoric or prehistory because it implies that indigenous people don't have history. It's just their history is documented in different ways by oral history and also by the archaeological evidence that their ancestors left behind.
There are countless stories covering thousands of years of history buried in archaeological sites all around Glacier.
Some of these stories will be lost forever if these sites are disturbed.
So please leave historic objects where you find them. Brent says that objects are best at telling their story when they stay in their original location.
Once they're removed from the site, they are kind of just meaningless objects. But when they're in the context of the site, they tell the story of like what sort of products people were using as they visited Sperry Chalet.
Our discussion was interrupted by a mountain goat grazing on the forbs that had sprouted up where fire had cleared the canopy and finally allowed sunlight back onto the forest floor. We had to step off the trail to let the goat pass.
And I went to work for the... Oh, crap.
It's a goat coming.
Hey.
Move aside.
Move aside. Don't eat my poles either.
As we sat there talking about the history of the area, a new chapter was already being written. As Brent and I moved out of the goat's path, it was hard not to think that we needed to do the same as the goats and flowers here, to learn from what we couldn't control, and to flourish in the sunshine that followed. That's our show for today. If you're interested in learning more about the role and history of wildfire in Glacier, or about the Salish Kalispel Culture Committee, check out the links in our show notes.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Chris Peterson, Tony Incashola Sr., Don LaFleur, Tegan Hayes, Mike Sanger, Sarah Peterson, and Brent Rowley.
Surrounded by carpets of wildflowers in the summer, Lunch Creek flows down a natural rock staircase from the striking backdrop of Pollock Mountain. It was named for its popularity as a lunch stop for early visitors to the park and remains a popular stop on the road today. No formal trails exist here, so please enjoy the area from the paved parking. Over time, park visitors have continued to venture off the road and up the creek, exploring the area, and in the process have created a network of social trails into this sensitive and fragile habitat. In order to protect the area from curious feet, Glacier National Park has performed extensive revegetation work to rehabilitate Lunch Creek and eliminate the traces of trails by replanting native vegetation. Please notice the signs marking these rehabilitated areas and do not venture in them. If you're interested in the process of revegetation, plan on visiting the park's native plant nursery at the headquarters area in West Glacier. Each year, as projects are identified, native seeds are collected prior to the disturbance, grown in the nursery, and then returned to the disturbed sites when the plants are mature enough to survive on their own. This helps to maintain the genetic integrity of specific locations around the park and provides the plants with the greatest opportunities to survive in the wild. Every Tuesday throughout the summer, tours are conducted at the Native Plant Nursery at 10 a.m. Join us at the nursery for this interesting look at an important aspect of Glacier's Natural Resources Preservation Program.
Hello, world, and welcome to the Rocky Mountain National Podcast, the official podcast of Rocky Mountain National Park. This podcast is something totally new for us. We're just getting started. This is episode 1. We're going to be running in a seasonal format, so we'll have a whole season, and this season we're going to do 10 episodes. What we're trying to do with the podcast is connect you to Rocky Mountain National Park through sounds and stories, with things like days in the field with climbing and backcountry rangers and park researchers, interviews with rangers about both their own lives and what they do in the park and the key park issues, soundscapes around the park, news, upcoming events, tips for your visit, all that kind of stuff. I'm your host, Miles Barger. I've worked as a guide in Yellowstone, Denali, and Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Parks. I've also worked as a cartographer for the NPS. NPS is Park Geek speak for the National Park Service. So you're going to hear a lot of people this season use that acronym, NPS, National Park Service. I made maps for the NPS brochure program, which makes the official brochures for all our National Park Service units. And now I'm here at Rocky, where I manage our webpage, social media, audio, video production, waysides and signs, printed publications, and other stuff. I'm not going to go too much into my story here right now because, as you'll see, the interviews on our podcast are not going to be formal and stuffy, blah, blah, blah. You know, we're not doing highly produced stuff. We're doing conversations with real rangers, with real park staff, volunteers out in the field. And we want it to be like you're sitting at a picnic table with us, you're sitting around a campfire, we're just having an interesting conversation. So I'm sure that in those conversations, details about me will naturally emerge. So for today's episode, I spoke with Kathy Brazelton, the East District Naturalist. The East District of Rocky Mountain National Park is the Estes Park side of the park. Kathy has been a longtime resident of Estes Park, and as you'll hear in our interview, has been in love with Rocky and the surrounding area for a long time. We chatted in Upper Beaver Meadows, a beautiful meadow backdropped by jaw-dropping mountain views, where we looked for signs of spring and learned about Kathy's lifelong passion for sharing with the world Rocky's unique beauty. We hope you enjoy. Welcome to the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Miles.
Thanks for joining us out here. Where are we right now? We're in Upper Beaver Meadows in the picnic area. I like Upper Beaver Meadows. I think it's a beautiful place. Good birds up here. Yeah.
I'm nodding.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll nod. We'll have nod on audio.
Okay.
So, how's that big snow? For those of you who might be surprised, it's, what's today, May 23rd?
Yeah.
And we're standing in snow.
Because it's springtime in the Rockies.
Exactly. It's springtime in the Rockies. We just a few days ago had, gosh, my house we had over 3 feet.
Yeah.
I think in the park we had over
34,
3 feet.
something
34
like that.
or
Yeah,
something like that. I think
Craziness.
Allen's Park had like 42.
Oh.
Have you seen a lot of snows that big here in the spring?
Not quite that big.
No.
One year in March we got 56 inches.
56?
Yeah, it was phenomenal.
Whoa.
But those are odd little weather events.
Yeah. It's kind of amazing how it will snow and then melt very quickly. It's kind of nice. It's like a little hint of winter. All right. We'll just head into background stuff. So, Kathy, what do you do here at Rocky Mountain National Park?
I am the East District Naturalist, which means I supervise all of the interpretive stuff on the east side of the park from the Continental Divide down.
And what is, I don't know, our listeners might not know, we use the terms interpretation. What's an interpreter in the Park Service? We don't translate stuff, right? Well, we sort of do.
I look at it. My grandmother, to her dying day, asked me what language I spoke. So,
really?
and I think it is kind of being an interpreter. I take my knowledge and love of this place and put it into language that the visitor can understand because it's new to them.
So interpreters, we do stuff like ranger programs that people go on. What other kind of things?
Walks, talks, hikes. And then there's the non-personal stuff that you'll see around the park, the brochures and the wayside signs and things that help you understand where you are.
Yeah, I know a little bit about that.
Imagine you do.
So let's see. Where are you from, Kathy?
Originally born in Memphis, Tennessee.
Memphis, Tennessee, but no accent. Amazing.
I lost it on purpose when
You did?
I moved out here
Yeah.
to go to college.
Yeah.
But I was a child of the South.
Yeah, I grew up in the South too, actually.
Yeah.
And I was kind of the same way. I didn't lose it on purpose, but I had a thick accent and Kentucky plus Mississippi plus Tennessee. So that was kind of a
That's a doozy.
That's a good mix. And then I moved to Iowa when I was like 11 or 12, and it kind of went away. Memphis, Tennessee. How long did you live there?
2 years.
2
But
years?
all my family was from there.
Oh, really?
But Daddy's company moved him all around.
Yeah.
And my family loved to travel.
Yeah.
And we came west.
Yeah,
In
like
the
a lot.
station wagon with the wood paneling on the side.
Like National Lampoon Vacation
Exactly.
style.
And 3 little girls in the back seat driving my parents crazy.
Oh, that's great.
But that's when I fell in love with the West.
Yeah. So it was you and 2 sisters.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And then ever since you can remember, you took trips out west?
Yep.
How did your parents get into that?
I'm not quite sure.
They just...
Dad was a crazy birder. He wanted to get lots of new species. And Mother was really enthralled with the beauty of the Native American lands. So we did a lot of poking around down in Monument Valley and Gallup, watching the dances.
Oh, wow.
And yeah.
That's
I had
awesome.
a blessed childhood, but it turned me on to my love for the national parks.
Yeah, that sounds great. What's the first national park you remember visiting?
Rocky.
Rocky? Really?
Yes.
How old are you?
I was 11 years old.
11. Wow.
And I fell in love with these mountains.
That was a family trip?
It was.
Huh. How long were you here? Did you camp?
No, we didn't camp. We hiked in the snow. We all fell through. We had on our cotton jeans and our cotton boots. It was May, though. We, coming from the south, we thought it would be warm. But no. But no, we had so many good experiences here, and then later we camped and backpacked and hiked all through the park. But
so you came here a lot.
We did.
Growing up. Like how often would you come? Yearly or every few
I
years?
think we came once a year for probably 8 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then once I came out here and went to school, my parents kept coming back to visit.
So you went
their excuse.
You went to college here?
I went to Colorado State.
Colorado State. Did you come? Was that because you loved Rocky so much, or do you love this area so much, or was it coincidence?
It was a combination of things. I adored the area, and I was going into forestry and natural resources. And CSU is the best school for that.
Okay. So do you think? I guess it's hard to say. I mean, it seems like your parents and visiting all the national parks would make you like resources and all that.
Oh,
Were
yeah.
you into that ever since you can remember as a little?
I wanted to be a ranger ever
one?
since I was a little girl.
Really?
We went on a hike at the Grand Canyon, and I remember trotting along behind my wonderful ranger, and I asked him, "Do you really get paid for this?"
We still ask ourselves that sometimes, don't we?
But I knew, and I was so lucky and blessed to have it happen.
Yeah, that's great. So you went to school at Colorado State in Fort Collins? Okay. Did you work? When was your first job as a ranger?
As a ranger?
Yeah, or in a national park. Did you ever do an internship? Or
I
anything
did
like that?
internships. I worked for state and national parks. I worked for Forest Service. I worked anywhere I could find a job in the biz.
What was your first thing in the biz?
When I was, parents don't let your children listen to this. When I was halfway through college, I took a semester off and I worked at Lowry State Park, our wonderful state park just down the hill. I worked for the Young Adult Conservation Corps. So it was a break from school, but it was also doing something that was, my goal was always, no matter what job I had, was to put some kind of a spin on it that would benefit the environment and benefit my career.
Yeah, sure. What kind of stuff did you do in that internship?
That was...
Or job?
So I made some maps and I worked on some trails.
Oh, that's interesting. Got to make maps.
Yeah.
I like making.
I know you'd like that.
Yeah, I've made some maps in my time. I mean, it's interesting, I think, because that question comes up a lot, I feel like, from visitors, is like, how did you do this? Or how did you become a ranger? Or what was involved? And I feel like those types of summer jobs and internships are so
My first
key.
internship, you will love this. I went to Southern California, and it was the Louis Rubidoux Nature Center with Riverside County Parks. I was madly in love with a California boy at the time, so I did my internship down there. And the day that I got there, maybe within 2 or 3 days, my poor boss, who ended up being a wonderful friend of mine, was in a terrible accident and handed me the keys to the center and said, "Have a nice summer."
Wow.
So I learned,
You learned a lot.
from the kitchen sink on up,
Yeah.
but it was the best experience ever. I learned everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. Sometimes I've had a few internships like that. Yeah, let's see. So when's the first time that you worked at Rocky Mountain National Park specifically?
I came here in the year 2000.
Year 2000. And what were you doing then?
Oh, it's a crazy story. I was chief ranger in several parks, chief of interpretation, and I wanted to move up here. And my husband got a job, and I didn't have a job yet. So I handed in my badge and moved up here on a leap of faith.
Yep.
But I wanted to raise my children up here. It's the scariest thing I've ever done.
Yeah.
But again,
it worked out?
Well, yeah. It was wonderful. And I had actually a summer off, which I haven't had since I was 16.
Yeah, that sounds great.
And I hiked and hiked and hiked and hiked.
Yeah, you already knew the park. But
you got to know it so much better. Right? Yeah. I'd sit down every morning with a topo map and a cup of coffee and just go, here we go.
Sounds like heaven.
It was.
That's a great
heaven.
intro.
Yeah. And then I got hired on as a seasonal again. So I got to have all the fun and none of the responsibility of a supervisory position.
Yeah.
And then just moved on up. So
yeah. I guess that's something too we should explain for listeners, because this is our first episode of the podcast. So, people are new to this stuff, is that we kind of have different groupings of types of employees. We have kind of interns that are through different programs, Student Conservation Association at some parks, or here we have our own programs. And then we have seasonal employees, which are actually official government employees, but they're just working for up to 6 months or less. And then we have term employees, which are on kind of multi-year projects, but they're a defined limit. And then we have permanent employees,
right,
which is like what you'd normally think of as a full-time employee, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. So you started out seasonal again when you're doing that, but you've been a chief other places.
Yep. At a couple of parks.
Where did you work before that?
I started in Redwood National Park.
Ooh, beautiful.
I was going to graduate school in the Pacific Northwest. It was beautiful.
When was Redwood created?
Oh, gosh.
I'm trying to remember.
78, I think. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That seems like it's always an evolving place.
Yeah,
so you're at Redwood.
I was at Redwood, and then I went from living redwoods to petrified once I went to fluorescent fossil beds.
That's kind of an interesting transition.
I'm looking at the fossils going, I know this ecosystem.
Wow, that's really interesting.
It was. Huge petrified stumps. It's
and
so
fluorescence is in Oregon, right?
No, it's down
that's
in
right. That's the one in
Central
Colorado.
Uh-huh.
I'm thinking of a different fossil ones in Oregon.
You're thinking of John Day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thinking of John Day.
Yep.
Yeah,
so
fluorescent.
For that, it was a wonderful thing. And then I went from there to Curated National Recreation Area, which is different yet.
That's in Colorado also, right? Down by
between Gunnison and Montrose.
Montrose, yep. Yeah, I worked at Black Canyon, the Gunnison for a winter.
I was your neighbor.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that part
Isn't it gorgeous?
The state.
Yes. Oh, I love it.
Curated is beautiful.
It is.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize that the National Park Service manages a lot of national recreation areas.
Yeah.
So not all National Park Service units are called national parks.
That's right.
Yeah, we have tons. I don't even know how many types of units.
Oh gosh,
like
the
15,
National Historic
16.
Site, National Monuments, National Battlefields, National Seashores. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, and for people, if you're listening and you're curious about that, go to, if you search the terms Find Your Park, you can actually find a big map that has, we have 400 and, what's the count now? 400 something units. And I think a lot of people don't even realize that we manage all that stuff. Anyway, Curated.
From there, I went to a little bitty place in Utah, Timpanogos Cave.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Gorgeous.
What's that like?
Oh, it's a little jewel box of a cave.
Is it a dry cave, wet cave?
It's a wet cave. It's still alive, with doors in it to help maintain the moisture ratio.
Wow.
It is way up high on a cliff, so people show up and expect it to be like Carlsbad, where they take an elevator or stairs down to the cave. Instead, they have to hike a mile and a half up.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
it's in the limestone face.
What part of
there.
Utah is that in?
Just south of Salt Lake City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the Wasatch Range there. It's beautiful.
I love that part of the country.
And then from there, I went to Great Sand Dunes. Now it's National Park and Preserve.
Yeah.
And then
at that time, was it?
It was just a national park.
National park, and then added the preserve later. Yeah. That's also a fascinating place. If anybody's coming to Rocky and you have a longer trip, you should visit some of these places around us. I mean, Great Sand Dunes is bizarre.
It's phenomenal.
It's just
phenomenal.
These, hundreds and hundreds of foot tall sand dunes up against to Sangre de Cristos, and
Mhm.
there's a 14er like right behind sand dunes.
Yes.
It's very bizarre. And then what's that creek that flows down?
Medno.
Yeah, and it flows like under the sand and kind of emerges on the
It
other
does. It
side. And there's
comes
a
in and
wetland.
out.
I mean, it's
Oh, yeah.
just
There's pockets, secret pockets
yeah,
back in there.
it's a bizarre
And a
place.
bison herd and an
Yeah.
elk herd. And
Yeah, it's definitely worth. I mean, all parks.
Yeah.
I've literally every park I've been to.
Same
even
here.
Even when I'm like, I don't know about this place. It's
Yeah.
always
Yep.
interesting.
Every park has
Everyone.
had some
Yeah.
beauty. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. And so then after that, you came here
Came
to
up here.
Rocky.
Uh-huh.
Huh. That's great. You got to be in
And
some
I'm
nice
a happy
places.
ending. Oh, I have been in wonderful
Yeah.
places.
You like it here, okay?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So how did you get into interpretation specifically? Is that what you'd always wanted to do, or
Yeah,
were you
I've
kind
done
of?
lots of jobs in the national parks,
Uh-huh.
resource management, law
Uh-huh.
enforcement, cleaned my share of toilets. But my passion was to get people excited about these beautiful places. And to
Uh-huh.
me, interpretation was the key to that. Just to share my love for and knowledge of and watch that glow spread
Yeah.
across their face. That's the best thing in the world.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Yeah.
I love that too. So you talked about taking trips with your family. Was there anyone specifically, like a specific ranger that you remember, or someone in your family specifically that really inspired that desire to
Well,
to
my mom
communicate
was
and inspire
a professional Girl Scout, outdoor education. And I was
Okay.
a scout myself, and that offered me many wonderful opportunities.
Yeah.
And then my dad being a birder, that's what we would do together. We'd go out on Saturdays and go birding when we could. So he taught me a lot about the different, birds and why they were there and the ecosystem idea. And I just loved science in school. I was a little science nerd. I just adored it.
Yeah.
But
That's great.
I had a hard time deciding whether I wanted to go into research, and because I just love immersing myself in resource knowledge. But I really wanted the other piece too, the communication of the sharing of.
Mhm.
That's important to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that happens a lot for people in the Park Service. They kind of have a lot of interests. It takes a little bit to figure out, do you like being out in the field collecting data all the time, kind of on your own, or do you like interacting with people and
Yes,
all of that?
both.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of feel
And
the same
the
way.
old time ranger, when I started, was more of a general ranger, a generalist, and we got to do a lot of the different things. And
Right.
we've gone a little more pegged now into
Yep.
different categories.
Yeah,
but-
I've heard a lot of people mention that. I guess I've only been doing park stuff for about 10 years, but I've heard a lot of people say, yeah, it used to be much more general,
Mhm.
and it's just gotten more specialized over time.
And it
Why do you think
depends.
that is?
Well, a lot of my first parks were smaller parks, so you wear a lot of different hats
Right.
because you don't have a lot of staff.
Yeah, exactly.
And then if you move into a bigger park, there's just more people to assume
Yeah.
more roles.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
A lot more everything. I mean, at Rocky, you were just a little under 250,000 acres, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of visitors.
Yes, we do.
I bet that's changed a lot. Do you know what the visitation was when you were here, like in 2000, approximately?
I think it was still. Don't quote me on this, but I think we're still under 3 million at that time.
Yeah.
And now we're at 4.5.
Yeah, last year we had
and
4.5
growing.
million. Yeah. So what kind of changes have you seen at Rocky since you've been here?
Oh,
Any kind of
I
changes?
think the interpretive role becomes more and more important because we are trying to help people understand where they are so that their visit can be as low impact as possible and they can see the beautiful places and enjoy it, but still in the spirit of national parks, leave it for that next generation. So even though there's a lot of visitors, most of them really want what's right for the park. And we just help them understand how their behaviors can help the park.
Mm-hmm. So, again, just in case some people listening don't know all the details, what are some things that we mean by impact or like remaining low impact while we visit?
Oh, it can be as simple as going to the bathroom in the correct place or
That's
in
true.
the correct manner.
Yeah, that's true.
There's nothing worse than thinking you're in God's own wilderness and looking down and seeing a big pile of human leavings.
Yeah.
Or a pop top or things like that. So, with that whole leave no trace
Mhm.
idea is a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that's a big one, and one that we've been having to work with people on just because we do have so many visitors now.
That's right.
And It's understandable,
That's
but
right. And using trails, if there's a trail available, use that. Don't make your own. And that can really
yeah,
help the
yeah,
undergrowth and the vegetation
yeah,
around our heavily used
yeah.
areas and
And I
little
think,
things like that. And people need to remember that it's a little thing, but it really does make a difference
yeah,
because we have 4.5 million
exactly.
people doing that little thing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I always try to think about because, it's understandable. Like it's understandable why people do little things and you don't think about it. But
Right.
I always try to remember, like, okay, what am I doing right now times 4.5 million?
Right. That's a good way to look at it.
Can make a pretty big difference.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I try to think about too, that I think you're right, this sort of interpretation is so helpful, is that national parks are really fun and they're fun to come to and
Yeah.
they're fun vacation, but they're so interesting because they're set aside forever. They're supposed to be here forever for
Right.
everyone,
Right.
every generation, grandkids, great grandkids, everybody. And so that always helps
isn't
me
that the
too.
best dream ever?
It is. I know. It's an amazing
When
idea.
you get up in the morning and put on your green pants, if that's the reason we're getting up and putting on our green pants, we could have a lot worse troubles.
I agree. Okay, time for a little break while we give you quick news and announcements about things going on in Rocky Mountain National Park. First of all, summer is here. So it's hard to believe, wasn't that long ago, we had a huge late May snowstorm, over 3 feet of snow in Estes Park, way more up in the higher elevations. But Trail Ridge Road is now fully open for the season. Roads are clear, but watch out for ice. It can get below freezing at night, and any water from melting snow on the runway can freeze. And be prepared for cool temps and high wind. It can really surprise you. For example, on Monday, I went up to the Alpine Visitor Center. When I left Beaver Meadows Visitor Center, it was 76 degrees, light wind, sunny. Up at Alpine Visitor Center, it was 46 degrees and very windy and pretty clouded over. So the weather changes really quickly and temperatures always get colder as you go up in elevation. I was really glad to have a jacket, hat, and gloves and to not be in sandals. And we recommend that any of you coming to visit bring all those items as well. Warm clothes, hat, gloves, and if you're wearing sandals, some extra shoes in case it's really cold up there. Wildflowers are starting to bloom in the lower elevations of the park, and wildlife are out and about with new elk and moose calves being spotted around the park, and lots of species of birds joining us from near and far, including the hard-to-miss ruby-throated hummingbirds. They buzz and chirp. You hear them through the air. Ranger programs. Have you ever joined a ranger-led program? They are a great way to learn about the park and have fun doing it, and they're free. So on a ranger-led program, you show up at a location, a ranger is there with you. We have walks and hikes, we have evening programs, we have more like presentation style, hands-on. We even have things especially for kids. They're absolutely great benefit, and like I said, no cost to you. We have a special program coming up on June 16th at 8:30 p.m. at the Upper Beaver Meadows Trailhead, and we call it Party with the Stars. So if you have not been to Rocky Mountain at night and seen our night skies, they are incredible. The Milky Way, all the stars, I can't even describe it to you. You have to see it yourself. So on this program, you show up 8:30 p.m., Upper Beaver Meadows Trailhead, and you watch as night descends on Rocky Mountain National Park. And then when it's dark, there's actually going to be volunteers available with big telescopes that will help you experience the magic of the night sky. They can point things out to you, or you can just look through the telescopes and get some great views. So highly recommend you check that out, June 16th, 8:30 p.m. We also have all of our summer programs beginning this Sunday, June 18th. There are way too many for me to talk about here, but you can find them online. For a full list of our ranger programs, check out our online calendar at go.nps.gov/RockyCal. That's Rocky, C-A-L. Or if you're here visiting us in the park, you'll get a park newspaper when you come through an entrance. Just turn to pages 3 through 7 in that newspaper, and you'll see our full list of programs for the summer. Finally, a few updates on our park roads. Old Fall River Road is currently closed to vehicles. It's open to bikes and walkers. It is set to open as usual in early July, weather permitting, so stay tuned on that. There's construction going on Moraine Park Road from the intersection with Bear Lake Road to the Moraine Park Campground. You can expect delays of up to 15 minutes there during the day while construction is going on. And all throughout the summer, we have a park-wide project to repair and preserve pavement in the park. And that also might cause short delays in a few sections of road, and those sections will be changing throughout the summer. So just something to be aware of as you visit us. All right, there is all the news that is fit to speak for you this week. And let's get back to our interview with Kathy. Since it's spring, thought we could talk a little bit about spring in Rocky.
Spring in Rocky?
Yeah. So when you
Be ready.
Be ready. Yeah. When you think about spring in Rocky Mountain National Park, what do you think of? You think of be ready.
The first thing I think of is change.
Change.
Yeah, because it's going to be changing either by the minute or by the day, or you can have a 50-degree day one day and be sitting and getting sunburned on a rock, and the next day you are in 3 feet of snow. So be ready. Folks who come visit us, they have their shorts and sandals on and they're ready to climb longs, and we're saying, that's still a winter climb. They forget how far north we are and how high we are in elevation. It really makes a difference.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I totally get it. I remember the first time I came out west, because being from Kentucky, it snows a little bit.
Yeah.
May is
Summer.
usually warm. It's summer, basically. And I remember we came out here. I think it was early June. We went to Yellowstone, and the snowstorm was coming in, and they were basically like, you can either stay here for 3 days or you can leave, but you're not going to be able to get in or out. And we were just like, what? It kind of blew our minds.
Yeah.
So that's a good tip for everybody. Be prepared for anything, like you said, sunburn and 60, or 20 degrees and dumping snow, or 3 feet of snow like we just had in May.
Yes.
What else what other things are changing here? I think it's interesting when you live in different types of environments, there's always change happening, and we have spring, but I think a lot of people wouldn't maybe think of it as spring or recognize it as spring.
It's not a long drawn out spring like other folks have. I think of my senses when I think of spring. There's things you smell. You can smell the current blossoms or the current leaves. You can that's one of our shrubs. You can smell the willow catkins and that green meadow waking up smell. It's just really is strong sense in the spring. I think of sights. I think of the blue of the bluebirds coming in. They're in their breeding plumage, and they are an incredible color blue. Your eyes just can't register it.
Yeah, it is shocking when you see one. You're like, whoa, is that real?
Extremely pregnant cow elk.
I've seen a lot of those around
babies.
Town.
Yes. I think of sounds. We have the red-tailed hawk coming in to build their nest, and they do a lot of calling back and forth, the breeding pair. I think of the broad-tailed hummingbird when he swoops down, the male, the wings vibrate, and you hear that funny little noise.
Yeah, it's always exciting when those show up.
Yes.
Maybe we'll be able to drop some of these sounds in.
Yes. Oh, yes. Wouldn't that be
the
great?
podcast, so you can
kind of
know what those
timing
sound like.
Because when the ribes, the current, when it puts its little blossoms out, it's one of the first ones. That's about the same time that the hummingbirds show up, and it's a vital food source for them. So it's all about, we call it phenology. We study the timing of different events. And springtime is boom, 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 event after event.
Yeah. Yeah, it can happen really quickly once it gets rolling. Yeah, we're feeling the sun right now. This is kind of exactly what we're talking about on a short term. Because when we first came out here, we were pretty cold and it was cloudy and everything. And now the sun's out and we're like hot almost, especially with the sun hitting it below your face. That's another tip for people when you come anytime. Sunscreen in the summer, in the winter. I think some of the worst burns I've ever had have been in the winter because it hits you from below.
Yep.
I like the sunburn in the nostrils. That's always a good one. I remember the first time that happened to me. I was like, what's going on? Yes, plan ahead. Yeah, those are all great things to listen for. We hear robin right now, right? So the hummingbirds, red tails.
The robins are our noisy little neighbors. They call loudly.
Yeah.
This time of year, you see a lot of juncos, finches, chickadees, white-breasted nuthatches, and the red-breasted nuthatch, speaking of sounds, who sings its beautiful little call. I always just say, okay, honey.
Sounds like a trombone with a cold or something.
It kind of does, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And who else is here? Green-tailed towhees are doing their little dance. The magpies are nesting. They build that huge nest with a front and a back door.
Magpies are fascinating.
They are my favorite bird.
They're so smart.
Oh, and beautiful.
Yeah, they are. They're beautiful. Yeah, when I guess on the blog we'll try to put up a picture of magpies for you to watch out for. They're pretty unmistakable.
Yes.
You know, they're big, white body, long, kind of blue-black iridescent tail.
Yeah.
And yeah, they build. If you see a nest, it's pretty unmistakable. They're just
big
these
dome,
big structures, big dome structures.
And they're corvids, so they're smart.
Yes,
and
exactly.
Along with the jays and the
yeah, our Steller's jays,
ravens,
all the corvids.
Yeah.
So you like birds a little bit.
I like birds a lot.
I get the impression.
I like birds. I like everything. That's why I'm a naturalist.
Well, that's true. It is a generalist.
I have a real plant obsession, and I love the trees, and I love the rocks, and it all works together to make a very nice world.
Yeah. Have you always led spring bird walks in the spring here?
Yeah.
Tell people about that a little bit.
Oh, it's a wonderful time to get out and see what's going on our calm spring mornings. There's no place more beautiful than out in the meadow, listening and watching, and again smelling. I love to smell everything too.
Yeah, it's an important sense.
It is.
People forget about it sometimes.
It is.
Or
But
I
you
do.
know how it's so linked to memory?
It is.
Yeah. So I think folks will come here and they'll smell something, and later they'll get a whiff of it and go, "Oh yeah, Rocky." So the spring bird walks are at 7. Or excuse me, they're at 8 now, and they'll be at 7 in the summertime. We have wonderful mix of rangers and volunteers, our wonderful skilled volunteers helping us lead these. And this is the time of year when the migrants, the bird folk who go thousands of miles away, come back up and come home to Rocky. So it's great to see them arriving.
It's amazing. It's really amazing. Yeah, bird walks are one of many types of walks and talks. We have so much stuff going on, especially in the summer. When you arrive at the park, for listeners, you will get a newspaper when you go through the gate, and that will have all our programs. But if you want to look ahead of time or while you're visiting, if you're back in your hotel or whatever, if you go to our website, there's actually a little calendar up in the right-hand corner, and you can search for your specific dates, and it'll tell you everything going on those days. And all of our ranger programs are free.
Yeah, you betcha.
Right?
All included in your price of entry.
Exactly.
And boy, I sure want to encourage you to plan ahead if you can.
Yeah.
Because we are getting so busy, and there's times when there's no parking, and I know how frustrating that can be. But if you plan ahead, you can be where you want to be before the crowds get here.
Yeah, that is a really big thing as it gets as Rocky gets more popular. I mean, it's great that we're more popular because that's what we want. We want more people to come learn about not just this park, but this place as a representation of, the Southern Rockies, the Colorado Rockies. But yeah, planning ahead is so key. Our website's great for that. You can do a lot of research, and we actually are going to have an article up there that you can go and see about planning ahead. And a lot of it is, look at ranger programs you might be interested in, see exactly what time they're going to be, kind of think about your day.
Yeah. We want to give you all the tools so your visit will be very successful and fun.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. We want everyone's visit to be great. We really do. I mean, that's what I think about all the time.
Sure.
Is all of you who are coming to visit us, we want you to have a beautiful visit.
I see people who get grumpy with the traffic in town.
Yeah.
And I always just laugh because I said, that's a mom and dad and 3 little kids, just like my car. And they're all having the adventure of their lives. I'm not going to get mad at them.
Exactly. Yeah. You just think back to that time.
Yep.
What are some of your favorite visitor questions that you've ever gotten?
Oh.
Are there some that come up on a regular basis that are...
There was one time that I gave terrible misinformation to a lady without thinking about it. She came to me at the front desk and she said, I've been here looking for elk and I can't see any of them. And it was a very warm spring day. So I said, they're up in the trees. Their coats are so hot. And she said, I didn't know they could climb trees. So I misspoke. By being up in the trees, I meant taking shelter under the forest canopy. But I said it poorly.
Yeah,
she was very surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's there's so many animals and things here that a lot of people aren't familiar with. So maybe elks do climb trees. Elk. That's pretty funny.
It was.
If you could give listeners you can give more than one, but one piece of advice for their visit, let's say this summer, because we're going to put this podcast up in mid-June. What do you think it would be? Doesn't have to be practical. It can be anything.
Oh, probably my biggest piece of advice is just come with an open heart and open eyes and look around and absorb this place. It's yours and it is magical. Be open to that. Don't get caught up in the traffic and where we're going to eat lunch and all the day-to-day things.
Yeah.
Let those slide to the back of your mind and your heart and just be here now.
Yeah, that's a great piece of advice, because I experience that too in the park. You know, sometimes you have an idea of, I want to do this specific or go this specific place.
Right.
And yet everywhere you go in the park, anything you do, I always find beautiful and enjoyable.
Yeah.
It just kind of,
And the mountains will, John Muir said, their peace will flow into you. I find myself on the way to work thinking about getting the kids to the dentist, and I look up at the mountains and go, oh yeah, that's what's important.
exactly. Yeah. Let it kind of, like you said, let it flow into you, let it calm you down. It's important to remember sometimes, all times. We already talked about bird walks. What are some other events this summer that listeners might want to know about? Or like, what about some of our night sky stuff?
Oh, we have several. They're primarily on Friday nights.
Yeah.
And I have a wonderful ranger on my staff who is a dark ranger as well as a park ranger.
Yeah.
Which means she is highly skilled in astronomy and the skills to teach that. We go out into these meadows here and we look up, and I promise you've never seen stars like this. It is so magical. There are thousands. And we have a wonderful cadre of volunteers who come and bring their telescopes so we can all get a look. Last summer, I sat out here probably till about 2 a.m. watching Saturn, and you could see the rings, and it's just, it's impressive.
Yeah, it is stunning. It's really amazing. And the difference between near to town and then when you drive into the park a little ways is
if you're used
stark.
to a lot of light pollution in your urban sky, when you get out here and look up, you're going to be just amazed.
I mean, a lot of times you can see the Milky Way just before your eyes even get adjusted. You just look up and there it is. You don't even have to adjust.
Yes.
Yeah, those are great programs. Like, what do we like to say? Half the park is after dark.
That's right.
But it's really true. It's really true. There's just so much amazing stuff. And in the winters too, we do some full moon walks sometimes.
We do.
Because
that's a magical night to be out. Sometimes we have to go in snowshoes, but we're out in the winter landscape under that full moonlight, learning about how the planet works and how the moon works, and it's just wonderful.
Yeah, so we have our night sky programs. If you go on our website, you'll find all of those listed. We also have evening programs, so not quite around when it's getting dark. Can you tell people about those?
Yeah, those are primarily located in our campgrounds, but you don't have to be staying in the campground to come. You can pull in and attend the campfire program as well. Actually, we call them campfire programs, but we don't do the fire part anymore because of fire danger.
Yeah.
We have wonderful evening programs on every topic imaginable. It's
so
a great way to learn about the park.
Those are in our amphitheaters, right?
Campground amphitheaters.
And all kinds of different topics, different people.
Yeah. Different show every night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and those are nice because there's a lot of visitors around. It's kind of a nice, fun way to meet people.
Yeah,
communal
they're real family oriented, and some we do early before the sun goes down because we know we have some campers who need to be in bed.
Sure.
And then some we do as it gets dark, and we use a PowerPoint projector for that.
I'm trying to think of some of our other programs. We have lots of walks.
We have visitors. Yeah, we have walks. We have programs that are tied to the visitor center because we know you're busy, but you might want to learn something but don't have time to go on a long walk. Walks, talks, everything imaginable. Just, again, check out those web listings and see what fits your needs.
I'm also thinking we also have some kind of fun, like Coffee with a Ranger. I think that's kind of an interesting program.
That's a fun one. Meet the ranger at 7:00 in the campground.
Yeah, exactly. And you can just, we try to keep it informal. It's just a chance for you to talk and ask questions.
And you know what we really use it for? We use it as a chance to really put our finger on the pulse of what the visitor is doing, thinking, feeling. And we really like the feedback of what your experience is like and how we can do better.
Yeah, that's true. I hadn't even thought about that part of it. But that is a great opportunity to just talk and see how things are going with people. And then visitor centers, we also staff those.
Oh, yeah. Swing in and you can find maps, information, trail information, anything you need.
And then also the bookstores.
Oh, yes. Wonderful sales items with our partner.
What are some of your favorite books about Rocky?
Oh, let me think.
Other than
Anything?
field, anything.
Yeah. Well, field guides, yes.
Field guides are
Because
great.
that's what makes my knee go. Anything by Enos Mills. He was he's the father of our national park, and he was the father of really the rangering profession of taking people out into the field and learning. And he writes lyrically. You will fall in
Yeah.
love with the mountains by reading anything Enos wrote.
Yeah, Enos. Maybe we talk about him for a little bit because I think that's pretty fascinating, and definitely I encourage anyone to read because it's almost it's like halfway to poetry.
Yes, it
It's
is.
kind of halfway in between prose and poetry.
It is.
When did he come to this area?
He came when he was a kid.
Yeah.
He was like
Same?
same but different reasons. He was quite ill back in Kansas where he lived, and they had thought that maybe if he came out here and lived with his uncle in the rarefied mountain air, he would get better, and he did. He got strong and wonderful, and
Really?
set up a mountain school, a nature school on the side of Long's Peak. And I can't remember how many times he climbed Long's Peak, but it's in the 300s, 400s.
Yeah.
He was like the king of that area. He knew it. He was such a good naturalist, and he could tell it in such beautiful ways that everybody got excited. And then he used that skill to get the idea of the national park going, and campaigned for us all across the nation.
Yeah, it's amazing to me how many national parks have that sort of story. They have, a person or a small group of people that recognize the beauty of the place, and they really work hard to have it protected. I always find that really inspiring.
I do too.
Because it's just a few people who spearhead it, and then now we've had this park for 102 years.
Yeah.
102 years.
Thanks to their efforts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
So never think that you cannot help or make your dream come true. You can.
yeah, it really is amazing to read about all those folks. And so Enos Mills, basically, I mean, what would you say? Did he create the idea of a naturalist as like a defined profession, or do you think he pushed it forward?
Nature guiding is
Nature
what he
guiding.
called it. And he said, don't tell them so much the what, but get them excited about the how and the why and what it means to them. So he had the answers way back then. And his nature school was just a wonderful place to come and learn, and people would go up.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting thing for me that maybe surprises some people when they go on interpretive programs, and that's why I think that's part of the reason why we have our own term, interpretation, as opposed to education, because we're not just trying to bring people out and just throw facts at you all day. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Oh, I think our main goal is we know that people want to learn.
Sure.
We like it too. So we do that part, but we don't let it in there. We try to take it to that next step, which is something transformative, something inspirational. That's where people's hearts are touched. And our goal is to touch you in your brain with the intellectual and in your heart with the emotional. And we want you to leave this place a steward. We want you to leave this place a champion for national parks and for Rocky, and to do everything you can to help protect us.
Yeah, I think, not to get too much into technical verbiage, but we're also I feel like that's a growing thing in the Park Service, these more interactive programs with rangers where, again, we're not just talking at you, but we actually want to have a conversation, not just between the ranger and the person, but between everybody that's in the group. And I've been on some of those programs, and it is amazing what comes out,
Oh, we learn so much from our visitors.
Yeah.
We look at it as being more of a dialogue than just I'm going to stand up here and tell you everything I know now.
Yeah.
And through that dialogue, everybody is enriched. Everybody learns, and everybody has a chance to be heard.
Yeah, I feel, on so many ranger programs, not just guiding them, but also being on them. It's amazing how you can have more energy and excitement when you're done.
Yes.
Than when you start. So it's very different than a class almost, because you're like, okay, I'm taking it all in. So by the end, you're like, oh, excited.
Yes.
I've had that experience at a lot of parks where you go on a ranger program and it opens your eyes up to things you hadn't even noticed maybe, or...
And it's the same thing for the rangers. The visitors keep our pilot lights lit. They keep us excited and enthused and in love with this place.
Absolutely.
Seeing it through their eyes is just wonderful.
Absolutely. And I love kids too.
Oh, yeah.
All of our programs are all ages. Is that correct?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So any kids are welcome. And I think a lot of times they have some of the most insightful comments and
Oh, they do.
questions. You know,
I'll never forget
they'll
the
ask a
time
question. Yeah,
I
go
had
ahead.
an environmental education contact with a kid, and we were doing these great programs,
Uh-huh.
and he goes, "That was great." Then he looked at me, he goes, "Hey, you were teaching us stuff."
He saw you, huh?
And I thought, okay, my job here is done. He had a
caught
good
you.
time, but he learned, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And our Junior Ranger program is one of our most popular programs in the park. We have
I'm glad you
wonderful
brought
books.
that up.
And then we have programs up at our Hidden Valley area where we have Junior
Yeah.
Ranger headquarters. And kids, that's just for you.
Yeah, so Junior Ranger, yeah, can you explain it a little bit, like the details of it?
We do 4 programs a day, and it's just a way to kid-level learning, the fun stuff, a way to learn about the national park and what's here. And then the kids can fill out their books. There's all sorts of fun activities and things to color and match and draw lines to, and then they get their badge. And kids, your badge is bigger than my badge, so it's
That's
pretty
true.
cool.
They are cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go to a visitor center or to a Junior Ranger
Our
headquarters.
Junior Ranger program,
Yep, and it's great. I mean, the books are so. I love the books here.
Oh, they're
at Rocky.
beautiful.
Yeah,
Our partner helped design those.
They're all
Rocky Mountain
hand
Conservancy.
illustrated.
They're
and,
gorgeous. Yes.
Yeah, they really are.
And kids are really excited when they open it. It's not, it's summer oftentimes when the kids are here and they don't want to do homework, but it doesn't look like homework. It
No,
looks
it's
like fun. It's
There's
games,
searches and puzzles,
beautiful colors, and
it's just a great way. I mean, the kids learn about it, but the parents learn about it too because they're helping the kids, and then you get a badge, and it's just a great program, and it's free.
Yeah.
So
and we have some kids who hit our desk. They are showing up with little vests on with over 100 Junior Ranger badges, and they just inspire me. They give me hope for the future.
Yeah, it's incredible. So we have Junior Ranger books for different age groups. So,
Split up.
whatever the age of your child or yourself, we
I
have
was going to
something.
say, literally, whatever the age, I awarded a Junior Ranger badge to a 91-year-old gentleman once, and it was just a high point of my life.
Yeah, that's amazing. Wow, what a good story. 91 years old.
He was grinning from ear to ear.
Yeah, it's a great program. I feel like I'm 32. I have tons of friends in their 20s, and who go and they collect them just like an 8-year-old. Like, it's just as fun. It's just as fun. This is going to be a complicated answer, maybe, but that's okay. We can muse on it until we're done.
Okay.
You've been coming to Rocky for a long time. What does Rocky mean to you? I know it's an impossible question, but so many.
Rocky is part of the fiber of my being. Something, this is going to sound all woo-woo, but something physically, literally happened to me the first time I saw these mountains.
Really?
I just fell in love. I said, they are the most beautiful. And everywhere I've worked with the National Park Service, like I said, every park has been a gift in some way, but I always thought these mountains here in Rocky, the Never Summer Range, the tundra, it touched me in such a way. My mom and I spent so many happy days with our noses to the ground and our butts in the air up on the tundra, learning about the botany up there. And it's just such a special place. It's inspiring to me. It gives me strength. It grounds me. I have a real mountain fetish, and I love to visit any mountains I can find, but these are the home range. And our poet laureate, Thomas, you'll have to dub this in. I can't think of his last name right now. But he said, you can say that I loved a range of mountains so much that I could hardly breathe. And that's what this is. And to have the honor and the glorious experience of sharing this with the park visitors, that's the best thing I could ever do with my life, because they're going to help me protect it. And it'll be just as special to them. It's not mine. I just happen to love it.
Exactly. I think that's such an important point for everybody, is that this park belongs to everyone. It's all of ours. Connect with it however it connects to you. Find the place that speaks to you. I had a similar experience the first time I went to Yellowstone. I mean, I'd never been in the mountains from the East Coast. I think I was 16 or 17. And I just was like, this is it.
Yep.
This is what I want to do. And I've been working in national parks, at least seasonally, ever since then.
Yay.
There's just something about it,
And that's one of the biggest things I want to tell people. The jobs are hard right now.
Mm-hmm.
But please don't let anyone tell you that you can't be a park ranger. If you want to be a park ranger, you can. And it's my job and the rest of the rangers to help you get there. People helped me every step along my career, and I'm so grateful. So if you have a real itch to do this, if it's really in your heart, get in touch with a ranger somewhere, whether it's out here or in the park that's closest to your home, and just say, what can I do? And you can start as a volunteer. I did. When I was a master's student, I was volunteering at Redwood. Just get your foot in the door, and this can be yours if you want it.
I think that's a great message, and I totally agree. You know, every person that I've ever asked my whole career or as a visitor has always been so warm and welcoming and excited to have someone interested in it. So definitely, if it's something that you're interested in, you know, for some people it ends up being a career. For some people it ends up being a few summers that they never forget, or winters if you work in southern parks, or Everglades,
and you
or
know,
something.
just because you come out here doesn't mean you have to grow up to be a ranger. You can grow up to be a dentist, but you're going to be a dentist who loves national parks and will help protect them.
Yeah, that's great. I think this has been great. Thank you, Kathy, so much for coming out and talking to us. It's super fun. Who knows? Maybe we'll get together another time.
Sure.
It'd be fun to go up and
bring coffee next time.
Okay. Good note. Good note. We'll bring coffee next time. Well, thank you so much for coming on the podcast. And that's our show. Thank you for joining us for our very first episode of our very first official podcast. We hope that you will join us for the rest of the season. We have so much stuff lined up for you. It's going to be really fun and interesting and varied. Our next episode is on June 30th. We really hope that this podcast grows into something that's useful to you and useful to people all across the country and the world. So if you dig our show, please tell your friends to join us too. You can tell them in real life, or if that's getting too passe, you can tell them on social media or however else you want to tell them. And if you really want to help us out, please make sure to give us a review on iTunes. Reviews make it easier for people to find our podcast when they do searches in their podcast app or on iTunes or whatever platform they use. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, you can visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
Ashton.
Hey, Jake.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Oh, we're in Yellowstone. Life is good.
It's another day, another great day in Yellowstone.
Did you by chance happen to see the email that we got about the edits to our spring newspaper?
I did, actually.
Did you get your edits in yet?
No.
All right. Well,
it's on my list, though.
Make sure to do that.
Yeah.
Speaking of publications, do you know how many publications that Yellowstone National Park manages?
Ooh, it's got to be way more than I even think.
It's a big number. It's not like a ridiculously big number, but it's probably more than you would think.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 40.
Double that.
Oh wow, 80.
80 publications, yeah. So some of the big ones we have are like the park newspaper, but then there's a lot of site bulletins. There's basically all the information that you could want behind the visitor center desk. There's a ton of information to hand out to people if you come to Yellowstone. And speaking of publications, today we're joined by Miles Barger. He is the Publications Program Manager in the Resource Education and Youth Programs Division. Miles, how you doing?
Oh, doing pretty well. Beautiful day out there.
It is a beautiful day. So for our listeners, some of you may recognize the name. Miles is actually one of our hosts, but you're on the other side of the microphone today. So how does that feel?
Feels great. Multi-talented.
Yes. Yeah. He's ambidextrous.
There you go.
You play offense and defense.
That's right.
Yeah.
Special teams.
Yes. So how did you start working in national parks?
I was in college and I was looking for a summer job. I had been working near my parents' house in Kentucky. And then somehow through the magic of the internet, I realized that you could work in a national park in the summer to make minimum wage, which I think was like $5.25 back then.
You're dating yourself.
I know. Yeah, you could work in a national park and make minimum wage instead of being at home doing it. So I thought that's interesting. So I applied to, I don't think I applied to Glacier because you couldn't have a beard. At that time, whatever the concessioner was.
What a terrible idea.
I know. So I was like, well, I'm not doing that. But Yellowstone, I saw some jobs. So I applied for a job with the concessioner operating the hotels, which was Xanterra back then, as it is now. And I got a job cleaning cabins at Canyon before they had built all the huge lodges that are up there now.
Oh, wow.
It was all just cabins. And I towed a cart around from cabin to cabin and paused when a bison was sitting on the porch and I couldn't get in. It's like a forced break. And that was my first summer, and I haven't done anything but work in or around national parks since then.
Gotcha.
Wow.
So, this podcast, we're focusing mainly on people who work in national parks.
Yeah.
But you mentioned that you worked for our concessionaire. So
I did.
Yeah, just something to tell people that are listening is that in Yellowstone, we have about 750 roughly permanent and seasonal employees combined every year. But what's that number in Xanterra? It's like over 3,000, right?
I actually was just looking at this number for one of our publications. It's about 3,200 seasonal concessionaire employees in the summer. So many, many more.
Yeah, it's like 5 times more employees.
Yeah.
So for people who want to, if your main goal is to, like what you were, is to live in a cool place.
Yeah.
In addition to Park Service jobs, there's the Xanterra, there's Delaware North. If STGI runs our clinics, and then Yellowstone Forever. So it seems like all of those different entities.
A lot of my jobs were with nonprofit partners. Like I worked for Alaska Geographic.
Yeah.
I worked for Denali Education Center, places like that where they're not a National Park Service job, but you're affiliated with the park, working with the park.
Yeah. So how did you make the switch? How did you go from one to the other?
I was working in Denali in Alaska, and I noticed that a lot of the people who worked there year round had master's degrees. So I thought maybe I should do that.
Yeah.
And I didn't have anything to do in the off season anyway. So I started applying for master's degrees programs in environmental studies / environmental science. Got in at University of Oregon, started doing my master's, I took some GIS classes because that seemed helpful. And also I'm a nerd and it seemed cool. And then there was a project called the Atlas of Yellowstone. And I said, oh, I know about Yellowstone. I worked there for a little while. And I got in on that. And then a job opened up in the Park Service being a cartographer for the Unigrid brochure program. Those are those glossy folded brochures you get when you go to the entrance of any national park.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was
They're highly sought after.
Highly sought after.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it was the first time that job had opened in like 15 years, I think, was the last time someone had retired or moved on. And I applied figuring I wouldn't get it because it was a permanent, full-time, higher graded job. But I had the skills to pay the bills, I guess. It was just a very specialized area that I happened to have had a knack for.
Yeah, right
and I got
place,
that
right
job.
time. Yeah.
Right place, right time.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd done SCA internships. I'd worked at Yellowstone. I'd pieced together enough stuff over those seasons that combined with the cartography and design skills and writing, I could, make a pretty good case that I had the love for the game and the skills and the knowledge about the Park Service and all of that, and ended up getting the job.
So your first Park Service job, what was your first seasonal one, I should say? That was in Alaska? Or did you go from...
I never had a Park Service job.
You never had a season. So your first Park Service job was
Park
permanent.
Service job was a GS-12 visual information or cartographer.
Way to just like come out swinging.
Yeah. I definitely didn't think I would get the job. So.
Yeah. And that's like
really
very
awesome.
That is, everybody that we interview, they have like a different backstory on how they started. And I would say, that is atypical, but Ashton, you kind of had a similar thing too, right? Like you didn't, how did you get your start?
I started it was Geoscientists in Parks internship program. Now it's called Scientists in Parks internship program. And I got an internship here in Yellowstone for a summer. And then this position opened up shortly after and applied thinking the same thing as Miles. I was like, I'm not going to get this job, but got lucky.
Yeah.
And now I'm here.
So I would like to say that, you guys are 2 in a million.
Yeah.
That's not the typical thing. Yeah. But it can happen. And I think that's, just right place, right time, being willing to just get, the background that you need so that when the jobs present themselves. So
you were a cartographer. Where was that?
Harpers Ferry Center.
Ferry. Okay.
So it's the kind of graphic design center for the National Park Service. I would say that's becoming more distributed over time, but things were super spread out in DC, is my understanding, in like the 50s and 60s. And then there was a push to consolidate everything somewhere. And Senator Robert Byrd was very good at getting things built in West Virginia. And so, Harpers Ferry, West Virginia is literally as far east and close to DC as you could possibly be in West Virginia. So it's right on the corner. It's like the lowest elevation point in West Virginia. It's a beautiful spot. It's where the Shenandoah flows into the Potomac.
Yeah, but I've sat on the confluence there and had lunch.
It's very pretty. And so it's a building full of people who do. That's where the brochure program is, waysides, exhibit design, AV, all sorts of stuff.
So between that job, your first Park Service job, and now the publications program manager, did you have some things in between, or did you go from one?
I was there as a cartographer for almost 4 years. And basically I missed being in the Western US and I wanted to get back into a park in operations. The cartographer job was cool because I got to see like the breadth of the Park Service and how many different types of parks there are, and worked with every kind of park you can imagine, from like a tiny Civil War, not even Civil War, tiny Revolutionary War battlefields, all the way up to huge parks. And there was a job in Rocky Mountain National Park as the visual information specialist there. And I applied for that and got that job. So I moved to Estes Park and worked for Rocky for 5 years. And then this job came open and I applied for that and came here in 2020. It was basically during the pandemic when the job opened up.
Yeah. Well, so kind of getting more into your current job now that you're here, do you have a typical day or a season? Like what's your workload look like?
I definitely have a typical day, which is come into the office and sit down at my computer and work on my computer.
Can you expand?
Yeah. So, being the publications program manager here, I'm in charge of not all the printed stuff, but the majority of printed things for visitors and for staff, like internal and even concessioners. We make stuff for them as well. There's approximately 100 products when you add up all the site bulletins, which are, the folded black and white things that you get at visitor centers.
Oh, so I was off, Ashton. I said 80. So
it's a lot.
It's something. Maybe it's 80. It depends how you count things.
Yeah, and also
do you count all the different translations as separate things, or not?
Right. Yeah.
It's a lot of things. So yeah, depending on what the time of year is, I work on those. I would say my seasonality is kind of the inverse of a lot of people in operations, which operations is like, the front line, people who interact with visitors and are busiest during the summer, which is obviously when we're busiest. But I have to write, edit, get reviewed, and get ready for print, which printing takes
a lot longer than putting things digitally. Anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks, you have to submit something before you're going to get the printed version. So my winter is really the busiest time from like October through now, basically.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of stuff I'm getting done right now because we need to get it here by the end of May, basically when our busy season starts. And then the summer it's busy, but in a different way. In the summer, I'm mostly responding to, I also make a lot of signs, design a lot of signs and get them ordered. So a lot of sign requests come in for just stuff that happens in the park. And then, you know, things tend to happen in the summer. We have whatever, a road, something goes wrong and we have to reroute people, or a regulation changes, or
it depends
whatever.
how many floods or water main breaks, or
depends which plague we get.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of responding more short term to things like that, and like sending things to people in the field, getting things, taking requests for publications that people need more of. And then going out more in the summer to like visit places, talk to people, kind of see what the needs are. So those are kind of my two main seasons.
So with that, do you have like an important, like what, for people who are interested in this type of a job, like, is there a skill or something that you would consider that it serves you well?
Yes. So I do design, but I also write almost everything as well inside of the design. And so I would say writing is a very key, writing and editing.
Yeah.
So in that sense, like being able to write well, being able to write in different tones and styles, depending on what you're making, like the newspaper visitor guide that you get at the entrance stations is very just visitor information focused, and it has a ton of stuff in it. So it has to be very concise. So that's one type of writing. It's like plain language guidelines, which is a government thing for basically saying not using huge words and keeping sentences pretty easily understandable. So that's one type of writing. But then like resources and issues, I'm more editing other people, but that's more in-depth scientific writing and kind of everything in between. So I'd say write. It's also nice to be able to write your own stuff, because when you're designing on paper, everything takes space, physical space on the page. And so a lot of the time you need to be able to edit for space as well. So it's nice to be able to go back and forth to make things fit, or like I'm OCD about columns being all the same lengths and things. So it's like, oh, I want to edit this to be like 7 words longer. Things like that. And then
detail oriented.
Exactly. Detail oriented. And then there's the design side of things. I think that's a tough one for me. There are skills you can learn, but I also think there's a certain je ne sais quoi that some people have and some people don't when it comes to design. But that's an important skill. And then there's all the technical stuff of like, no, we use Adobe products, InDesign, Illustrator, things like that. But you know, something like Figma or GIMP or whatever, all the different open source things are very similar, but knowing how to run those programs well and do what you need to do, being like proficient and facile in those things. And then I make a lot of maps as well. I guess I wouldn't have to do that. Most people probably would call in on the GIS shop at their park if they have one to do that. But
Since you have that skill in your back pocket.
Yeah. Which is also, again, like the writing is a nice skill to have, because you can design for your own space and stuff.
When I worked, so my job before I came to Yellowstone was in Glacier as a visual information specialist, similar to what you were doing, more likely in Rocky. I was very hesitant to write anything, and because it's like that's why I take pictures, because I'm not a solid writer, and I let my pictures do the speaking.
1,000 words each.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm a prolific writer through photography. But when I came here, I was able to kind of do the same thing because there were people around me that were writing. But then as I got more into this job and started, changing things like the products that we were making, that Cam was asking us like, hey, do this or do that. There was no one to write. And so you just kind of had to write for yourself. And that is a skill that I picked up. And I would agree, like writing is I had to do writing in college, but you're like writing for that is very different than writing for the web or writing for social media. It's just like, it has a different tone and really kind of like getting comfortable in that. So I would echo that writing is a really a solid thing to do. And it seems like kind of like a lost, it doesn't seem like it's emphasized as much on like with everything is 180, or 280 characters. So it's like, that's a skill too, to try to be succinct, but also like if you need to write more than that, that's, good thing to practice.
Yeah. Yeah. I was an English major and music composition major in undergrad. I think both of those things help. The music one's harder to explain, but it's similar in a lot of ways, I think.
Yeah.
And also when I did seasonal work, I was a guide.
Okay.
So I was taking people on hikes and teaching classes and stuff all day long. And I think that has been helpful too, because it's kind of that skill of learning how to take a bunch of information and synthesize it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm curious. So in your current position here, what's like the biggest publication or the one that takes the most time and effort or project? Like what's the thing that takes the longest for you to work on?
Resources and issues.
Yeah.
It's a 300-page book.
Okay.
So I always get the feeling every season that I would like to just start it over from scratch. But then I remember it would be like, it would probably take 5 years, honestly, of full-time work to do that at least. But yeah, that's the biggest.
Yeah, that's a beast.
That's job security, Miles.
True.
Yeah.
That's the biggest by far. Everything else pales in comparison to that.
So like out of the, the writing, designing, like all the kind of things that you mentioned, do you have any of those like kind of stand out as your favorite that you like to do?
Making maps is my favorite. And I love when I get the chance, which is not very often because of time, but I love just like starting something over from scratch, just like forget that it exists and make it brand new. So I guess I would say like, what would that be? It's almost like book design, kind of, where of course we don't choose the fonts because we have the fonts, but you're kind of choosing the architecture of things, like what kind of columns am I using and baseline grid and designing all the styles and all that kind of stuff, I think is probably my favorite.
What's your least favorite? Because like that's why they pay us. It's like you can't love everything. Yeah.
I think my least favorite is just when there's so many things that need doing that sometimes they just need to get done and updated.
Yeah. Or I should say, what's the most challenging part of your job? Because it's like you can't like everything, but what is the thing that makes it difficult?
I would say one of the big challenges is this is a big park. There's a lot of information.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who specialize in things. But like something like the newspaper visitor guide, I don't even know how many people review it, like dozens.
Yeah.
And so sometimes it's coordinating all the different needs of different groups of people.
Herding turtles.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean,
herding turtles.
I wouldn't say it's difficult, but I also enjoy it because you get to learn a ton about the park. Like you get to learn about not only all these different subjects and information, but also the different perspectives. Like the language on a sign for visitor resource protection or law enforcement purposes is very different from, like, if you have a sign about fishing or a wayside, the fisheries biologists have very different goals for that than the people who like want to enforce regulations versus the interpretation side of it. So I enjoy it, but that is definitely a skill that I've had to learn.
I think that's kind of a perk being in like the communications field, is you kind of have to be exposed to all these different perspectives.
Yeah.
Because you're writing, you're editing, you're designing, you kind of have to know a little bit about everything. And so I think it helps to be curious.
It definitely helps to be curious. I also think that there's a lot of things about my job that I've had people say, like, how do you stand that? Or I'm making a thing and there's going to be 200,000 copies printed of it. Pressure of that. And to me, I'm like, whatever. So I think, but there's other people's jobs that seem super stressful to me. And they're like, oh, I love it.
Yeah. It's just whatever you're used to, it seems like.
Yeah. And like what you enjoy. So I would say that's one tip is like, find the things that you enjoy that other people don't. That's a good niche for you.
Find your niche. Yeah.
Yeah. Like play, instead of trying to improve the things you're not good at, like play to the things that you're naturally into.
Murph, he said he likes pumping sludge.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
That is pretty niche.
Yeah, when we said, what's your favorite part of your job? And Murph said, pumping sludge.
Yeah, you're like, all right. Yeah,
okay.
Job security.
You're in the right job.
So how do you feel that your job contributes to this larger mission that we have here? You know, you don't get to interact with people on a one-on-one basis, but do you kind of scratch that itch?
Yeah, sometimes I have to remind myself because I am sitting in front of a computer mostly, and it's a little abstract. As opposed to, you know, when I used to guide 15 people on a hike and you get that immediate person-to-person feedback. But then I remind myself, like, 4 point whatever million people are going to come here every year, and probably they're all going to interact with something that I made. So
I think it's safe to say like almost every person is going to see something that you made. Yeah.
So it's almost like my ROI is a lot higher.
Yeah. So you like your job, things are good. Do you have a defining moment, would you say, like in your career, or something that kind of stands out as to like, ooh, man, this is like I made it, or that was a cool thing that you got to make or do or be a part of?
Good question.
Thank you.
Jake coming with the hard-hitting questions.
Yeah.
The first time I drove into Kantishna, which you can't do right now because the bridge is they're building a new bridge. But my first summer in Denali, I was a guide and we had to get out to Kantishna, which is at the end of the one road. Literally, it like turns into an airstrip right after the place that I worked back there. That was pretty mind blowing.
Yeah.
It was a clear day. We're on the road with nobody else. The mountain was totally out. And I was just kind of like, oh,
I had the same moment. Like when
like an out of body experience.
I say that there are three things that have like changed me as a person, you know, that so far, I mean, obviously there can be more, but the first time going to Stony Overlook on a clear day and seeing Denali, like in the distance, I was just standing there like mind blown.
Yeah.
And then the first time I saw the Grand Canyon, because that was also, I was younger and I was like of the age where I was starting to appreciate things. And I was just like, it's just like unfathomably big. Like you can't imagine like being the first people to show up and be like, oh, how do we get across this? And then also seeing the Kilauea volcano under the Milky Way at night. I remember going there and it was like glowing up into the sky on a clear night. You had the Milky Way like arching over it. And again, just like one of those, like, this is so cool.
Yeah.
And it's cool that national parks, like they were all in national parks.
Yep.
Like, you know, like out of all the cool things that I've seen, that it's just, I mean, it's cool that we get to do this.
Yeah. I mean, that's what makes it hard to choose is I've had so many over the years, but I mean, what I did the seasonal job for fun, and I think I tried to live a normal life one time after that for a few months, and I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So not that there's anything wrong with it. I just for me, I got hooked.
Yeah.
So for people that are interested in doing this kind of work, let's get into some of the details. Like if someone goes to USA Jobs, what are they? What's the series they're looking for?
Yeah. So I think a lot of the interviews for this podcast, we've had interesting, weird job titles, but this may be the weirdest. It's traditionally, these jobs have been called visual information specialist. It's 1084.
Okay.
I don't know why that's the title of the job, but it encompasses a lot of different things. It can be, it can range so much what that is. Because I've done a lot of digital stuff too. Like at Rocky, I was in charge of all the media. So you can be doing digital stuff, print stuff, audio, video. There's so many things. So that's one of them, but I think there's a movement right now to change a lot of the jobs, if not all of them, over to 1001. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I am.
Yeah. So there's a recognition that visual information specialist doesn't quite cover all the things that these types of jobs do. So there's a move towards that. And then I would also say there's, as you guys know, there's public information, and a lot of times almost exact same type of job as my job is advertised under different public information things. There's also, like I said, there's subspecialties, like cartography, which in my mind is a subfield of design, or like writer editor, audio video production
specialist. That was a job I had too.
Yeah. So I think look for 1084, 1001, but also when you're on USA Jobs, just search for terms that apply to what you're interested in terms of like audio video or editing or writing, and it's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've said this yet, but like on OPM, there's a list of all the jobs. So like if you go to the OPM website, it's like the 1000 series is all of the like arts.
Right.
So from from 1001 to 1099, there's like a bunch of everything that we're mentioning kind of falls in there. And so it seems like if you're looking for it, you could set your alerts on a variety of those different keys, but it's good to know which ones specifically. If parks aren't flying them in a certain category, then doesn't make sense to set an alert. You already mentioned all the training that you had for the design and everything. Is there any other than the design aspect and knowing how to run these programs, like is it required that you have a formal training, that you go to school for that, or could you just like teach yourself how to do this? And you like a lot of people grow up and know how to use Photoshop and stuff.
I think you can teach yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, a ton of it I taught myself. I think, like you said, Ashton, curiosity is a big one, I think, for these positions.
Yeah.
Curiosity about different types of design work and audio, all that kind of stuff, but also subject matter. I did tons of personal projects, like I'd say I probably did more personal projects than work projects to get into this kind of stuff. Like whenever I was just seasonal, took a ton of photographs and had a blog and made books for friends and family that they didn't want that I thought were cool.
Yeah. So it seems like you were interested in being creative and you just happened to find a job that
it's just
allowed
kinda,
you to do that.
Yeah, it's just kind of who I am.
Yeah. That's cool.
Do you have any advice for people that, if they're looking to get into this career, just general advice?
Make your own stuff. If you have some opportunity I definitely know people who've gotten into it who are seasonal or permanent in a different career field, and they are a photographer and they start working on their photography and they get really good at it, or they start writing stuff, or a lot of times I have projects that I need some help with from people out in the field who have that knowledge, and it's not volunteering because they're doing their job, but and generally with parks, with federal, well, I shouldn't say federal, I just know Park Service, but you can spend up to 20% of your time on alternate things as long as and so definitely I did things like that, and people in like interpretation or other staff do that as well. You can contribute to projects. It's always hard for me to give advice because I just kind of...
It is a winding road. Yeah.
I just kind of did what I was passionate about or interested in, and got lucky and it worked out. So it's hard for me to give it specific advice, but
not so much like advice on like how, like what did you do that somebody else could replicate, but just like what are the things that are going to set people up for success? And it seems like the things you just mentioned were.
I also would say I have a lot of print knowledge. I don't know how much I would invest in that moving forward for people. But if there is something that you can learn that is a little less known or technical in a specific subfield that can be helpful.
Yeah.
I would definitely say from now moving forward, people focusing on digital is really a good idea.
Yeah.
So not that we write much code or anything, but just like how websites work, thinking about user experience in addition to all the other things, apps, app design, and working with databases and things like that is very helpful.
So we like to end these with, on a high note. We're like, what's the fun thing? Do you have a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or some other park? Like, we kind of already touched a little bit about, going out to Kantishna was the first time to kind of blew your mind. Is there like a
my first
non-work related thing maybe?
Yeah. My first summer here I got really lucky my first summer here because Xanterra had overhired. But I took a lot of time. I took a lot of those, like, does anyone want Friday off? Yes, I do. I did a lot of backpacking, and one of my trips I did Mount Washburn. No, wait, not Mount Washburn, Mount Holmes, which also had a fire lookout on it at that time. So I hiked in. My plan was hike into a meadow, the next day get up, go to the summit, come back, camp, the next morning get up, hike back out, and be done. Kind of break it up. I think it's 20 miles round trip.
Yeah.
So that way I had like 5 miles in, 10 miles round trip, 5 miles out. Nice and calm. And so I did the hike in, camped at a backcountry site, and the next morning got up, and there's like a big meadow right before you kind of get above tree line for Mount Holmes. And if I remember correctly, it has kind of a lot of little like pothole ponds and things. And so I kind of hiked up. I'd never done it before. I hiked up over this ridge and saw this big meadow, and there were just a ton of cow elk with their calves. I think, they get away from the roads, especially at that time of year when the calves are young and things are, and so there must have been, I don't know, I'm going to say like around 100 or something. And right as I came over the ridge, they were all acting really skittish. And I was like, really? Like one person by myself? I don't advocate backpacking by yourself in bear country, but I did.
Do as we say, not as we do.
Yeah. I was young. I wouldn't do it now. My risk tolerance was different. Anyway, so they were acting really skittish and whatever. And so I was hiking along kind of the edge, and then they just started running. I was like, wow, I can't believe how skittish they are. It must be with the calves. And then I looked up, and there was a grizzly bear running like full speed, which if you've never seen a grizzly bear running at full speed, it is something. Like, it doesn't make sense. They run very fast. I think, what do they run, 35 or?
Yeah, Carrie says like
Wow.
40 feet per second.
It's crazy.
Wow.
Like, it doesn't look real. And the way they run is very odd because they're like very front heavy. They have the big shoulders and the shoulder hump and the big powerful front claws. It's almost like they grab the ground in front of them and just pull the rest of their body forward. And it was trying to chase down an elk,
Wow.
like a young elk. It looked like it was probably a year old elk that it was trying to get. And I was by myself, and it was my first summer in a national park and my first summer in like mountains. And I was just like, whoa. And you could hear it. Like, it was so heavy that you could hear the sound of it running.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I just kind of backed up against a tree, pulled my bear spray out, carry bear spray. I had my bear spray, took the safety off, had it ready. And the grizzly ran, gosh, it was probably like within 15 feet of me. Did not care about me at all.
Oh
It
my
was
gosh.
in pursuit of this elk running uphill. And then they went into the trees and they turned some kind of corner and came back the other way, farther away, down towards that meadow. And it ran forward and like swept one of the back legs of the elk and got it and started taking it down, was going to eat it. And I was just like, I think I'm going to keep hiking. So I started going up, and I went up to the top and I got to the fire lookout and I was really freaked out. And then I was talking to the guy who manned the lookout back then, or the person at the lookout who worked up there all summer. And that's a remote one. You can't drive to it. You know, you get resupplied by pack animals, I'm pretty sure. And I mentioned like what I'd just seen, and he was like, yeah, there's a guy got killed at Grizzly Lake a few years ago. And I was just like, don't say this to me. So I hung out for a little while, and then I hiked all the way back down to my camp, and I packed up all my stuff, and I hiked out the whole way that night because I was just freaked out.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, that was pretty amazing. We'll never forget that one.
Yeah.
Probably set me up well for risk management going forward. I was a lot more aware of what can happen, which is anything. Anything can happen, which is why it's exciting.
And for people listening, just a friendly reminder that we encourage people to hike in groups.
Yes.
Make a lot of noise.
Yes.
Carry bear spray and know how to use it. That's how to proactively stay safe.
Yes.
Well, Miles, thank you for joining us today. It's been interesting catching up and hearing about your job and what you do and all that.
My pleasure.
Ashton, did you have any other final questions for Miles?
No, I don't think so. Thanks for joining us, Miles.
Anytime.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Miles Barger. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
The Avalanche Creek area is one of the most popular and crowded spots in the park. The old-growth cedars and hemlocks are unlike anywhere else in the park and would look more at home on the coasts of Washington and Oregon than in the Rocky Mountains. However, rains from clouds trapped by the Continental Divide make this an inviting habitat for a wide array of plants and animals. A campground and a picnic area are located here, but the real draws are the two popular trails that allow exploration of this unique part of the park. The Trail of the Cedars is an easy 1/2 mile wheelchair-accessible loop trail into the cool and inviting old-growth forest. Huge western red cedars, western hemlocks, and cottonwoods line the banks of Avalanche Creek. Ferns and other shade-loving plants thrive in the filtered green light that penetrates the forest canopy. About halfway along the trail, a bridge crosses the creek and provides a stunning view of Avalanche Gorge. Centuries of water gushing through this narrow gap has rounded and smoothed the moss-laden walls. Hikers may continue back to the parking area at this point on the loop, or venture off to the Avalanche Lake Trail. This easy 2-mile walk climbs 500 feet to reach Avalanche Lake. The trail follows along Avalanche Creek as it climbs up and out of the cedar hemlock forest into a mixed spruce and fir forest just a few hundred feet above. Early morning visitors may also be treated to the sights of deer and other wildlife along the trail. Before long, the forest opens up and the dramatic cliffs at the head of Avalanche Lake loom on the horizon. Fed by melting snows and the Sperry Glacier, huge waterfalls cascade down the back wall of the Avalanche Cirque all summer long. It's easy to see why this is one of the most popular hikes in the park. It's not for those seeking solitude, but the rewards of this trip are worth every step. Parking is limited at Avalanche Creek, so consider leaving your car at your campground or at the Apgar Transit Center and taking the new free shuttle system to explore this area of the park. Please help prevent resource damage by remaining on the trails, and for your safety, please stay clear of the creek and the slippery rocks along the bank. Drownings have occurred here in the past.
Yellowstone is famous for huge explosive volcanic eruptions. There's really nothing brewing right now. The magma chamber is mostly solid, but there have been quite a few hydrothermal eruptions and small explosions in both Biscuit Basin and Norris Geyser Basin as water in the hydrothermal system flashes to steam. Curious new blue water pool formed in Norris Geyser Basin in late 2024 to early 2025 via a series of small explosions that threw out rock and excavated a small crater. This sort of activity is nothing new, as thermal features are commonly activating and going quiet across Yellowstone National Park. But it's a great reminder about how dynamic the system is, and also how important it is to have monitoring instruments in place. During the month of February 2026, the University of Utah seismograph stations, which monitors and operates the Yellowstone seismic network, located 74 earthquakes. The largest was a magnitude 2.4. Deformation measurements indicate a pause in uplift along the North Caldera Rim. Steamboat Geyser had one water eruption on February 27th, and nearby Aquinas Geyser, quiet since 2020, erupted about 40 times during the month. Yellowstone volcanoes remains at normal background levels of activity.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Brett Rayburn.
And I'm Jake Frank.
So I have a question for you to kick this off.
Okay.
What's the biggest fish that you've ever caught?
The biggest fish I've ever caught, I used to live in Alaska, and I went halibut fishing, and I caught like a 40-pound halibut. Okay. That's the biggest I've ever caught.
That's way bigger than I thought you were going to say. I was expecting,
and that's like a
much less impressive size.
Well, that's a fairly unimpressive halibut. Okay. So for that species, anyway.
All right. Well, you've got me beat.
Are you big into fishing?
No. About the only fishing I do is when I'm fishing through the freezer for frozen cod that I get from the store. So that's about as much as I do.
Before you cook it, do you like hold it out way in front of you and have someone take a picture so it looks bigger?
I have been known to do that.
All right.
Yeah. Follow my Instagram for all that content. So you've caught some pretty impressive fish. It sounds like.
Not really.
If you turn over that paper in front of you, there's something on there that I would like you to try to pronounce. You have not seen this before, so this is.
Joe, right. Let's see. Can I sound it out? So, Encore Heinkus Clarkey Lewisy. Was that how I was way off?
I actually don't know. This is like one of those trivia questions I don't even know the right answer to. So sure, you did well.
All right.
That's better than I would have done.
But my guess is that this is the binomial name for the Yellowstone cutthroat trout?
Yes, that is the scientific name for the West Slope cutthroat trout.
The West Slope, not the Yellowstone.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And so today we're going to talk to somebody who probably can pronounce it better than you just did. Although I still think that was a pretty good guess. Our guest today is Pat Bigelow, a fisheries biologist who spends a lot of her time on the waters of Yellowstone National Park. So welcome, Pat. How's it going?
Hey, Brett, and hey, Jake. It's going great. It's a beautiful day today.
Yeah,
it is.
And you did pretty good, Oncorhynchus.
Oncorhynchus. All right. So I was in the wheelhouse.
Yeah.
I loved the Lewis E. Clarkey.
Is that how you say it? Or is it a long I?
That works. Lewis E. Clarkey. Yep.
That's awesome.
All right.
I wonder where that came from.
I don't speak a lot of Latin.
So I guess we'll just jump right into it. How long have you been working as a fisheries biologist? Well, as any job, how long have you been at Yellowstone National Park?
I've been here in this job for 23 years.
Wow.
I've been working in fisheries for 36 years, probably.
So fresh out of middle school.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I was really fortunate that I got some great opportunities early in life.
Very cool.
And so how did you get your start here 23 years ago?
Actually, my first fish job was here in 1979.
Wow.
Okay. I was in Bozeman working a summer job, and I went down to the unemployment office to see, if I could just get something better. And there was a poster up on the wall for Young Adult Conservation Corps in Yellowstone National Park. And I jumped at it. It sounded interesting. I came down here. We had I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Yak Camp, but when we were actual Corps members, we had a girls' dorm, boys' dorm, and a dining hall. And 6 Corps members to a room. You each had a bunk bed, a foot locker, and half of a clothes locker, and no dividers or anything like that. You definitely felt like you had just been recruited into some kind of institution.
Some ways it is that, maybe.
Yeah. But it was great because we had 100 Corps members who all worked for different offices in the park. And I was very fortunate, a friend of mine and I that started at the same time to work with Fish and Wildlife Service. And back then, Fish and Wildlife Service did the fisheries work in Yellowstone.
When did that change? that went from fisheries
to Park Service?
Yeah, to Park Service.
I think it was in 96.
Okay.
So Fish and Wildlife Service started here even before the Park Service because of the unique fisheries opportunities and the Yellowstone cutthroat in particular.
Mm-hmm.
And then they established a research station in the 50s. They had a hatchery here early on, early 20s, 30s, into the 50s. And then after that, they kind of went more to a research station. And then they had a management office, which is who I worked for, that advised the Park Service, kind of like a fish and game agency.
Mm-hmm.
Advises the state on how to set their regulations. Fish and Wildlife Service kind of kept the Park Service up to date on their.
And my history is not great, but if I remember reading, it's even before the National Park Service, there was like the predecessor to the Fish and Wildlife Services who stocked the lakes and did a lot of the fishery stuff in Yellowstone.
Correct. U.S. Fish Commission back even as early as 1889.
Yeah.
We're doing some stocking in Yellowstone National Park.
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fisheries history in the park is really kind of a reflection of fisheries management history for the country, really.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah. That's awesome. So when you started, did you know, it sounds like you kind of just saw a poster and got a little lucky in that way. Did you know that there were jobs where people worked with fish in national parks?
I hate to say, I probably shouldn't even tell you this, but when
we can edit it out if we need to.
When I first moved to Bozeman, one of my coworkers said, "Well, have you been to Yellowstone Park yet?" Because I was trying to figure out what to do for the weekend. And I said, "What do you mean a park? Is it, like Ferris wheel?"
Yeah, does it have slides?
I've had visitors ask me where the zip lines are. So yeah, I think that's
well, to be fair, they're in West Yellowstone, so
that's true. and I want to say I was very young then, so
sure, lots to learn. Yeah. So you were pleasantly surprised that there were actually jobs where you could do that.
It was awesome.
Cool.
And one of my first full weeks working for the Fish and Wildlife Service, they were doing their annual survey on Yellowstone Lake of the cutthroat trout, and so it meant spending a week on a boat gill netting on the lake, and we spent a night in the Park Service cabin on Peel Island because we were doing work in that area and we wanted to stay close to it. And unlike typical weather on Yellowstone Lake, it was bluebird days and flat, calm water the whole full week. And then the cutthroat that we were catching, if you haven't ever seen a cutthroat trout, they are a beautiful fish.
Can you describe them for those of us who haven't seen one?
So they're called cutthroat because they have a red slash on either side under their jaw. And they, kind of a typical trout. They have the same, body form. And then black spots more on the tail, and you get less as you move forward toward the head. But they can get really brightly colored. They tend to be olive, yellowy, brown, and they can, especially during spawning season, they can get these brilliant red sides and opercular plates and stuff. They're just beautiful.
That's cool.
When we came out on the boat this summer, when you guys were doing your research, you were pulling out some hogs. They were huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've caught a fish bigger than Jake's 40 pound.
Not a cutthroat.
It's all about competition here. So describe to us like a typical day. So obviously there's going to be a lot of variance, but if someone asked you what your typical day like is as a fisheries biologist, what was it like? What would you tell them?
Well, so it does really vary a lot. Obviously in the winter, we're not doing a lot of field work. We are in the office kind of processing everything that happened last year and trying to plan ahead for next year, which includes hiring, which can be a lot of work. Doing a lot of presentations to let people know what we know and where we think we need to go next and all that kind of thing. But the field work in the summer, all my work is on Yellowstone Lake, and it's a beautiful lake. I oversee some contract work on the lake, which is 3 to 4 crews sometimes 5 of netters to try to depress the lake trout population. Lake trout are an invasive species on Yellowstone Lake, and they'll eat the cutthroat trout. And so we're trying to eliminate them. We're not likely going to eliminate them, but hopefully we're going to suppress them to the point where they're no longer having an impact on the cutthroat trout population. And so we have these gillnet crews that will put out miles of gillnet and lift it every day to remove the lake trout. We also have a telemetry operation where we purposely put acoustic tags in male lake trout and let them go, and then kind of relocate them so we can give that information to the netters to help zero in on their day on, where to put their nets and stuff. And
so that term I've heard that I heard it with something else though. It's like invasive species. You can you put a tracker on them, then they go to where they betray their friends. This whole idea of a Judas species. Can you talk a little bit about that? That's that always made me laugh.
The idea of Judas fish is you put a tag in them that you can follow, and they take you to where their friends are and betray their friends. And it's not, we pretty much know where all the lake trout habitat is, but they move around a lot, and depending on the time of year and the water temperatures, they'll be at different depths. So a lot of times the Judas fish helps you really zero in on the depths to be fishing at, which also helps you avoid the cutthroat trout if you know exactly what depths the lake trout are at. And so if I'm on a boat where we're doing the tagging, we'll collect lake trout from the netters that are still in really lively condition and do surgery and implant. First, make sure they're males. We don't want to tag the females because they're the ones with the reproductive potential. So we want to make sure we kill all the females, and then implant the tags, make sure the fish recover so that they'll behave normally when we release them and let them go. Or if it's actually tracking the fish, we have 2 hydrophones in the water on either side of the boat, which helps us give a direction to find the fish so we can zero in on their location. And so then you're basically on the lake driving predetermined transects all day until you pick up a fish, and then you zero on that fish, and then you continue on your way.
And for the listeners who haven't seen Yellowstone Lake or been to it, it's a huge lake. So that's not an easy task.
Yeah. It takes us about 4 days to cover the whole lake.
Yeah. Wow.
And we don't actually even cover the whole lake because we avoid the really deep habitat because we aren't expecting to see any lake trout out there, and we're not going to set nets there anyway.
And then I think good backstory is we talk about lake trout being invasive versus the Yellowstone cutthroat. I mean, I guess is there a reason why we as managers prefer one over the other? Why are we trying to get rid of lake trout?
So the cutthroat trout, Yellowstone cutthroat trout, like I've said already a couple of times, they're just beautiful, but they are the native species in Yellowstone Lake. Yellowstone Lake is the most important population of Yellowstone cutthroat trout for that species, and just sheer numbers. And they evolved with only one other native species, which is the long-nosed dace that is, gets to maybe 6 inches and is very much along just the shorelines.
That's the fish I would catch.
So the cutthroat trout are naive when it comes to larger fish predator, piscivore. And the lake trout are native to the Great Lakes area, and they're also a beautiful fish, but they are a voracious predator. And so you take a really naive fish and then a really excellent predator and put them together, and it's just not good for the cutthroat trout. Mm-hmm. And the lake trout, I think the oldest one on record was 62 years old.
Lake trout?
Not from Yellowstone, but just species wise. So if we weren't out there taking out the lake trout, nobody else would be either. They reside deeper in the lake. They live longer. They get bigger. They have a lot higher reproductive potential than the cutthroat trout. And if left unchecked, they would decimate the cutthroat trout population.
And when you say no one else would get them, you mean other predators,
right,
bears and fish? or bears and birds and otters and all that kind of stuff?
Right. Like birds and most predators tend to target the fish when they're shallow, and the lake trout don't spend much time being shallow. And then when the lake trout get big, they're too big. Like an osprey might try to grab a big fish, and then I haven't seen this personally, but one of my coworkers has seen an osprey grab even a cutthroat that was too big for it, and then it couldn't fly off, and it actually drowned.
Oh wow!
Because they have a hard time letting go of a fish once they get their talons through
it's
it.
like the monkey with the banana.
Yeah.
in the barrel situation.
But yeah, lake trout. Well, they're impressive in their ability to eat other fish. They can eat a fish. The only thing that stops them is how wide they can get their mouth open, and they can eat a fish 2/3 their own size.
Holy moly!
Yeah.
Can you do that, Jake?
No. Yeah, it's like a 150-pound fish.
Burrito. That's a big burrito.
Yeah.
So you obviously know a lot about fish, and so that's an important skill to have as a fisheries biologist. What aside from that, or maybe not even aside from that, what do you think is the most important skill for someone who thinks that that's a really cool job and might be interested in applying for jobs like that?
It's probably similar to most jobs. I think the most important thing is to have a passion for what you're doing and a positive attitude and be flexible in what you're doing day to day. If you want to actually go into fisheries, a Bachelor of Science is an important aspect of your education. Typically, you're going to want to end up going back to school to specialize and get a master's degree. I would highly recommend for anybody thinking that way to get a lot of experience, or as much as you can between your masters, before your masters, and after your bachelor's. It helps you get a better idea of what's available, what kind of work you can be working in, and gives you really good skills. So then when you do go back to get your master's degree, you are a better candidate because you're not learning everything all at once.
Oh, that's great advice. And you probably want to go out on a boat and make sure you don't get seasick, right? Because do people get seasick on the lake?
They have, yeah.
Yeah, I'd imagine it gets choppy.
Yeah, and
That'd be tough.
We have had a few volunteers come out from different places, even other fisheries biologists that come out, and they're really excited to give you a hand and be helpful. And they're looking for the horizon.
Yeah, then they're a liability.
I've been there before.
Well, and a quick follow up with the masters. Does it matter if you're specializing? Like, say if somebody's like, my goal is to work in Yellowstone, do they need to get a master's related to the species that are here? Or can you, if you happen to be, say, getting your master's in some other fish species, does that qualify you? Like, can you learn what you need to on the job, or does it really help to focus in on the actual species that you'll be studying in the park that you want to end up in?
I think the broader the education you have, the better. And you can focus in when you get to the particular job. Because the other thing is, even though Yellowstone might be your goal, that might not be your next step.
Gotcha.
So
that's
to be
good
prepared.
Advice.
And then also, it's good to think outside of the box sometimes too. And if you have more familiarity with other habitats, other species and stuff, that you can bring in maybe a new perspective that somehow is different than what people have thought of before.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, and it sounds like your typical day is pretty cool, especially in the summer when you're out on a boat. What is your favorite part about your job?
You can probably tell I love Yellowstone Lake. So being on the lake is awesome. But I think the most rewarding, two things are most rewarding, but one is I work with amazing people, and being able to sit down with a coworker and talk about strategies and, how things are going, what happened over here, how we can pull that together, how we can best use our crews, and to just keep making things move forward is super rewarding. But then also taking somebody, we typically have student volunteers every summer, and they typically don't have much for experience. So taking somebody who really knows nothing about what we're doing, and bringing them through a season and seeing them increase their skills and increase their confidence and get more sure about what they want to do and be excited about protecting the resource. That's pretty awesome. But then the other part is actually seeing the work that we're doing make a definite impact on protecting Yellowstone Park's resources. That's really rewarding as well.
Yeah. Well, and we'll let you slide, even though you gave us 3 favorites.
Yeah,
So
we said
ask for
one, but we got 3.
But
It's okay.
That's your one mulligan for this podcast. Okay.
Whoops.
So with that, this is the hard question. What is the toughest part about your job?
That's a really good question too. You can get frustrated with the inability to do things as quick as you want because you have to go through proper procedures to make sure, just because I think something's really good to do doesn't mean it is. So there's a lot of checks and balances that you have to go through. Surprisingly.
Red tape?
Yeah. And then, so that can be really frustrating. And then also, supervision can be really challenging. It's important to be able to work well with people, and not just work well with them, but communication is such an important aspect of all parts of life. And even though everybody communicates every day, it just amazes me that we all have so much more to learn on how to communicate better. So if I have an employee, for instance, how to help them be their best and get the best out of them can be really challenging, especially if for some reason they shouldn't have taken the job and don't really want to be there.
Yeah. And you mentioned earlier that you're doing hiring right now. How many people are a part of your operation?
So in the fisheries program, we have Todd Cole's our leader. Brian Ertel and I are both full fish biologists that have been here quite a long time. Andy Pachani is a new streams biologist who's doing great work. And then right now we have 2 student biologists. They're in the Pathways program, Cody Vender and Drew McDonald. And each of us hires, with the exception of Todd, but each of us that are in the biologist series hire 2 technicians and 1 intern for the summer.
So you guys are a big operation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, we have the contract crew that does a lot of the suppression netting, not all of it, but most of it. And they will have up to 20 people.
Yeah. And there's a lot of time, effort, and money that go into the fisheries program. Yeah.
Yep. And Cody and I work on the lake mostly. Brian Ertel and Andy cover streams outside of the Yellowstone Lake area.
Is that kind of how you divide it up? It's like the lake.
They're the ones that get seasick,
and then everything else. Is that how you divide your guys' work? Is the lake, and then everything that's not Yellowstone Lake? That's kind of the dividing line. Yeah.
And Brian focuses more on Yellowstone cutthroat, where Andy focuses a little bit more on the West Slope cutthroat. But since they're both doing river stream work, they work together a lot.
Gotcha.
So you talked a little bit about kind of the tougher parts of the job. So what is it about the Park Service that keeps you here and brought you here and keeps you here, I guess?
Well, just the protection of the natural resources, keeping the environment as intact as possible, and just the ecosystem function and all that. Those are all great buzzwords, but it's the beauty of everything working together that really draws you in, and it makes you really enjoy it.
Yeah, and some of our listeners might not be super familiar with the National Park Service mission. We all had to get it tattooed on us when we took the jobs, and Jake's is on his lower back, I think, right? Is it still there?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
but essentially, the mission is preserving the natural and cultural resources, like you said, for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of this and future generations. So, and you've touched on this, but how does your job contribute to this mission? It seems like a pretty direct and easy to see
thing. Yeah, we're spending a lot of time and effort suppressing the lake trout population so that the cutthroat trout population in Yellowstone Lake can thrive. And because that's the major population for that species of fish, it helps that whole species thrive. And it's a beautiful fish. Did I say that already?
Yeah. You can say that one twice. That's okay.
And then what I've learned here, like not being a big like fisherman or person who fishes, I don't know what the non-gendered version of that is, but people love to fish. It's like crazy how many people are here in the summer. So it's like, and the whole idea of being the homeland of the Yellowstone cutthroat trout. I mean, it's like, this is like the world's largest population of that fish, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, people come here to catch that. And it seems like, protecting it, and then people have that direct enjoyment. I mean, it seems like everybody appreciates being able to get out there and catch that big fish and put it on the gram.
Yeah. And not only, I mean, think about going out on Yellowstone Lake. This is a huge lake. And there's, 3 buildings on the entire lake. I mean, maybe a couple more, depending on how far away from the water you want to measure, but it's just spectacular.
Yeah. Yeah. You're out there.
Mm-hmm.
You're out there. All right. Well, before we wrap up, we're going to get into what we call the nitty gritty here. So I don't want to scare listeners away. This is a fair warning. There's going to be some government jargon, but fear not, we've got your back. So we have an introductory episode along with some links that we're going to put in the show notes that will explain all this in detail. So that said, for people interested in this type of career, and you've kind of already talked about the education aspect of it. So if I want to be a fisheries biologist, what's your job series in USA Jobs, series and GS level and all that nitty gritty?
So my GS level is GS 11 and my job series is fisheries biologist 0482. And then, like a lot of the seasonals that we're hiring this summer, they are fishery, biological technicians, parentheses, fisheries. And because there are a lot of different biological technicians and they're all in the GS 0404 series.
Awesome. Cool. And aside from the education aspect, is there any other formal training that someone needs to have to apply for this position, or?
Not formal. A bachelor's is great. But like I said, the more experience you can get with different agencies, different areas, the better off you're going to be.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you have any other advice for people interested in that career path aside from what you've said already?
It's a great career. It's really fun. I've worked, when I left here from my first 4 years that I was here with the Fish and Wildlife Service, I did some work with the state, Wyoming Game and Fish. I worked with Fish and Wildlife Service in California, Northern Idaho, Washington. Every job I've ever had has been really fun.
Come work with Pat, is what she's saying. All right. Well, before we let you go, we like to ask everyone that comes on the podcast one final question. This one's my favorite. So what is your favorite story or memory in a national park? It doesn't have to be in Yellowstone, although you've been here a while. So there's a good chance it will be, but it doesn't have to be. It can be, a trip you took during annual leave or something. But do you have any defining story or memory from a national park?
There's so many to choose from. This one's really fish related though, so I'll share it. We were doing a snorkel survey on the Olympic Peninsula, and we were snorkeling Chinook salmon, which get quite big. Spring Chinook salmon in particular, they like to hide their head. They're kind of like a little kid in that if their eyes are covered, they think you can't see them. And so when you're snorkeling for them, you got to really look at the root wads and things because they kind of stick their head in the root wad and then you might miss them if you're not really looking closely. So I was coming down this stretch of stream that was actually pretty wide and flat and no cover. And the spring Chinook, I could see him. He was just in the mid-water column in front of me over this gravel bar. And he saw me and he just sunk down and sat on the bottom. And I was getting closer because I was coming downstream. And as I got closer, he like got as close to the bottom as he could. And then he actually rolled over and laid on his side.
Like
until I
dead.
Yeah. Until I went by. And then he just took off.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
if he was wearing a turtleneck shirt, he would have slumped into it.
It was just so funny to see him actually like trying to hide where he had nothing to hide.
That's amazing. And you'd never heard of that like type of behavior before, or is it just something you hadn't seen before?
I had not heard or seen it. So it just made me laugh.
That's awesome. So you're making scientific observations on your vacations even.
Actually, that was work.
Oh, that was work. Well, work vacation.
Yeah.
Sometimes the line gets blurred. Right.
Can I tell you my favorite question?
Yeah. That you've ever been asked, you mean? Yeah.
Somebody once asked me why all the Civil War battles were fought in national parks.
That is a great question. What is that? That's a causation. What's the whole thing? Correlation, not causation. Yeah.
What was your answer?
I honestly thought they were kidding, so I started laughing.
So you just laughed.
And I said, well, people were very civil back then. And then I could see by the look, he wasn't kidding. And so I got real apologetic real fast.
I think that happens to all of us. You get caught off guard with the question because people joke with us all the time.
Yeah.
They ask us silly questions. So,
well, and especially like the people with dry humor, that's like really hard to tell. It's like, I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. Well, Pat, thank you so much for joining us. It was really cool hearing about your job and learning a little bit more about fish too. So I'm excited to go fishing. I think when the season starts.
I think I am also excited to fish, but I have this weird, I like the touching of fish. I don't know how hard to grab them or not grab. I feel like I'm like strangling them.
Yeah.
And I don't want to like mess their slime up, but then they know when I'm not holding them tight enough and then they flop around and then I drop them. So I just
what's the safe hand? Can we get an extra credit question here? What's the safe handling for someone who's fishing? What do you wear gloves? Do you not wear gloves?
We wear gloves.
Yeah.
The water is really cold for no other reason, but it helps protect the fish and it helps give you a little bit milder grip, but you don't want to grip them tight.
I feel like I'm going to squeeze the life out of them.
Yeah. And if you're angling,
don't grip it like a burrito.
Right.
Do it like
if you're angling, if you can keep them in the water while you're handling them, that keeps them calmer too.
I've seen that hashtag, keep them wet.
Yeah.
Okay. And grip it like a burrito, not a baby.
Yeah.
Right. Which, anyways, we'll leave it there. Anyways, thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
It's great talking with you, Pat. Yeah. Thanks for joining.
That's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Pat Bigelow. And if you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new people find the show, so we really appreciate it. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
This series of waterfalls delights early season visitors to the park as they drive right by, and for westbound travelers, sometimes right through its spray. More than one savvy driver has driven just a tad closer to the cliff edge by this spot, surprising passengers in the back seat with a hefty dose of clear, cold mountain water as it splashes through the open windows. By August, the gushing torrent dries up to a mere trickle and looks more like a weeping wall than the impressive cascades seen when the road first opens in early summer. Most people don't realize that this entire series of waterfalls is a remnant of the construction of the Going to the Sun Road. As engineers carved through the rock here, they created a cliff which water from springs and melting snows above pour over and onto the road surface below. Special drains were designed into the road to allow the bulk of water to pass below the pavement, but on days of especially heavy flow, a small stream of water covers both lanes of traffic for a short distance.
Welcome to Headwaters. This is a science and history show from Glacier National Park.
I'm Daniel.
And I'm Perry.
This show is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy, as always.
And this is a bonus episode for those of you planning a trip to Glacier sometime soon.
So not so much as a deep dive as much as a shallow...
A dip.
A quick dip. Okay. We're going to talk about place names. I think the place names around here can be a little confusing.
I remember when I started here and people just were throwing out like Mini Glacier and the North Fork and the Middle Fork. It's very confusing.
There's a lot of forks.
This is true.
So, first of all, we're talking about Glacier National Park in Montana.
There is also a Glacier National Park in Canada and also Glacier Bay National Park in Alaska.
Not those. We're talking about Montana.
Okay, so just to note up front, a lot of place names in Glacier come from a lot of different languages. Perhaps least of all, English. Originally, the landscape had a lot of names from Salish, Blackfoot, Kootenai, and Cree languages. Then French trappers came into the area, and lots of other people have come here over the years with lots of different names for many of the same places.
So if you're encountering a name that you're not understanding right away, it might be because it's a name coming from a language that you're not familiar with.
Right, or like a direct translation from a language that is not English. I always reach for a book called Place Names of Glacier National Park.
I got it right here. This is probably the best book that I know of, that it's, a few hundred pages of all of the place names from a park map, and it's got a little bit of history of all of them.
Yeah, here's maybe my favorite quote from that book. It says, "Each language portrays a universe of its own, and it will often be difficult to fit the universe of one language into the universe of another," which kind of speaks to what we were talking about earlier, where all these names come from all these different languages, and they don't always make sense in translation.
Yeah, I like that. That's interesting. All right, well, with that in mind, Perry, let's start really broad. Take me around the park. I know that the North Fork has nothing to do with like a spoon or a fork, but it has something to do with a river. So maybe start there. What's the North Fork?
Okay, so the North Fork refers to the North Fork of the Flathead River, which splits into three forks. One comes down from the north along the west edge of the park. Confusing.
Yeah.
The Middle Fork flows along the south of the park. Also confusing. And the South Fork is not in the park. Did that help?
But at any rate, they're all forks of the Flathead River, and they all come together to form the main stem of the Flathead River.
Yeah, which flows west of the park towards the Flathead Valley.
Right. Now, I hear people talk about the east side a lot. There's more to it than that, though.
Yes. So the east side of Glacier has a series of big valleys, each with more or less confusing names. So there's Many Glacier, St. Mary, which some people call St. Mary's. It's controversial. And Two Medicine.
Okay.
And then there's a town called East Glacier, which is not the same as the whole east side. East Glacier also has its own history of many different names.
Yeah.
It at one point was called Glacier Station because the railroad stops there. And it also was called Midvale.
Yeah.
So in 1950, they changed it to East Glacier. And we are on the west side. We are in the town of West Glacier, which is near Lake McDonald and Apgar.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. West Glacier, according to the Holterman book, was formerly called Belton. And then they changed the name just so it would be more friendly to tourists, I guess.
Or more confusing.
Maybe. So it used to be called Belton, but today it's called West Glacier. And again, it goes without saying probably that indigenous people have their own names for these places. The Kootenai have a word for the Belton area that means something like spotted foot mountains.
Okay. Okay, so 3 of the main entrances to the park are West Glacier, East Glacier, and St. Mary. I feel like we probably confused people even more about those, but...
Well, let's zoom in. What's in between West Glacier and St. Mary?
Going to the Sun Road.
That's what everyone's here for.
This is true.
So it's...
The road to the sun.
Yes, going to the Sun Road is not between East Glacier and West Glacier.
That's Highway 2.
But between St. Mary and West Glacier is going to the Sun Road. Now, Jack Holterman here has a little bit of history on the name Going to the Sun Road. You would expect nothing less.
I would not.
Okay. This most unforgettable name in Glacier turns out to be a bit disappointing. Well, at least if we follow James Willard Schultz, who bluntly told the Geographic Board of Names in 1929, quote, "I myself named Going to the Sun Mountain. There is no Indian legend in connection with its name." But then Jack Holterman goes on to explain that there actually were a bunch of different indigenous legends associated with that mountain and with similar names.
Okay, so James Willard Schultz is a big character that pops up a lot in Glacier.
In early park history.
Yeah. And something that I learned just a few years ago is that when you look at the map in Glacier, you see a lot of names that you might think are native names for things like Going to the Sun Mountain or Rising Wolf Mountain, all of these places. However, James Willard Schultz actually applied those names to all those features that probably already had different, much longer standing indigenous names and probably many different ones from many different tribes.
So in some ways, some of these names are kind of a blending of Euro-American early trapper explorer names mixed up with the indigenous names that existed at that time.
Yeah, and confusingly, James Willard Schultz did a combination of naming things because he thought certain names sounded cool, but also naming places in honor of actual indigenous people.
People he was friends with.
Yeah, his contemporaries.
Yeah, so I guess we've just made this all more confusing than it started.
Well, I'd like to think we've sparked some interest, perhaps, for people.
At the very least, all I can say is, take out your park map and ask some questions.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlapping eras of history here and a lot of different cultures that have been a part of this landscape.
And names really kind of capture all of that history in an interesting way.
Totally.
Well, this has just been a quick dive into some park names and history. We'll be releasing some new episodes soon, so stay tuned.
And if you have more questions in the meantime, or if you want to try and stump the ranger, we love trivia questions.
So you can send us an email.
Yes, at glac_media_lab@nps.gov.
We'll put that in the show notes too.
If you want to learn more about what the Glacier Conservancy does, you can visit their website at glacier.org.
You can also just support the show directly by leaving a review in Apple Podcasts. It used to be called iTunes, but Apple Podcasts, or
You're really dating yourself.
Whatever app you use for podcasts, go leave us a review. Even if you haven't listened to all of Headwaters yet, you're not sure you like it.
Just give us 5 stars anyway.
Yeah, and then go back and listen to the past 5 years of episodes that we have. There's a lot of good stuff out there, and we got more coming, so stay tuned.
If you like the show, tell your friends about it.
Thanks for listening.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Miles Barger.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
Hey, Ashton.
Hey, Miles.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Are you ready to record a fire podcast today?
Yes.
Straight fire?
Fire podcast.
Straight
coming
fire.
your way.
Because today we're going to talk to John Cataldo, Yellowstone's fire management officer. And before we get started, I have to do a little fire trivia. It's going to be a trite one, but I think it's still interesting. So Yellowstone, record fire, 1988. How many acres of the park burned during those fires?
I know it was massive. I know it was a lot.
It was a lot.
I'm going to
say... round to the nearest 100,000 if you want.
Okay, I was going to say a few 100,000. I'll say 600,000 acres.
You're
up.
A little higher.
I'm getting the up motion.
A little more.
800,000?
That would be the right rounding.
Oh, nice. Wow.
793,880 is the official number I found.
Do you know, like, if we were to compare,
and that's
what's
in
that
Yellowstone.
size?
That's not the full fire.
Like,
complex,
what's
correct?
like 800,000 acres compared to?
Oh, gosh, that's a good question. Yellowstone's 2.2-ish million.
Okay.
Which is what states combined? Rhode Island and
it's 2 Rhode Island.
2 Rhode Islands
and the change.
So maybe 2/3 of a Rhode Island. It was 36% of the park. Pretty big.
That's a pretty big fire.
Yeah, pretty big. And that's just inside of Yellowstone. Anyway, there's our trivia. But today, like I said, we're talking to John Cataldo, Fire Management Officer. You ready to dive in?
I'm ready.
All right, good. So in your career, have you always worked for the National Park Service in your career? Or did you start with a different agency in terms of fire?
I started with the National Park Service in 1992, and I've kind of oscillated back and forth between the U.S. Forest Service and the National Park Service, but always a federal agency.
Okay.
Yep.
What was your first job in fire?
My first job in
or in
fire,
general?
well, in general, It was actually part of my financial aid package when I was an undergrad at Humboldt State University. I was offered a work study opportunity as part of my financial aid. And I was studying wildlife management at Humboldt State University in Northern California. And my advisor and the department chair was married to the branch chief of wildlife at Redwood National Park. And I was on academic scholarship as well at Humboldt. And he kind of passed my name along to to his wife and said, we've got a potential work studies student if you interested in picking them up for some work. And they gave me a key to the office for Redwood National Park and a pile of wildlife observation cards that visitors employees had filled out. And it was a pile pretty much up to the ceiling. And they gave me a key to the office and let me go in there 10 to 15 hours a week, all during the school year, and just at my own pace whenever I could fit it in between classes and whatnot. And that was kind of my very first Park Service job.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh. So how long after that was it when you first got into fire of some kind?
The very next summer, I was working up in Alaska for the Forest Service in Cordova, which is the last place I ever moved to without checking the Farmer's Almanac for like how much rain or sun it gets or doesn't get. And turns out that Cordova, Alaska gets 169 inches of rain a year. And I was working in fisheries at the time. So I studied wildlife and fisheries in college. And so that was how I got my start in the service, was those sorts of positions. And so working in fisheries, we were outside every day in Cordova, wearing rain gear. And honestly, after a couple months of that, I was basically pruning. Like it had just been like, you just had been in the shower for 2 months. And they said, hey, do you want to go to fire school? And I just said, is it indoors? And they were like, yeah, it's down here in the district office was an old courthouse of some kind. And it was like, fire school was in the judge's chambers or something in the courthouse. And it was in fact indoors. And I said, yeah, I'm your man. And so I took fire school. And of course, a place where it rains that much, you don't get a lot of fires. But it was an exceptionally dry summer there the next year when I returned, and we had a couple of like little fires out on the Copper River Delta, fireworks or something. And I got to go to those. And then the 1994 fire season in the lower 48, which is kind of another benchmark fire season in the lower 48, at least, kicked off in August. And I spent the last 6 or 8 weeks deployed down here on fire crews. They kind of went to each little team on the district up in Alaska, and everyone had to volunteer somebody to go be a firefighter. And I was good at hiking and carrying a big pack and stuff. And they said, why don't you go? I said, let's go.
Well, so what did you said you were studying wildlife starting out.
Yeah.
Did you ever envision yourself being in fire? Like what were you kind of working toward before you got the offer of like, hey, you can come indoors and learn how to
like, I was just working towards, a career as a wildlife biologist or a fisheries biologist. I studied both, and I grew up loving it and, loving the outdoors and whatnot. I'm a kid from suburban Long Island, New York, like 20 miles outside the city. And that was my big escape, was going to the woods. And, even if that was running around catching garter snakes under garbage on the side of some parkway on Long Island, which is honestly how you start in wildlife management.
Wow, beautiful,
if you're
yes.
A little suburban Long Island kid, there's not a lot of open wild spaces or places to get away from the crowds. The woods kind of became my retreat when I was young, and just got out the book of colleges, when you're in high school, and it's like the size of a phone book, and it's every college in the country and all the programs they offer, and picked 3 or 4 of the top wildlife management programs. And one of them happened to be 4 hours from where my brother lived in Oregon. And
nice.
Yeah, ended up at Humboldt.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So when you finally did get into fire, what was it that kept you there?
I've always been into played a lot of sports growing up, so I like being really physical. And honestly, probably statistics and organic chemistry pushed me towards firefighting because to kind of take the next step in wildlife and fisheries, it was going to be really heavy. And, you kind of get to that point in your education where it's like, I don't know if I'm ready to take the next step.
I think organic chemistry is that line for quite a few people.
Yeah, it kind of weeds people out, huh?
Yeah. So just working on a team and being outside, and it was just a good fit. It was like I was kind of made to do it. I just enjoyed
felt right.
it. Yeah, it just felt right. It was just right off the bat. It was a good fit. I just fell right into it. And you're lucky if that happens to you.
Yes.
Whatever
I agree.
you are, whatever you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm like, how did I get to where I am today? And I feel lucky. I don't think I would have planned it. Like you're saying, sometimes these things just happen.
Yeah, I had some apprehension, in the beginning and just talking to other folks who'd done it previously. And they're like, no, it's great. It's like camping for dollars. Like we're going to go camp for weeks and we're going to work hard all day. And then we're going to go sleep in a tent and we're going to get up and do it again. I was like, that sounds great.
So what was I'm guessing, I don't know yet, but I'm guessing a theme in these podcasts that will come up is the career progression can be interesting. So like, what are the steps to go from that where you're like actively out camping, fighting fire, to where someday you're spending most, if not all your time in an office and dealing with budgets and hiring in the big picture? Like, what did that look like for you timeline wise?
Yeah, that's kind of one of the hazards of the job is someday someone's going to hand you a radio to talk on. That's the first hazard of the job, right? They kind of leave you alone for a few years because it's dangerous to let you be in charge of anything. And then at some point they're like, oh, like you seem pretty squared away. And they hand you a radio, and that's a big fork in the road is you're going to let me talk on the radio while I'm on a fire and actually, help coordinate what's going on. And I've held a lot of positions along the way. We get to go a lot of different places in this job, which is also what attracted me to it. I think I've been to fires in 18 different states.
Oh, wow.
At this point. And I'm not done yet. I got a lot left in me, but
was one of those states more memorable than the others? Does one stick out to you?
They are so unique. I know it, it sounds cliche, but I mean, literally I've spent 3 weeks camped 3 feet from the Yukon River in interior Alaska, helping manage a long duration fire up there, and I've done a lot of prescribed fire down in Big Cypress down in South Florida. So literally this job has taken me from one corner of the country to the other. And a lot of places in between. And you just get to, granted, you're working really long hours while you're there, but you get to see a lot of interesting things. You're off the beaten path a lot.
Yeah.
So you just have a lot of shared experiences, and
must be interesting too, to get to like be pretty intimately familiar with so many different types of forest as well. And like the way fire behaves so differently in these different places. And
and you have to be a student of it because I bet it'll kill you if you're not paying attention. So you are very eager to learn when you go to a new place, like how does it move right through this stuff? Does it move by jumping from tree to tree, or is it mostly ground fire? Are there interesting local factors? Like, does it burn? Some places it burns really hot and downhill at night. Didn't see that coming, right? So you gotta make sure you're being a student and finding the people that understand how fire moves on that particular landscape. And, helps keep us all safe and meet the objective, whatever that is.
Yeah. So let's jump ahead to now.
Okay.
So do you have a typical day in your job?
A lot of what drew me to this is that it's not a lot of typical. I guess should focus on maybe on the summer, because like you mentioned, the winter, when you're in a year-round position and you live at 6,300 feet in a national park, we get a lot of opportunity for winter and typically don't have fires. And in the off season, it is a lot of just planning and for next season and hiring and communicating with our partners and cooperators and just kind of getting on the same page for the next season. But once we kind of throw the switch and the temporary employees come on in the spring and we kind of ramp up and just sort of get into the mode, so to speak. A typical day, we start off with a briefing with everyone on the team, and we get together for about 20 minutes and we go through a safety conversation and a weather conversation, situation, whatever's going on, fires in the park, fires around the park, fires we may find ourselves on later that day, just whatever's going on, go through a plan for the day. And then we just sort of fledge everyone to their assignments. And typically we'll go 5 different directions on any given day. And we'll be engaged with fuels reduction projects, in some of the urban interface areas around the park. We'll be out monitoring the fuel moisture and different types of fuels that we're curious about in the park. That's a big part of the program, just being prepared for what might come, and how wet or dry the fuels are is a big part of that. So we'll be out doing that, maybe helping our neighbors with some incidents that they're managing. So they're just really, every day is different.
Yeah.
Especially once we get around to like May or so, and then through October, you just really never know what you're getting into.
Right.
So it's a good career field for someone who likes to keep moving and have surprises thrown at them.
There's a lot of moving.
Yeah.
There's a lot of moving parts. You have to be
and
really,
you're out in the field a lot in the summer?
I get to pick and choose my spots at this point. A lot, unfortunately, the field part of my job is definitely dropped off, particularly here just because of connectivity issues.
Yeah.
Because we are so remote, relatively speaking, to a lot of other places in the lower 48 that because a lot of my day-to-day responsibility is to be what we call a duty officer. So I'm the first phone call on any new potential vegetation fire. So it gets, however that report comes in from a visitor or from an employee, it'll get routed to our dispatch center. And then they call me as the duty officer and say, here's what we might have. What do you want to do about it?
So you need to be reachable
I
at
need
all
to be
times,
reachable
basically.
at all times.
Yeah.
And if people can't find me, I'm not doing my job. So it does kind of keep me around headquarters a lot. But of course, I do enjoy getting out on fires.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what, in your current job, what do you think is the most important skill?
For my position, I think the ability to triage a lot of emerging problems and to pretty quickly sift through what's important and what's noise and what can wait and what, you're pretty much when things are rocking and rolling, there's a constant state of just, your awareness is just peaked and you're just constantly trying to update what we call a common operating picture of like, what is our fire environment? What's going on? And what the biggest threats are, right? It's all about risk management. I mean, fire management is risk management. So risk to people, first and foremost, risk to infrastructure, buildings, and then everything after that. So yeah, just the ability to maintain the correct flight altitude. And, all of us start out as just ground pounders, right? Swinging a 5-pound tool 10,000 times a day is how you first prove that you can do this.
Right.
And then you go from there to where you're virtually never swinging a 5-pound tool anymore.
Yeah.
So sometimes when really things start rocking and rolling, some folks will revert to what they're most comfortable with, right? Which is the first thing you ever learn. And they want to kind of get in the weeds and just being able to maintain that 30,000 foot flight altitude as a fire management officer or a duty officer, that's pretty critical.
Well, and that skill to bring in all that different types of information and then be able to make decisions, that probably comes with a lot of experience that you've had over the years. So if you were to what advice, what types of experience should people be seeking out if they want to, get to your type of position one day?
Variety, just really seek variety, and particularly prescribed fires. So controlled burns, another way we describe those. Being involved with that is a great way to just see a lot of fire on the landscape and watch it and not necessarily have to just be responding to take those opportunities to see how it moves and understand the physics of it just really pays dividends down the line. So it's just experiential learning, all of it. I mean, there's a big on-the-job training component. We have a huge continuing education component to all of this, where as you progress along, we're sending you to like more or less 1 week long classes. We have a lot of like 32 to 40 hour classes we'll send you to, but those just sort of complement that field experience. So it's just go full send, like just get as much fire under your belt as you possibly can is the best way to be good at my job. And so that's why I oscillated between the two different agencies, because, the Forest Service, that's the big green machine, right? So I mean, I think half the U.S. Forest Service budget is fire management. Wow. So they're highly invested in it. And that's where the majority of the resources in America are, they're in the green trucks with the different logo. And so coming up in the Park Service was great, but I also realized I'm not seeing enough fire on Park Service land to get as good as I need to get at this to have the job I want to have someday. So I knew I wanted a job like I have now, but to get there, I had to leave the agency, go to a different federal agency, and ended up running a hotshot crew for close to a decade, which is a great way to see a lot of fire.
Yeah.
So that was just all by design. That was like, well, I think I've done what I can. In the Park Service, there just wasn't as many opportunities to move up or move laterally. We just don't have as big a program. And it's like, I'm going to go fight fire with the Forest Service for about a decade, and then I'll come back and I'll feel a lot more confident what I'm doing.
So you did want to end up back at the Park Service?
Absolutely.
Ultimately?
Yeah.
Why that over, like you said, Forest Service is the big agency that's handling all this stuff. What about the Park Service made you want to end up here?
I just love the mission, really. And I mean, it's the greatest, last, best places. Right? I mean, the Park Service units are, particularly for me, loving the mountains. I mean, being in the Northern Rockies, it's just outrageous. And this region in particular, I've spent time in the Pacific West and the Pacific Northwest, and I love those systems as well. But I mean, the Rockies are just outrageous. So for me, you can't beat it. So
yeah. Was that kind of same sentiment what drew you to Yellowstone, or was there some sort of draw to Yellowstone for you in particular?
I'd spent about 5 years of my life in Alaska. So one of my early Park Service positions, actually my first permanent appointment, was I was the first helicopter manager hired at Denali. In the year 2000, we had the National Fire Plan came out. So we'd had kind of a succession of really intense fire seasons in America. And the result of that was a thing called the 2000 National Fire Plan. And a big part of that was a big injection of funding into fire management in America. So, a lot of life's timing, right? And so when the National Fire Plan rolled around, I had about 9 seasons under my belt, either of fire management or wildlife or fisheries management. And I think three full seasons and a few qualifications under my belt. And then all these permanent jobs popped up. And I was sort of in a really good position to compete for one of them. So that was just good timing. And a lot of my peers, we call ourselves like National Fire Plan babies, because we all got our start. We all got our very first appointment sometime in the spring of 2000.
I mean, I think, a couple things you said I think are good for people to keep in mind in terms of thinking about wanting to work for federal agencies in general and the Park Service specifically, is like there is timing, there is luck, there is when these things come along, and also having the 30,000 foot view of your own career, like you were saying, is like, maybe I need to leave for a while to get these other experiences. Because I think sometimes people think I'll just be able to follow this exact path that I want and get the jobs I want. And I feel like that so rarely happens with anyone that I know in the Park Service, whether they leave for a completely different field sometimes or switch agencies or whatever. It's like, this is where I would like to be, but I need to get this experience here or this there, or thinking about the career ladders and the way things can go. Yeah, I think I'm glad that you brought up those points, because I think it's a good thing for people to remember. That's certainly how my career has been. I think almost everybody I talk to.
Yeah, I think a big part of it, just, I tell folks all the time, to some extent, you have to be prepared to move at the speed of opportunity, and you can't just expect to, in the federal service and the Park Service, like plant roots in one spot and march up the ladder through your entire career in one place. It's just not realistic. Possible at a massive unit like we work at, right? Because we do have a tremendous organizational chart here, and a lot of really deep programs and a lot of career ladder potential. That's pretty unique.
It is.
In the service, though.
Yeah, it's pretty rare.
Yeah, you can go to a lot of parks, and there might be, the chief ranger and 2 seasonal law enforcement rangers.
Yep.
At these smaller units, in that career. And obviously there, you're not going to try to stay in one place for 30 years and become the chief ranger. Like, you might have to step to the side to step up and step back. But there's tremendous opportunity to move around. I think that's a great thing. I wanted to see a lot of places, and I wanted to do a lot of different things. And for me, the emphasis in my life wasn't going to be plant roots, start a family young, be in one place, coach the volleyball team or something.
Right.
Like, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to just really move around a lot and just see a lot of things. And like I said, I'm a suburban Long Island kid. Yeah. Once I hit the West, I wasn't slowing down. I wasn't going to move out West and plant somewhere. So I've achieved that.
So with all these different experiences that you have, it might be hard to pick one, but is there like a moment in your career that stands out to you as really being a defining moment, or even the defining moment? Was there some time where you're like, this is it for me, or was it more gradual?
In my fire service career, I'd say the day that we were certified as a hotshot crew in Northern California, that process took several years and was pretty intense. And so I'll remember that day for the rest of my life for sure.
Yeah.
Anytime you're working towards the same goal for 6 years, year round, it's a pretty big day when someone finally says you're good enough.
Wow.
But within my Park Service experience, really the entire 2016 fire season here in Yellowstone is kind of a benchmark too. Yeah. Any fire season you're a part of that ends up with like a commemorative pint glass or something is usually probably a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
And in that year, we successfully managed 100 square miles of fire in Yellowstone while concurrently celebrating the centennial.
Oh, wow. Big year.
So there was a period of time where we had an incident management team just managing the centennial celebrations in Mammoth and Gardner, Montana. And we had a separate incident management team assigned to the Maple Fire, which was out by West Yellowstone, ultimately burned about 55,000 acres. And we had a third incident management team concurrently managing a basket of about 5 or 6 smaller fires, most of which were out on the northern range of the park. And we had all that going at once, and we didn't have any single serious injuries. Rotating firefighters through that for months on end, and didn't lose a single shingle off the side of a structure.
Wow.
So no one got hurt.
Amazing.
We didn't burn anything up that we didn't want burnt up or were willing to accept burning up. And, 100 square miles of a pretty incredible natural process in the world's first national park. So that year sticks out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just mentioned like protecting these historic, buildings that are in the park and stuff like that. And earlier you mentioned fuels reduction projects. For people who don't really know what that means. Like, how do you do that? How do you protect? Like, because there's all these historic buildings throughout the park. How do you go about protecting those?
It's really all about just creating what we call defensible space around those, and we really focus on the first 30 to 300 feet of vegetation immediately around that structure. So we just basically need some elbow room around there to function as firefighters. We can't have little baby trees growing out of the foundations of old buildings and pushing the shingles off the side of them and stuff like that. That'll happen in a place like Yellowstone. Lodgepole pine is a pretty robust species, and it's a little bit weedy in some places where it gets really thick and comes in pretty strong, especially after a fire. So when we're talking about fuels reduction, we're just literally in and around the developed areas in the park, just reducing the amount of biomass. So really focusing on the smaller brush and grasses and trees that are, say, under 4 to 6 inches in diameter, and just removing those and just basically thinning it out.
Okay.
In other areas, we might use prescribed fire or controlled burning to try to accomplish that same objective, because fire is a really efficient way to reduce the amount of biomass around a subdivision. But lodgepole pine, when it burns completely. So its natural fire regime is stand replacement. So it burns from the surface of the ground, of the tops of the trees, and completely is what we'd expect. And that's not really a great thing to have in and around a community, because you're just trading one problem for another. So you do a controlled burn, and then you have a patch of dead trees next to your homes, and then you're dealing with that. So we just prefer not to do controlled burning around our developed areas, and we just go in and just thin out the vegetation so that if a fire does come in there, it's not moving through the tops of the trees, which is, of course, where it's really intense and dangerous. It's going to stay on the ground where we can deal with it, and preferably on the ground with flame lengths less than 8 feet. That's kind of our cutoff. If the flames are taller than 8 feet, we're going to need a pretty heavy hand to deal with that. We can't swat that out.
Gotcha.
So for people interested in your field, your career field, what, before we get to your series and grade and all that kind of stuff, where would people look if they wanted to get started in fire? Like, what series would they look for?
We're actually going through a really big transition right now in how we're classified as firefighters. We were forestry technicians for the first few decades of this profession. And essentially, it's been decided over the past few years that's not a very accurate description of wildland firefighting for lots of good reasons. And so now there's a new wildland firefighter job series, and that's 0456. And it's designed to be a hire to retire job series. So we're going to be recruiting and advertising positions in that from now on, literally from the GS3 to the GS15 level.
Wow.
So
that's really cool.
Yeah. And previous to that, we were hiring entry level positions as 0462 forestry technicians. And then I'm currently in an 0401, which is a biologist, ecologist job series. And that's all transitioning. So going forward, it'll be 0456 from GS3 to GS15.
Wow. So that simplifies it a lot for people interested in looking.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can focus in on that series and find something that aligns with whatever experience they have.
Yep.
And get in the door.
Yeah. And getting in the door is not that complicated. We don't have super high educational requirements, basically a high school diploma and a great attitude and an aptitude to learn new things. A commitment to physical fitness. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like we can start there.
Right.
And we're going to teach you the rest. So
it's pretty cool.
It's pretty
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cause I've definitely noticed, like, I've never been in wildland fire or anything myself, but just being around people who are, there's definitely like a vibe, a culture, I think, of the people who stick with it. Cause like you said, you gotta want to get into it.
Well, and you have a lot of intense shared experiences, right?
Yeah.
So anytime you do that, you do form a certain bond with the people that you're doing that with that you can't simulate elsewhere, except maybe like within your actual immediate family, like the experiences you might have with your brothers and sisters growing up. And there's so many stories I can't tell anybody because they won't even understand.
Sure.
You know, and that's a powerful thing. And it could be lonely at times because there's, you know, you got to like find your old hotshot friends to like talk about, you know, some fire you're on, because you would just spend all your time trying to explain it to other people.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, it's kind of a unique job in that regard. But you meet a lot of great people, and it's not easy. It's not an easy job to do, right? So if you're around people that are doing it and sticking with it and making it past, there's kind of this imaginary line at year 3 where you're sort of in or out, right? You're either like, this is what we're doing because the commitment level is so high, or maybe this isn't for me and I don't like sleeping on the ground and not being completely convinced like when the next meal is going to show up out here, or just being out in that environment.
Yeah.
So when you're around people that have made that commitment and made those sacrifices, it's a pretty special. So yeah. We have really good stories if you can get us to tell them.
Maybe someday.
About to say I could keep I wish we could talk for like 3 hours.
Yeah. And so along those lines, like if somebody's looking for this job in a national park, not every national park has these jobs, right? Or do they? I'm not familiar.
Not every unit. Certainly the larger mid-size to larger parks. So for example, in our region, we have 14 park level fire programs, and those programs either manage one or a group of parks. So, you know, when you talk about a Yellowstone or Mesa Verde or Bandelier, Rocky Mountain, Dinosaur, Zion, all those units have a program, and pretty robust, you know. So sometimes when you get into like a much smaller unit, like we manage fire for the Little Bighorn. So Little Bighorn Battlefield National Monument, it's about 4 hours east of where we're sitting. And we provide fire management services for them, but they don't have any firefighters per se, or any equipment. So it's just sort of an administrative responsibility. And so, yeah, we manage their fires through agreements and relationships. So the Crow Agency has agreed to come over, put out any fires if we get any out. But, so yeah, but most mid-size national parks are going to have, especially out west, will have their own program. So
cool.
There's a ton of opportunity, investment. The bipartisan infrastructure law I call it National Fire Plan 2.0. It's essentially the next huge influx of investment in wildland firefighting in America. The Park Service is benefiting greatly from that. So all those programs are kind of on the uptick. It's a great time to get your foot in the door and start a career or advance in your career in fire.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I wish we could talk for like 3 hours. I want to just ask you about fire ecology and behavior and what it's like to like get to know it's just like a fascinating process to me. You know, it's like a chemical reaction happening that has its own life and scale, and like you said, behaves so differently. But we do have to wrap it up. So do you have a favorite story or memory from your time in Yellowstone or another national park, but just something that,
you know, I've been reflecting on that recently, and I couldn't come up with, you know, the one thing. And maybe that's because at this point in my career, in my life, I've learned to appreciate like small things, you know. And I mean, obviously we live in a place where we're just kind of surrounded by wonderment, and people have a hard time even relating sometimes to the things we try to describe that happen in our backyard. But for example, literally in my backyard the other day, I went out to chop some wood for our stove and was just enjoying the weekend. And I kind of had a quiet moment, and I stood there and a wolf howled. And it sounded like it was, you know, maybe a mile behind the house. And I thought, you know, it's like noon. That's not typically when I hear wolves howl. Sometimes they come around at night, and I'll hear them when I'm letting the dog out, you know, for the last time in the evening or something. And so So I sat there real quiet and it howled again, and I probably have 100, little stories like that. We're just surrounded by it all the time here. And it's there all the time if you're listening for it, and if you're open to it. And we're just surrounded by wonderment here. So if you got your eyes and your ears open, it's always there. Go enjoy it.
I think that's the perfect way to wrap up. Thanks for coming and talking to us today.
Oh, you're welcome.
It's fascinating.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, I would like to. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, John Cataldo. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks.
One of the truly significant features of Glacier National Park is the incredible biological diversity found here. In Glacier National Park, more plant species are found than either the cluster of Rocky Mountain National Parks to the north, around Banff and Jasper, or in the Yellowstone ecosystem to the south. At Two Dog Flats, where the prairies meet the mountains, two of those major communities overlap, creating an edge effect where many species of wildlife find important food and shelter. Often where the edge of one habitat type overlaps the edge of another, there is an increase in the number and diversity of species present, resulting in associations and combinations of animal communities not generally found together. Here at the Two Dog Flats area, shortgrass prairie species from the east mingle with dry east slope Rocky Mountain forests, creating a rich environment. It's not uncommon to see coyotes and badgers hunting ground squirrels in the meadows while hawks soar overhead seeking voles and mice. Deer hidden in the forest during the day frequent the meadows in the morning and evening hours. Songbirds from the prairies and the forests alike can be heard singing their mating calls and territorial warnings. Predators find a rich source of food in areas like Two Dog Flats because of the abundance of food for prey species to take advantage of. These meadows are also important winter range for elk. Throughout the winter, a small band of several hundred elk can be found grazing in the flats and on the meadows down near St. Mary. These areas are usually blown free of snow by the near-constant winds in the St. Mary Valley, making it an easier wintering ground for them. In the spring, however, the elk move to higher ground and generally spend the summer in the mountains, seen towering in the background. If you're here in the spring or in the fall, expect to see elk in the evenings and the mornings. Two Dog Flats is beautiful any season of the year. Winter is stark and harsh, and few visitors see the park during this quiet time of the year. But in the summer, a profusion of wildflowers carpets the meadows and offer a treat for both botanists and wildlife enthusiasts. Spend a while at Two Dog Flats, and you will see that this meadow is alive with activity.
For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is telemetry. You know, every season in Yellowstone is pretty fantastic, but if you're into listening to the sounds of animals, spring and summer, well, there's just nothing like it. And while most creatures in Yellowstone are busily singing their hearts out this time of year, there's one animal that actually gets a little quieter in the spring and summer. And that's the wolf. You see, there's a seasonal cycle to wolf howling. Howling ramps up through the fall and it peaks in late winter. Then comes springtime.
Howling abruptly drops off, and this is caused by the female choosing a place to den that they really want to keep secret, if at all possible.
That's Kira Cassidy, research associate with the Yellowstone Wolf Project.
Choosing a den site is extremely important for a wolf pack. It's going to be their hub for the entire summer. It's the house of the entire next generation. And it has to be protected, of course, because the tiny, helpless pups are going to be there for several months. We've had cases where a pack has attacked another wolf's den and even killed the pups in some cases. They don't really want to let other packs know where they are and what they're doing. And in order to avoid that, they keep quiet.
Now, it's not only the frequency of howling that changes throughout the year, but the type of howling shifts too.
Wolves howl for a couple of different reasons. Some of that would be within the pack, so to keep track of each other, say if they've been separated.
And even though they're doing a lot less of it, this is the kind of howling that tends to dominate in the spring and summer, wolves communicating with their own pack mates.
They also howl to let other packs know where they are and to kind of establish a territory.
Wolves will often have these howling bouts with other packs. The two packs will howl back and forth as if to say, this is our turf, our territory. And it's that howling for territoriality that grows in the months leading up to the winter breeding season.
Howling really tracks the hormones. As the wolves are getting ready for the breeding season, testosterone will start to spike. Howling starts to increase. It's kind of a stressful time in some ways. They do a lot of howling during the breeding season. They also probably use howling as a way to advertise the number of wolves they have in the pack, the type of wolves they have in the pack. If they have a lot of big male fighters, that's going to come across in a howling bout with another pack. And in some ways, wolves may be able to use it to avoid a fight with another pack, too. They can kind of create that space between each other, let each other know where they are, but also let them know who they are.
Kira's specialty is looking at territoriality in wolves and interpack aggression, basically when two packs come into contact with each other and fight. Sometimes wolves will fight until one pack or one animal displaces the other, and sometimes they'll fight to the death.
This running into other packs is so vastly important to a wolf pack. It's, of all the wolves that live in Yellowstone that we've radio collared, some of them disperse outside of Yellowstone, of course. But if they live their whole life in Yellowstone, 2/3 of them end up being killed by other wolves.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
Picture a National Park Service ranger station. What does it look like? Maybe a big log cabin with a mossy pitched roof and a creaky screen door? Glacier does have plenty of those, but my office is in park headquarters, which has some strong mid-century middle school energy. And working here, I'm always happening upon obsolete relics of bygone eras. Handwritten memos, ink stamps, a fax machine. I haven't found a typewriter yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to find one lurking in a drawer. Only a few decades ago, people in this building used those things all the time. But like a lot of people, many rangers' jobs have changed pretty dramatically in the last 40 years. Mine definitely has. But in this episode, we're spending a day with a ranger whose office, equipment, and duties haven't changed much at all in 40 or even 100 years.
Can you drag this dead goat out of the waterfall? That's a weird one. The marmot's living in the toilet again.
Meet Wilderness Ranger Laura Funk. She has long, sandy blonde braids and bright blue eyes. She wears the park uniform with a little mud on her boots, and she loves to laugh at the absurdities of life in the backcountry. I immediately want to be her friend.
My laundry is a bucket with a metal plunger that people call an Alaska Maytag. And I think it gets the clothes cleaner, but I don't think people necessarily think my clothes are clean.
Alongside her colleagues, General and Tank, both horses, and Ellen the mule, Laura helps steward and patrol the Belly River Valley of the park.
Yeah, if someone were to say, like, picture a historic ranger station in an iconic valley, it's Belly River.
One of her favorite things about the Belly is that there are no roads. So unlike the rest of Glacier's ranger stations, you can't drive here.
The Belly River Ranger Station is located 6 miles into Glacier's wilderness. You either have to hike in or ride a pony.
I interviewed Laura in the ranger station, but also while she lugged gear around and rode a horse, who occasionally took an interest in my microphone.
Would you like to be interviewed, General? Hello, hello. He went for it. Was he gonna eat it?
Just sniffing.
We have 2 rangers, myself and Allison, the commissioned ranger. There's a trail crew, which varies in size, 2 to 4. And we have 3 head of stock, and that makes up our entire staff.
The Belly River Ranger Station is a brown log cabin, a Park Service specialty, with white window frames and a flagpole out front. It sits between a creek and a wide-open meadow where the horses graze, and its covered porch faces west, towards steep-sided rocky peaks. It's a very traditional scene, and so is life out here.
So I live off-grid. I live in a 1-room cabin with a propane stove, and we do get running water for a few months of the season. Otherwise, we have to haul our water from the creek. I do not have a bathroom connected to my house. I have to walk to the outhouse.
Yeah, I mean, you start to lose track of time and age and everything out here. Some of that kind of stuff fades away, because then you're like, is it 2020 or is it 1920? There's elk running around and there's a fence that looks just about the same. I'm reading books and hauling my water from the creek.
When I tell my friends I work for the Park Service, I think this might be what they picture. But in a lot of ways, the agency is looking to the future, trying to modernize our infrastructure, lower our carbon emissions, and tell our stories differently. Parks have podcasts now, for example. It seems like a vestige of the past to come to the Belly and see Laura still riding horses, packing gear on mules, and living in the backcountry. And honestly, I wonder how long this way of life, this type of ranger, can last. But I know I want to experience it before it's too late. I'm Perry, and you're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. And today, I'm tagging along for a day in the life with the person who might have the coolest job in the park.
All right, today we've got the horses and mules saddled, and we're gonna head out, take care of a ranger business.
Today's ranger business is going up toward Helen Lake to pick up and pack out some leftover supplies. Michael and I walk in front of the stock while Laura rides, since apparently they prefer to follow us.
Come on, keep up with the humans, keep up with the humans.
Apparently, horses have abandonment issues, so even though we didn't really need both tank and general, everyone came along for the ride.
All right, how does everyone feel today? Okay? Good? Good? Yep.
For most park staff, our ranger business is pretty specific. Giving a campfire program, studying plants, managing the park's budget, making a podcast. But for Laura, almost anything could be her ranger business on a given day.
I'm a wilderness ranger, and I'm specially trained on the Wilderness Act and wilderness values and character. But in the end, my day-to-day is a lot of general ranger duties, whether it's bear management, EMS, maintenance, pulling weeds.
There are specialists for each of these things. Bear biologists, search and rescue, trail crew, invasive plant crew. But Laura and other rangers like her pitch in to keep things going day to day.
Well, it takes a whole team to manage Glacier, right? That's why we have the experts. And so I'll call them in if we have something major. I can fix a toilet, but if the whole outhouse goes down, I gotta call trail crew.
A lot of people talk about the quote, "Jack of all trades, master of none." But the full quote is jack of all trades, master of none. Better something than nothing done. And that's kind of what I live by out here.
And this is much the same as the ranger business that rangers have been doing in the Belly River for decades. Take this entry from an old logbook in 1994.
September 14th, 1994. Patrol with Bob on stock to Elizabeth Lake Head to deliver additional gear and supplies to the trail crew. Dug out the fire pit and replaced the campground map with an updated version. Also pulled another handful of hawkweed. Chuck Cameron.
Every day when Laura gets back from the field, she writes down the day's activities and events in a big green government-issued logbook. She and her predecessors have been doing this since the earliest days of the ranger station here. From Chuck 30 years ago to some of the earliest Belly River Rangers back to 1929.
June 5th, 1929. Station to Red Gap Pass and return. Distance 16 miles. Mounted. Object, cleaning trail and looking over trail conditions. Game scene. 1 mountain goat, 2 deer, 1 elk. Weather clear. Temperature 41 degrees at 7 a.m. Joe Himes.
But these days, this type of work is becoming more and more rare. Even this ranger station used to be staffed in the winter, but hasn't been for a long time.
Spots like mine that are remote I think there's less and less these days.
Glacier has only a handful of wilderness rangers and just a single backcountry ranger station. And throughout the Park Service, these kinds of places and the people with the skills to staff them are disappearing. In addition to all the odd jobs Laura does, a huge part of her job is talking to park visitors, most of whom are on multi-day backpacking trips. As we hiked up the trail past Dawn Mist Falls, a scenic and loud waterfall, we ran into our first hiker of the day.
Hi there, how's it going? Good, how are you? Good, where are you coming from today?
Helen. Lake
Helen, how was it?
Beautiful.
Good.
I think it's probably the best view out there, maybe.
Yeah? A lot of people say it's their favorite.
She asks where they've been and where they're going.
Cool, do you have a permit I can take a look at?
Oh, yeah.
Helen, Glenn's, go hunt. Cool. What a great trip.
And she'll chat about their trip, making sure they have what they need.
Any questions about anything they covered in the permit office?
No, I think I'm good. Hopefully this the food gets lighter.
Yeah, I mean, every pass will be easier.
Yes.
Yeah, have fun on your trip. Belly River is my favorite place, but goat hunt second, and you're going to both, so.
And sometimes they have something more unusual to report.
You know, maybe they saw a bear or a wolf or something really interesting that I can then report to the biologists. Or, you know, like I was saying, they often will report whether the food hang pole's damaged or the marmot's living in the toilet again.
Most days, though, she patrols, checks the campgrounds, gives the pit toilet a once-over, makes sure food is stored properly, and gives a helping hand where it's needed.
So every once in a while I come across a food hang and it's not high enough.
Most backcountry campgrounds have a food hang pole, where you toss a rope over and then pull your food up, securing it 10 feet off the ground. Just high enough to keep it away from curious bears.
Oh, hi there. How's it going? Yeah, I just lifted your hang because it wasn't the 10 feet.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's
That
okay.
was my first bear hang, so.
Oh, okay, well.
Not the prettiest.
It's okay. Just make sure, like, if you notice I had it all the way to the top.
Do you actually mind showing me what knots you did?
Yeah, I'll show you.
Cool.
Today, Laura uses her educational ranger charm to teach a camper the best knots for the job.
So I use the form of a trucker hitch. Okay. And so then what I do is I come through.
It's about 6 miles from the ranger station to where the gear was stashed for us to pack out. So we had plenty of time to chat as we walked through the forest and along the choppy turquoise waters of Elizabeth Lake, with colorful Seward Peak and the sheer ptarmigan wall beyond.
I'd never been to Montana before I got this job. Yeah, I'd worked at Olympic as a wilderness ranger intern in college, and I always thought I was going to go back there, But then I got this job and was like, oh, I guess Glacier's my place.
So did you always think about being a backcountry ranger or working for the Park Service? Was that always something you were interested in?
Definitely not. I went to a liberal arts college and my major is American Studies. And I had a thesis that focused on public land history, but I took that summer internship at Olympic and realized, well, this is what I need to be doing. This is where I'm happy. And
it makes perfect sense that someone who loves history but wants to work outside would end up working here and living in a log cabin.
So if you're talking to me about Glacier or Belly River, I often go into the history part versus anything else.
Is that part of what drew you to the Belly River?
Definitely the history and the legacy of Belly River. Having a mentor, Chuck Cameron, that worked here in the 80s and 90s. He got to share a lot of his experiences out here and the experiences of his mentor. So continuing on that legacy and preserving the ranger station, the institutional knowledge, passing that on is something that really drew me to Belly River.
Chuck is one of the voices you've heard reading logbook entries from his time in the Belly River in the 1990s, along with one from Joe Himes in the 1920s. Both were rangers in Glacier for over 40 years. A long line of rangers connected by the tools they use, the horses and mules, and the way of life that makes up this job.
It's definitely a connection to the past. We're using similar Decker saddles on the stock. That technology hasn't changed much. Yeah, we're using the same tools. I mean, literally some of the same tools that have been around for a long, long time. And yeah, we're patrolling the same trails. It's a different experience day to day, but they were doing patrol reports. We're still writing in the logbook every day what we got up to.
September 22nd, 1992. Patrolled a Stoney Indian bench today to pull the 3 plank bridges for the season. Went up there with a wrench and came back with a wrench, a Pulaski, old wire, a huge tarp, an empty Southern Comfort bottle, an old 10-pound syrup can, and a fishing net. Quite a haul for one patrol. South winds, 67 degrees at 1930 hours. Chuck Cameron.
And so, yeah, what are we packing out
So
today?
today we are packing out old parts of an inverted U food hang.
It's not a difficult hike to retrieve the old food hang pole, but all the same, I'm glad I'm not being asked to add a 25-pound chunk of metal to my pack.
So the reason we're having the ponies do it is because this would be more awkward for a human, and we might take multiple humans to do what Ellen can do by herself.
Glacier has a staff of packers who supply trail crews in the backcountry for 8-day hitches or carry gear in for bat biologists or the fish crew. But for a few sections of metal pipe, Laura and Ellen can manage.
So there's definitely a technique to manning loads, and with practice, people can become really quick and really neat with theirs.
Like you?
I would not say mine is the prettiest. I've seen some very lovely loads come through.
Packing loads on a mule is quite an art. Ever since horses and mules were domesticated thousands of years ago, people have been packing things on them. And Laura is quick to say she's no expert.
I'm not a packer, I'm a ranger who happens to pack. I learned from other experienced rangers. I learned by going along with the packers over the years, learning from them and their different styles. But this spring I had the opportunity to go to the 9 Mile Wildlands Training Center in Missoula and attended their basic packing course. And I got the opportunity to attend this thanks to the help and funding of the Glacier Conservancy, which I really appreciate.
Mules are especially popular for packing because they're strong and sure-footed. Their personalities vary, but Ellen is a keeper.
But mules are fun. They've got really strong personalities. Each one's very different.
How would you describe Ellen's personality?
She's very social. She's patient with me, because I had her 2 years ago, so she was helping me learn. Affectionate. even. But she'll give you a look. She's like, what are you doing?
Basically, Laura puts the metal pipes into boxes that look like giant dresser drawers. Ellen can carry one load on each side after Laura makes sure they weigh the same. She wraps them up in a canvas tarp called a manty, and then finally ties them onto the metal rings of the pack saddle with some elaborate rope work.
Sometimes you see it in their eyes when like a weird load comes over. They're like, oh, really? You're going to put that on me?
It seems straightforward enough, but it takes a lot of adjusting to get the loads to sit just right. It's kind of like packing and repacking and adjusting your own giant pack for an overnight trip, except way heavier.
All right, hey. All right.
A lot of packing seems to me to be tying and untying things.
I think you got it.
Am I ready to be a ranger who packs?
You're ready. You're a ranger packer.
Spending the day with Laura, I feel lucky to see her in action and get a glimpse of what she and her predecessors have been doing here for over 100 years. But there aren't many people who know how to do these things anymore. And I guess part of me is wondering, does anyone need to know how to do these things? Do these traditional skills still have a place in the modern world? How do we decide what's worth holding on to?
I was reading like a book where it's like one of the tests in the application to become a ranger was, can you saddle and pack a horse properly and quickly? And it was just part of like the job application and the interview process. And everybody could ride and pack and shoe, and all of the ranger staff could do it because it was just a way of life out here of surviving.
This isn't the case anymore, though.
You see older rangers that are reaching towards the end of their careers, and the younger folks can't ride or pack. And it's something that rangers have been doing for 100 years. And so it's like, does it end now, or do people like me start learning and riding and packing? And we have a lot of young packers in the park, but specifically like the ranger packer.
I'd argue that it's a good idea to keep these thousands of years old skills alive just because, whether it's practical or not, so we don't lose them. But for Laura, it's not just nostalgia.
I value it because I get to use it, day in, day out here to do my job, and I can do my job better with these three.
Because it's useful. It's like,
yeah,
this is the easiest way to get a bunch of heavy stuff from point A to point B if you're not going to get a helicopter out here, which is expensive and dangerous.
It's practical, but it's also iconic. So it's that dreamy scene of, the string going through the mountains, over the passes, through the valleys.
Today, that was us. And it felt like a link to something I didn't know I was missing. And I get the sense that's how a lot of people feel when they come here.
September 1988. I live in here with 2 horses and a mule, and some people would say that I'm a fool. No power, no phone, and all alone. But I say Belly River is a home. With the family and friends I've made over the time, I have precious memories that will always be mine. Written by Chris Burke for Vivi O'Shea.
We get back late in the day, and Laura takes care of General, Tank, and Ellen before sending them off to their evening pasture. The peaks turn rosy with alpenglow, the nighthawks call, and Laura gives us a tour of the station, which is a functioning ranger station, of course, but is also basically a museum of Belly River history.
So this is the ranger station office. We have a library, medical supplies, base station radio. The telephone doesn't work anymore.
For the record, the telephone is like a 1900 telephone with the little bells that look like eyes and the receiver on the side. I feel like I would describe this room as filled with ranger whimsy.
I think that's probably accurate. We have a typewriter that I think was used until the 90s. Maybe we'll get it back in working condition. Some fun drawings of the mules that worked here in the past. A photo of the old Bear Mountain Fire Lookout. And then next to it is Joe Cosley, the first Belly River Ranger.
Some homes have a photo of the Pope hanging on the wall in a place of honor. The ranger station has a portrait of Joe Cosley.
I do not look to him for my values and ethics based on his actions. But he's an icon for here. Infamous.
Joe Cosley, the first Belly River Ranger, was hired under the rationale that to catch poachers, you should hire a poacher. Unfortunately, he never really stopped poaching. But that's a story for another time.
We also have the historic Belly River file, which has old newspaper clippings, any stories or interviews that people have done about Belly River.
I feel like not every wilderness district is like this.
Definitely not.
It's easy to romanticize these old traditions and ways of life, but it is hard work.
They always ask me, like, this is the dream job, you know, how do I get your job? But they never ask me that question when my head's inside of a pit toilet or I'm covered in just gross mud and it's pouring down rain.
And it's not just the physical challenges that can make this lifestyle tough to maintain. There are also logistical challenges to arranging your life in a way that you can do this job. And not everyone can do it.
At this point in my life, I don't mind being seasonal. I like the change. I like the work. It's just harder and harder to live in this area on seasonal wages and to find housing available in the winters. Logistically, it becomes more difficult when you're trying to balance multiple jobs, multiple healthcare plans. I've had 5 healthcare plans in 1 calendar year from seasonal work. So I'd like to do this as long as possible, but who knows what the future holds.
May 8th, 1990. It's a fine day here in Belly. I'm in for the 1990 season and glad of it. About 40 elk, 4 white-tailed deer, and 4 Canada geese on the way in, snowing the whole way. Stored shutters in the annex and caught a glimpse of the saw-whet owl in the large aspen to the east of the pasture. Fine dinner and cribbage lessons provided by Ursula. Good to be back. Chuck Cameron.
The Stetson that I'm wearing is the hallmark of the ranger profession. I always tell them, put your hat on, that's what makes you a ranger. I always tell them, put your hat on, that's what makes you a ranger. That's what makes you a ranger.
No one person can do this job forever, but you'll learn a lot if you stick around for a decade or two. And you can pass that on to the generations after you.
I mean, some of the most beloved rangers of Glacier have come through Belly River and, yeah, stayed a long time. Tracy, 16 seasons. Bruce as well for a long time. Dave Shea was here. Chuck Cameron. And then Joe Himes, you know, staying here through the winters. I wish they would let me do that, but I'm just a seasonal. Definitely the people that have worked here before or currently do hold this place close to their heart, and it's something we all share.
Well, and I think it's like the relationship goes both ways too. It's not just like I live here and it's pretty. It's like I take care of this place every day.
Yeah.
And it takes care of me.
Yeah. And I think that there are definitely people and cultures that have been like that for a long time. And I think I didn't necessarily grow up in that. And I think a lot of us didn't.
I know the Park Service preserves historic buildings and objects, basically the ranger station and a lot of what's in it. But maybe it's also part of our mission to preserve ways of life and skills and traditions that, if we're not careful, might otherwise go the way of the fax machine in my office.
We would lose a connection to the past, and we'd lose very practical skills in what and how we manage these lands.
Yeah, and it feels like this building would go from being like a living home and workspace to kind of a museum.
Yeah, it would just be a memory, a memory of the past, or this is what it used to be like, instead of this is what we're doing now. We're still living out here. We're still ranging.
I came to the Belly for a peek back in time, but if Laura has her way, this might be a look forward, too. There will be other Belly River Rangers decades from now, packing mules, looking back at her entries in the logbook, and taking care of ranger business.
October 4th, 1989. Final morning in the station. Mopped the floor, final cleaning, covered the generator, shutters on. I guess that's it. It's been a fine season. Please take care of this place, whoever uses it. It is a unique place indeed. Radio 10-7, and I'm gone. South winds and 60 degrees at 1200 hours. Chuck Cameron.
That's our show. Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Walm. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Laura Funk, the whole Belly River staff, including Ellen the Mule, and the trail crew for letting us use their cabin. We appreciate Chuck Cameron reading his logbook entries and the park's archive staff for giving us access to them. And shout out to Alex Stilson for always being willing to lend a hand. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening. In this episode, we shared a few logbook entries from Chuck Cameron, former Belly River Ranger and a mentor to Laura. Well, this year, he's retiring.
He's done really incredible things, saved lives, like literally saved lives, and has meant a lot to a lot of people. And I've heard a lot of rangers say, I want to be like Chuck. And that kind of gives me hope.
Next time on Headwaters, we sit down with Chuck and hear about his legendary career in Glacier.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
This summer, Gabby went to Helena, Montana's state capital. She went to look at a painting, but she was also trying to get some perspective, to see one historic moment from another point of view.
Later we can go see the rotunda. Yeah. The rotunda. Cool.
An expert from the Montana Historical Society, Jennifer Bottomley-O'Looney, took Gabby around the Capitol building.
Okay, so once we walk out, it'll connect us to the House of Representatives chamber.
Hanging on the walls are two very different pieces of art that depict one particular chapter in Montana's story, the Lewis and Clark expedition.
Entering the anteroom, and here are the murals by Edgar S. Paxson. Probably the best known is this painting, Lewis and Clark at Three Forks.
This painting depicts them kind of in the center of the image. They're kind of standing up straight, holding their guns, looking off to the distance. They all kind of look like action figures a little bit. Mm-hmm. The way that they're standing and looking off to the side, it feels
very formal. Yeah, very formal type.
It puts them at the center of the story. Yeah. And it feels a bit stereotypical to what we know of Lewis and Clark, or kind of what's depicted in history books, at least when I was growing up. It reminds me of what I learned in high school.
And this image is used in a lot of history books. It's requested over and over from us to provide an image for this. So you probably have seen this exact image in your history book.
That is good to know. And not surprising at all.
This is not the painting that Gabby went to Helena to see. This is the painting that everyone expects. Lewis and Clark as painted by Edgar Paxson, wearing fur hats and fringed buckskin jackets with their guide, Sacagawea, pointing at the horizon. Edgar Paxson didn't break the mold here. This is how Lewis and Clark are usually depicted, and it's probably the image you have in your head right now. But Gabby was touring the Capitol building to see something different. A much larger mural by the artist Charlie Russell that depicts Lewis and Clark as they're meeting the Salish or Flathead people.
And then through here is the Charlie Russell mural. Okay, so Jennifer's opening the doors, unlocking them, and we are about to enter the chamber. This version is a totally different point of view. It's not what I was expecting, and it's definitely not the history book painting I felt like I'd seen before. It's a single freeze frame of a pivotal moment, and it turns my whole understanding of the expedition on its head. Wow. Wow.
Welcome to Headwaters, a podcast about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. We are calling this season Becoming. It is by no means a complete history, but rather a collection of stories exploring how this place became what it is. This episode is about understanding history by finding different perspectives. Specifically, it's about one of the single most important moments in American history, the Lewis and Clark expedition. These were the first representatives of the new American government to set eyes on what is now Glacier National Park. Lewis and Clark are celebrated yet controversial, memorable and misremembered. Either way, their names still echo through the park today. The main mountain range through the park, that's called the Lewis Range. Montana state flower, the bitterroot, it has the Latin name Lewisia. So does Montana state fish, the cutthroat trout. And of course, you can't forget the Clark's nutcrackers. And we can blame Lewis for confusingly naming one of Glacier's most iconic flowers, beargrass, which is neither a grass nor eaten by bears.
This will all be very helpful for my Lewis and Clark Junior Ranger book.
Well, personally, I think there's no better way to get an introduction to a park site than a Junior Ranger book.
Our story starts and ends at the Montana State Capitol, but I made 3 different stops on my journey there. 3 different attempts to understand this expedition and this history. And my first stop was becoming a Junior Ranger.
Junior Ranger Activity Journal. 2 explorers look into the distance.
These are clips from videos that describe the booklet and make it accessible. It covers the basics, like how far the expedition went,
4,900 miles,
how long it took,
3 years between 1803 and 1806,
and whose homelands they crossed.
Territories of 65-plus tribes.
The Lewis and Clark expedition, which is also called the Corps of Discovery, was a special military unit of the American Army. It was created by Thomas Jefferson to explore the brand new Louisiana Purchase, but he also wanted to see how the country could make money out in the American West.
The booklet uses hand-drawn maps to remind me of the route they took.
The route winds along the Ohio River, southwest from Pittsburgh to St. Louis.
A long and winding path to the West Coast.
The route continues west along the Columbia River to Astoria and the ocean.
On both the way out to the Pacific and on the way back, the Corps of Discovery traveled extensively through Montana. On their journey back, part of the Corps took a detour up the Marias River to just outside what is now Glacier National Park.
That ends up being one of the most fateful moments on the expedition. They have a violent encounter with a group of young Blackfeet men that results in 2 of the native boys being killed.
That was in the summer of 1806, and it was the first military conflict between the U.S. and a Plains Indian tribe.
The Junior Ranger book does a good job getting you to think about these kinds of encounters and their interactions with native groups more broadly. On one page, it asks the reader to think about the Lewis and Clark expedition like a stranger marching into someone else's house.
How do you show respect when visiting someone's home?
And while we're just sharing the audio descriptions, the Junior Ranger book has full-color illustrations that help bring it to life. It was a much more diverse expedition than I'd remembered. There was Pierre Cruzat, a one-eyed, fiddle-playing French and Omaha guide. And then there was a man named York.
Credited as the first African American to cross the continent, tribes sometimes cooperated with the expedition just so they could meet him. Though he was enslaved, the body servant to William Clark.
Another way these stories are brought to life is through living history. Hassan Davis, a performer who contributed to the Junior Ranger book, gives programs as York.
My presentation of York brings audiences into the triumph and the tragedy, the pride and the pain of being a part of, but separate from, what some would argue was the greatest American expedition ever mounted.
This booklet does a remarkable job presenting different sides of a story I'd only really heard from one point of view. Such a good job, in fact, that the woman behind it won the Freeman Tilden Award, one of the highest honors the National Park Service gives out.
How do you do justice to this very complicated story that is rooted in colonialism, exploitation, slavery, destruction? So those things are part of this story.
This is Katie.
Well, hi, I'm Katie Campbell, and I am an interpretive specialist for the Lewis and Clark National Historic Trail.
So what does the Corps of Discovery mean to American history, and why do you think it matters?
Yeah, it's absolutely pivotal. It's almost hard to think of a more pivotal moment. And it's one that's interestingly kind of misremembered. So most people think of the expedition as Lewis, Clark, and Sacagawea or Sacagawea in a canoe exploring unknown wilderness. But there was already a huge network of trade and complex politics already in place among the tribes of the West, among each other, and also with French traders and British traders. And additionally, at this watershed moment in history, you've got this moment in time where you have the young United States, coming up with and starting its diplomacy with all of these tribes of the West.
Were they on a diplomatic mission, do you think?
I mean, this question is at the heart of the whole legacy of this expedition, right? There are so many different perspectives on this, and the expedition's legacy is remembered so differently, and especially if you're from a tribe. So in a way, I think they thought that they were doing diplomacy, and yet they would use words from Thomas Jefferson that said that we are your new white father. That is how Thomas Jefferson, wanted it to go out to tribes.
With so many points of view on the same story, it makes me wonder, how does the National Park Service, and those of us who work for and visit park sites, how do we fit into this? What role do you think the National Park Service plays in interpreting history?
I love the idea that when you come to the actual place and when you stand in that place, that learning about history, culture, nature just becomes so much more profoundly meaningful when you are doing it with your 2 feet on the ground in that place. I just think that that's kind of the point of the National Park Service, by saving that place for us to come to really think about what is so important, think about some of these big themes of our history.
It feels like almost everyone has a different perspective and a different way that they approach studying this history. How and why do you think perspective is important with unpacking this history? And
Yeah. The way I think about it is, the more angles you examine, the more perspectives you hear, the closer you get to the truth. And sometimes we won't ever get a crystal clear picture of an event, of something that may have happened. But any time that we can include additional perspectives, it's like a puzzle, and it just completes the picture. And I believe that's true even when the perspectives, or especially when the perspectives are opposing. And that's a really long answer to your question, but that question, like I said, is at the heart of what this Lewis and Clark expedition's legacy means. It's complicated.
it's no surprise that an expedition that traveled over 4,000 miles crossed paths with so many different people and points of view. But as I've researched the Corps of Discovery, those paths kept converging on one name: Charlie Russell, the painter behind the giant mural at the Capitol.
Today, Russell is considered one of the most famous Western artists that has ever lived, and he painted mainly romantic scenes of the Old West.
I hadn't heard of him really until I moved here. But when his name kept popping up in my research, I was excited to see it show up on the schedule for campground talks here in the park.
When he was a 16-year-old boy in 1880 and he wanted to come west, he wanted to see the West that was passing, because in 1880 it was. The buffalo herds were almost gone. The railroads, the development, the mining, everything was changing. So he got here just in time to see the last little bit of what he grew up listening to stories about and what he'd read. And of course, he read the Lewis and Clark journals until they were in tatters, because he just loved that era of the mountain men.
That's Mary Jane.
My name is Mary Jane Bradbury, and I am a storyteller.
She gives a program on the life and legacy of Charlie Russell, but she does it through the eyes of his wife, Nancy.
And I like to tell it from her perspective. But in order for me to do that, we all have to use our imaginations. You use your imagination, and we'll both just pretend Nancy's going to walk out of the forest and step right up here and tell us her story.
Living history is the art of portraying historical figures by dressing in their clothes, talking the way they might have talked, and giving a performance in character.
To be honest, I wasn't that familiar with living history, and at first glance, I thought it sounded a little corny. But then I met Mary Jane.
When I put the clothes on, I get the strut going, I get the voice going. I admit, you don't get in my way now, because I'm Nancy Russell, and you will pay for this painting because this is what it's worth, and there will be no more Charlie Russell art. So you want it, you pay for it.
I love that.
Okay, Mary Jane Bradbury. She's kind of a character herself. I think I usually associate living history with more Revolutionary War, Civil War reenactments. The Park Service does a lot of those.
But Mary Jane uses her outfit, her accent, and her strut to tell a more personal story.
I asked Charlie one time if he ever thought he'd run out of ideas for paintings. And he said a man couldn't live enough lifetimes to run out of all the ideas that he had for stories in his art. And if he ever lost the use of his hands, he'd learn to paint with his toes, because he had to paint not only what was in his mind, but what was in his heart.
And Mary Jane shared that while Charlie was a talented artist, he wasn't much of a businessman.
Charlie was blessed with a great amount of talent, but not a lot of ambition. So lucky for Charlie, at a very critical moment in his life, he met Nancy Cooper, who became his wife. Together, they could create the legacy of art and stories that we have now. That is a remarkable chronicle of the West.
Charlie would make paintings, and Nancy, his fiery, no-nonsense wife, would get people to buy them. She'd travel all over the country to sell his art. New York, Los Angeles.
And here in Glacier, too. Charlie and Nancy started coming here before Glacier was even a park, and they loved it so much they ended up building a cabin on Lake McDonald. They named it the Bullhead Lodge, and it was a really big part of their lives.
Glacier was a special place for them.
After the park was established, Lake McDonald Lodge was eager to capitalize on having the Russells as neighbors. So they set up a special gallery where Nancy could wheel and deal and sell Charlie's art to wealthy tourists. The two of them were amazing storytellers and would give captivating impromptu performances to tourists in the lobby. Charlie would even join in on visitor pack trips as the official storyteller.
It sounds like they really loved this place, and people here really love them back. Mary Jane always pulls a huge audience to this talk.
I love telling the stories from the first-person perspective, the historic portrayal. That brings alive the history that we've been through and gives us a little bit of an insight as to where we are now and hopefully where we're going next.
What I love about this approach is that you get to see the people behind the paintings. The man with a vision, the woman with a plan, and the couple that spent summers in Glacier for decades. And it's easy to imagine why the people building the Montana State Capitol hired Russell to paint its largest mural.
When the Capitol was built, they wanted a mural. They had asked a number of Montana artists to contribute. Of course, Eastern artists were all the rage in those days. If you really wanted something of high notoriety, you would hire a big Eastern artist. And Charlie said, fine, if you want angels and cherubs flitting through the skies, go ahead and hire an Eastern artist. But if you want history, hire me. And so they did.
Hey, Gabby, tell us about living history and meeting Mary Jane Bradbury. Like, what did you like about it?
It was really cool. I thought the way Mary Jane Bradbury captured Nancy Russell and shared her experience with us was amazing. I'm somehow relating to this person hundreds of years ago.
I think it's neat that you're learning about one person, Charlie Russell, but you're doing it through someone else who knew him and from their point of view, like Nancy, his wife.
Exactly.
Often history is kind of presented as just one thing, a set of facts in a textbook, but I think that's a good reminder that you can learn a lot from different people's interpretations. All history is someone's interpretation.
Yeah.
Perry, and the way you're describing this, I'm imagining my family and I looking at a piece of art, and we are all looking at the same thing, but somehow we are taking away different meanings, different interpretations.
And so often we study history through art. You know, my high school history textbook was full of old paintings.
What I'm hearing you two say is that there's a lot of power in understanding the past through not just different perspectives, but using art, whether it's a painting or a living history performance that an actor's doing. There's a lot of value in understanding history through that art because it forces you to see something from one perspective or one point of view.
Right. I think we're really comfortable with the idea that art can have a lot of different interpretations, but we don't often think of history that way.
I'm finding that history gets a lot more complicated when you start considering multiple perspectives. I just wanted another take on Lewis and Clark, but that led me into a history of Charlie Russell, and then that led me to seeing things from his wife Nancy's point of view. And I'm not done yet.
Hello!
Before I see Charlie Russell's painting in the Helena Capitol building, I wanted to get one more person's thoughts. So we stopped at Jermaine White's beautiful home on the Flathead Reservation.
Do you guys want a drink of water or anything? I have both LaCroix and Waterloo. I'm fine.
So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the Charlie Russell painting, because we're going to go see it tomorrow.
I love it.
Why? How so?
I think that when you look at it, what you'll see is Salish people. They're on horses, they're dressed in their finery, front and center. That's like hero of the story, you know, that central perspective of a painting. And then off on the side is this little straggler group of folks that kind of look like they're lost. You know, it's a direct collision of cultures that is about to occur. And it's really quite powerful. When Daniel called and I thought, oh my gosh, really? I don't know if you want a tribal voice talking about Lewis and Clark, who I sometimes irreverently call Clueless and Lark. They're revered by so many. Mm-hmm. And there really has not been, until recently, I believe, Indigenous people included in history. Indigenous people are eloquent but dead, or dead. Did I mention? Mm-hmm. Did I mention that?
Jermaine is now retired, but she started the Cultural Resource Protection Program on the Flathead Reservation and is currently serving as a board member for the Glacier National Park Conservancy, the organization that funds this show. But I'm talking to her because she helped create a book telling the Lewis and Clark story from the Salish perspective. So I'm curious, how did you get involved? Where you kind of contributed / wrote this book?
We wanted to tell a story that was really framed by the voices of our elders. The title of the story is not Lewis and Clark and the Salish people. It's the Salish people and the Lewis and Clark expedition. They entered a homeland that was known and loved and that was fully occupied. As the people watched Lewis and Clark, it appeared that they were aimlessly moving across the landscape, that they really had no sense of the world they were moving through. And for us, our lives in so many ways are deeply connected to the natural world. It appeared that these people were kind of bumbling across the landscape, and those that observed them thought they might be ill. They looked unhealthy. They didn't appear to be moving with purpose and clear direction. You know, they're upside down face people. They have hair on the bottom of their face and no hair on the top of their face. And who are these strange, unhealthy looking people? And as the people observed them, there was great discussion among the leaders and the people in the camp. And there were those among the tribe that said, we should eliminate them. You know, we were a large population. Mm-hmm. We were strong and healthy, and they were not. And there were also those among us that said, we need to visit upon them traditional norms of hospitality. That's who we are. The more pitiful they are, the more in need they are. So we need to help them. Those that said we should help them prevailed. So we met them and, you know, we gave them buffalo robes to be warm. We gave them food stores because they had very little. We gave them vast stores of goods that we had gathered to make our winter successful. And that really is profoundly important because we came with kindness and generosity and hospitality. It didn't appear that they did. It appeared that they were coming to catalog and inventory resources for appropriation. And I think that really set the template for a lot which was to follow.
Do you think their mission was exploratory and diplomatic or colonial and capitalistic?
Can it be one disguised as the other? So, for example, we could have this nice introduction. I could welcome you here. I could offer you a beverage, you know, LaCroix. Would you like a little sparkling water? And also, look at that really nice recorder you have here and think about how I could have a hostile takeover and acquire that before you leave, regardless of your intent of leaving with it. So Lewis and Clark inventoried, cataloged, moved through, went back, reported to the government.
It's funny that you say that they were like coming in just like taking stock, because I kind of just like imagine them being like, oh, okay, like there's this, cool, I'm taking notes, and like...
Of course, they had, you know, the journals were basically an inventory. That's what Jefferson sent them out to do. Their mission was clear.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think then that history has gone and like incorrect about this meeting?
The whole story that this land was known and loved and occupied. Our elders knew the place not just encyclopedically, but they knew it intimately. Our elders knew the curves of the hills and the lines of the trails as intimately as they knew the lines and curves of their mothers' faces. That story has really not been told.
The Corps of Discovery met dozens of tribes on their years-long journey, not just the Salish. And versions of this encounter happened over and over again. And in every case, there's one story we can read in the Lewis and Clark journals, but there are many others too, even if they're less well known. Carrying what I've learned from Katie, Mary Jane, and Jermaine, I finally feel ready to see the painting at the Capitol. Okay, so Jennifer's opening the doors, unlocking them, and we are about to enter the chamber. Wow. Wow. Oh my God, it's huge. This is, no joke, the biggest painting I've ever seen. It's the entire wall of the chamber, above where the Speaker of the House sits, up on a platform. I'm surrounded by legislative desks, all of which face the painting. I walk up the center aisle, and I kind of feel like I'm walking up to an altar.
And what do you think?
I'm overwhelmed. The painting shows a broad Montana valley, and I'm imagining the sun just under the horizon. It's kind of just turning the clouds pink. The center is dominated by Salish people on horseback, their camp of teepee lodges behind them. It's hard not to be overwhelmed just staring at this. I can't look away.
Yeah, and it is in itself just an amazing painting. The way the center of your vision is right here in the front, where you see the Salish Indians swirling.
Kind of feels like there's a frenzy in camp.
There is
an
energy, yes, yeah.
Russell's painting is loud and dynamic. I feel like I can almost hear the thunder of horses running through it. It is the exact opposite of the first Lewis and Clark painting I saw here in the Capitol. For one, no one is pointing at the horizon, but more surprising, Lewis and Clark themselves are barely in it. The Salish on horseback are charging toward and past the viewer, but the Corps of Discovery are tiny, off to one side. Somehow the emotional and intense energy does not reach them.
No, it does not.
They're kind of just standing there, and there's not much emotion on that side.
You can see, the focus in Paxton's painting, of course, is Lewis and Clark and the Corps of Discovery. And here the focus are the Salish Indians. Yeah.
Near the bottom of the frame, there's a dog that I assume belongs to the Salish. And from my perspective, it looks like it's stalking. Directly behind the Speaker of the House, watching the politicians of Montana. Without saying a word, the painting comments on the sweep of history about to unfold.
Charlie never talked about it. There's no recorded documentation that I know of what he thought about this painting. So what happens next? And that's up to the viewer to decide.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park with support from our partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. Season 3 of Headwaters, Becoming, was made by me, Daniel Lombardi, along with Perry Sassnett, Michael Feist, and Gabby Esaberry. Frank Wallen wrote and performed our music. Eric Carlson created this season's cover art. Special thanks this episode to Jermaine White, Katie Campbell,
Thanks for signing my Junior Ranger book.
Jennifer Bottomley O'Looney, and Mary Jane Bradbury.
Or should we say, Nancy Russell.
Making this season is a huge team effort, and we couldn't have done it without Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slodek, Sierra Mendelko, Brent Rowley, Darren Lewis, the whole team at the Archives, and the Montana Historical Society. Thanks for listening.
Next time on Headwaters.
We visit the 100-year-old cabin of a complicated character to untangle the fur trade in northern Montana and what it left behind.
And at the end of the day, 120 years later, we're left with kind of a semi-unclear picture of what kind of a guy Joe Kipp was.
What happens when the sun goes down? Hell is not our fault. They're the ones that are taking the drink. We didn't make them drink.
That's next time on Headwaters. Hey, Andrew.
Hi, Gabby.
So Headwaters is made possible by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
That's right.
What else are you guys supporting?
Another project we're supporting is to add Indigenous language to interpretive signage in the park. This project's really cool because it's a big collaboration. It's going to involve Glacier National Park, the Department of the Interior, as well as the Blackfeet and the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes. And the goal is really to add that authentic language back onto a lot of the signage in Glacier.
Yeah, that's really cool. When I spoke to Jermaine this summer, she talked about how important place names are.
Yeah, and she's a really big part of this project. She believes, and we believe, that when this language is included, it recognizes the connection these places have to so many Indigenous people, but it also enriches the experience of the person reading it and learning about that connection and just deepens their knowledge of the park.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. So if people want to learn more about this project, where can they go?
They should check out our website, glacier.org.
All right, Andrew. My first season working for Glacier, I was a receptionist at park headquarters.
Okay.
Lowest paid position in the park, mind you, answering questions people had via phone, email, and letter.
Gotcha.
Occasionally, we had people in person come to the front desk with a question. And one of the most challenging questions we ever got was, where is your World Heritage Site plaque?
Our what?
We are a World Heritage Site, recognized by the United Nations for protecting natural and cultural resources that are important to the whole world. And every World Heritage Site gets a plaque to commemorate this designation.
Okay, I don't think I've ever noticed this before. Where was it?
Well, that's the thing. Nobody knew. I told them I'd never heard of it, and neither had my coworker. So they described to us a 2-foot by 3-foot bronze plaque, and we started asking around. We asked our boss, who coordinates exhibits around the park. He didn't know. We asked facilities management. They didn't know. We asked the superintendent. Nope. We asked everyone in headquarters and started calling all over the park to see if anyone had any idea where it might be. And then it turned out it was in Canada.
Oh, that explains it.
Glacier National Park's northern boundary is the 49th parallel, also known as our border with Canada, and right across the border in Alberta is Waterton Lakes National Park. And the World Heritage Site plaque was displayed at a pavilion in Waterton. So I wanted to call up somebody who works there.
You know, that's a great question, and I don't know that I fully know the answer to that. We've recently redone the pavilion in Waterton, so I don't know if that plaque is actually still visible there or not. That's something I'll have to go and look for now. Exactly.
That's Natalie Hodge.
My name is Natalie.
Who works for Parks Canada, the Canadian counterpart to the MPS.
I am the interpretation coordinator in Waterton Lakes National Park.
Waterton, a literal stone's throw away, has been Glacier's neighbor since the very beginning.
Yeah, Waterton was actually created in 1895, and it was originally titled the Forest Park Reserve.
2 years before Glacier was established as a forest preserve in 1897.
Wow, that's really early.
Not to mention that Parks Canada, the Canadian counterpart to the NPS, also beat us to the punch.
Parks Canada was actually founded in 1911, and it actually became the world's first national park service.
Predating the National Park Service by 5 years.
The two parks, administered separately in their respective nations, oversee a contiguous landscape that doesn't recognize the political boundary that separates them.
There's many jokes about animals not needing a passport in order to go back and forth between the two nations. We've seen black bears go back and forth across the border with no issue. Sometimes same with moose as well.
Now, that elusive plaque that I mentioned.
Yeah.
If you manage to find it, wherever it is, it wouldn't say Glacier National Park on it. So we refer to our park, each of our parks, in kind of abbreviated names. Glacier National Park, Waterton Lakes National Park. But what is the full name of our parks together?
The full name of our parks together would be Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
Our two parks share more than an international border. Waterton and Glacier National Parks agreed that this incredible landscape deserves our cooperation, setting aside political divisions to cooperate in the management of everything from invasive or endangered species to wildland fires.
For example, if there's a fire in Waterton Lakes National Park, often fire crews from Glacier will come down and help, and then vice versa.
And while there are over 100 international or transboundary parks and protected areas today, back in 1932, we were the first ever international peace park.
Which, on top of signaling management cooperation, was a symbol of goodwill between nations, a statement of unity that in 1932, in between two world wars, must have been refreshing. With a passport, Waterton is just a few hours away from most places in Glacier, and there are a lot of ways to experience it.
Yeah, there's some remarkable hiking opportunities in Waterton that range from short trips to all-day outings.
And a personal favorite of mine is to visit some of the phenomenal restaurants in Waterton town site.
Yeah, we don't have quite the same variety down here.
But Natalie leads what I think is the coolest way to see the place, a way to really experience the international part of our title, the International Peace Park hike.
I have definitely been fortunate over the years and have been able to lead that Peace Park hike, and it's probably one of the coolest elements of my job working for Parks Canada. The hike is unique really in the sense that participants start out hiking in Canada, get to cross an international border by foot, and finish the hike in the United States. And our audience members are generally quite excited about the opportunity to be able to hike in 2 countries in one day.
It's so cool. They even hold a little hands across the border ceremony.
And this is where participants line up on either side of the international border, and they shake hands as a sign of peace and goodwill with those across from them. And this is a long-standing tradition of the hike, and it's been ongoing since the creation of the hike in 1978.
The International Peace Park Hike, or IPP, is 14 kilometers long, or just over 8.5 miles. You essentially walk the length of Upper Waterton Lake to wind up back in Glacier, where you'll finally catch a ride on the International, a 200-passenger boat that's ferried people across Waterton Lake since 1928.
Yeah, and from having taken that ride myself, it really stands out as one of the most unique experiences anywhere in either park.
Yeah, I agree.
Even just looking into the other country, let alone getting to hike or boat into it, is powerful.
Now, again, you do need a passport to visit Waterton, and you need a reservation to ride the International or to join the IPP. But no matter what you do on your visit, seeing both sides of the border will only enrich your experience. So the next time you come to visit, make sure you visit our sister park. Keep that spirit of goodwill alive, and maybe, if you're lucky, you could even find that plaque. Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here. Now, we've mentioned so far that Glacier has a lot of titles.
National Park, World Heritage Site.
But today we're going to focus on just one of them, International Peace Park, an agreement between the NPS and Parks Canada to cooperatively manage our shared resources.
And no place better represents the International Peace Park than Goat Haunt, one of the most remote and least visited regions of Glacier.
Okay, real quick, what's with the name? Goat Haunt?
Yeah, it's kind of an archaic term, but a haunt is a place where someone or something hangs out. So essentially, Goat Haunt is a place where the mountain goats like to hang.
Oh, I see. Well, odds are, even if you've been to Glacier before, you probably haven't made it to Goat Haunt. And for good reason.
Yeah, there are no roads leading to it. And the shortest hike to get there is 22 miles.
Shortest hike from the US, that is. So you could either backpack for a few days south of the border, or you can drive to Canada.
Yeah, Goat Haunt sits at the southern tip of Upper Waterton Lake, one of the largest lakes in either park, which stretches across the border into both Canada and the US.
Meaning Goat Haunt is just about 3 miles from the Canadian border.
Yeah, so people overwhelmingly access Goat Haunt from Waterton Lakes National Park.
Well, now I understand where the name comes from. Waterton Lake, Waterton Lakes. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, so some people get there on foot, like on that International Peace Park hike, but most people arrive to Goat Haunt by boat.
Including even the rangers that work there.
Yeah, talk about a commute.
So in this episode, we'll be looking at what it means to be an international peace park, how it happened in the first place, and how it has affected those that live and work here. All right, Andrew, where is our border with Canada?
I think it's about 20, 30 miles north of here as the crow flies.
Yeah, well, could you be even more specific? Where is the border?
It lies on the 49th parallel.
Yeah, exactly. The 49th parallel was first proposed as a border by the Hudson's Bay Trading Company in 1714, which is a story for another day, but it was ultimately adopted by the US and British governments, because at the time, Canada was still under British rule. Now, British and American teams surveyed the border in the 1860s, with brief interruptions for the Civil War, and monuments were erected that cemented a border nearly 4,000 miles long.
But did you know that that survey was actually wrong?
Wait, really?
Yeah. The border was first surveyed when we still thought the Earth was a sphere, but it's actually an oblate spheroid.
What?
Essentially, it's a sphere that bulges at the equator due to rotation. All that to say, the original line doesn't perfectly follow the 49th parallel.
Really?
No, it's close, but it's not exact.
Spheroid and all, it does transect present-day Waterton Lakes and Glacier National Parks.
And visiting the border between the parks today, you'll notice the only thing separating the two countries is a swath of cleared trees, a 20-foot wide unvegetated line continuing into the horizon.
And as far as this area is concerned, the most meaningful discussions of that symbolic boundary occurred not in the halls of Congress or Parliament, but on the trail and around the fire.
Two of the earliest proponents of a jointly managed park were John Kootenai Brown and Albert Death on the Trail Reynolds.
Big fans of nicknames.
Yeah, Brown was the first superintendent of Waterton Lakes National Park.
And Reynolds was the first ranger stationed in the present-day goat hunt area.
Yeah, and it was these two that hatched the idea that two parks in two countries could be managed together.
And the story of their friendship is an origin story of the Peace Park itself.
We actually know an awful lot about John Kootenai Brown. He was raised by his grandmother in Ireland during the Great Famine and led a colorful life after leaving home. He joined the Royal Militia in 1858, but never saw combat. In search of excitement, he chased a fortune in the gold fields of British Columbia, working as a prospector, constable, trapper, guide, mail carrier, swamper.
Swamper? What the heck is that?
Yeah, it's someone who steers canal boats. 50 years later, he had garnered a reputation for knowing the region as well as anyone, which led to his appointment in 1910 as the first supervisory forest ranger of Kootenai Lakes Forest Reserve, which is now our northern neighbor, Waterton Lakes National Park. At age 70, he earned $75 a month to manage the whole area.
Wait, only $75? That's like the highest ranking position in the whole park.
Yeah, it's about $2,000 in today's money.
Oh, all right. Now, much less is known about Albert Death on the Trail Reynolds. Born in Wisconsin in 1847, he and his wife moved to Montana's Flathead Valley in 1871 so he could work at a lumber mill. And to escape the nervous strain of work, 30 years later, he retired from being the supervisor at the lumber mill to become a ranger at the then Flathead Forest Preserve. When that preserve was converted to Glacier National Park in 1910, he was stationed on the southern end of Upper Waterton Lake. And while there have been biographies written of Brown, most of what we know about Reynolds we learned from his diary. Take this entry from 1912 where he's looking for poachers.
Found where some hunters had camped and hauled down a sheep or deer from the mountains. But it was in Canada, about 6 miles from the boundary line.
Which had been brought to life here by the voice talent of Ranger Bob Adams. Reynolds lived in one of the most undeveloped and least visited areas of the park, often with only wildlife as company.
Friday, October 25, 1912. When I arrived at camp, a bear had been there last night, and he raised hell. All around camp he went, looking into all 3 windows. Took a bath in the wash tub and stood in front of the looking glass and combed his hair with his scrubbing brush.
His nickname Death on the Trail was self-ascribed, and his disdain for horses led him to walk everywhere. He regularly walked 17 miles south to get his mail.
Wow. I walked just about 1 mile to get my mail, and I thought that was rough. But Reynolds would also walk north to visit Waterton, where he befriended Brown.
Yeah, he walked the full 12-mile length of Upper Waterton Lake, which starts in Montana at Goat Hunt and ends in Waterton Town Site in Alberta. Walking that whole way to visit his friend Kootenai Brown, unless he could catch a boat ride.
Sunday, October 20, 1912. Left at camp 7 a.m. in one of Mr. Hazard's boats. Went as far as Weeks Landing, where I walked to the post office, got some mail, then went to Mr. Brown's.
His duties as a backcountry ranger included looking out for poachers, forest fires, and other, quote, threats to the park.
Okay, so what constituted a threat to the park?
Well, in the early years, the Park Service was guided by a fundamentally different understanding of ecology than it is today. And Reynolds' writing illustrates this really well. Early park managers were especially eager to protect ungulates, like deer. He would actually follow deer in order to chase them towards better foraging habitat.
Left camp as soon as I could. Went up the trail that the deer took up the mountains. I located them up on a high bench, almost to the top of that mountain. I managed to get above them. There were about 40 of them. I got above them after a hard struggle. The snow was deep.
He thought he could get them to go somewhere where they'd be happier and safer if he could only jump out and surprise them.
Some went one way, while others took my trail and went down. Last of them that I saw was about 2 miles and still going. They're safe.
I think if I did that in a uniform today, people would think I was totally crazy.
And on top of chasing deer around, he would actively hunt and kill anything that could harm them. To kill coyotes, he even enlisted the help of his friend Brown, the superintendent of Waterton.
I went to one of Mr. Brown's baits for coyotes, and I found that a coyote had been there this morning and had taken a meal out of it. I followed his tracks for nearly 2 miles, and he did not show any signs of the poison, so I left. Canadian poison is no good.
In the years since, we've come to understand that predators like coyotes, wolves, and mountain lions play essential roles in the ecosystem. The practice of poisoning them has long since been abandoned.
It's not part of our job anymore. No, it's nice that attitudes have changed in that respect and decided that all animals have a right to be here and not just the ungulates.
That's Tracy Weiss.
Yeah, my name is Tracy Weiss. I've been working here at Belly River for the last 16 summers.
The Belly River Ranger Station where she works is one of the northernmost in the park. In fact, to hike in to meet her, I parked at the Canadian border, spitting distance from the customs office. And while Tracy and her husband Bruce work here in the summer, Reynolds worked and lived near Goat Haunt year-round with only a wood-burning stove for warmth.
It was 12 below freezing this morning, and now 6:30, it's 10 below.
Even on holidays.
I made a bread pudding for dinner and took a cup of cold water. That was my Christmas.
I honestly cannot imagine the rangers that spent winters out here in that kind of cold and that kind of wind.
Yeah.
It must have just been phenomenal.
But rain or shine, Reynolds would travel north to visit Brown.
December 27, 1912. The snow was deep and soft. The wind was awful. Took till 4 p.m. to make Mr. Brown's.
From what we can tell, the two were fast friends. Even though Brown, who wrote poetry and spiritual musings, never seemed to write much about Reynolds.
Yeah, and Reynolds, in the journals of his that we have, he doesn't write about his friendship with Brown either. His journals are really utilitarian, the simple summary of what he did that day, often signing off with the number of miles he had traveled. But even still, Reynolds wrote often about his trips to visit Brown.
Wednesday, December 4, 1912. Left camp 9:15 a.m. with Mr. Brown. He went as far as Weeks Landing with me to see if I got safe over the river. I had to break ice about 100 feet before I got into the main stream, but I made it okay.
They collaborated for work, they shared notes, they sought one another's advice, and they socialized. And as you know, Andrew, the winters here can be pretty drab.
Yeah, cold, gray skies, socked in.
Which, by all accounts, gave them plenty of time to discuss the philosophical facets of their jobs, like the artificiality of the lines separating the two parks they were sworn to protect. One person who met Brown and Reynolds was Samuel Middleton, an Anglican reverend in Canada. And after meeting the two rangers, he wrote about their discussions of the boundary.
Emblematic of the trouble with dividing the two parks was Upper Waterton Lake, which lay partially in the United States and partially in Canada.
Reynolds suggested that geology recognized no boundaries, and that as Waterton Lake lay in its glacial cirque, no man-made boundary could cleave its waters apart. It'd be better then to accept nature's creation by removing the boundary line and acknowledging one park, one lake, in its own territory.
And Brown agreed. He said that since the lake could not be physically divided, it was senseless to divide its management.
This was a powerful idea at the time.
A subtle suggestion, through the lens of a landscape, that a political boundary could not divide us.
This idea of theirs to jointly manage the two parks would not come to fruition in their lifetimes.
Of all the days I ever saw, today has put the cap sheaf on them all. Talk about wind. It has been a corker. I had to face it every step of the way, 18 miles. "9 p.m., fearful storm raging. Don't know where from and can't open the door to look out. Snow drifts all through the house."
Reynolds was clearly an incredibly tough person with a fortitude that's hard to fathom today.
Wednesday, January 15, 1913. Went up to the lake. Had to use my snowshoes. It has snowed hard all day. It was so soft, I sunk in above my knees on snowshoes. I reached home camp, found 6 feet of snow on the roof. I had to go up and shovel away from the stovepipe before I could build a fire. It took over 3 hours. Did not get it nearly all off. We'll finish in the morning. It was 10 below zero all day and snowing hard. Distance 6 miles and 1 frozen toe.
But as tough as Reynolds was, the winter of 1913 began to catch up to him, and he caught a cold he couldn't shake. In one last journey, he ventured north to visit Brown, who mentioned Reynolds in his own journal for the first and final time.
4 February 1913. Mr. Reynolds, here, 32 below zero. Rode and snowshoed west side of park to pass. Miles 20. Reynolds very sick. Up all night with him.
4 days later, Reynolds died.
And 3 years after that, Brown passed away as well.
Over the course of the next 20 years, the parks remained under separate management. A new Waterton superintendent was appointed to replace Brown, as was a backcountry ranger to replace Reynolds. Visitors came, people enjoyed the parks, and life continued. But Reynolds and Brown's idea of an international park lived on, because in July of 1931, the local Canadian Rotary Club called a get-together of Montana and Alberta Rotarians to discuss for the first time the creation of an international peace park.
And while Reynolds and Brown had entertained the notion, it had never before gained traction. In fact, this would be the first international peace park in the whole world.
Yeah, and this new idea was drafted in a resolution by the newly inaugurated president of the local Rotary Club, Samuel H. Middleton.
Who just so happens to be the same guy we quoted earlier, who had interviewed Reynolds and Brown about their thoughts on the border.
The very same. Now, it's worth noting that Middleton first came to Waterton in search of a summer camp for St. Paul's Indian School, of which he was the principal. One of many schools of its kind that sought to suppress native culture, taking kids from reservations away from their families to boarding schools where they were taught, more or less, how to be white.
This policy was called at the time, Kill the Indian, Save the Man.
Yeah. But acknowledging his racist efforts towards indigenous people, he was an important advocate for the establishment of a peace park.
A bill establishing the peace park passed the U.S. Congress in December, and it was echoed by the Canadian government the following year.
The details of this new designation were not clear-cut, leaving park managers to decide how they would jointly oversee the two parks. Parks that have evolved a great deal in the years since. In his day as a backcountry ranger, Reynolds hardly ever saw anyone. But Tracy, the modern backcountry ranger working along the border, she says her main job is to work with people.
I really see the main part of our job as educating people in the backcountry.
Today, more people visit Waterton Glacier on an average summer day than the parks used to see in a whole year during Brown and Reynolds' time. But that hasn't changed why they're protected or why they're important.
People that do come here, and there are more all the time, they're looking for something real. To go backpacking, to reconnect with nature. That's what these parks are all about. And I think every day that goes by, they're more important than they've been in the past.
But throughout the last century, with all the changes it's brought, the two parks have strived to work together.
So whenever our two parks share wildland firefighting resources, whenever we lead cross-boundary hikes or boat trips, you know who to thank. A couple tough old curmudgeons with an idea.
Sunday, December 29, 1912. Oh heavens, how it does snow and blow. A person can't see 200 feet, and it is coming harder and harder. I wish I was back in Helena.
So, Michael, we've been talking about the International Peace Park today. What does Waterton Glacier International Peace Park mean to you?
Selfishly, it makes for a pretty awesome place to work. You know, I've got to hang out with a lot more Canadians than I ever did. And the coolest visitor center around here is the Alberta Visitor Center. I feel like Wilson from Home Improvement, like peering over the fence at my neighbors, because from a lot of trails in the park, you could actually see Canada. So I think it's pretty unique to be part of that symbol of cooperation as an employee and as a visitor.
I totally agree. It's pretty cool when you think about, the ecosystem here, the plants, the animals, even the rivers and lakes. They don't know where the border is. They don't care where the border is. They're just interacting with each other in the way they always have. And to think that we can overcome the challenges of the border to manage this place jointly and to take care of this ecosystem, as a whole instead of as two separate parts that are divided, just by a line on a map is a pretty special thing, I think.
Yeah, two countries, two parks kind of choosing to work around or to work through a political boundary for the joint management of a place like this is neat.
Yeah, and on that note, I think we should move into our next story about how scientists from two different countries came together across the border to study some important animals that spend time on both sides of the international boundary.
Yeah, but always look back
Look
in
back
there.
in there.
Yeah. And you're good at recognizing ducks. So
It's 7 a.m., and Lisa Bate is thinking about ducks.
And every year, the weather channelizes things differently. But usually this is really deep on me, the path, go through.
Are they talking about walking through that water?
Yeah, duck science, as it turns out, involves a lot of water.
So I don't think you're going to be able to do that for safety reasons. So then you just exit and come out.
Today we're doing a brood survey, where we'll review the river to see if any of the female harlequin ducks there have new chicks with them.
And Becca, since you're going to have to wait for a while, what you could do is just walk up the boardwalk and look for ducks on Avalanche Creek, and then when you're finished, come back down here.
Lisa Bate is a wildlife biologist here in Glacier National Park, and one of her projects is to study the park's harlequin ducks. Observing these birds takes a lot of eyes, so Lisa enlists a ton of volunteers to help her collect that data. It's a pretty fun project to be involved with, and as it so happened, all of us in the podcast somewhat independently got involved with it. This year, Michael and I and producers Daniel and Alex have all gone out with Lisa to study the ducks. Michael even ended up pretty wet from his experience.
Yeah, if you want to hear that story, you got to go to the Mini Glacier episode.
Before we get into the study I did that morning, there's a few things you need to know about harlequin ducks.
First, the name. Harlequin ducks are named for the male's breeding plumage, which resembles the makeup of a harlequin, a jester-like character popular in early modern European theater.
And harlequin ducks are migratory birds, but unlike most migratory birds,
They don't migrate north-south when the breeding season arrives. Instead, because they're sea ducks, they actually migrate east-west.
but just because these birds migrate east-west doesn't mean they're not international.
How so? I know a bird that migrates north-south like a robin will spend time in Canada, the US, and Mexico, but if you migrate straight west of here, you'll just hit ocean, not Canada.
Yeah, it turns out the migration path isn't quite straight west. Check out this map of one duck Lisa tracked.
Oh, wow. Spent part of the year in Washington, part in British Columbia, part in Glacier, and part in Waterton Lakes National Park. The next thing you need to know is that these birds love whitewater. They feel right at home in crashing surf and fast-running creeks, and that's part of the reason why they're so hard to study.
And the last thing you need to know is that harlequin ducks are very loyal.
Extremely loyal. As far as we know, the females only nest on the streams where they were born, their natal streams. Though we've banded nearly 300 harlequins in Montana thus far, we have yet to document a breeding female dispersing to a stream other than her natal stream to reproduce.
Well, what if something happens to the natal stream?
Yeah, that's kind of what makes them such a sensitive species. They seem to not be able to just find a new home.
I think this is one of the leading reasons that harlequins are a species of concern. Their range has shrunk. We used to have harlequins in Colorado and many streams in Idaho and Montana, and we no longer have for a variety of reasons. And right now, I think it's highly unlikely that those streams would ever be repopulated unless we can document that females will disperse to other streams.
It's not just streams they're loyal to. I asked Lisa if the ducks are loyal to a particular mate as well.
Oh, if you asked me that question at the beginning of this study, I would say very loyal. The first 3 years of this study, we just saw incredible, I think 100% mate fidelity. Since then, we have seen some so-called divorces, but I'm working on a paper with some Canadian biologists, and they just documented a female with a certain mate 1 year, the next 2 years with a different mate, and then in the 4th year, she returned to that original mate. So we know that sometimes things happen, we don't know why.
And if a duck's mate dies?
We've documented times when the female died, and the males have already migrated back to the coast, but the following years, those single males will come back here looking for those females. And we've seen 3, possibly 4 males return looking for their females. I assume that's what they're doing. And we have one male who I know now has returned 3 years in a row, always single, never with another female, and never with the original female. And we just assume that that female has died.
I can picture the Hallmark movie now. Lonely duck wintering on the coast and spending the summer searching the Rocky Mountains for his missing mate, looking for a love he'll never find.
And Lisa told me that there's about 33% more males than females on the wintering grounds. So these single males are pretty unlikely to find a new mate.
At the beginning of her research, Lisa didn't really know how many ducks there were here.
When I first started this project, I thought maybe there were 40 pairs of harlequins throughout the whole park. And you can't tell because they look identical. It wasn't until we started putting colored bands on them that we realized that we had more ducks just on Upper McDonald Creek drainage alone than we realized.
So to tell individuals apart, you've got to catch them and put a unique band on their leg.
Biologists have developed lots of ways to safely catch birds, but none of them could really account for the challenges of dealing with a bird whose preferred habitat is whitewater.
In the spring, when both males and females are in Glacier, the water on the creeks here is dangerously high and fast. Wading out into a raging creek to try to catch a duck was potentially deadly, so for a long time, we knew very little about these birds.
But it's not just raging waters that Lisa has to deal with.
There's some years that we're walking over like 40-foot deep avalanche drifts still.
So there were lots of challenges, but there was a lot of pressure to understand these birds better because they seemed to be disappearing.
Biologists throughout the western half of their range have all documented a decline or a shift in distribution.
But today when I joined Lisa, we weren't catching any ducks. We were just counting them. We broke into teams to comb every foot of the creek and observe if any of the hens had chicks. If we found any chicks, then later in the summer they could be caught and get a band before they migrated back west. But this wasn't just walking down a trail. To stay along the stream was a lot of bushwhacking.
Yeah, and it gets really bushwhacky when the water's high. And at some point we're going to just start walking in the creek because it'll be a lot easier than bushwhacking.
Okay.
Because the bushwhack is like through hawthorn and real fun stuff like that.
And eventually we just went right into the water. We walked in the creek through water that was above my knees.
Well, did you find any ducks?
We did. Lisa and I saw 7 harlequin ducks that day. And we were able to collect data on other birds as well. We saw some American dippers and spotted sandpipers. The sandpipers had just had little babies, and they were about the size of a piece of popcorn. They were so tiny and fuzzy.
Popped popcorn, though.
Popped
yes?
popcorn,
Okay.
yeah. So we actually ended up seeing a lot more pipers and dippers than harlequins.
What a sound.
Yeah. That's great.
The dipper just flew downstream singing. Hear it? Yeah, that sound. Yeah, it's unusual to hear them this time of year. They're more like February, March, and April when they're really singing up a storm. Flying and singing. Andrew just saw a spotted sandpiper.
As far as harlequin ducks, we had seen 5 single females so far. Is that a lot?
I don't know. It sort of depends on what they get down low.
Yeah.
Like I said, like a high count norm would be 12, so we still have a long ways to go.
So how did this research get started in the first place?
At first, Lisa just wanted to figure out if the ducks were even successfully breeding here.
And I was like, okay, well, to do that, we'd need to find the nest and monitor them. And so we started like looking for nests, and we never found one. I think in 20 or 30 years of surveys here in the park, only one had accidentally been found when someone almost stepped on one. They were walking along the shoreline. So I'm like, well, how are you going to monitor nests if you can't find them?
Luckily for all of us, we're not just in Glacier National Park, we're in Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
Waterton Lakes National Park and Glacier National Park, every year we have Science and History Day. And we
A full-day science conference where experts from both sides of the border present what they've been working on.
In my first year as a biologist here, I met Cindy Smith. She's the retired conservation biologist in Waterton Lakes. And I knew that she had done research on harlequin ducks in Banff National Park. So I was lucky enough to meet her and introduce myself. And I was like, hey, I'm thinking of doing some research on harlequin ducks and trying to find their nest. I said, we just aren't having any luck. I was like, how did you do it? And she's like, telemetry. You have to put radios on them. And she was totally right, because when we first started trying to find their nest, even with radios on, I mean, I think it'd be a 1 in a billion chance trying to find those nests because they're so cryptic, they're so hidden. And some of them literally were like 2.5 miles up off of another drainage and on a cliff and a burned habitat. I mean,
But to put radios on them, first you have to catch them. So Lisa and Cindy, an American and a Canadian biologist working together, developed a mist net method of capturing harlequin ducks.
So that must have been one I saw.
Yeah, do you remember how it worked?
Well, Gerard Bird, who joined us on the Grinnell Glacier hike in the Mini Glacier episode, and a friend of his paddled an inflatable kayak full of a couple people and a pole across the creek. The pole had a rope attached, so there was the near end and the far end, the one that stayed on shore and the one that went across the creek in the boat. And when the crew on the far side of the creek got out, they pulled the net taut.
Oh, that makes sense. So no one had to be in the water.
No, that you floated across, but you stood on either side and pulled it tight. And because harlequin ducks, unlike mallards that fly way up in the air, harlequin ducks fly down low, right over the water, so they go straight into the net.
Okay, so what would you do if you caught one in the net?
So the net is suspended on a cable that runs from one end to the other. And if they catch a duck in the net, the crew on the far side will twist their pole to close it, disconnect it from their side, and then the near side crew will pull the net all the way along the cable until the duck is in their hands.
And then they can handle it on shore without having to get into the water.
Yeah, precisely.
So what was your job then?
Oh, I had a really critical, a very important duck catching job.
Oh, yeah? What was that?
I sat probably a half mile up the road just looking at the creek with binoculars to see if ducks were coming.
Okay, that sounds pretty important. How many ducks did you see?
None. Well, okay, no, I saw mallards and I saw some mergansers. I saw mergansers, but no harlequins. They didn't come down the creek that day.
Well, hopefully you still felt useful.
I did for all the lofty ambitions I had of catching a duck that day. Lisa valued all the effort we put in.
Lisa reminded me that even if you don't find any ducks, knowing that they're not there is useful data for her too.
People get disappointed when we don't see many ducks or zero ducks, and I always remind people that 0 is a real number too. It's a sad number, but it's an important number.
And even though you didn't see any ducks that day, this method has been incredibly successful here.
We have not had any serious injuries to any people, and we have not had any injuries or mortalities to any of the birds. And we have probably captured 250 birds now.
Do Lisa and Cindy still work together?
Yeah, they do. In fact, Lisa spoke really glowingly of their collaboration.
Cindy Smith has been a mentor of mine for years. She's amazing, even though she's retired. As she told me, she's retired from bureaucracy, not biology. So I've worked with her on a number of publications, and she still mentors me on several projects.
That's a real Peace Park success story.
And the success isn't just with the science they've done.
We're not just colleagues, she's become a very close friend.
A friendship that's been able to thrive across the international border. Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask him about a very special bird.
Glacier Conservancy, Doug Mitchell speaking.
Hey, Doug, it's Michael and Andrew.
Hey, fellas, how we doing today?
We are doing great, but we have a question for you. Are you much of a birder?
I am not much of a birder, but I am anxious to learn.
Okay, well, we've got a great little bit of audio trivia for you. We're going to play a bird call and want to see if you can guess who that call might belong to.
Okay, I'm up for it. I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
Does that ring any bells for you?
I'm going to default to one of my very favorite projects in the park, and I'm going to say Harlequin duck.
You got it.
You nailed it. How do you know about Harlequin ducks?
I have come to know Harlequin ducks, to be honest, through my work here at the Conservancy.
We actually got to see a few of them with Lisa Bate.
Boy, count me jealous. I have not, to my knowledge, seen one. My wife has. She watched a mom Harlequin duck kind of teach her young to navigate the rapids there on McDonald Creek. It was, as she said, a really neat experience. Yeah, they're a very, very special, beautiful animal.
So are you involved with Lisa's research at all?
We've been very fortunate here at the Conservancy to be able to support Lisa's research in a number of areas, including with these Harlequin duck studies, and also trying to do some work repairing some of the trails. There are some social trails that can be disruptive on the McDonald Creek area. So we've been very, very fortunate to be able to be part of that process as it's been ongoing.
That's pretty cool. It sounds like it might allow some more people to have an experience like your wife did when they visit the park.
Yeah, I think that would be great, right? That's what we're all about at the Conservancy, is preserving the park for future generations to enjoy, and to be able to think about being able to protect this species and have people later on be able to enjoy that is really a special thing to be able to think about, right? That's work worth doing.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you for taking some time out of your day, Doug. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
So, Andrew, neither of us grew up in Montana, right?
That's correct. I actually grew up in Washington State.
Yeah, and I grew up in Ohio. So the fact that we not only met, but became friends is something that just flat out never would have happened if it weren't for Glacier.
Absolutely. Over the course of a year, this place serves as an intersection of people all over the world. A couple years ago, I was working as a ranger up at Logan Pass, and a guy asked me if I was the same Andrew who had refereed his kid's soccer game like 6 years ago.
What?
And I was.
No way. So the Peace Park provides a unique opportunity to meet other people and experience cultures on both sides of the U.S.-Canada border.
Just by virtue of having the Alberta Visitor Center near the west entrance here, we've had the chance to meet and befriend a lot of Canadians over the years.
From the little things like celebrating Canada Day on July 1st to having them go out of their way to get me Canadian candy, ketchup chips, or Fruitopia that you can't find down here. The International Peace Park is like a confluence of two countries coming together into one unique thing. I mean, it's a lot of fun.
And just in this episode, we've heard a few examples of employees befriending their counterparts from across the border.
But I want to close us out today by meeting some folks that took the whole cross-border friendship thing to the next level.
You know, I would say we got the full story from the Peace Park perspective.
Meet Justin and Kim.
Yeah, I'm Justin McEwen.
And I'm Kim McEwen.
We're currently at our home in Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Some Canadians?
Well, yes and no.
I'm from Ohio.
And I grew up in the prairies of Canada in Saskatchewan.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Justin and Kim both worked in Waterton Glacier in the early 2000s. Justin, how did you wind up working here?
My uncle was park superintendent down in Waterton Lakes National Park, so I had some exposure of going out there and visiting him and my aunt. It was a job and lifestyle that appealed to me at sort of a younger age.
Appealing enough that around the time he went to college, or university as they call it up there, he got a job with Parks Canada.
Started at Elk Island National Park and then moved down to Waterton Lakes.
What did he do at Waterton?
He was an interpretive ranger just like we were, leading guided hikes, campground programs.
You know, I can probably look back on it and say it was like the best job I ever had.
And Kim, how did you wind up working here?
So my dad decided to come out and play park ranger from Ohio. I missed him and I came out to work for the boat company in 2003, the year before Justin and I met.
What was the name of the boat that you captained?
What is the name of the boat? The Morning Eagle is on Lake Josephine, and on Swift Current Lake is Chief Two Guns.
Oh, so she worked at Many Glacier.
What is memorable specifically about the job of being a boat captain?
If I think back now, like, it seems like it should have been a more difficult job than it was. It didn't feel difficult to drive these boats, and I really enjoyed like giving the talk on the boat, and I liked making people laugh. You're getting sometimes to show people bears for the first time, and the hotel there employed a lot of young people, and so You're just around a lot of other, basically university-aged people. It's like summer camp for adults.
I think they call it college down in the United States, dear.
And Canadianized.
And they actually met at work.
We actually met on the boat dock at Many Glacier. It was one of the other boat captains that was like, he's cute, you should go for a hike with him.
Justin, a Parks Canada interpreter, was milling about in Many Glacier in the first place for his job.
Yeah, so this would be part of a long-standing exchange within the Peace Park whereby a Parks Canada interpreter would go down to Glacier National Park and deliver a program every Friday evening, and then a counterpart, an interpretive ranger from Glacier National Park, would come up to Waterton to the Falls Theater to provide exposure to each other's parks within the International Peace Park.
But work wasn't the only reason he wanted to go to Glacier.
Pretty soon after, I think I invited myself to come for a hike with Justin in Waterton. And yeah, after that first hike, it was basically like, it was a thing. It was the start of a relationship.
Well, that's adorable. And not your typical workplace romance. The two parks brought them together, but they're from two different countries. Long distance is hard enough without a border in between you. How did that even work?
Well, as you can imagine, it did make it tough, but they were able to find a way. So how long did you do the distance thing?
We dated cross-border for 7 years.
Kim worked as a teacher on the Blackfeet Reservation living in East Glacier, and Justin could find year-round, off and on work in Waterton.
Okay, that's only a few hours apart.
So relatively close, but they still crossed the border a lot, to the point where Customs and Border Patrol got to know them by name. I'm wondering, when you started seeing each other, how normal in your brain was the idea of dating somebody from another country?
It became quite normal. I mean, it definitely took a while, like figuring out the differences between the two countries in the early stages of dating. I remember at one point making Justin a little paper dictionary, translating Canada speak into America speak. And then Justin made me like his edition. So I think I had put things on there like, it's a beanie, but you call it a toque for a winter hat. And
I don't remember that, to be honest, but I know
yeah,
you've
so
mentioned
there were
this
like
before.
lots of things like that. And eventually it just kind of melded into like, this is normal. Like my Ohio accent kind of became a Canadian accent, although in Canada for a long time, they still thought I talked like an American, but my American family would like make fun of me when I came home because I was speaking like a Canadian.
Yeah. So they made it work for years. But as time wore on, crossing the border to see one another grew more and more cumbersome.
We sort of recognized the fact that we were dealing with an international border, and
it was really cramping our relationship style.
Yes.
And one way to remedy that would be to put a ring on it.
And plans were afoot. You know, I realized like I wanted to ask this girl to marry me. Somebody was kind of getting impatient at some point in time. They're not thinking it was actually going to happen. So we went out on a hike some evening, sort of on the shoulder of Galway Mountain in Waterton. So it's up the Red Rock Road, and sort of found this little offshoot. It had a great view of the valley. You know, asked Kim to marry me, and obviously she said yes.
So they found a local justice of the peace that liked hiking, and they hiked up Avian Ridge in Waterton with a few friends and got married.
We have that date. That's our proper wedding anniversary, and we have that date stamped on the inside of our rings. And yeah.
The following year, they had a full-blown ceremony in Waterton with family coming from all over. Although it was September in Alberta, so the weather was a bit of an adjustment for some.
My grandmother actually came from Florida, and the wedding was in the fall, and she like moved to Florida because she does not like the cold, and my uncle as well, so he kind of had brought her. And I know that he had to go to the drugstore in Pincher Creek that morning and buy her long johns that she could wear under her dress clothes because she was too cold in Canada.
It was like 50 or 60 degrees. It was a nice day as far as we're concerned, right?
And I, for one, learned a thing or two about Canadian weddings.
Yeah? Like what?
So they ask a family member or close friend to preside over the event instead of a DJ or MC. And they have something called midnight lunch, essentially a full-blown late-night snack. People eat at the reception, then they get up for dancing and drinks, and then a little while later, bam, poutine.
Okay, that sounds really good.
Yeah, but what Kim and Justin did the best, I think, was the dessert.
We didn't have cake at our wedding. We had pie. We had like a variety of pies, but our wedding pie that we cut into was apple, Saskatoon, huckleberry, and it was apples to signify Ohio, and Saskatoon berries to signify Saskatchewan, and huckleberries to signify the Peace Park. And so that was the kind of pie that we cut into as like our ceremonial cake cutting.
Oh, that's something else. Today, 16 years after they met at the boat dock in Many Glacier, Kim and Justin are raising a family together in Calgary.
So not too far away.
Right, close enough to visit. Now, we have spent a lot of time talking today about how the International Peace Park recognizes that the landscape we share knows no boundaries. But as this story shows, neither does love, friendship, or camaraderie. Waterton Glacier International Peace Park is an invitation to see ourselves in one another. A much-needed reminder to see not our differences, but the things that we share. Justin and Kim lived this firsthand in a way more dramatic than most of us ever will. So I was curious. What does the designation International Peace Park mean to both of you?
I think it is a place that you can sort of leave jurisdictions and politics behind to some degree or another and focus on this sort of contiguous landscape.
I don't know, to me it means family, you know. If it wasn't for the International Peace Park, we wouldn't be a family.
To see what the International Peace Park means to you? Well, you'll just have to come find out. That's our show. For more information on the International Peace Park, on Waterton or Harlequin ducks, check out the links in our show notes.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Natalie Hodge and our friends at Waterton Lakes National Park, Tracy Weiss, Bob Adams, Lisa Bate, Diane Sine, and Kim and Justin McEwen.
Goats. They're the very symbol of Glacier National Park, and there is almost no better place in the park to see them than at Oberlin Bend. This section of the Going to the Sun Road travels along the cliffs and past the waterfalls just west of Logan Pass. The rock ledges and abundant vegetation provides ideal habitat for the shaggy white mountain goat. Watch for the little ones skipping about the rock cliffs in areas that would terrify most humans. Within days of being born, they are following mom up incredibly steep slopes. Sometimes the goats wander right down to the road or through the parking lot, however, so please remember that all park wildlife is wild. Although they may seem tolerant, they can also cause injury. Do not feed or approach them. Please help us keep wild goats wild and visible for years to come. Oberlin Bend also provides one of the best views of the Going to the Sun Road. Park your car and take the short boardwalk to the viewing platform. The sweeping vista of the garden wall with the Going to the Sun Road snaking along its cliffs is impressive. On a clear day, you can see all the way to the high peaks near the border with Canada, and, if you know where to look, you can spot Granite Park Chalet on a ridge high above the loop. Portions of this boardwalk were designed to be accessible by wheelchair, and if you notice, it's made out of a metal grate material. A former park superintendent saw similar walkways in parks in Australia and brought the idea back to Glacier on his return. The grate allows snow to fall through the walkway and helps relieve the pressure of the winter snows, and it also helps sunlight to penetrate below and maintain native vegetation under the boardwalk.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Brett Rayburn.
And I'm Miles Barger.
So I have a quick question for you before we get started on this week's episode. Have you ever hiked with a llama before?
I have not hiked with a llama before.
Is that because you don't want to, or is that because you've never had the opportunity?
I think it would be awesome. I've never had the opportunity. I've definitely seen them around at other parks, but I've always wanted a trail goat. You know, that's a thing. Some people hike with trail goats. Yeah.
So wait, hold on. So what? All right, explain this really quickly before.
No,
we
I've seen people in like national forests. They'll have, you usually need at least two because they're herd animals, and they can carry up to like 50 pounds each. So you can use them as kind of mini pack animals, but you don't have to put them on a string, and they just gather at night. Anyway,
what a chick magnet that would be. That'd be a conversation starter right there. Well, so my trivia question today doesn't have to do with goats. It does have to do with llamas. So do you know how many llama outfitters currently have contracts to do business in Yellowstone National Park?
I do not. I will guess 11.
It's actually 3. So you had a string of doing really well on these trivia questions that might have come to an end here.
Failure.
So there are 3 outfitters currently that would let you go hiking with a llama. So it's possible. Maybe a bucket list item here. Our guest this morning is someone who probably would have known the answer to that question. So she's Becky Wyman, a concessions management specialist here at Yellowstone National Park. Becky, have you ever hiked with a llama?
I have not.
No. So it sounds like we need like a work trip.
I think so.
To come out of this summer, because I love nothing more than hiking and not carrying my own stuff.
It makes it quite nice.
That sounds awesome. Well, it's awesome having you here today. So we didn't invite you here to just talk about goats and llamas exclusively. Although, you know, if they come up more, I'm totally fine with that. We invited you here because you have a super important job in the Park Service that most visitors would know nothing about. You work a lot behind the scenes. And before we get into the details about what you do, as a concessions management specialist, actually, could you give us like an overview of what concessioners and what CUAs, commercial use authorization holders, like what are all of those things? Because a lot of listeners probably just have no clue what that is.
So our office oversees all of the commercial operators in the park. We have category 1, 2, and 3 contracts, plus our commercial use authorization program. The category 1 contracts include our large concessioners, currently Xanterra, Yellowstone General Stores. They do the lodging and retail type of operations in the park. We also have our service stations. Our CUA program oversees or has our fishing guides, photo tours, environmental education tours, that sort of scope. And then we have our category 2 and 3 contracts, which include our over snow operators in winter. We have a bear spray rental. We have stock outfitters that do day and overnight trips in the park.
Llamas.
That include our llamas, as well as a ski camp in winter that is located at Canyon.
Awesome. So the Park Service doesn't actually have, like, we don't run hotels or things like that.
That is correct. We have contracts that allow other operators to run those, and we oversee those contracts.
That is a lot. How many are there? Just like a rough ballpark. It's always changing, right? The number.
Well, all of our contracts pretty much stay the same. We have the 3 large category 1 contracts. Like I said, the hotels and retail general stores, and our service stations. We have 38 stock contracts that include the 3 llamas. We have 23 over snow contracts and 1 bear spray rental. And then I believe the number of CUAs exceeds 400.
Yeah, that's a lot. So
Yes.
that's a lot that you're overseeing out of the concessions office.
It is.
Okay. Well, thank you. Yeah, I just thought that would be a good overview of like what your job entails before we kind of dive into the background, and then we'll kind of come back to a typical day of what it's like working as a concessions management specialist. So do you mind telling us a little bit about where and when you got your start in the National Park Service?
So I came to Yellowstone in 1998. I was a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed fisheries technician. So I started my career with the Park Service at Lake in Yellowstone, and I have never left.
So it hooked you.
It hooked me.
No pun intended.
Anyone get it? And how'd you hear about that job?
I think I heard about it through USA Jobs.
Awesome. Yeah, we have. And for those of you who don't know, who are listening to this and don't know what USA Jobs is, we do have an intro episode that kind of explains that, as well as some of the other jargon that we might talk about here. So just refer back to that if you have any questions. So you saw it on USA Jobs, you applied and you got it, and the rest is history.
And I drove my car out from South Carolina, and I've never left.
Wow. Okay, so you're from South Carolina. So you're an East Coaster.
I am.
Okay, that's me too. And then you found the mountains, and
then I found the mountains.
Gotcha.
Same.
So how did you get from that job, which is very different from what you do now? What was that transition like?
It is. So I worked for fisheries for 3 years. Then I moved to the bison office to follow my husband up to Mammoth. And then I just became a flexible park employee and did a variety of administrative roles. I was the natural resource admin assistant for the Center of Resources, which led me to a detail with at the time, it was the Planning, Compliance, and Landscape Architecture Division. So I was their admin assistant, where I made connections with people in that office that eventually would lead to my transitioning over to the Commercial Services Division in an administrative role. And then I just worked my way up. I oversaw the Commercial Use Authorization Program for several years before I got my current job overseeing the Category 2 and 3 contracts.
Wow. So you've done a little bit of it.
I'm a jack of all trades.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool.
I feel like that's a theme across these episodes. We've either had like people who decide this park is for me, and then you make it work within that park, or some people say this is my job path I want to follow and go wherever they need to go to make that happen.
Yeah.
Or I guess the third type, which is they just want to work in as many parks as possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can spin an NPS career, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. So you've been here and you've been at Yellowstone. I don't want to do the quick math. What did you say? 98?
25 years.
Okay.
And, and I am in a dual career family.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that my husband also works for Yellowstone National Park has contributed to me being here as long as I have.
Yeah. So how many like dinner table conversations are just focused on Yellowstone?
All the
or
time.
are you guys just like, no, too
All the
much
time.
Yellowstone. We got to talk about something else.
I live vicariously through his job. He's got a much more interesting job than mine.
Well, so what does he do?
He's bear management.
Okay. So, I think there's lots of interesting things in both of those.
Yes.
In both of those jobs. So what does a typical day in your job look like? Is there a typical day?
Typically I'm in the office on the computer, answering phone calls and emails. It's a lot of paper pushing, I guess you could call it. But part of that is just communicating with our concessioners. We review annual financial reports, preparing annual overall ratings, which I kind of liken that to a report card on how they're doing with their contracts.
Do you use a red pen?
I do not.
Oh.
I have one in my hand, but
That's what I was. You look like you're good at writing like F.
Yes. No, and we have very good concessioners. So A++. We review insurance, risk management plans, all things that are outlined in their contracts. Part of my job requires periodic evaluations of the concessioners. And this lets us get out into the park to monitor how they're doing, making sure they're meeting service standards as outlined in their operating plans, making sure they're providing a quality visitor service, making sure the facilities are well maintained, and just ensuring the safety of the visitor and their employees. The part that I like most is I occasionally get to go out on horseback rides, ride on snowmobiles, or even take a ski trip every once in a while. So that's what gets me out in the park. So that's what I like.
So you're kind of, are you doing like the undercover boss type of situation where you're like kind of hiding in the ranks of visitors?
We
on
may
the snowmobile?
entail secret shoppers, but usually they know who I am. So
Yeah,
it's not quite as
if you've been here 25 years.
Yes. It's hard to be secret.
Yeah, that sounds like that's a really interesting part of that, is getting to test out those different ways of seeing the park. So that was a lot of different functions and tasks that you have. So what do you think is the most important one to be successful at your job?
I think communication skills and establishing relationships is the most important part of my job.
Yeah, because you're talking with
a variety of people from a variety of backgrounds.
Right.
Many of which I don't always relate to.
Sure.
So being flexible and just patient is very a really good thing to keep in mind.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's definitely an important thing.
Yeah. I feel like this past winter, we've seen a lot of that because we've had such crazy snow conditions, by which I mean, until later in the winter, hardly any snow. So I've been on some of those calls and just seeing the like constant communication with people and trying to make everything work as best we can for them and for our visitors and all of that. It's given me a good insight into how much communication there is with all these businesses. And they of course have their own interests that are, they share interests with the Park Service, but they're also businesses. So they have very different things that they have to think about in terms of their long-term.
And Yellowstone's had a few hits lately with the flood, the lack of snowfall. Just it's impacted different people in different ways the last few years.
Yeah,
COVID.
It can be challenging to operate businesses on a volcano with crazy weather and you're at the whims of Mother Nature.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think you kind of already touched on this, but is your favorite part of the job getting to go out on those snowmobile trips and pack trips and llama trips? And
anytime I can get out of the office is a good day.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if it includes the backcountry, it's even better.
So you actually get to go on like a backcountry camping trip? Like overnight? Do you do overnighters?
I haven't done overnighters with the concessioners, but I have gone out with our backcountry rangers to do stock evaluations in the summer. So I've gotten to go to Beckler, which I had never been to until that.
Yeah.
Last summer, I got to go to Thoroughfare.
Cool.
And so
some pretty remote, some of the
Both
more
places
remote areas of the park.
Yeah.
Yes.
Both places I would like to go and haven't made it to yet. So that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that sounds awesome. And I guess on the flip side of that, what's the toughest part of your job?
I think the toughest part of my job is just keeping up with everything. Even though Yellowstone is closed in the spring and fall, we're always preparing for the next season. And so we never get to take a break. And if you fall behind in the management of these contracts, the paperwork, it's hard to catch up. So just staying organized and on top of things is the hard part.
Yeah, I want someone to invent like this pause button that you can just hit and no emails will come in and like you can just like catch up and then you can hit play again and then you'll be, but I haven't found that yet. So
some of our jobs have sort of a pause button. They have the furlough. They're not allowed to check email for like 2 weeks or a month, but yeah, you're right. Yes. What about the regulations? Are they changing pretty often or do they stay fairly consistent?
I think they're staying pretty constant, but there are some tweaks that they throw at us every once in a while.
Yeah.
So we have to stay on top of those.
Yeah, I was wondering that. Continuing education.
Yes, there's definitely continuing education aspect.
Yeah, for sure. So even with those difficulties of just a lot of work coming at you, you've obviously done what you could to stay in the National Park Service and in Yellowstone National Park specifically. So why the National Park Service? What's kept you around?
I think just working for an agency whose mission is to preserve our natural and cultural resources, since that is my background. And I grew up, my family took trips to the Great Smokies, Shenandoah. And so it's just been part of who I was prior to the Park Service. And so it just made sense when I landed here that I would stay.
Sure. I guess it's safe to bet that you hadn't snowmobiled in South Carolina too much
I had
before
not.
you got here.
There was many firsts out here.
Yeah, that's one of the cool things about this place is there's always a new experience kind of right around the corner that keeps you motivated, right?
Yes.
Yellowstone just gets some people, and you just can't leave.
Yeah,
Happened to
literally,
me.
you can't. They
You just
don't
want to
let
come
you.
back.
No.
Yeah, literally, they won't.
None of us ever want to. So would you say that there's a defining moment in your career?
I having been here, this is my first and only park. And I think meeting my husband here and knowing that he wanted to stay here kind of defined my path. And so then I just had to redefine what my goals and ambitions were and find my place.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I mean that makes sense. Do you guys spend time in the park on the weekends and that, or are you guys?
We used to do that a lot more.
Yeah.
Now we have 2 teenagers, so
That keeps you
they
pretty
keep
busy.
us pretty busy.
Yeah, volleyball games and
volleyball games, basketball games. That's the challenging part living in a remote area is that aspect of it.
So can you kind of touch on that really quickly? Like that's an interesting perspective, raising a family in a remote location like this.
Yellowstone has been a fabulous place to raise kids, especially if you like the outdoors. But with that comes some sacrifices. We're an hour away from the nearest town, like big town for some recreational activities. But you just kind of have to roll with the punches. And if that's what you want to be involved with, you do it. We used to have them in ski school at Bridger Bowl every weekend, and we drive the hour and a half up there every Sunday. Soccer was in Livingston, which is an hour away. We had basketball tournaments and all of that, but we also threw in family trips, hiking, backpacking, fishing, rafting. I mean, you've got it all here. It's just you have to. We're an hour away from the closest vet for your pets.
Mm-hmm.
So it takes a special person to live here. But if you love the outdoors, I think this is a great place to be.
Yeah. Yeah. That was the biggest. Miles, you've lived on the East Coast too. So like that was the biggest adjustment for me is just how like no one bats an eye when they're driving an hour and a half somewhere. That's like nothing to them. And I'm like, whoa, that's very far to me. When I first came here, that was like a weekend trip.
Yep.
Was an hour and a half. And so doing that just to go to the store is definitely an adjustment.
And I think, like all of the parents that I know and have grown up with here, we all pitch in. We have daycare, we have preschool, we have grade school.
Mm-hmm.
And we all just probably have to do more here to be involved than you would on the East Coast or in larger metropolitan areas. But it creates that community as well.
Yeah, you probably don't find community like this in a lot of. I mean, this is pretty special.
It is pretty special.
That just can't happen otherwise because people are off doing their own thing, driving all over the place.
Yeah, there's no one else to do stuff for you here.
Yeah.
So it's like
you kind of have to hang out.
Yeah, like my son's been in preschool the past 2 years, and I've been on the board because it's like only so many of us have a kid in preschool, and
I've been there, done that.
Yeah, I've heard lots of people here told me that when I was moving here. They were like, "Well, you'll be involved in a lot of things because You have to be. And also everyone will try to recruit your kid for everything because they're a precious commodity.
They are.
They're a limited supply.
We need more kids.
Yes.
Yeah, no. So getting back to your job, so the Park Service mission is to, like you alluded to, preserve the natural and cultural resources for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration for this and future generations, those kids we were talking about. So with that in mind, how does your job contribute to that mission?
Well, I keep going back to when I was first interviewed for my administrative assistant position in the commercial services office, and Mary Murphy, who was a longtime employee of the park, made a comment that stuck with me, and she said, "Our division touches everybody's vacation. It impacts their experience." And so coming in, that's kind of motivated me to make sure that what I'm doing with our partners are contributing to that experience.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if someone has a bad experience, that they associate that with Yellowstone National Park and the National Park Service potentially.
And then also we work with our interpretive division to help educate our guides to be better educators for their clients that they take through the park. So it's a group effort.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, something I've thought about a lot. I don't know how to quantify it, but I would guess that all of our concessioners spend more, certainly like longer term hours with visitors than any National Park Service employee.
Absolutely.
Because I feel like most people, if they interact with a National Park Service employee, it's going to be as a visitor center desk, maybe for like a few minutes because we are busy and there's lines and people have questions. Or maybe they get to go on a ranger-led walk or talk. I mean, that's a small percentage, but even those maybe are going to be 30 minutes, 45 minutes, whereas concessioners, it can be all day or multiple days. It can be a really close relationship that people form. So I think about that a lot. I think in every park that I've worked at, that's been the case, that those really quality hours are often with a concessioner. So they're like a huge... not just an extension of what we do, but they contribute big time to that mission.
Yeah, for sure. So for someone who's listening to this and is like, man, that sounds like a cool job. I like a challenge. I like to go snowmobiling every once in a while. What's the series? Do you know your series in USA Jobs?
It's an 1101.
Okay. So that's what people can look at if they're interested in those, and that's concessions.
It's a concessions management specialist.
Okay.
And I believe they start at a GS7 and go all the way up to supervisory positions. There are, I don't know what the series number, but there is a concessions management assistant that might be like a 6-7. But yes, we're all over the Park Service in every park.
Okay. Yeah. And that's the other great thing is that every park has those types of jobs. So if you want to move around the country, you can do that pretty easily.
Absolutely.
That's another great part of that job.
And every park is different in the contracts and commercial use authorizations and activities that they offer. So pick your park, pick your activity, and there's probably something out there for you.
Yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. And do you need formal training to qualify for those positions?
Obviously not.
Just lots of experience.
I come from a wildlife biology background. I think a business, accounting, finance experience would be beneficial. I've kind of had to learn on the job. But one thing that's helped me in Yellowstone is just my varied experience working here, and knowing people and programs and the willingness to be flexible and patient. It took me a while to get where I am. And I made some choices for my family that kept me from taking certain jobs. And there were certain jobs I didn't want. But I think those type things would be beneficial. for someone looking at this. I don't know that you need like an accounting degree, but I definitely think, people that have run small businesses or worked in, we have one of my coworkers worked, in a cell phone company, just having that knowledge of other business, having that acumen would be helpful. That's where I've been lacking. So it's taken me a few years to train myself.
Sure. And so is your advice would that be your advice for someone wanting that position? Just kind of be opportunistic and take what you can and kind of it'll work its way.
Yeah. And there's been several details that come across that I would encourage people to take advantage of to gain experience. Once you get into the program, our Washington office offers annual trainings with asset management, pricing and evaluation, financial management, commercial use authorizations to kind of bring everybody up to speed because it is kind of a different aspect of the Park Service. And especially for those people in parks that have collateral duties, you're a superintendent, but you also have to manage the commercial services. It helps with those type things. But I do think there's some introductory trainings on DOI talent that anyone can take. Like, I think there's an introduction to commercial services just to give you some background on the program.
Yeah, that give you that solid foundation to get started and kind of learn more about it. Well, that all sounds, that's great advice. I think super applicable to a lot of people listening. Do you have a favorite, before we let you go, do you have a favorite memory in Yellowstone National Park? I'm guessing you have a few in 25 years. But you can only pick one. That's my rule.
Okay. Well,
very strict.
After 25 years, I have too many. So I'm going to pick one that's not in Yellowstone.
Yeah, that's totally good.
Before I came to Yellowstone, I worked for the Fish and Wildlife Service in Vernal, Utah. And we worked in Dinosaur National Monument. So my favorite memory is I worked for an endangered fish project, electrofishing down the Yampa through the park. It was my first job out of college and the best one ever.
Can you describe to those who don't know what electrofishing is? Because it sounds like some heavy metal band from the 80s or something.
Well, we had a raft with electrodes that came out from a boom on the front of the raft, and it had a platform, and we turned the generator on to create the current, and we would go through the rapids with the electricity on, and the fish would get stunned and float to the top, and we'd have large nets hanging off the front of the boat that we would scoop the fish up and bring them in and tag them if they were the right type of fish.
And no fish are harmed in
that is correct.
They are okay for our listeners out there. Did you get any like really weird random species that kind of floated to the top?
No, it was an endangered fish project, so we were looking for specific fish.
Okay.
And so they were few and far between.
Yeah.
But
you just got to make sure that you don't fall in the water when those electrodes are on.
That's one of the most amazing rafting canyons.
It's beautiful
in the country.
It is beautiful.
Yeah.
I would love to go back.
That's another group trip that we can take.
So we're
taking llamas.
That's the one section I have not done.
Gates of Lador.
I have
my father-in-law's
that on my
done
list.
it, and he's says it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it's a great name.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Becky, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been awesome learning a little bit more about what you do and how you contribute to the National Park Service mission. So just thanks for taking the time to talk to us and teach us a little bit more about it.
My pleasure.
All right, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Becky Wyman. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review really helps new people find the show, so we appreciate it. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thank you.
Many visitors, when they come to Yellowstone National Park, don't realize that they're in one of the world's largest active volcanoes. All the hydrothermal, the hot water features in this park are the result of the Yellowstone volcano. The volcano gives us much of our elevation we have in this area because it heats the ground. That ground is less dense, so we have a high volcanic plateau here of 8,000 feet. It has supplied many of the rocks and the soils that are in this area, so the vegetation is responsive to the Yellowstone volcano, and of course the animals are responsive to the vegetation. The simplest, perhaps most eloquent way to describe it is the heart of Yellowstone. Yellowstone would not exist without the presence of the volcano. First, think of the ground surface, and then let's start having a mass of very hot molten rock, which we call magma, moving up towards the surface. As it moves up, it starts to break the overlying rock, and those breaks basically are earthquakes. So in the area on the ground surface, above the molten rock which is moving up, there will be hundreds to thousands of earthquakes per day, and those earthquakes will probably be in the 4.5 magnitude range or larger. The other thing that occurs as this gets close to the surface, the ground starts to deform. It actually gets bent. So in the area of the earthquakes, you should also see significant ground deformation. Sometimes up to a yard a year may occur preceding an eruption. Also, we would expect to see changes in the hot water features, the geysers and hot springs, as this molten rock gets near the surface, and we would expect to see changes in the geothermal gases that come from the ground. Now, do we have earthquake swarms in the park? Definitely. Do we have ground deformation? Definitely. Does the hydrothermal system change? Every day. But are those signs of an impending eruption? No. All these things have to be coincident in the same area and very concentrated, a greater magnitude, and many more of them than we currently see. So having an earthquake swarm near Norris and ground deformation in the White Lake area and changes in the thermal system in Mammoth, they're all part of the normal vital signs of this volcano, and there has been nothing that has been indicated that there is an impending eruption. In the summer of 2014, there was a 3-mile section of road along the Firehole Lake Drive, which is a side road that is north of the Old Faithful area, that was closed because the pavement had become soft and road oil was seeping up through the pavement. Reports were that this was due to increased geothermal activity in the area, and also people then became concerned that this indicated increased volcanic activity in the area. And this wasn't the case. Yes, the road is in an active geothermal area. It's a side road that allows people to view Great Fountain geysers, White Dome geysers, other thermal features. As such, the road is on very hot ground. When we get a very hot day in the summer, with all the sun beating down on the black asphalt, and the road had recently been chip sealed, so all the cracks in the road were sealed with oil, which not only stopped the rain from getting into the road, but stopped the hot geothermal vapors from escaping the road. So the three things of very hot air temperatures above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, the road being in a thermal area, and the asphalt basically being sealed by new road oil that was black, all coupled to deform the road. Within 2 days, our park maintenance crews had been out and worked on the road and fixed it. It's open for travel and has been ever since, after the original 2 days closure. This also happened back in 2002 when a segment of the road near White Dome Geyser approached 196 degrees Fahrenheit. The asphalt became soft, and there what occurred was roughly a 60-foot area of the road. The asphalt was stripped off. which allowed the road to breathe. Gravel was placed there, and that segment of road has been open ever since. First, let's describe what a super eruption is. It's just a very, very large eruption. An eruption of at least 240 cubic miles of molten material, and usually that molten material is forcefully vented into the atmosphere. It's not just one large explosion, but through time, there's a lot of molten material vented into the atmosphere. In Yellowstone's past, there have been two super eruptions. One at 2.1 million years ago that was about 600 cubic miles of molten material, and one 640,000 years ago that was 240 cubic miles. To put that in comparison, the eruption of Mount St. Helens was about 0.1 cubic miles. So the super eruptions are very large. They do change basically world climate, temperatures, everything else due to the volcanic ashes and gases that are expelled. Do we know if there will ever be another super eruption of Yellowstone? No, we don't. The volcano experts who study Yellowstone, the volcanologists, do not know if there will be another super eruption of Yellowstone. Is volcanic activity and volcanic eruptions, are they in Yellowstone's future? Definitely. But the most probable eruptions are much smaller than these super eruptions. Now, by smaller, we may mean they might be as large as a Mount St. Helens sort of eruption, or even much smaller than that. Maybe an individual vent that puts out a very nice Hawaiian-type basalt flow. A very robust monitoring network is in place in Yellowstone National Park that monitors earthquakes, monitors ground deformation, monitors stress and strain within the earth, and all these data are online real time through the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. So none of those data, which are publicly available, have ever indicated to the experts that there's even a potentially small impending eruption. One of the important aspects of the monitoring equipment is to be able to give scientists the ability to predict in advance when an eruption is going to occur. And in its simplest form, the larger the potential eruption, the more molten rock that's coming up over a greater area, the more signals that will occur, the more earthquakes that will occur, the larger the area affected, the more the ground deformation will be occurring in that area, and the more there will be changes in the thermal system and gases. So the larger the eruption, the more advanced notice there'll be, and the smaller the eruption, the less advanced notice. But that's the way we would hope it would be, because the smaller the eruption, the less the effect of it to Yellowstone or even to smaller areas than just the park itself.
Hello, Rocky Mountain National Podcast listeners. We join you yet again for another great episode. A couple quick announcements before we begin. First, we have got a big pavement preservation project. So that means people are going around in the park and working on our pavement to keep it in good shape now and in the future. That's going on in the park and is going to be creating delays and closures over the next couple of weeks. Areas impacted are changing daily, so it's not just one area for the whole time. It's changing every day and are too complicated to cover in detail here, but you can get the full details on our website. Point your browser to nps.gov/ROMO. That's ROMO, nps.gov/ROMO. Look for alerts at the top of the page, and then find the alert related to pavement preservation and click more. That will take you to a news release that has the full details and a big old list to help you plan your trip. Second, monsoon season has been in full effect recently, with heavy thunderstorms rolling in nearly every afternoon. As always, please check the weather before your visit. Plan any hikes so that you are below tree line. and away from dangerous areas before storms are set to arrive, and never leave the safety of a building or your car if thunderstorms are present. Stay safe out there. We know that thunderstorms are a common thing, and so it's easy to get complacent, but when you're here up in the high country and on the edge of rocky areas, people have been struck by lightning and even killed by lightning in Rocky, so please take it seriously. And now for our episode. This week we are joining Kyle Patterson, Rocky's Public Affairs Officer, to talk about what in the heck a public affairs officer does, the importance of sharing Rocky's amazing news and messages with the news and with you, and current issues at the park, and also what you can do to help us keep Rocky beautiful now and in the future. It was a super fun episode. Kyle's really fun to talk to, and I'm sure that you're going to learn a lot of neat things and hopefully enjoy yourself. So here we go. Enjoy the show. Yeah, so the way it goes, it's very
Okay. Very good.
Just talk about whatever. Okay.
We can do that.
We can do that. All right, so what is your name and what do you do here at the park?
My name is Kyle Patterson, and I'm the Public Affairs Officer here at Rocky Mountain National Park.
Public Affairs Officer.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to try to use the listener's mind.
Perfect.
And think the way that they would think. What the heck is a public affairs officer? What does that mean? What do you do?
What do I do?
What do you do?
And it depends on the day. That's one of the reasons I love my job is
That's
what
true.
I do can vary greatly depending on the day. But my main job duties is media relations. So basically news releases for the park, proactive stories on different things that we do here at the park and our colleagues and the amazing things they do. And then some of what I do can be very reactive. So Rocky Mountain National Park is one of the top 5 search and rescue parks in the country. And so we all might have this perfect list of what we're going to check off that day. And then that gets changed very quickly and very dramatically with some of the incidents we have in the park. So some of what I'm sharing with the public as well is very reactive and highlighting some of the incidents that happen in the park and what our colleagues do to help folks, and also some of the preventative search and rescue messages so that hopefully if people are informed and educated and prepared, we won't have as many situations. So that's a big part of what I do is media relations. And then I also do a lot of community outreach. So giving presentations and programs to a variety of organizations and groups and members of the public in a variety of different forums.
Okay.
That's a big part of my life. And then I've got a lot of other duties as assigned as well.
So you're kind of the, are you the official voice of Rocky, or you're kind of the official word? Is that how it works?
I'm the official voice.
Okay.
Some people call me the mouth.
The
I'm not
mouth.
quite sure what that means or what,
Maybe they're Lord of the Rings fans, like the mouth of Sauron. You a Lord of the Rings fan? Not that much. That's a little deep, yeah. Some of our listeners will get it. You're like the mouth of Sauron, except instead of a horrible, evil eye living on a tower, it's Rocky Mountain National Park. Much better job.
Much better job.
Yeah, much better job.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
Can look myself in the mirror. I'm not quite sure that
Right.
mouth could.
Yeah. No, definitely not. That's interesting. So the proactive versus reactive.
Right.
Yeah. So the reactive stuff is probably what people can imagine most easily. Like, like you said, search and rescue. We've been posting some search and rescue videos and news releases and trying to summarize all of that sort of thing. What's that like when you hear about something going on, and then how does that whole process unfold? You get called at like 4 a.m. and they say, Kyle, how's it going?
So it depends on the level of the incident, but I'll be notified anytime we have any kind of incidents in the park, just as more of a heads up.
Okay,
And
so you're basically getting calls every day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And all hours of the day. It depends. Certainly, fortunately, we don't have a lot of incidents that are happening overnight, but we certainly have incidents that start in the day and last overnight. And so a lot of it is, again, wanting to proactively share the stories of what our colleagues are doing to assist visitors that get into trouble or become injured. We have tragedies that happen in the park as well. So trying to share the story in a kind way as well is really important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that protects people's privacy and protects all sorts of things involved. Yeah, that must be challenging.
It is challenging, and since our incidents vary so much depending upon what people are doing and where they are, some of our search and rescue incidents, in fact, most of them are, people doing the right things, being prepared, and just, having a horrible thing happen to them somewhere in the park. And so usually it's not egregious that people are doing something and then things happen.
Yep.
And
there's objective risks
there
out here.
There are, and
that's
there's
part of why people come.
there are a lot of risks, and falls are the number one injury in Rocky, and they're the number one cause for fatalities in Rocky. Well, when you work and live in a place called Rocky Mountain National Park, rocks are not very forgiving.
No.
And I think also just through the years you realize how fragile we are as human beings when things happen.
Doesn't take much.
It doesn't take much.
Doesn't even take that far of a fall.
No, it really doesn't. And so, certainly being try to be very professional and kind when sharing the story, and also knowing that this is a person that this has happened to, who have family and friends who, again, whether it's a tragedy, which fortunately we don't have very, very many when you think of the level of visitation we have in the park.
Yeah, as a percentage.
Yeah, as a percentage, it's really low. But then also just being mindful of some of the severe injuries we've had in the park and incidents we've had in the park as well. And so certainly those stories get a lot of attention. And we also have a lot of stories that we share with members of the public that aren't necessarily kind of those dramatic search and rescue incidents that people are just as interested in. So that's my favorite part of my job, is to be able to help tell those stories and help our colleagues tell those stories. Because even though I'm the spokesperson and the voice of the park, we've got a lot of amazing people, as that work here, that are very articulate, that do amazing things.
I mean, that's pretty much the genesis of this podcast idea, is just being around park staff. You're just kind of like, wow, they're just interesting people anyway, and their jobs are so interesting. And I think that's what can be challenging, just from the perspective of people even working here. It's hard for even us who work here to keep track of and recognize all the cool things that people are doing, because there's so much going on. Like, how many permanent employees do we have?
There is so much going on. We have about 160 permanent
year-round, and then seasonal.
And then we have about 210 seasonal rangers.
So it's a big workforce.
It is.
And we're pretty spread out. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on at headquarters, but even there, people are out in the park. I hear about stuff all the time. I'm like, oh, wow, I didn't hear about that.
Right.
So that sounds like the most fun part to me. I mean, the reactive thing that you're talking about, where you're reporting on incidents, kind of breaking news that people want to know about, is obviously very important and can take a lot of time. But yeah, that's neat, thinking about it from like finding stories that are going on and finding ways to highlight them. And finding stories too, I feel like a lot of times you find stories that do that, but also educate at the same time.
Right.
Educate visitors. Could you talk a little bit about that part?
You bet. So, just the voices that we talk about too, and why it's great that we're having an opportunity to hear different voices through the podcasts, and just the experience level and passion that so many of our colleagues have. I love to be able to share those stories. And so it's great that we're using podcasts as another avenue to do that. That's my biggest regret, I think, at the end of each day, is not having enough time to be able to, this is a cool story, I want to highlight this. This is a great story, I want to highlight this. And or trying to grab staff to help share those stories. But that's not their primary mission of their particular position.
Right.
So they're like, I'd love to talk about it, but I've got to go tackle non-native species, or I have to go deal with, an elk in an exclosure. I have to, and so part of
it is just... Can I get 3 hours of your time? And they're like, no, I don't have it.
I would love to tell you my story. I don't have time to tell you my story. So if we
Especially in summer.
Absolutely. So if we can help gather some of that for people to tell the story, that's great. And we'll never have enough time to share the stories. And I mean, as I just sit here now and just think about all of our different divisions and all of our different work units and all of the different tasks that people have, it's mind-blowing. I mean, we're basically a city.
We are. Yeah, I don't know if people realize. I was talking to, we had a class of designers, like graphic design, but also industrial design, which is interesting, who were here for a week. and I recorded with them like last Friday, I think it was, and that was one of the questions they had for me earlier. I just sat and talked with them. Was like, what are all the different things people do here at the park? And it was hard for me to even remember, honestly. I would go through a big list, like, oh, we have interpretation, and then we have education, which is separate because it's curriculum based, and then we have law enforcement commissioned people, and then we have backcountry people and backcountry crews. But then I started thinking, I was like, wait, we have researchers like in all these different fields, and people managing elk, and people managing sheep and plants, and managing grants, and everything down to like sanitation and janitorial, which is so important. And I think people don't even think about it. And we'll talk about that more in a little bit.
Yeah.
But, actually, we could talk about it now. I mean, I think that's we have some challenges that are emerging at Rocky, so we can talk about some of those too. But definitely, we basically are a city.
We are.
I mean, there's very few things that we don't do.
Right.
There's a few just because we have Estes Park and Grand Lake.
Right.
So we're not like when I worked in Denali or something where it's
Right.
literally like you are your own services, period.
Right.
But we're pretty close.
We are. And we're really fortunate here that we have the amenities,
Yeah.
like the lodging and the restaurants and all of that is in our surrounding communities. So that's one less thing that we have to be looking
Yeah.
at as far as just an infrastructure
And
aspect.
that's a good. You spend a lot of time working with gateway communities, right?
I
Could
do.
you talk about that?
I do. We're really fortunate at Rocky to have great relationships with our surrounding communities.
Mhm.
And Grand Lake on our west side, Estes Park on our east side. And those partnerships are really, really vital to Rocky Mountain National Park. It's very much a symbiotic relationship.
It has to be.
In both kind of the tourism promotional aspect of both of those communities, as well as the town management of both of those. So we work closely with both the town management and the staff that help run the towns, and then also the tourism outlets of both of those areas as well, just to continue to make sure that, one of the common goals that we both have is to continue to make the visitor experience of our mutual visitors. Oftentimes they call them guests. We call them visitors. Just a little bit difference in semantics.
Yeah,
but
park service lingo versus town lingo.
Absolutely. And so part of that is making sure that we're doing the best we can for setting visitor expectations, and more with our significant increase in visitation, that becomes more and more important to set those visitor expectations and to really highlight that plan ahead message, and that things have changed here drastically over the last 5 years.
Yeah, and we have so much interface too with them. It just on a practical level, like in Estes Park with the shuttles. There's the town shuttles, and then our shuttles, and they overlap and so to some degree. And figuring out all of that, and messaging is a big one. I know. So we'll talk about some of the challenges facing Rocky. We'll talk about that. Before we do that, how did you become a public affairs officer? How did that happen? How did you get to, because it's so interesting talking to, I feel like everyone we've talked to, and I'm sure it will continue. It's just like, how did we end up in these roles? A lot of times we don't even know until we think about it. But how did you get into public affairs?
Absolutely. You look back and say, this is exactly what I knew I wanted to do, and I graduated. Well, I had no idea. It's something that I have a marketing degree. And so it's one of these situations where I knew that no matter what job I had, as I grew up, I wanted to be passionate about what I did. And so I feel very grateful and fortunate that that's what I get to do every day. But, certainly I was in the right place at the right time with the right experience that got my foot in the door. And I started at Mount Rushmore at a time when they were just completing a major redevelopment project.
Oh, was that when they did like that huge parking structure?
Yeah, everything was changed. The visitor center, the amphitheater, presidential walking trail, their facilities of, again, their concession area and their visitor center, and then parking structure. So in the mid to late 90s. So it was all complete around 1998.
Yeah, because I went, when was that? Early 2000s, and you can tell that everything was kind of brand new.
It was
brand spanking new.
brand spanking new.
Yeah. So you were there right
And
around that
I
time.
was there right in that during that
must have
time.
been
So it
exciting.
was really exciting, and most of that was funded by their friends organization.
Okay.
And so pretty amazing that a lot of that was not
Wow.
actually used federal
been a
funds,
ton of
but yeah. So there was a lot of outreach around that, a lot of national media attention when all those changes were made, a lot of recognition of a lot of the donors that contributed to that. And so, again, being in the right place at the right time with the right experience, I had a background of both public relations, special events coordination, and marketing in some financial institutions. So all of that mixed together got me in the door. And so I was at Mount Rushmore for a couple of years.
Were
and
you
then
the public affairs officer
I
there
was.
as well? Okay.
Public affairs officer, and then I've been at Rocky for 16 years in this position.
Wow. Okay. So you were there for a few years and then came here.
Came here.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's kind of what got me in the door. And most national parks don't have public affairs officers.
No.
It's either a collateral duty that someone else does on the side,
or it's one person for like a whole group of parks. Or something.
Yes. But a lot of the larger parks like Rocky do have at least one person dedicated.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
One person dedicated to a variety of the roles that we play here. So that's kind of my story.
Okay. So you're at University of Wyoming in Laramie.
Yes, in business school. So I switched.
I
switched. The wind seems to follow me miles wherever
yeah, exactly.
I go.
Yeah,
I
you
must
just can't
have
get
had
away.
an issue with wind
Laramie,
somewhere.
Black Hills, and then Estes Park. Okay.
So certainly Laramie and Estes has made me even stronger when it comes to wind. But certainly it was still in the business school, and then I went into marketing and seemed like a better match.
Yep, better fit.
And I think also then what do you do with a marketing degree in a way? Because there's some of the possibilities are limitless. Yeah. And so again, that's when I was like, if I promote or highlight something, I want it to be something that I can feel really good about promoting and highlighting. And so again, that's why I feel really grateful, because I'm so passionate about the National Park Service mission as a whole.
Right.
And again, as we continue to see some of the challenges and opportunities that we have facing us here, I think it's another way too to just engage people at helping be part of the solution.
Yeah, I feel the same way with my job, doing design and communication. It's great to be able to do something that you believe in and has a purpose behind it that you can really get behind. And I remember one of my coworkers at Harper's Ferry Center, who is a designer, and this is no slight to anyone who does this for a living. I'm just talking about her specifically. She was like, yeah, before I got this job, I was designing packages for like diapers. And now I'm doing design for National Park Service brochures. It's a different feeling. And she was like, that worked better for me. I was like, yeah, I can see that.
Right. Absolutely.
Same here. So
did you get a degree in graphic design? Is that what did you know you were going to be a graphic designer?
No, I did
Is anybody asking Miles these questions?
No, but it's good. I'm glad. It's good. More back and forth. No, that's a good question. I was just like pretty much, I didn't do any hiking stuff or outdoor stuff growing up. I just stayed inside and read books and played piano. And so I did piano and chorus and jazz band and marching band, just all music and stuff. And so when I went to undergrad, I went to this small liberal arts school in Kentucky called Center College, for any Center College alumni and associated people out there. And my undergrad was in music composition and English.
Okay.
Double major.
Very good.
And then I started working in national parks between my junior and senior year. I don't remember how was it? Oh yeah, it was through, do you know Colette Dagelberg? A lot of people know her. She works at Yellowstone. Anyway, her husband had this site called Coolworks. And it was like you could look for seasonal jobs, and the internet was getting into its own at that time. And I don't remember how, but somehow I was just like, wait, I can get a job in Yellowstone making minimum wage as opposed to going home for the summer making minimum wage. Okay, sign me up. Yeah, so I went out there and got hooked and started doing internships. And eventually, after a few years, I was like, everyone around me seems to have a degree related to what they're doing. Maybe I should too. And then I got a master's degree in environmental studies from University of Oregon. But I did like cartography and design. So graphic design is kind of what I ended up falling into.
Okay.
I definitely feel like it's very related to the music and literature and all that. It's just like, how do you create balance? How do you create the right amount of tension? How do you make things exciting? How do you make things fit, and work well? And also communicating. You're communicating something. In the case of literature and music, it's a lot more esoteric and artistic, I guess you would say. And in this case, we're usually communicating specific information, but it's very similar. It's like, how can I arrange these elements to make the clearest and most engaging communication possible?
Right.
So I totally kind of fell into it as well. I went to get that degree and started making maps. Took GIS classes.
Right.
And then someone was like, oh, you're pretty good at this. You should see about this cartography lab, see if they are hiring any students. And so I did, and they weren't hiring me because I already was TAing 16 hours a week, and you could only work 20 hours a week if you're a full-time student. But I got an internship working on the Atlas of Yellowstone, which is like a 250-page, I think, or somewhere around there, atlas of everything about Yellowstone, like everything. Actually, it'd be great if we had one about Rocky, too. And I'd worked at Yellowstone for a couple of years and done a ton of hiking and backpacking, so I knew the park fairly well for 2 years. And so, it all just kind of came together. And then when I was there, a cartography job at Harper's Ferry Center opened up because somebody had retired. And it was the first time they'd hired someone for that job in like 17 years.
Wow.
And I just
So right place,
I just happened to
right
get it.
time,
exactly,
right experience.
Yeah. For me, people ask me about it, like, how do I do that? And what's the path? And I'm like, I can't tell you.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's being, just like you're saying, you're like, does this feel right or not?
Yeah.
And then exploring what does feel right and putting yourself into it like all the way.
Right.
And being really passionate about it. But anyway, that's kind of how it happened. Kind of a weird, I think that's, almost everyone.
Right.
Everyone so far that we've talked to, and I would guess almost everyone we talked to, will probably not have too straightforward of a story.
I know.
At least involved in national parks.
And I think that's part of it because we do get asked that question a lot. How were you so fortunate to work at a national park?
Yeah, we wonder every day.
Yeah, and I think and for those that are also saying I would like to do that same thing. Sometimes it's hard because there isn't necessarily, and that's hard, especially for those that really want a position with the Park Service. There isn't necessarily if you do this, this, and this, then you will become this or become this, and so sometimes that's tough. But then I think also the breadth of experience also hopefully adds to just life experiences in general for all of us.
Oh yeah,
if we were to look back and say that is not at all the path I think it's pretty rare for people to know exactly. I mean, you hear that. You hear of people saying,
in the parks,
when I was in 4th grade, I knew I wanted to be a teacher.
Yeah.
Or when I was this, I knew that I wanted to do this, and they follow through. But I think for most people, we're very fluid creatures.
Especially in the Park Service. You kind of have to be. And I don't know. It hasn't come up yet too much on the podcast. Maybe it will at a certain time. But I don't know, too, if people know the lifestyle things involved sometimes. Like Lindsay Lewis, we were talking to in an earlier episode, or actually it'll be a later episode. Talking to Lindsay Lewis in a later episode, our volunteer coordinator, and just moving around all the time. And I did the same thing. And the amount of mobility that's almost required and the kind of places you have to live. And if it's your thing, then it's great.
Right.
But for a lot of people, it's not their thing.
Right.
It can be really challenging.
Right.
Especially in terms of like relationships and family and trying to find a job.
Right.
Or, and all those kinds of issues.
Yeah. Many times it's romanticized. And depending upon what stage you are in your life, you might be more able to do that. But then there also becomes other times where you have relationships that you're separated from because of it. And then it's not so romantic anymore.
There's so many different arrangements people have to figure. I mean, I know people who for years, it's like, oh, I work at this park and my spouse works at this park. And we see each other just every now and then on the weekends or like not even every weekend. Or I'm like at Grand Canyon. I know multiple people who they have a house in Flagstaff. Yeah. But they live up in the park during the week. So it's just like, we see each other on the weekends and people do what they have to do to make it work. So there's there's multiple angles to it. Maybe we'll have a lifestyle episode.
There you go.
Yeah, like a home and garden episode and just talk about all that stuff, because I think it would be really interesting to people.
Yeah.
We are going to, towards the end of the season, talk to seasonal employees.
Good.
Just about their season
Great.
and beginning, middle, end, wrapping up, and what the experience was like for them.
That's a
and
great idea.
how it's impacted them and that kind of thing. So we'll probably hear more of that stuff.
Yeah.
So you've been here 16 years,
Yes.
right, at Rocky Mountain National Park.
Yeah,
That's
16
a good.
years like this past week.
Oh wow!
I
Happy
know.
anniversary.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So
I'm not quite sure how 16 years happened that fast,
Oh,
Miles.
Yeah,
How's that possible?
I'm still young. I'm 32, but I'm just starting. I mean, I definitely am perceiving this thing that everyone talks about. That is a cliche, but is so true. Which
Yeah.
is like time goes faster and faster.
Oh,
What's
yeah.
up with that?
Yeah. And
it's like how many years is it? What?
One of my favorites is, the days are long, but the years are short.
Yes.
And I think
that is so
I
true.
think that is like the first time I heard that. I'm
That
like,
is so
that
true.
is it in a nutshell
And especially in a
soundbite.
position like yours, I think, because things just, just like a couple weeks ago, we had 5 incidents in a day.
Yeah.
And so it's
Yeah.
just, it can seem to go on a really long time, but then afterwards,
Yeah.
it's just like, what happened?
Exactly.
What happened to that day?
And we have so many stories and incidents in the park that we don't even have a chance to do news releases
know.
on them too. I
know.
think that sometimes the public is like, oh, you had a string of them and then you haven't had any since.
Right.
Just
No.
for instance, this week we had another day like that, but none of us had a chance to
Right.
put a news release
Exactly.
together. But we had 3 major incidents at Wild Basin on the 4th of July. A
Yeah.
broken hip on
Broken
one
hip.
trail and a broken leg on the other trail. And we didn't send out a news release about it. So when people ask me, is there something going on in
Always.
Rocky? I say, I'm sure there is. It's just a
Yep.
matter of whether we know about it yet or
Yep.
not.
It's almost 250,000 acres. It's 4.5 million visitors last year, right? Just
Yes.
over.
Just over, yeah.
So you've been here 16 years. Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
You've had lots of experience in one place. How
Mhm.
have things changed from your
Right.
perspective over that 16 years?
Right.
Because I've been here a little over 2 years and it's changed a
Right,
lot.
right.
So I can't even imagine 16 years. Like how the park and town too,
Right.
because that's another thing people tell me. They're like, "Oh man, you should have been here 20 years ago. You couldn't get a cup of coffee in the winter." So that's obviously changed. But how have things changed over those 16 years?
There's been a lot of changes.
Uh-huh.
And what's refreshing also is that a lot of the stuff stays the same.
Mm.
So I think we had an opportunity to reflect quite a lot in 2015 when the park celebrated its 100th anniversary.
Right.
To really, big anniversaries give you an opportunity to honor the past,
Mhm.
which was part of what we were highlighting, and also, celebrate the present and inspire the future. Those were the three taglines we had. And so when you look at just how much our world has changed in a blink of an eye, really, when it comes to technology, when it comes to global aspects and all that, it is refreshing to really see that the reasons that people come to Rocky Mountain National Park are the same as what they were
Right.
50 years ago, 100 years ago. So to me, that is a wonderful thing.
I agree.
Because I don't know that very many other places, very many organizations, very many entities would really look at that, because I think that most of them would say, as a result of this and technology and this and these
Right.
pressures and et cetera, the people are coming here for the same reasons: scenic grandeur,
Mhm.
watchable wildlife, and amazing recreational opportunities.
Mhm.
So if you were to look back at photos from 75 years ago, it's the same exact thing.
Same.
The photos might look a little different.
Cars
The
look a little
gear,
different.
the cars look a little different. The attire and the
Yeah.
gear looks a little different.
Yep.
But other than that, people were coming here for the same reason. So
Mm-hmm.
and you also wonder too, with just the fast-paced lives that we all live,
Yeah.
the being connected all the time, the pros and cons of that,
Mhm.
that more and more it just continues to emphasize why national parks are so important.
Yeah.
Because we need places
Yeah.
to have respite. We need places to disconnect. We
Mhm.
need places to listen to natural sounds. And you don't know how much you need those places until you're out in them. And
Yeah.
there's like tons and tons of research that highlights that. I mean, that
Absolutely.
demonstrates that even 30 minutes sitting on a rock in nature brings your blood pressure down.
Well,
I mean, that's
it's interesting when I was talking
fascinating.
to those University of Kansas students.
Yeah.
They were all young. They're all undergrads, and some of them had camped before, but most of them had not camped for like a week.
Yeah.
They stayed at Marine Park Campground
Yeah.
the entire week. So they didn't, no,
that was their
no
experience.
electricity.
Right.
No, that was their experience. And even though that's a developed campground and all of that, yeah, just talking to them, interviewing them, people will hear on that podcast episode. Yeah, it just had a huge impact. They're just like, I don't know, just after a few days, I just feel so different. And
Interesting.
I have
That's
different
great.
creative ideas coming to me because unlike indoors where things are kind of under control and the only new things that happen are what you make happen, out here stuff just happens.
Right.
The weather changes, animals move, things, the light, everything
Right.
is always changing. And now I could just tell it was like very impactful and important for them. And I agree with you totally. It's so easy now to get caught up in your phone and caught up in the computer and caught up on TV.
Right.
And it's just like there's a never-ending stream
Right.
that you can be plugged into.
Right.
And so it's nice that our mission has stayed relevant, or like you said, maybe become even more relevant.
Right.
So that stayed the
Exactly.
same,
Yeah.
which is great. We're
Right.
supposed to be here forever. So
Right, exactly.
yeah, that's the goal.
Well, and I think as different things happened in just the 16 years that I've been here, whether it's had a lot of major incidents that have happened here, it's the things that people said after 9/11 in 2001 that people sought out coming to the park because they needed to get away from the news, they needed to get away from the constant bombardment of what happened to people on that day. And so it was interesting right after that people, flocked here because it was like, the mountains are calling for me just to remove myself from what's going on and find peace somewhere.
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a little bit before I was in the Park Service. So it was noticeable.
Oh, it was very noticeable. Very
That's amazing.
noticeable.
So
Yeah.
it was like a place where people could come and have some space
Yeah.
to like heal.
Exactly.
Huh.
And
Wow, that's amazing.
And there's a number of stories out there, very moving stories that people have shared about coming here right after that time period that, brings tears to your eyes because it was a conscious decision that they said, I need to get away from what is happening right now.
Mhm.
And so where can I go? And they came here.
Mhm.
And so to me, that just emphasizes again why we need to
Absolutely.
preserve and protect this place.
Absolutely.
Because there's been a lot that's happened in our world the last 100 years since Rocky's been here.
Yep.
And so you can imagine that people came here after World War II. People
Sure.
came here for so many different reasons to find, peace and tranquility.
Huge growth in
and-
parks after World War II.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah. So, the mission has stayed
Yeah.
the same.
Right.
What has not stayed the same
Uh-huh.
is our level of visitation.
Yeah.
And
Just
so
the sheer number of
the
people.
sheer number of people. And Rocky has always been one of the most popular parks.
Sure.
But what's happening in the last 5 years is we're seeing this rapid increase in visitation, 40% over the last 4 years, 32% over the last 2 years. So we now in 2016 were 4.5 million visitors. In 2015, we became the third most visited park. And then in 2016, Yosemite leaped over us again, and we were the fourth
We were close.
most visited
We were-
national
yeah.
park. Yeah. And so there's lots of reasons for that. Most of it has to do with population growth along the Front Range.
Yep. It's booming.
It's booming, and
tell
some of
every
the
time you go down there.
fastest growing counties are literally either in our doorstep or on our doorstep. And so when a lot of people are moving to Colorado because they want to recreate in
Sure.
places like this. It's what calls to them, and so we're handy, head straight up, and
Yep.
so that's a wonderful problem to have. And
Yeah,
I
it
use
is.
air quotes with problem because a lot of folks might say, well, hey, that's better than apathy. That's better than
Yeah,
people not
totally.
enjoying. And hopefully those people will become or are already supporters, stewards,
Mhm.
protectors, and help us preserve this place as well.
And a shared experience.
And a shared
too, which I think is
experience.
cool.
Absolutely.
People all over Colorado can, oh, you've been to Rocky? You haven't?
Yeah.
It's kind of a communal thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So in that case, yeah.
So, our visitation continues to spike dramatically.
Yeah.
And if you look over, you look in the past as far as our visitation levels over the years, it seems to, there's patterns of it increasing and then plateauing and then increasing and plateauing. So that's been part of our past. We're now at a point again where we are significantly increasing. When and if that's going to plateau, I don't know that we can continue to deal with the level of visitation increases that we're seeing.
Yeah.
I don't think that we can continue to see 32%, 32. I just don't know that that's possible because of just the infrastructure.
It's physically possible.
Physically
yeah.
possible for that many
Yeah.
people to arrive in the park and all that. So I don't know that we're going to continue to see that dramatic growth just because of logistics.
Yeah, just limitations.
Yeah, limitations. Even before we take any actions, just limitations in
Sure.
general. But certainly, as we look into the future and we look at just this dramatic increase over the last couple of years, record visitation every year, the last 4 years, record visitation every month of the year. So maybe our old model was Memorial Day through late September.
Yeah.
We now know that model is completely out the window.
Yeah.
Now we're
Very
seeing
much.
record visitation every month of the year. And it's not just Rocky. Public lands in general in Colorado are seeing, huge increase in
everywhere.
visitation and then some of the impacts related to that.
Yeah.
So certainly that's been a significant
Big change.
change over the last 4 years and this rapid growth that you just can't keep up with. So in 2015, we were completely on our heels. That year, we had a 21% increase in 1 year. And although visitation continues to go up, our staffing does not.
Yep.
And so after a while...
And that's something that surprises people. Almost everyone I tell that, they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, we have either equal or even less staff than we've had in the past with way fewer visitors.
Exactly. We have less staff now.
Yes, despite having way more visitors.
Yeah.
Like
so
millions more.
we have less staff now than we had 8 years ago.
Yep.
And so, that's something that we as a leadership team need to continue to address because our colleagues' well-being is extremely important. And we need to make sure that we're keeping that in mind. And so as we continue to, deal with some of the challenges and steps we're taking now, we're looking at 4 areas. That visitor and staff safety is extremely important to us. Resource protection.
So that resource, when we say resource in Park Service, we mean like the park at every level.
Absolutely.
So the physical part, the view sheds, the quality of the night skies, the quality of the soundscape, the cultural and historical landscape. That's all. When we say resource, we mean all of that.
Right.
Okay. So resource
Thank you.
protection.
And then just, wildlife habitat, everything is kind of surrounded into that.
Yes.
And
Everything
then,
involved.
And then visitor experience.
Yep.
So what kind of experience are visitors having with this level of visitation? And then operational capacity. Like truly what can our infrastructure take? Whether it's restroom facilities in Bear Lake, whether it's our trail system, whether it's our roads, all of our infrastructure. What can our infrastructure, operational capacity take with this level of visitation?
Right.
And so those are the kind of 4 overarching areas that we started moving forward in 2016, looking at all of those things and taking some short-term steps, and then also, realizing and knowing that we're also starting the long-range planning efforts as well.
Yeah.
And it's going to take all of us to come up with the solutions and also potentially make hard decisions. And again, when you think about the mission of the Park Service, that dual mandate, very, very difficult balancing act.
Yeah,
the whole preserving and protecting for future generations,
Exactly.
and then providing for recreational opportunities now. I mean, in a nutshell, it's a little bit more involved than that.
Yeah, but that's basically
truly
it. Yeah,
what
so
the balancing act is.
For listeners, if you look up the enabling legislation for the Park Service, you'll see, that it's protecting, basically,
right,
but also providing for the enjoyment of. And sometimes, as you can imagine, those things can come into direct conflict because, for example, let's say that it's enjoyable for people to have 10,000 people around Moraine Park in like stadium seating watching elk. But that is not the best thing for elk.
Right.
And maybe not the best thing for those people. Maybe
Right.
that's not protecting their experience in a certain way. So
Right.
that's just one example, but it's just the constant.
It is.
I don't know if I want to say conflict, but paradox or
Right.
or dual goals that we're
Yes.
always working under.
Exactly. Sometimes it's more of a dilemma than others.
Yeah, and I felt like it's hard, not just here, but with other parks that are experiencing really high visitation. And like you said, it's not necessarily the hard number that matters as much. It's like the capacity.
Right.
what capacity are we at in terms of restrooms, in
Right.
terms of parking spaces, in terms
Right.
of, and yeah, I feel like, there's other parks, Zion,
Right.
Yosemite, Yellowstone, Grand Canyon, Smokies, and there's a lot more than that, and us. And it, to me, is difficult. It's almost like an identity crisis, because for years, I feel like with parks, it was, we need to get more people out to the parks because we want more people to see how amazing they are and to have that experience and enjoy their public lands and their heritage. And even to the point where I remember, like at Black Canyon, the Gunnison, for example, when I worked there, it's very quiet in
Right.
the winter, which is great if you live up there and you like it to be quiet. But on the other hand, we're always kind of like, oh, why don't more people come up here and realize how amazing it is? Well, now at Rocky, they are. People are coming in the winter.
Right.
Winter weekends, parking will get full. Like, it happens a lot.
It does.
And they're coming in the fall, and they're coming in the spring. They're coming in these less or more challenging weather times,
Right.
but that also have their own beauty, which is great. It's just also like, oh my gosh.
Well, and we hear from
What do we do?
visitors that say that they're not coming anymore, too.
Yeah,
because
and that always
of
makes me
the
sad.
level of visitation. So
Yeah.
that's another thing we need to be looking at, is also making sure that not only are we providing an experience for visitors now, and that's a hard thing to hang your hat on, because what you think is a valuable experience and what I think is a valuable experience might be very, very different.
Absolutely.
And we see that all the time with our visitors. What some person considers as crowding, if they're from, a rural setting, or their mindset is this
Mhm.
is going to be their experience, and then if somebody comes maybe from an urban situation and they feel more comfortable when there's
Right.
lots of people around.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to say, what's the visitor experience? Well, it's so individual.
It is.
But I think we also have to acknowledge that we continue to hear from people that are, I'm not coming back, or I just came there and I hadn't been there in 5 years, and it was, a very
crazy.
different situation, crazy. I did not enjoy it. I think those are all conversations we need to have, so that we have to remember that we are a national park. So we have to take all of those voices
Mhm.
and feedback in mind
Mhm.
as we continue to think through how we
Mhm.
move forward. And it's not just about all of us.
No.
It's about those that are coming here 30 years from now, about our
Exactly.
grandkids and nieces and nephews, and all of these generations that, those that came before us.
Yeah.
We would have been pretty ticked off at them if they wouldn't have taken
Absolutely.
care of this place. And so we also need to take ownership as a country, as a community, as a however you want to say it. We also have to take that ownership to say, how are we leaving this for folks that are going to come 30 years from now? And the decisions that we make now
Yeah.
are going to make
Right.
a significant difference in
Right.
that. And so that's
So,
a big part of what
yeah.
we're needing to address.
So on our end, on the park end, we have all sorts of stuff going on right now to
We do.
look at, just trying to get baselines, basically,
Right.
of what visitation is, what are the patterns, what do people want out of their experience, what are they looking for, kind of collecting data, correct?
Right.
And then we're using that data to begin well-informed, to basically inform our discussion internally and then with the public, to just say, this is what's happening. These
Right.
are the facts on the ground. These are the pros and cons, and what do we want to try to do in the future to figure it out. And for me, I think it's a little scary because we don't know the answer, but it's also exciting because we don't know the answer, and we're
Right.
trying to figure it out with people.
Right.
And I think, one thing with this podcast that I want people to be able to experience, having these conversations that are just very straightforward and very non-formal and very, like this, is that we are not trying to make rules to like kill anyone's fun. Like everyone I talk to in the park, we got into parks because we love parks,
Right.
and we love visiting parks, and we love it so much we wanted to live in a
Right.
park.
Right.
And so we totally get that, and we want people to have the best vacation or whatever
Right.
personal growth experience or whatever
Right.
their experience is. So, but the reason we do have regulations is because that protects side.
Right.
We're trying to protect it, like you said, for future generations forever.
Right.
So what are some of the key things with this growing visitation that we are asking visitors to be aware of and
Okay.
to do that can help us?
Right.
Help us help them. Help me help you.
Exactly. So there are a variety of things. And one is just continuing to do things like this, where we engage and connect with visitors to help us come up with some of the solutions.
To hear their voice.
To hear their voice and informing each other as well. So we took short-term action the last couple of years because we had to. You know, as I mentioned, we were completely on our heels in 2015, saw the ramifications of that, not only on the resource, but on visitors and staff. And so because of just the crowding. So we started putting restrictions in place along the Bear Lake Road Corridor, Wild Basin, and Alpine Visitor Center, which are our three main congested areas, starting in 2016. And there was not some magical time on the clock on Saturday that we said, okay, every Saturday at 10:18, it's meant to be very fluid, and we're moving forward with
and it's
those restrictions
right?
this year.
I think people need to understand that it's safety based.
Right. It's safety based.
Like, for example, I mean, if there's just miles of cars in every direction and something happens, let's say it was someone you're hiking with, and we need to get an ambulance up there, we can't get an ambulance up there because it's so crowded, and so that was part of it, right? We just were saying this is becoming unsafe.
Right. There are lots of parts of it. So that is one of the main reasons. And we had examples in past years where we literally could not get emergency vehicles down in areas or to areas because of the sheer congestion along the roads and the way people had parked that we could not get, and it absolutely impacted our response time. And so that's a big part of why we made these decisions. And places like Wild Basin Road, which is a dirt, narrow road that leads down to the Wild Basin trailhead.
Got to use pullouts to pass people a lot of the time.
All it takes is, a couple of people parking because they can't find a legitimate parking space, so they park somewhere, and now the back of their vehicle is out in the middle of the road, and they leave their vehicle, head in to go hike, and then, just trying to get around and maneuver around those vehicles, again, in emergency vehicles.
Or just other visitors.
Visitors.
It's a consideration for everyone else.
Yeah, and if we had to evacuate an area because of fires, that's also, a concern as well, because you have all of these people that are kind of down a narrow dirt road. So these are all things we have to keep in mind. And then just the resources. So once parking areas filled up, once legitimate parking spots filled up, we were seeing that, unfortunately, visitors were parking on the resource in places that you would not have thought was even possible. And so we were seeing significant resource damage and impacts as a result of that.
And vegetation, where and, the sides of the road start looking like baseball fields or something, they're just dirt.
Exactly. So then there goes the whole aspect that we are required to provide as far as resource protection, that native vegetation, other aspects of just what happens to wildlife when you have that many people in an area. So again, we took steps with that in mind, and then just truly what our facilities could stand. So when there's that many people in that area, even if we had a custodian cleaning the bathroom every 30 minutes, the condition of our facilities were very, very poor just because of the volume of people that were there. So for all of these reasons and many more, we started restricting vehicle access. So when parking areas fill and the congestion warrants along the roads starting to become an unsafe situation, then we start putting restrictions in place. Last summer, that was June through September, every weekend is when it usually happened. And the same thing has been happening this year as well, and it's actually moved into some weekdays.
Really?
As well, just because of our level of visitation.
Yeah, because we've been setting so many records, right?
Same challenges of Alpine Visitor Center. So, we got two roads that now, with Old Fall River Road open for the season. So you got two roads that empty, and all it takes is a couple people wanting to turn into that visitor center from Trail Ridge Road, and you soon have backups for miles as a result of that. So those are all things that we're trying to tackle best we can, but you have to kind of intensively manage those areas too. And in 2016, we actually had less complaints because we took those steps in. In fact, we had a lot of people that reached out to us and said, finally, if you plan ahead, you can get into these areas.
So it helped.
And I think also we saw a lot of belligerence amongst visitors. And so that, with putting those restrictions in place, that helped ease some of that
just helps
belligerence
keep you out
and
of
crowding.
a situation that you can't win.
Right.
Like if you're driving around looking for parking and it isn't there, you're just going to get frustrated.
Yeah,
and
right.
I can understand
Exactly.
that for sure.
So a lot of it is helping us better inform the visitor. So a lot of that too is, again, really trying to convey the plan ahead message. So many of our visitors are return visitors. They come here year after year, or maybe they haven't been here for 5 years. Their experience is very different than the way they remember it 5 years ago. We also have a lot of visitors that are coming up here for the first time. They jump in their car on a Saturday at noon, and then their world is rocked when they get up here and realize that our entrance station lines are long and there's no parking. So a lot of what we've been trying to do for the last 3 years is really doing as much as we can to encourage people to plan ahead. We realize that there's going to be visitors that don't do any planning ahead, and they're extremely spontaneous, and I envy that. I wish I was that spontaneous. But really, other parks, I believe, other parks have put in their catch lines, do not be spontaneous when coming to a national park, particularly May through October.
Yep, not a busy one, yep.
Yeah. And so I think that's a lot of, if people do truly plan ahead, look at some of the tips that we have on our website and
got it on the homepage.
On the homepage, it really, really does make a difference. And we realize that people are listening, so we always did that hike early. Well, no surprise, we knew this was going to happen, that people are now coming here earlier, and so that means our parking lots are going to fill up earlier. So I know that some parks say come prior to 7 or after 6 p.m. That might be part of our future here
because we
at
have
Rocky.
been saying 10 to 3,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
But it's
well,
shifting.
It is, but we say, that 10 to 3 is that crunch time. So the earlier people come or the later people come outside of that 10 to 3, they'll have more success and they'll have a more pleasant experience. And we continue to see this huge influx on weekends.
Yep.
So if people could even just tweak their schedule and come on a weekday, even in July,
in
weekday,
the summer
it helps a little bit. But
in
weekends,
the fall, it's huge.
Yeah,
I mean,
huge.
I get that it's hard for people in the fall because kids are in school and blah, blah, and all of that. But the fall here.
Right. We have about 50% higher visitation on weekends in the fall than we do weekdays. And that's changing a little bit too. But it's some of our busiest days for the year are weekends in the fall because it's a glorious time to be here.
So before 10, depending on your trailhead, maybe
even earlier than
8,
that.
7, almost 6 for some trailheads.
Exactly.
And then after 3,
right.
And I definitely see that to be true because
right.
I'll come in after work sometimes, and
right.
it's a lot less busy.
So those are
weekdays over weekends if you can.
Right.
Okay.
And then, again, just the whole concept of carpooling, using the shuttle system. And
our shuttle system is great.
It is great. And our shuttle system's been around since the 70s. Our shuttle system, got improved in the early 2000s. We started our shuttle system, worked closely with the town of Estes Park. They were able to, take advantage of the shuttles being in this area to also then expand the shuttle program within the town of Estes Park. And then we have the hiker shuttle that's a park shuttle that runs from the Estes Park Visitor Center up to Bear Lake. Which has a new
parking garage.
And there's a new parking garage there.
Yeah, so more spaces there.
And the shuttles run every 30 minutes. So again, people need to set the expectation that those buses only run every 30 minutes. So there is a very good possibility, again, if they're here on a busy weekend, that they might stand in line for that hiker shuttle for more than an hour before they can ride into the park.
Which can be a little. It can feel frustrating, but the other thing that I kind of like about it sometimes, number one, you get to meet people and talk to people, which is kind of fun. Number two, if you weren't doing that, you would be sitting in your car trying to negotiate traffic that hour. And then when you do get to go into the park, you can just enjoy the view and not worry about finding a place to park.
Right.
So
exactly. And there are some advantages. And we also try to highlight at the hiker shuttle, if they are coming between that 10 and 3 period, and our restrictions are in place, and so that's the only way they can get up Bear Lake if they're really focused on going to Bear Lake, is, go walk around Lake Estes, go into town and have lunch, come back and get on the hiker shuttle, say at 3 or later. Then they won't have as long of a wait time. And so again, it's setting realistic expectations, just like anywhere else we go. Whether we're going to, anytime we travel, if we can set realistic expectations for people. I know that when I travel, I want people to be straight with me
Yep.
and say, this is how long this is going to take.
Yep.
This is rather than, oh, everything is just fine.
Mm-hmm.
There was a big thing of lightning that came down over
Nice.
Prospect Mountain.
Pretty close. All right.
So I don't know if we want to, we could finish it in the car.
Yeah, we could wrap up in the car so we don't get
Yeah, let's do
electrocuted,
Or come
lightninged,
back.
fried. I'll pick this little baby up.
There you go. I got this.
Right, so we've got the shuttle bus system. Definitely take advantage of it. Sometimes it is your only option,
Right.
but
It
even
is.
even when it's not, I often will use it just because I find it less stressful.
Right. Right. And, you know, something that we often get asked is that we've been asked either just have it be bus access only into Bear Lake Road Corridor. We've also been asked oftentimes, why not more buses? Why don't you run buses every 5-10 minutes? And buses are certainly a great tool to move people. But as soon as you start using buses, then your capacity changes greatly. So the trailheads and the parking areas were the former capacity to these areas. But if you continue to increase shuttle access to areas, then you just surge, oftentimes, users into the area. And we've learned from our colleagues in other national parks like Zion that buses, you know, also provide challenges. Where even with the frequency of buses that they're running, they still have pretty significant wait times as a result of it. So shuttles are a great tool to use, but they're not the only tool that we can use here at Rocky. And they also, cost money. So funds that we would be using towards shuttle buses is very limited as far as our entrance fees. And so it would certainly be part of the overall plan to see what funding would be available. And that would be a side note as far as just looking at the capacity and what resource impacts you would have if you continued to just surge people.
Right.
And then what's the visitor experience? If
Right.
you happen to be at a trailhead or getting off a bus with 40 other people, is that the experience that you're looking for when you're hiking into the park?
Yeah.
So these are all things that we have to look at when we look at how we're going to use shuttle
Right.
buses as a tool.
Right. So before 10, after 3, use shuttle buses as a tool. Any other things that tips we can give people to help have the best visit possible?
Yeah, the whole concept of hike early, hike late is really key. And if people do decide to hike late, they really need to be dialed into the weather forecast.
Yep.
That will make a big difference.
Yep.
And truly just what time they will be coming out. Is it going to be dark?
Yeah.
If it is, then they need to make
Prepare.
sure that they are prepared for that. Whether it's
comfortable with
being really dialed into the route and not going off trail, which we don't encourage anyway.
Yeah.
And then also just making sure, you have headlamps and things
Yeah.
like that as you're coming
Yeah.
out. So you have to look at your hike very differently if you are going in later in the day.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely check the weather forecast.
Right.
It's our typical pattern here to have afternoon thunderstorms
Right.
every afternoon. We're not always in that pattern, but a lot of times we are. We just ducked inside because of that very pattern, because lightning started. So, yeah, that's definitely one thing to think about, because especially a lot of our hikes go above tree line. You don't want to be above tree line if there is lightning anywhere around. So watch that really carefully. But as long as you do watch the forecast, hiking in the evening is great a lot of the time, especially when the light's long in the summer. Okay, so that's a good tip. Hike
Exactly.
early, hike late.
And then the other thing, again, as you're planning ahead and thinking about your destination, is that 80% of our visitors come in through the east side of the park, 20%
Estes Park
from the
side,
west side.
80%. Wow.
Yeah. So, and which would make sense when you think
Sure,
about
populations.
the populations and Denver International Airport and elsewhere. But certainly if people want to just know that fact when it comes to planning, they might choose, what entrance they come in based on where they're coming from or their interest in what they're looking at. So that's just
we have
some
the whole
additional
west side of the park.
information. Yeah.
And it's beautiful.
Yeah, and I think the other is camping, which we know, but
This one
if
surprises
people
people,
want
I
to camp
think.
in the park, we've got 3 reservation campgrounds, 2 first come first serve, and those 3 reservation campgrounds are booked 6 months in advance.
Yep. So that's
it's part of the
Aspen Glen,
Moraine
Glacier Basin,
Park,
and Moraine Park, right?
Yep, exactly. So
Booked
people
6
just
months in advance.
yeah. So if people want to camp, they really need to book those reservations, and it's good. Then you know you have a place.
Right. And you can do that online.
You can do that
go
online. So
and
mark your calendar, and it's 6 months
you can pick your
prior
exact
to,
spot, see it on a map, get all, very, but yeah, plan way ahead.
And that's pretty typical, not only for Rocky, but
Yeah.
most other
Sure.
public lands and federal lands in this
Absolutely.
area.
Especially in this area.
Yeah. And first come, first serve, certainly if people want to roll the dice and
Right.
and hope that they can get one of those first come, first serves, Timber Creek Campground on the west side
Yep.
is the campground that fills up last.
Uh-huh.
So that's just some other tidbits. And we already talked about the significant difference between weekend versus weekday visitation. And then the last thing too is people can purchase their pass online.
Uh-huh.
So if they're wanting to take the hiker shuttle, an entrance pass is required for that. People can purchase that online. If they're coming into the park, they can purchase the pass online. It doesn't speed up your time in the actual line. So some
Right.
people are like, well, if I do this online, do I have to be in the entrance station lines? Yes,
For
you
now,
do.
you do. Yep.
You do. But the big thing to remember is just that it should shorten your transaction time.
Yes,
So
most definitely.
rather than handing the person in the one of our colleagues in the booth your credit card, going through that whole thing, you just basically can show on your smartphone
Yep.
that you've purchased the
And
pass.
then
So
they'll say, here's your brochure, here's your
Exactly.
newspaper.
So
You're
it
good to go.
does speed up the transaction time at
Uh-huh.
the booth. So
Uh-huh.
that would make a difference. The more and more people that use that,
Yeah.
then the quicker the
Yeah.
lines
And for
will
people
go.
who want to do that, if you go to our webpage, just search Rocky Mountain National Park, it'll come up. It's on the front page, fees and passes, and you can go right there. It'll take you straight to a form. You can fill it all online.
Yes.
Works well.
Yes, works very well. So that's just another tool
Great.
that people can use.
Awesome. Anything else that we should cover?
I think
Because I have one final question, and then we'll be
Okay.
done.
Very good. I think the other thing that we could spend a lot more time on, that maybe we can talk about at a future time, but the plea to continue to ask visitors to help us protect this resource.
Yes.
And we have seen, this increase in visitation, and I think a big part of what we talk about is that most of our visitors are here for all the right reasons. They love this place. They want to protect this place. They have this amazing sense of place when they come here, that they want to protect it. We are seeing, though, more and more behavior that we're really concerned about, that we're seeing increase. Now, it's probably the same percentage of visitors,
Right.
but now when you're at 4.5 million, that same percentage of visitors is going to have more impact.
What kind of behavior?
So we're seeing, a number of behaviors that either are tied to people not knowing or not caring. And so what we'll all just have to continue to work on as best we can is the behavior that people just don't know about. It's the first time that they've been to a national park.
Yep, all sorts of new stuff.
All sorts of new stuff, continuing to highlight that these are special places. We want to keep them special places. National parks are not meant to be all things for all people. They're not multi-use places like some of our colleagues in other areas
We have a lot of
are.
that land in the United States.
We do.
That's just not what national parks.
Right. So U.S.
That's not why we were
Forests,
created.
U.S. Forest Service, they have amazing places where they are multi-use,
Yeah,
where
BLM
people
too.
can do a variety of more activities than they can in national parks.
Yep.
So we do have those
And
places.
we have a lot of Forest Service land in Colorado.
We do.
Like 13 million acres, something like that. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. We have a lot. And so I think, continuing to highlight that national parks are special places, and some of the behavior that we've seen increase, we talked a little bit about before, as far as just parking challenges, that when we have crowding and when people don't have parking spaces, we continue to see people be extremely creative with where they're parking in the park, whether it's on, native vegetation, whether it's on the tundra, whether it's blocking other cars in, whether it's, in ditches and near water streams and rivers. And so that's a concern for us. And, again, really trying to highlight that, even though somebody might consider this, well, it's just grass, it's not just grass. It's native vegetation. All it takes is one car. And, we are in a very unique habitat that stuff doesn't grow here that quickly.
No.
And so ripping it out with tires, et cetera, or putting hot cars on top of grass also can present a whole nother set of challenges when it comes to like catching on
later in
fire.
the summer.
Yes.
Yep, I've definitely heard of fires started that way.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so parking in established, developed parking areas. We need to continue to just get as much help as we can from the public on that. Speaking of fires, we're seeing in the last couple of years extreme concern for park staff, and that we've seen a huge increase in the amount of illegal campfires in Rocky Mountain National Park. And so that not only concerns us, but it obviously concerns our communities that surround us. If a fire was to escape from an illegal campfire, which has happened in Rocky Mountain National Park, it will drastically change all of our lives in a matter of 30 seconds.
Yep.
It happened in 2012 with the Fern Lake fire. That fire started with an illegal campfire in the Forest Canyon area in October. Extremely dry time for us. November was the driest November on record. And that fire cost over $6 million to fight, and a big part of Estes Park was evacuated from that, and again from an illegal campfire. So that's
So when you're in Rocky, if you are not in a campground or picnic area with an established fire ring, you're not allowed to have a fire.
right. We
It's a
always
simple rule to
have
remember.
restrictions in place in Rocky for fires, and
we
so
understand for sure that a lot of people, when they're camping or whatever, they like to have a fire, and that is totally fine. And there's lots of places you can do that. Rocky's just not one of them.
Exactly.
So if that's really important for your backpacking trip or whatever, find areas where that is managed and allowed for.
Right.
Here it is not.
We've had
Protect other people and protect yourself and protect the park.
We've had people illegally starting fires on the tundra, right by trailheads, and talk about a fragile ecosystem that does not recover.
Yeah, we talked about that with Cynthia.
Great.
Yes.
So certainly that's a big thing, and a lot of that group is those that don't care. So that's another way to address that is continuing to do patrols, and we're really fortunate at Rocky because we've got so many sets of eyes and ears out there.
Yes, and visitors.
A pro to our level of visitation, and boy, do we hear as soon as people start smelling smoke, seeing smoke. They'll take pictures of it. They'll take pictures of people that are in the area. It's amazing the things that people do to help us try to prevent that. So
and another thing we can plug, another thing people can do that will lay this out specifically for you is the Rocky Pledge, which we've worked on together. It's on our website. If you go to the homepage, you'll find it, or if you go to go.nps.gov/Rocky Pledge, and it has a couple 6 bullet points, I believe, items of like the main things you can do to help us protect the park. And you can go there, look at the pledge, read through it. You can say it out loud with the group, say it to yourself, snap a photo in the park of you pledging, and share it with your friends and family. Because we're trying to get the message out there, and in a positive way, that this is your national park. It's all of our national parks, and so we're just to take care of it, to take pride in it, just like you take pride in your own home or your own community is maybe a better metaphor. Yeah.
Right. Somebody once said, which I love, is like act like you own this place. And really that's truly what we need everybody's help with. We talked about some of our challenges with staffing before, and so we can't be everywhere. We'd love to be, but we can't. And so it really takes all of us to continue to say, how can I get involved by doing the Rocky Pledge or educating and informing this group that I'm talking to, or my friends that are coming over for dinner, or how can I engage with other visitors if I'm in the park in a professional, kind way to highlight some of the let's all do this together.
Yeah. Because really, like you said, a lot of people, they literally don't know.
Right. The other thing we're seeing is a big challenge is the increase of dogs on trails, and it's a huge concern to us, and it's probably the number one complaint we get from other visitors is the number of dogs that are on trails. And so again, we have signs everywhere. So usually it's people that don't care. With dogs, rarely is it, oh, I didn't know.
Right.
Because you're literally walking right past a sign.
Like every trailhead.
And then we have visitors that say, I told these people no dogs on the trail, and they're like, yeah, I know. Right. But I take my dog everywhere I go.
Right.
So it's something that is something that we're going to continue to tackle, and we just ask that visitors just leave their dogs at home. There's lots of other places you can take your dog. You can take your dog on trails in forest areas and in our surrounding communities. Dogs are predators. Wildlife act differently when dogs are in an area.
And I think what something people have to remember, and I'm a dog owner, so I have to remind myself of this too, is like last year 4.5 million people.
Right.
There. So even if maybe you're in the middle of national forest by yourself, there's hardly anyone around and a few pets, and it's not a big deal. But you can imagine here, if even 10% of people brought a pet, how with the wildlife and other visitors, a lot of people are uncomfortable around dogs, and there's just so many people in one spot that,
Right.
it poses lots of
Yeah.
issues.
Yeah. Dogs can be, again, predators. They impact wildlife
Yeah.
behavior. They can also be prey. We've had
Yes.
situations here in the park where small dogs have been preyed on by coyotes,
Yep.
bobcats, raptors. And
We have mountain
so
lions
we have
even.
mountain lions.
You probably won't hear
so-
about that if your dog is
Right. So certainly that, and then also just honoring that other visitors should have an opportunity to recreate in a place where there's not dogs on the trails. We've had people bit by dogs on the trails, and so again, continuing to try to step back from being a beloved pet owner, which we all understand,
For sure.
and realizing that there are just some places that pets should not go. And Rocky Mountain National Park Trail System is one of those, and the tundra and many other places. So the only place you can have dogs in Rocky Mountain National Park are places where you can have cars.
Yep. So like picnic areas, campgrounds,
And-
right on the roadside. If you're like by your car,
Right.
And that's pretty much it.
Exactly. Yep, that's pretty much it. And they
With the
always have to
exception
be
of
leashed.
service animals, but we use if you have a service animal, you will know it. So emotional
Right.
support, therapy, all that does not count. It has to be performing a task, a specific task for someone with a disability, and we have that language on our website. So
Right.
if you do have a service animal and you know that you fall into that category, that's a different story. But that is most people that's not what it is.
Right.
So
Right. And then a couple of other things is just we're continuing to see social trails increase
Yeah,
significantly. So we just continue to ask people to stay on established
So a
trails.
social trail, for folks who don't know, is basically when, someone walks up a way and then someone sees their footsteps and follows, and then before you know it, you get a trail worn in. And I think people may not realize how much work goes into building a good trail
Right.
and what's involved, but it is very specific in terms of dealing with erosion from footsteps, from rain, from wind, all of that. We try to build trails to minimize the amount of erosion. Social trails don't follow any of that, and so they can really end up being harmful.
Right.
Yes.
Significant resource
Yeah,
impacts
so
from
stay
social
on
trails.
established.
We're seeing significant impacts on the tundra from social
Yeah,
trails,
that's the
other
biggest one.
places. It is. So, and then just a couple of other things, because we could probably spend a lot of time on each one of these, but the whole concept of leave no trace is really critical, whether it's orange peels or apple cores or, anything. It impacts other people. If you walk along and you see that kind of stuff, then you have left a trace. People
Right.
say, I know that somebody else has been here, and not removing things, not removing
Right.
rocks or flowers or pine cones. If 4.5 million visitors all took something with them when they left, it does impact other people's experience. So we
Absolutely.
need to think through that. And then the last one that we need to do a podcast on, Miles, is the whole concept of human waste
Yes.
in our backcountry.
Yes.
It's a growing concern for us. The amount of human waste that's on our trails, next to our trails, the amount of toilet paper that's being left behind, the amount of poop that's being left behind right on our trails.
Yep.
The health and safety aspects of that is something that we're seeing explode as well. And it's not just here at Rocky that's becoming a major problem. It's places all over the place. And so that truly, I think we need to do another podcast on the whole concept of, how leaving no trace when it comes to going to the bathroom really makes a difference.
Yep.
And again, the challenges that we have with facilities further in our trail system and our backcountry, we just really need to continue to engage the public in packing it out with you, which is a hard thing for some people to wrap their brains around.
It's not glamorous, but actually, I'm going to be a little over a week. We're going out with Tara, Vasella, and a wilderness crew, and I'm going to be asking them about that. 'Cause
Great.
There's the folks who have to deal with all that business.
Right. Right.
And I
it's
think
the stuff we don't want to talk about or think about, but
it's super important.
It's super important.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be hiking down this beautiful trail and then just see human
Right.
poop all over the place.
Right.
And I think, just like you said, getting that message out there that part of what makes coming to a national park exciting is that there's different expectations and there's a different requirement for personal responsibility in terms of thinking about your own impact. And that's part of what's neat about it, is it makes it very clear to you, much more so.
Right.
But there are steps that you need to take. So
right.
Yeah. We'll see how that gets covered in the next one. And then maybe we could do, I think it'd be neat to do a podcast with some janitorial staff, just, to let people know how many of those folks work here at the park and how important, like absolutely essential their job is.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah. Great. Okay, so one final question.
Okay.
I've been asking everybody. It's a hard question to answer, but that's okay. You've been here 16 years. What does Rocky Mountain National Park mean to you?
Rocky Mountain National Park epitomizes to me what the mountains are all about. I mean, if you were anywhere in this world and you closed your eyes and said, what are mountains all about? What is that habitat all about? And people love the mountains. It's what calls a lot of people, or people are scared when they think about mountains. But you think about all of the things that we have, wildflowers, the diversity of wildlife we have, the mountain streams and rivers that truly are the headwaters to life, all the way down that path. And so to me, Rocky Mountain National Park is all of those things. And that's another reason why people should get out and experience it responsibly. They should also preserve and protect it, because it's such a unique, diverse landscape. And oftentimes people think, oh, is the tundra barren because it's up high and because there's not a lot of tall things growing? It's like, it's the opposite.
Yeah, it's so
It
full
is
of life.
absolutely full of life. And no matter where you are in this park, there's this unbelievable diversity, whether you're at a montane riparian area or whether you go up to the alpine where you're above the trees. And so to me, I think of Rocky as being this really diverse place that sometimes doesn't get very much credit for being this diverse place, because people think of, oh, it's the mountaintops. Well, it's all of the life that's throughout all of those different systems at so many different levels.
Range of altitude really does mean that we have lots of distinct ecosystems, and it's neat once you learn about it or you're here and you pay attention, you start to see that and appreciate that.
And the other aspect of Rocky, that what Rocky means to me is a lot of the people that I get this unbelievable opportunity to work with, and the diversity, not only what the resource provides, but the diversity of what our colleagues do. It blows my mind every day. Like I said, the thing that I regret the most is not being able to tell everybody's story, because the things that our folks do is part of what just moves me about this place. Not only the resource, but our colleagues too.
Great. Came up with an answer so quickly. It's impressive. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Kyle.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I bet we'll check back in with you about different things as this progresses and grows to the greatest podcast on earth.
Very good. Thank you for your efforts in making this happen.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. And that's our show. Thank you so much for listening this week. Our next episode will be released, as always, in 2 weeks. That will be Friday, August 11th. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/rmnpod. That is go.nps.gov/rmnpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you. We hope your next 2 weeks are awesome, and we will see you next time.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
Our purpose is to tell unexpected stories about how Glacier is connected to everything else,
but today's bonus episode will be a little different. Instead of telling a story, I'm hosting a debate between Michael and Perry about the best activities to do in Glacier.
Ooh.
Hi, I'm Sophia. You're listening to Headwaters, a podcast from Glacier National Park.
I'm Perry.
I'm Michael.
Here in my hands, I have a ranger hat full of little pieces of paper with different activities you could do in Glacier National Park.
Okay.
I will pull one of these pieces of paper, and on it will be an activity, and whoever speaks first, that's their stance, and the other person has to argue the opposite.
Okay.
Here
Michael and I can get in a fight about anything.
That's the easy part. It's winning the fight. That's the hard part.
I'm ready.
So let's pull the first topic and get started.
Okay. Camping. Well, I love camping. That's my stance. If you come to a national park, odds are you're here to kind of disconnect from normal life, unplug, so to speak. Sounds corny, but how often do you get to wake up with the sunrise, go to sleep with the sunset, show off your ability or lack thereof to build a campfire, have s'mores? It's just the perfect national park experience.
Well, I hate camping. There are way too many bugs. Glacier can be very mosquito-y at certain times of year. Also, you say, great, you get to see the sunsets and wake up with the sunrise. In Glacier in the summer, that is too late and too early. You're not getting enough sleep. And fundamentally, you're paying someone to sleep on the ground. Hard pass.
I would give that one to Michael. I feel like bug spray's a thing. If I'm in my tent, I'm relatively safe from the bugs. I'm going to enjoy the great outdoors occasionally. I don't have to do it all the time.
Okay.
All right, floating/tubing. Love it. Floating the stretch of Lower McDonald Creek from Apgar to West Glacier is right outside my house and really easy to do after work. And I love that I get to see a part of the park that's right by my house, but from a totally different perspective than I would see it otherwise. Also, great birds.
I hate floating and tubing because it requires you to have two different vehicles. You've got to put one in where you start, and you have to park one where you get out, and you have to spend all that time, waste all that time, I would say, shuttling back and forth. Whereas hiking, you can start and end at the same place. No problem. There are loop hikes. There are not loop rivers. Anti-floating. You're just baking in the sun the whole time.
Personally, I didn't grow up near rivers, so I am loving them here. So I'm sorry, Michael. I have to side with Perry. Floating and tubing. It's pretty fun.
Too bad. All right, what's next? Stargazing. Well, I love stargazing, and here's why. I don't know the names of almost any constellations, and that doesn't matter. I can pick out the Big Dipper, the Little Dipper. Beyond that, it's just like Earth's screensaver. You can stare at it. It's mesmerizing. It's special to look for comets. What's better than staring up at the night sky?
Okay, night skies, thumbs up. Stargazing, thumbs down. You have to stay up way too late. Here in Glacier in the summer, it's not even fully dark till well after midnight. There's too much to be doing during the day. We don't have time to be stargazing at night. It's my bedtime.
During the daytime that she's so excited about, it's been like 95 degrees. Nighttime, cool 70s. Beautiful skies. And also, coffee exists, so.
I'm siding with Michael here.
Yes!
Yeah, love the stars here. You could see the Milky Way in Glacier National Park, which is pretty special. Yeah.
I'm glad I drew first on that one.
Okay, fishing. I don't have a lot to say about fishing. Those who've listened to season 2 will recall that the last time I went fishing, I was 6 and an alligator ate my bobber. So it's just adding work to another activity I'd rather be doing. Like, I'm floating down the river on a boat. I just want to enjoy that. It feels like a lot of work to be standing there waving a fishing rod around. Or if I'm like fly fishing, standing in the shallows, like I could just be swimming or eating or picnicking, you know? I don't need it.
Well, I love fishing. It is one of the most meditative ways to gain a deep understanding of an ecosystem in Glacier. The park only encourages you to catch or touch one type of animal in the park, and it's fish. You're allowed to catch them. There are some that you aren't, but it's just such a unique experience in the park to be able to get to know the aquatic wildlife and have an excuse to just go stand in a river for 2 hours.
Michael, how many times have you been fishing in Glacier?
Twice.
Maybe I need to become a fish girl. I've never been fishing before, which is surprising for being from Texas. But your argument's pretty convincing, Michael. I know you can find out more information about fishing regulations on our website. So if anybody else is interested in hopping on the fish train, check it out.
Fish train.
No.
Driving, going to the Sun Road. Big fan. Love it. I mean, it's like the ultimate experience here. It's the experience that put Glacier on the map for people to come visit. It's where I would say 90% of the pictures of the park come from. Is from driving, going to the sun, maybe 75. And that is because you get to witness 3 different distinct ecosystems in one 2-hour drive. You get to have incredible wildlife sightings from the safety of your vehicle. From bears to bighorn sheep, mountain goats, you get to drive to over 6,600 feet. What's not to love?
Here's what's not to love: driving. What if you take a shuttle so you don't have to drive going to the Sun Road? You can see all those things, but you can spend way more time actually looking at them instead of having to spend all that thought and energy looking at the road, avoiding other cars and said bighorn sheep and mountain goats. And if you just sit on a shuttle and let someone else do the driving, you can appreciate the scenery. It's type 1 fun. There you go.
Honestly, the shuttle sounds pretty nice to me. Or being a passenger, I would say. Yeah, I'm siding with Perry on this.
All right, one more. Birding.
Oh.
I love birding. I love trying to figure out who they are, what they look like, who's singing. And you may not get to see a grizzly bear when you come here. I'm sure you won't see a mountain lion. A few of you might, but I never have. But almost everywhere you go in Glacier, you'll find birds. You can come at any time of year and see birds. And especially if you come in the spring, they're constantly singing and calling and just making this place richer and more beautiful.
Well, here's my hot take on birding. I love birds. I mean, they are the soundtrack to our mental image of nature itself. But as you said, they are everywhere. I could see birds where I grew up in Ohio, and I can ID them and have a very similar experience. If I wanted to see a grizzly bear, I'd have to go to the zoo. So, birding in Glacier, it's fun to hear birds as you go out and hike, but it's not an activity in its own right. Birds are the background to experiences you could only have here and that people are coming from across the country to have because they can't have it at home. So that's my hot take on birding.
I'm never taking you birding again.
Honestly, Perry, your passion for birding speaks to me. There's hundreds of birds you could see here, and that's a very special experience. So I have to side with Perry here, Michael.
Okay. I disagree, but it has been decided.
It's okay. I won. You just accept it. I feel like we covered a lot, but there are so many other activities that we didn't talk about.
What's another activity?
I would say berry picking. I
Yeah.
love picking huckleberries.
Classic.
It's an iconic part of a Glacier summer. Just wouldn't be the same without it.
If you are trying to plan a trip to Glacier and interested in what sort of activities you can find here, check out our website at nps.gov/GLAC, and it can help you plan a great trip.
We're hard at work on the next season of Headwaters. Stay tuned for bonus content like this and more episodes about your favorite national park.
Headwaters is made possible with support from our nonprofit partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We are so grateful for all that they do for us. Check them out at glacier.org. And if you have a moment to leave us a review in your podcast app, that helps us so much. Thanks for listening.
You know what activity we missed? Podcasting. I mean, there are more activities here than we could cut up and put in a ranger hat. I like them all.
Me too. Despite everything.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Brett Rayburn.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
All right, Ashton. First of all, it's great to see you. How's it going?
Good to see you too, Brett. I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm awesome. So I have a question for you.
Okay.
Have you ever hitchhiked before?
You know what? I don't think I have, honestly.
The way your face went, I thought you were about to tell me an epic hitchhiking story.
I'm actually surprised I haven't done that though.
Well, I did some research in the superintendent's compendium, and hitchhiking is legal within Yellowstone National Park as long as you follow some certain rules. So one of those rules, which is in Section 5, Part 4.31, which I'm sure you read
by heart
all the time, says that you can hitchhike as long as a sign isn't bigger than certain dimensions.
Oh,
wow. Do you know what the max dimensions for your hitchhiking sign would be?
Wow, this is a very niche question. I honestly have no idea, but I'm just going to take a random guess. I'm going to say it can't be bigger than like 5 by 5 feet.
So 5 feet. That's a really big sign.
I was trying to,
that's
like go a little bigger than I thought.
That's huge. It's 2 feet by 2 feet. So you're going to have to trim.
That's a more like usual size of sign.
Yeah. So next time you're recruiting someone to pick you up for hitchhiking, it just needs to be under that 2 feet by 2 feet.
Okay,
and you should
interesting.
Be good. If you want to hold a 5-foot sign, those sign spinners, that might be your go-to. So our next guest probably knows or is a lot more likely than we are to know Section 5, Part 4.3 of the Superintendent's Compendium by heart, because she's the law enforcement specialist here at Yellowstone National Park. So, Katie Anderson, have you ever cited someone for hitchhiking with a sign? Like if Ashton gave them their 5-foot by 5-foot sign, have you ever cited someone for that?
No, but I would have definitely stopped and talked to her if she had a 5 by 5 sign. I would want her life story.
That catch your attention.
Yeah, I feel like you don't even need to know the compendium to know that that's probably someone you want to talk to.
Exactly.
Well, there's always a first time for everything. So I'm guessing you see a lot of things, something different every day as a law enforcement specialist. But I want to backtrack a little bit first before we get to your current position and talk about where and when you got your start in the National Park Service.
Yeah. So thanks so much for having me. My where and when. So my career with the National Park Service began in 2001 as a GS3 park guide at Assateague Island National Seashore in Maryland, living with those wild ponies, which was pretty much a childhood dream being fulfilled right out of the gate.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So was it the wild ponies that got you to that job, or how did you hear about the Park Service?
Well, so the Park Service goes way back for me. I'll have to go many decades back from that. It pretty much goes back to about the late 1950s when my grandparents jumped on the Ranger 3, which is a vessel that takes visitors from the mainland of Michigan and takes them out to an archipelago of islands in Lake Superior called Isle Royale. And the island, as it's sort of lovingly called by all of us who sort of grew up there or grew up going there, along with my family, were super instrumental in my formative years in instilling a strong conservation ethic and just in turn inherently me knowing that my life work was going to end up being working on preserving wild and public lands like Isle Royale.
So did you grow up near Isle Royale then, or just vacation there?
Yeah, I grew up in northern Minnesota. And so that was, we always kind of came from that Grand Portage side out to the island. But the island has always been a huge part of my life.
that's a big bucket list park for me. I've never been there.
Oh, it's incredible.
Have you been there, Ashton?
No, actually, I just visited northern Minnesota last fall, but we were there just after the boat, like the ferries went out to Isle Royale. So we have to make another trip next time.
Yeah.
Definitely bucket list.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you kind of started out with that background of the conservation ethics kind of being instilled in you from a young age. And then you got that job at Assateague. How did you, as soon as you got that job, were you like, this is what I want to do? This is where I belong.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I knew it, like growing up, there was no question that this is what I was going to do. The National Park Service. It was just really refining what part of the Park Service I was going to be part of.
And so how did you get from playing with wild ponies to where you are now? What are the steps and iterations of jobs and units that you've worked at?
Yeah, so that is, there are such interesting journeys for us in the National Park Service, for a lot of us. What's neat about the National Park Service is that you can really experience the entire country on a deep level by working in the national parks, really from coast to coast. And that's pretty much what I did for those first 15 years with the Park Service. Right after I finished my season at Assateague, I made my way into the heart of DC to work for the Wilderness Society. And I was interning for them and really just getting amazing exposure to the Hill and really understanding how important the work of the nonprofit world was, but also how it coincided with the federal government agencies and, decisions being made on the Capitol. And so spent a good chunk of time there, really kind of digging into how do I get on permanently with the National Park Service. After I finished up my DC work, I ended up going up to Acadia National Park in Maine and spent a fall up there counting raptors. That was another big part of my life growing up in northern Minnesota. We had big flight migration routes. And so was an intern up there, a volunteer up there as well, just really kind of starting to build my resume and figure out how I could get my foot in the door full time. As I learned about the different types of rangering, sort of the longer I got in, I made my way to the Apostle Islands National Lakeshore, another archipelago of islands in northern Wisconsin.
I used to live in Bayfield.
Yes, and exactly. So the Apostles well. And I dipped my toes in interpretation and lived out on Stockton Island. And it was an amazing experience. And from there, I put myself through a seasonal academy, which was kind of the norm in how to get permanent in the law enforcement ranks. And so put myself through that academy because I really wanted to be running more of like the adrenaline junkie calls that were kind of coming with rangering. And I really wanted to get in on some of the craziness. And so then I spent the next 5 years of my career seasonally at Rocky Mountain National Park as a seasonal law enforcement ranger, doing the front country side of things and then also the backcountry work. I was able to jump in on the search and rescue operations, really got my first experience working fatalities and working the family liaison roles. And then also starting and really integrating the other side of my life that had always been so strong for me. And that was having a horse component in my career, and started my mounted patrols at Rocky Mountain National Park.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you've done like a lot of things.
I have, and that was the seasonal days. And I'll make it brief on the permanents, but the permanents were really neat because that Rocky experience, in my off season, I had been doing ski patrol work full time and had some avalanche background. And so Yellowstone picked me up permanently to be working on Sylvan Pass and be doing avalanche control up there as well. So I sort of could bring a skill set of the rangering skills as well as sort of my other life loves into one job. And then ran down to Grand Canyon for 5 years and got some crazy experience down there. And that experience on the South Rim, being a South Rim Ranger for about 5 years, really built the core of who I am as a person and ranger and supervisor at this point in time. And then returned to Yellowstone to the justice operation and the law enforcement office as the court liaison, and which I can say is now definitely one of the best jobs I've ever had. and into the role that I have now full time as a law enforcement specialist for Yellowstone National Park.
That's awesome. And I guess we should mention to folks that you're joining us remotely from Glacier National Park. So you're on a detail currently at Glacier as well, right?
I am. Yeah. Within the National Park Service and just federal agencies in general, we're able to do either temporary promotions or details, kind of where a park unit will borrow you for a period of time and let you get some really good experience. So right now I'm the acting chief ranger in Glacier and filling in a period from when the old chief ranger retired and when they get their new chief ranger in.
Yeah, that's an awesome opportunity to have some of those.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have a typical day in your position at Yellowstone? I'm guessing not, but what is a normal, if you had to, I'm doing air quotes for people listening, what's a normal day for you look like?
Completely not normal. So, it's really interesting. The Yellowstone Law Enforcement Office is super unique in the National Park Service. We've got a full-time federal magistrate, so a judge right there. We've got a United States attorney right in the building. We've got a United States marshal who works on all of our arrests with us and our warrants. And Yellowstone cases are all prosecuted in-house, and our sole purpose in my operation is in support of the field staff, so the field rangers who are doing all the patrols and the response to emergency stuff, and really our office provides subject matter expertise. We assist with, search warrants and blood draw warrants on DUIs and filling out criminal complaints and really just supporting our partnerships in and out of the house.
Yeah, that's a lot of different things going on. And I'm guessing it's that variety that you're seeking. I mean, you talked about being an adrenaline junkie. Obviously, you don't seem like you're the type of person that just sits down often.
Yeah.
You're always out doing stuff is the vibe I'm getting from you.
Yeah, the operation is a dream for me because it's super dynamic. There's a ton going on. It's slightly out of control. There's a lot of stuff happening. And there's always just kind of big balls or big issues floating up in the air that need to be tackled. And I like that. That's definitely the energy that I like dealing with stuff at.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's something, not every person is going to thrive in that type of environment. Like, what are some things that you do that helps you, juggle all those things that you say is up in the air? Like, what qualities do you need to have to enjoy a job like that?
I think there has to be sort of a natural comfort level with multitasking things. And I'm not sure if that's an ADD portion of my universe or something else, but being able to ride the waves of chaos a little bit and be okay with that and take a left-hand turn when you were supposed to take a right-hand turn that day, that is absolutely critical. I think it's also super cliche, but communication, literally being able to communicate with everyone from defendants who are sitting in your jail, prisoners, to the chief magistrate judge and beyond is it's completely mission critical in our operation. I'm sure 90+% of my day and my job as a law enforcement specialist is just building trust and bridges with the field and all of our partners through just so much. You cannot over communicate in this job.
Sure.
Yeah.
That makes a lot. I mean, and communication can make the difference between de-escalating somebody and escalating somebody. I mean, that can make a huge difference in what your day ends up being like.
Absolutely.
So is that your favorite part of the job, that variety that, you just never know what's going to happen doing a lot of different things, or is there something else?
That is a huge part of what makes me love my job. I think if I was really going to be pinned down on having to say what my favorite part of my job is sort of in the last decade of my career here, I would say, whether we like it or not, the National Park Service is like a giant family and it needs tending to very similarly. My favorite part of the job, I think, is probably having really meaningful connections with my team and my peers, and and those many levels above me. And being at a point in my career right now that I'm given some creative liberty to create the type of work environment that fosters those connections. I think it's so interesting because I think that adrenaline junkie is like your younger years, and the older you get, it's just life is short, and the relationships that you have at work, which is where we spend most of our time, and at home are just so critically important. Yeah,
and that's been that's come up a few times in our conversations with people, especially those that have like lived in the interior of the park or like remote areas. It's like that community is so important because that's who you have.
Yes.
And so you do a lot with those people. You work with them, and you have them over to dinner and all those things. And I think that's part of what is so special about the National Park Service experience that you just don't get in other jobs.
Yeah, it's not a lot of work environments where you work with your coworkers and then you also go live in the same neighborhood as them.
Yeah.
Like they're literally your neighbors.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference.
I know when Jake takes his recycling,
Right.
I can see what he's been eating for lunch if I wanted to.
Perfect. That is a perfect example of how this works.
Yeah.
So on the flip side of that, what's the toughest part of the job?
Similarly, I think I went the first 2/3 of my career here, I have gone full-blown energy. Like I've done things at 1,000% and really kind of gone full send on everything. But it takes a toll. Like this career is not for the faint of heart. We see a lot of the underbelly and the darker sides of society, and to have to deal and we have to deal with the aftermath of all of that. It is us. We are exclusive jurisdiction here. We don't have other agencies coming in to sort of take the case from us. It lays in our hands. Yellowstone sees up, 2 to 3 million people in a really condensed portion of the year in the summer there annually. And all of those visitors and those of us living in the park bring our issues and problems and addictions with them and with us. And so it's really critical at this stage in my career, and we've seen the aftermath of not sort of dealing with some of that stuff and talking about it, that we actively process the cumulative work stress and the trauma. And thankfully, Yellowstone National Park is at the forefront of supporting their team with the Yellowstone Resiliency Project. And the National Park Service is building out some exceptional peer support, mind-body wellness type programs to support us proactively for a fulfilling career, but more importantly, for our well-being the day we retire and beyond. And so we're still coming out whole. And that has been a huge culture shift that has accelerated, I would say, in the last 3 years. And so the toughest part of my job is like the loss that we see through trauma and, undealt with issues. But also just the light in that is that I've got the opportunity right now with my own career to, hyper focus on those things and be part of shifting a culture nationwide, really.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. I mean, especially we all take our jobs home with us somewhat, but in your position, especially, I'd imagine that's like one of those things that's really hard to not take home, and I mean, that could really eat away at you if you don't take care of yourself when you're home with your family.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Yellowstone Resiliency Project. I'm not sure, a lot of people might not know what that is. Do you mind just telling people a little bit about what that entails?
Yeah, so the project came about in cooperation with the Yellowstone. I believe with Yellowstone Forever was where that partnership really came about after the Yellowstone flood and after the loss of some coworkers to suicide. And there was just some forward thinkers and support from the superintendent's office and the chiefs to move forward in that partnership to fund mental health resources in Yellowstone. I mean, the most amazing one of the most amazing parts about living in Yellowstone is its remoteness and its disconnect from the rest of the chaos of the world that's happening around us. But the downside to that is we have a hard time with resources and getting them. And so the Yellowstone Resiliency Project has funded bringing in healthcare providers for counseling and touch bases and just connections. So we're not kind of going through these big life events and sort of suffering on our own. And there's, bigger conversations that are sort of happening on like where next, what next for these programs. But absolutely critical for every division in the park to have this resource to be tapping into and just normalizing the conversations around it. I mean, this is the human experience that we have right now, and nobody is alone in their suffering. We all go through it. And just the pressures of life, create environments that we need to take care of ourselves and one another. I mean, that's just the reality in the Park Service is we have to take care of one another. So this Yellowstone Resiliency Project is brilliant. The folks that are working on it have just done an incredible job implementing it. And we are so lucky to have that team working for us.
Yeah, definitely forward thinking. That was the key point I think you brought up there. It's like one of those things that plays dividends. It's you're playing the long game when you're investing in people's mental well-being. And so that's awesome. I guess cycling back to kind of your career, it sounds like you've had a lot of moments that you could probably choose as a defining moment. Do you have one defining moment that you would say, kind of defined your MPS career or set you on a trajectory or that you can look back on?
I think about it often because I get asked that a lot. Like, what's the best park you've lived in? What's the best position you've ever had? And I can honestly say that I am so, like, at the core of my being, I am so incredibly proud of every single job that I've had with the National Park Service over the past 23 years. I'm so proud of myself as a GS3 at Assateague Island, that I ever even like stepped into it and got that job. I would say it all builds on itself. It builds character. It builds who you are to the core of your being in each of these positions that you're in. And I would say just sort of sitting here in this window now, like watching the snow dump, on Glacier Park, the acting chief ranger in Glacier National Park right now is one of those highlights. And I feel so honored to have the support from my Yellowstone team, which is like my core team, to take on this role and to have this connection now with yet another incredible gem of a park and the amazing people that call this place home.
Yeah, you have all these connections to places where people they're on people's bucket list. Like they're happy to just make it to one of those in a lifetime. And you've got all these special memories that so many, and we all do. I mean, that's kind of why we all do what we do, I guess, in a way.
So lucky.
That's awesome. Yeah. Since it was such a good answer, I'll let you get away with, I technically said you had to have one defining moment. But I'll let you get away with it because it was a really good answer.
But if you know me, there's never one. I always juggle at least three things. So
I'm the same way. So this is a pretty, probably a more straight connection than some of the other people that we've interviewed. But how does your job contribute to the Park Service mission? The Park Service mission is kind of drives everything that we do, and it's at the forefront of our minds every day. But so how does your job contribute to that?
I would say it takes a massive village of committed public servants to come anywhere near fulfilling the mission of the National Park Service. I am just a cog in the wheel, but at the core, I truly believe that my work is super meaningful and impactful. And I feel that every single day, whether it's helping the field rangers with a complex victim case as we run the victim witness program in my office, or supporting the prosecution on a significant poaching case. I love my job. And, I've heard people say that like, you shouldn't love your job because it'll never love you back. And I just am unconvinced of that. And I think you need to find deep joy in the work that you're doing and believe truly that it's making an impact. It's for the greater good. And I never question that, no matter how hard my days are. I know that like I'm giving back way bigger than I'm getting, and I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, and someone has to keep Ashton with her 5 foot by 5 foot hitchhiking sign.
You gotta keep me in check.
On the right side of the law.
Unreasonable, Ashton.
Hey, I went big.
Yeah,
Can't
keep
blame
these
me for
people
that.
in check over here. So for those of people who are listening to this and are just like, wow, that sounds like an awesome job, like me. Like I'm like, wow, that sounds like so what series do I look at in USA Jobs to do what you're doing?
Yeah. So the series that post on USA Jobs, which is where all of our federal jobs are posted, is 0025. So right now that's the Ranger series. And at some point there may be a shift in that, but right now 0025 Park Ranger Law Enforcement is what folks would be looking at in USA Jobs.
And is that the same series for like all the positions kind of working their way up the ladder?
Yeah, it is.
So to
Everything from your field level law enforcement, GS 5, all the way up into your chief ranger positions.
Awesome. That makes it easy. I feel like a lot of times it jumps around and gets complicated and it's hard to keep track of all those numbers. So 0025 is the one to remember. And do you need formal training to get that like GS5 position?
You do. There's a couple routes now. Kind of the old ways where we would put ourselves through a seasonal academy, a law enforcement academy that's sort of connected with the National Park Service, and then you would apply to seasonal positions like summer positions. This last year, a new system, a direct hire initiative was sort of started, and we're hiring things a little bit differently. So in that case, a couple times a year, there's announcements that are flown nationwide for the National Park Service law enforcement positions. Either way, you'll spend a significant amount of time at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia. And then in a field training park as you build the foundation to your law enforcement career.
How long are you in that field training park for?
The field training park is, I got to think about how many weeks this is. 13. I think it's 13 weeks. I'm kind of talking off the cuff here, but, and sometimes that's your home park. Yellowstone we're really lucky. We're one of those parks to have a field training park and staff in place that can field train folks in person.
Awesome. And what's the kind of stuff that people are exposed to in that training? Like if somebody's interested in going through that, like what would they expect to be exposed to?
Yeah, I think this kind of ties into to another portion of some of the questions. At the core of these jobs, we are federal law enforcement officers. Like that is the core of what we're doing. And so, for example, FLETC, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, they do foundational, like basic law enforcement training. So everything from some people's first day on the firearms range with your pistol and your shotgun and your rifle, to patrol tactics, like how do I literally drive my police car? How do I do high speed pursuits, kind of chases? How do I care for victims in cases? How do I physically maintain my fitness and show that I can ground fight with somebody that I'm going to need to go hands-on with in my career? How do I handcuff somebody? What are my arrest procedures? So it really takes you through all of the basics of how to be a cop.
Yeah. So it's like a good crash course then.
Yeah. You make it or you don't. It is a crash course. You have to have the mental space and be really there to want to do it, because it's not all fun and games at all.
Sure. For sure. I bet you build some really strong connections with the people that you go through that with, kind of like, boot camp or something.
Absolutely.
Well, before we let you go, Katie, do you have, we like to ask this of everybody because it's just fun for us, and I come up with more things that I want to do in my summer vacations, but do you have a favorite story or memory? It doesn't have to be from Yellowstone, any national park Service unit that you visited or worked at? Do you have a favorite story?
It's going to come from Yellowstone. And I don't know if it's a specific story. I think what I would say is this kind of speaks to the specialness of living in these places. Living in Yellowstone is like being a National Geographic episode every day. And I would say it's amplified when you live in the interior, which I've lived in several times, and I don't now. But what I would say is you can almost gauge the rhythms of the year, like the seasons of the year, by the flow of the wildlife and the thoroughfares and the tracks that they are walking. And, just this season right now, as I'm not in Yellowstone, I'm in Glacier and I don't have the bison out my window. I'm starting to wonder if the cow bison right now with their big swollen bellies, if they're starting to make their way towards Mammoth Hot Springs and down to their calving grounds. And that always is like my sure sign that spring is coming. And I just think that's just one of the most incredible parts about living in Yellowstone is that you can just, it feels very prehistoric to be living there with them and just watching these old rhythms just float by. Like we are truly just there in somebody else's world. And we're just guests. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty special.
Yeah. I love being in a place where it's like you said, those connections to like the natural world. Like the bluebirds are like, I heard a bluebird, spring is coming and everyone's just as excited as you are.
Yeah.
Where some places people will be like, what? The what? So that's awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us and taking the time. I know I speak for all of us, but we thank you all for your service and thank you for keeping us safe. I know I live like literally all of my neighbors are law enforcement rangers, so I just feel like the safest person whenever I'm out and about my home. So thank you all for what you and your team do day in and day out.
Yeah. Thanks so much for having me. Thank you.
All right, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Katie Anderson. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review really helps new listeners find the show, so thanks for doing that. If you have a question or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast.
Welcome. Thanks for tuning in to this USGS Corecast. I'm Marissa Lubeck. The mountainous expanse of the greater Yellowstone ecosystem is known for the native wildlife of its national parks and picturesque private lands. Grizzly bears live in this area of the Northern Rockies, making it one of the largest strongholds for grizzly populations in the United States. Recent research by the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team provides new insight into grizzly population dynamics and the hazards that influence bear mortality within this ecosystem. I'm here with Chuck Schwartz, USGS biologist and lead of the study team, to discuss these findings. Thanks for speaking with us, Chuck.
You're welcome.
What is the current status of grizzlies in terms of an endangered or threatened species? How are they doing with population numbers, and what does this status mean for the greater Yellowstone ecosystem?
Grizzly bears in the continental United States are listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. They were listed in 1975 and remain listed today. Grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem were actually delisted in 2007, but they were put back on the list following a decision from the district court judge. Bears in Yellowstone represent one of 6 populations in the United States that still exist today. They've been eliminated from about 98% of their historic range, and they only occur in smaller pockets in a few remaining mountainous areas of the western United States. In Yellowstone, there's probably somewhere around 600 grizzly bears, and the population, since it was listed, has been growing at a rate of about 4 to 6% per year from about 1975 through today. They now reoccupy habitats in the ecosystem where they were basically eliminated in the late 18 and early 1900s.
Previous grizzly studies have suggested that human activity can affect bear populations in certain ways. What new findings about grizzly hazards have come from your recent research, and how much of a role do people play?
One of the things that we know for grizzly bears in general, and this is pretty consistent across all of North America where grizzly bears or brown bears live, is that if you're a bear and you're no longer dependent upon your mother for care, so excluding cubs and yearlings, there's about a 90% chance that your cause of death will be directly associated with humans. Bears die in accidents on roads. They're killed in defense of life or property when they get into trouble with people. Agencies go in and remove them if they're in conflict for livestock killing or damaging property. And so what really drives bear demographics is humans. What our studies show, and they repeat some of the previous work, is that roads in developed areas, for example, impact grizzly bears. Essentially what we did was we took radio-collared bears, we looked at where those bears lived, and then whether they lived or died during our period of study. And took the bear's home range, and essentially what we showed was what we call human disturbance variables strongly influence whether a bear is going to live or die. And so bears that live in very secure areas that have little or no road density or very few developed sites in the form of campgrounds or lodges or facilities that have attractants for bears. Bears that live in areas that don't have these human developments typically have very, very high rates of survival. As the amount of human development increases, it becomes more hazardous and they tend to die at higher rates. Some of the new findings that we have shown is that ungulate hunting also is hazardous to bears. We know, for example, that an important food of grizzly bears is ungulate meat. And so in one way, when a hunter kills an elk and cleans that elk, bears use that as a food source. So that brings bears into close proximity with hunters, and on occasion they do get into trouble. They are killed in defense of life. Rural development in the form of ex-urban or outside of urban areas also increases the hazards for bears. And so when we have large ranches, for example, that have been maintained as open space for agriculture, but the human activity on that land is very low, when those lands are developed into ranchettes divided into 40-acre parcels that each get a house, it also becomes much more hazardous for grizzly bears to survive in areas like that. There's a saying that biologists have is a fed bear is a dead bear, and so these kinds of developments just increase the probability. As far as natural hazards are concerned, is cubs and yearlings, which are dependent upon their mother for care, face a different suite of mortality agents. And what we typically see is if you're a young bear and you're going to die, you're more than likely going to die from natural causes. There's starvation or predation. And in the instance of starvation, in some years when we have poor food production, these little cubs don't get enough nourishment and they starve to death. The other thing that we see is more predation. And in the world of bears, cubs and yearlings are vulnerable to being preyed upon by large adult males.
You mentioned that you used years of bear tracking information from collared bears to come to your conclusions. Can you tell me more about how this information was acquired?
The grizzly bear study team is responsible for monitoring the grizzly bear population in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. And one of the ways that we do our monitoring is we capture and radio collar a sample of bears. So we trap every year and we try to catch a sample of random bears from the population. We then put radio collars on those individuals and we track them through time. That's what allows us to get a very clear understanding of how bears use the environment, what factors influence rates of reproduction and survival. So we can look at a female in the fall and determine whether she's weaned her offspring, and then determine the following year if she's produced a new litter of cubs, how large that litter might be. That's basically how we track the demographics of the Yellowstone bear.
Can such bear mortality data from the past contribute to insight on future grizzly populations? Can it be used for predictions?
We can't really predict, but we can project what the future might look like based on information from the past. And as long as systems don't change dramatically, those projections provide some insight and guidance to managers on what they might need to do or consider for maintaining a healthy bear population in the future.
How do grizzly population dynamics in the somewhat remote Greater Yellowstone ecosystem affect people and places on a national level?
The Yellowstone ecosystem is one of the last remaining intact temperate systems in the continental U.S. And as such, it has a large amount of wild lands where we still have healthy populations of large carnivores, including grizzly bears, black bears, gray wolves, cougars. And one of the things that we know about bears is bears are very popular animals. There's millions of people that come to this system every year, and one of the reasons they come is with the hope of getting to see bears and wolves in a natural state. And so maintaining these large systems like that in an intact fashion, I think, is important to people in our country.
Thanks for taking the time to speak with us today, Chuck.
Thank you.
This podcast is a product of the U.S. Geological Survey, Department of the Interior. I'm Marissa Lubeck. Thanks for tuning in.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Ashton Hooker.
And I'm Brett Rayburn.
Hey, Brett.
Hey, Ashton. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing awesome.
Good.
It's getting close to lunch, so my stomach might rumble a little bit here. But
mine is seriously rumbling as well. I hope you can't hear it.
Yeah, I have this big lunchbox behind me. I'll try not to rummage in it too much. So we'll see.
Well, today we have Addie Falgu, who is a park guide here in Yellowstone. We're going to talk to her a little bit more about her job and what it's like. And so as a park guide, you know, if you're a visitor to Yellowstone, you might see them out and about either in the visitor center, roaming park trails, park guided walks and talks, things like that. And so along those same lines, we have the Junior Ranger program, and it's pretty popular.
Yes,
you
I've
can get
heard
it
of
in
it.
a bunch of different parks, Yellowstone as well. So my question for you, do you happen to know how many Junior Ranger badges are awarded here in Yellowstone every year?
Every year?
Every year.
Number of Junior Ranger badges. So not just people who like get the books and don't go through to graduate. I'm going to say, I'm trying to see if Miles will give me any hints here because he orders the badges. I think it's like, I'm going to say 160,000.
Ooh, wow, that's more than I thought you were going to guess.
But
really, you're not too far off. So in the past couple of years, you know, we've had a few weird years with COVID and the flood and stuff. So it's been a little lower the past few years, but it's been about 50,000.
Okay. I'm like, so come on, Junior Rangers, step up.
Yeah. But on
this year is going to be the year where we give out 160,000.
Like 50 to 100,000. So you're not too far off.
That is a lot of Junior Rangers being sworn in.
It's a lot more than I thought.
That's a lot of oath takers.
Yeah.
We're in good hands.
Yes, we are. All the Junior Rangers out there. So anyway, we're going to talk with Addie more about what she does in the park. So Addie, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Good. So ready to dive in?
Absolutely.
Okay. So how did you get your start with the National Park Service?
So I got my start in 2017 as an intern in Glacier Bay National Park.
And that's in Alaska.
That's correct. Yeah. Okay. It often gets mistaken for Glacier in Montana. So often I do specify Glacier Bay in Alaska.
I heard the emphasis on bay.
Yeah.
Cool. And so what drew you to that? Did you always know you wanted to be a park ranger?
So growing up, my family traveled to national parks. I think a lot of people in this career. And I kind of, was really interested. I fell in love with the Tetons and I was like, well, I want to live there one day. And the way to live there is to become a park ranger. So simple enough. I'll just do that. And, it got a little bit more complicated than that. But in high school and college, I started to look more seriously into pursuing a career in that direction. I actually visited Yellowstone in college and spoke to some rangers on that trip and asked them, hey, how do I get into this field if I'm interested? And they gave me some good information on internship programs like the SCA and also how to find jobs on USA Jobs.
What is the SCA, just for those who don't know?
Yeah, so the SCA is the Student Conservation Association, and the internship that I did in Glacier Bay was through them.
Okay, and so what exactly did you do?
Yeah, so the position there was an education intern, and Glacier Bay has pretty little visitors that actually set foot on the land there, and the number of visitors in the winter is pretty much non-existent, and so most of the visitation is in the summer on cruise ships. So in the winter, they have a pretty robust distance learning program. So we were actually using Zoom before COVID and before Zoom really became a thing, and essentially taking students on virtual whale watching tours and field trips to the park.
Wow. That sounds like a good gig.
Yeah.
So you're on a boat, like while you're doing this?
No. So we were in an office with a green screen.
Oh,
that made it look like we were on a boat. I did get to go out.
Shake the camera and rock it.
I did get to go out with the oceanography team though, which was really fun one day, and we got to take water samples. So I did get to have that experience in the bay, but most of the time was spent in the office.
Okay. So did you go from Glacier Bay and then Yellowstone, or were there other stops in between?
There were a few steps in between. Yeah, so after Glacier Bay, I did a couple of seasonal positions as an interpretive park ranger and also an education position in Grand Teton National Park. And then I was pretty fortunate to get offered a permanent job pretty early on in my career, and that was in Hot Springs, Arkansas. That was also a park guide position. I was there for a few months and then took a lateral reassignment to a park guide position here, and I've been here since. It's been about 4.5 years, I think.
Okay, wow. And so tell us a little bit about being in Yellowstone. A lot of people don't know that there are actually park rangers that live on the interior of the park. So what that means is not at any of the park entrances. And so Yellowstone closes down in the winter. So you're at Lake Village, down by Yellowstone Lake. So tell us what that is like. Like, how did you even get here this morning? Talk us through what that is like.
Yeah, so essentially we kind of get snowed in the winter, and often things are complicated, but there's a lot of snowmobiling to your car and then transitioning to take your car to a location. Currently, we have less snow this year, which you think would make traveling easier, but it's actually made things more complicated because my car is at one location, but there's not enough snow for me to snowmobile from the roads that have enough snow on them to my car. So I have to take like an in-between car to get to my car. So to get to the studio this morning, I took a snowmobile and a couple of vehicles. Wow. And it took about 2 hours, whereas normally if I could just snowmobile straight here, it would have been probably 30 minutes faster than that. So
that is dedication to
complicated
the show.
steps.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, but those of us in the interior look for excuses to get out. So I was very happy to be out here today.
Wow. Well, we're glad you're joining us, and you took the long trek to come all the way up here.
What's your typical, how often do you get out to get groceries and things like that?
So it really varies depending on the year. Typically, I try to stockpile groceries in the fall so that I never need to go out specifically for a grocery trip. But if I happen to be out for another reason, then I always get groceries. But I'd say usually in a normal year, I'd probably leave twice a month each winter. So every 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I've seen some park rangers who live on the interior in winter. They do a lot of canning. Mm-hmm. Are you into that?
No, I am the unhealthy ranger that lives off of pasta and frozen pizza. Yeah. So, hey,
it's delicious.
I don't do any canning, but if you just eat a lot of pasta, dried goods, that stays really well. So I can really stock up in the fall.
Wow. And so in a typical winter, so one that we're not having now with not as much snow, you would normally just snowmobile everywhere,
yes.
Correct?
Yeah, I would just snowmobile to my vehicle at whatever entrance it's located at. And typically it's not a big deal. I actually really enjoy snowmobiling most of the time. And there's incredible opportunities to see wildlife along the way. Amazing scenery. The sunrises and sunsets in the winter are always really special. So although it has its challenges, overall, I really like living at Lake. There's incredible opportunities for skiing around the neighborhood. But it's not to say it doesn't come without its challenges.
For sure. So in your current position as park guide, do you have a typical day? Can you tell us a little bit what that's like? I know it probably varies from day to day, but...
Yeah, I'd say I have a typical summer day and a typical winter day.
Okay.
Would you like to know about both of those or just one of the seasons? Okay. So in the summer, a typical day, a third of it is usually spent working the visitor center front desk, answering questions, helping people plan their trips, answering questions about what birds they're seeing, animals they're seeing. Like the number of questions we get, you never know what's going to come out of someone's mouth. So it can be all over the place. Another third of the day is typically spent leading a ranger guided program. So that can be a talk, a campfire program, a walk. And the remaining third of the day is typically spent out in the field roving. And so talking to visitors on boardwalks in some of the thermal areas, interacting with people at wildlife jams, making sure no one's petting bison at wildlife jams.
Very important.
Yeah. So that's kind of a typical summer day. In the winter, my job is kind of unique in that I staff a building called a warming hut. And so, most people are kind of putting out figurative fires in their day-to-day work. And my job is literally to go and start a fire. So I go to the warming hut, start a fire. And the purpose of that is to serve as a place for snowmobile groups to stop in and warm up. That's the sole source of heat for the building. So depending on the day, if it's really cold out, it could be 10 degrees inside when I get there. It could take a few hours to get up to temperature, but we try to get it about 60 degrees in the building and interact with groups as they stop by throughout the day. The Fishing Bridge Warming Hut is a quieter location. So on average, we've got about 20 to 40 people that stop per day. And in between groups, surprisingly, cell service is actually really good at that location. So I'm able to plug into a mobile hotspot and respond to visitor trip planning emails. I've helped with social media at times as well. And so I can stay connected and do other work in between groups. So it's more kind of office and admin work mixed in with splitting firewood.
Wow.
That's a good combination.
Quite a variety of skills required. And so where do you live? Like, what are your living accommodations like? I'm sure a lot of people are wondering.
That's the number one question I get asked at the warming hut. And what I usually tell those visitors that are asking is that we have housing at each of the developed locations in the park. So my housing area is only a couple miles away. So it's just a couple miles snowmobile ride to the warming hut. Often groups get there and they're like, how did you get here? And I'm like, well, I snowmobiled here just like you. But like, I had the easy commute. Like they're snowmobiling 26 miles to get to me. I only did 2. So
you're like, I just crawled out of the lake.
Out of the lake. Which you probably could because it's not frozen.
Yeah, I did a training once in the park where I spent the night in a snow trench. And sometimes I do consider telling people that. I'm like, where do you live? Where do you sleep at night? I'm like, just in a trench in the snow over there.
I've been here a few years, so they moved me to the 3-bedroom snow trench. Yeah. They take care of us here.
So what's the most important skill you'd say for your
I'd say
job?
the most important skill in my position is probably communication. So as an interpretive position, it's really important to communicate these messages and try to foster a connection between the people that are visiting Yellowstone and the resources that we have here in the park. And so being able to tailor messages for specific audiences is really important in order to communicate that effectively and try to hopefully inspire the next generation of stewards for these lands.
Yeah.
What's one of the hardest or most memorable questions that you've had asked?
Ooh, that's a good one. So this is a funny one, but the most memorable question, there was a girl, she was probably about 12 years old and she was really shy. I was at Mud Volcano and I could tell she was kind of embarrassed to ask this question. Her mom's like, she has a question. And I was like, sure. And she's like, I don't know if I want to ask. And I was like, no, go for it. No judgment. And her question was, how do bison poop in such perfect circles? And I loved it because so often we get the same questions.
That's a scientist question,
over
right?
and over again. And so that I'd never gotten that one before and I've never gotten that one since. And so, I took a moment and I was like, well, it has to do with the consistency in which the poop comes out. So it's kind of like pancake batter. Like if you put pancake batter in a frying pan, it like spreads out into a circle. I'm like, it doesn't come out that shape. And I think that helped her out. So I wonder if she thinks about that.
I'm not eating any pancakes that you bring to the office, but that's a great way of explaining it.
Yeah, I'm going to think about that every time I see some bison poop out there.
Yeah.
So what is your favorite part of the job?
My favorite part of the job is probably getting to re-experience the magic of Yellowstone through the eyes of first-time visitors. I've literally had kids jumping up and down for joy when they saw a grizzly bear for the first time.
Oh.
And I've seen adults like cower when they hear a bison grunt during the rut. And those moments just remind me of like how special this place is. They allow me to remember why I fell in love with this place and why it's worth protecting.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so on the other side of the coin of that, there's great parts of the job, maybe some that are not so great or just a little tough. What's like the toughest part of your job, you'd say?
I think the toughest part of my job is probably dealing with angry and frustrated visitors. People are coming here on vacation and everything's supposed to go right for them. And when it doesn't go right and they're on vacation, they really want someone to blame and someone to give them answers for that. And being a frontline staff member, we're kind of the face for the park. So we're often the person that receives the brunt of that anger and aggression. And especially in the middle of the summer, if you're receiving that day after day, multiple times a day, and often these complaints are about things that we have little to no control over. Sometimes they're because of natural disasters like floods. It can be really hard to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It takes lots of patience.
Yes. Yes. Lots of patience. So even with those kind of tougher parts of the job, why do you still want to, work as a park guide or work for the Park Service?
Mm-hmm.
What is it that keeps bringing you back?
Yeah. Although there can be tough days and those negative people, I think the good days and the good people really outweigh it. You might have someone who's mad at you one moment and then you have a really special connection with a junior ranger the next. And it just reminds you kind of why we're doing this. Also, just having an opportunity to live here is something that I try not to take for granted. There's incredible recreational opportunities that I have right in my backyard. And I've also had incredible wildlife sightings literally from my couch. Like I've seen bears and coyotes. I think the only thing I haven't seen out of my back window is a wolf. But there's not a lot of places in the world where you have opportunities for recreation like you do in a national park and opportunities for these really incredible wildlife sightings. And so I think those moments remind me of why I'm here, why I'm doing this. They're incredibly rewarding personally, but they also remind me of the importance of protecting that so that other people can experience that too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and gosh, like being at a lake in the winter when it's slower has got to be so quiet and peaceful. In those moments.
I mean, the other morning, actually, Sunday, I went to the warming hut and there were 4 wolves in the road. And that was I did my 2-mile snowmobile commute to work, got to my office, and I saw 4 wolves at my office. And I've seen foxes and coyotes passing in front of that building as well. And I was all alone. No one else was there. And so it's a really special moment when you have moments like that. And those moments always kind of take me back to why I'm here. And I find that some of my best moments in the park, best sunrises, sunsets, rainbows, wildlife sightings, have occurred on some of my most difficult days. And so it's like, even though there are those tough days, the park always finds a way to remind me of why I'm here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that reminds me of a time a few years ago. I was driving home. It was a Friday. It was the end of the workday. I was trying to get back to the office, and I got stuck in this bison jam for 2 hours. So I didn't get home till like 8 p.m.
Yeah.
But it's moments like that. Like a lot of those people are experiencing that for the first time. And it's super cool that you get to be in a place like that. Where you get to have those types of experiences and sightings. So,
and when you're frustrated in that bison jam, but you look over at like a little kid who's just glued to the window, can't believe what's happening, kind of makes it a little easier. Yeah, at least you're not stuck on an interstate somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. So do you have a defining moment? You've talked about some cool sightings and things that you get to experience living in the interior in winter. Is there like one moment that really stands out to you as like a career defining moment?
Yeah. I don't know if this is a defining moment, but when I thought about this, a moment that made me feel like I was really in the right place and doing a good job and something that I was really proud of happened a couple of summers ago. I had a father and daughter asking questions, and the father was the main one asking the questions, and the daughter was really curious and she started chiming in. And so she'd ask a question, I'd give her an answer. She'd ask another question. And so this really natural flow of conversation began. I even went and got a bear skull and brought it out to show her. And so I was sitting on the porch with this bear skull talking to her about it. And I remember she looked up at me and said, "Ranger Addie, I love learning with you." And it really just melted my heart because it felt like all of this was worth it. And I really was having an impact and inspiring the next generation of stewards for these lands. And after that, her father pulled me aside and was like, "I just want to tell you, like, I really appreciate that you took the time to speak with her and answer all her questions." He was like, "I know she had a lot of questions." And he's like, "I don't know if you know that the impact that had on her." And I didn't even realize this at the time or tell him, but I don't think they realized the impact that they also had on me, because that was just reminding me of why I'm here and why I'm doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of one of the like interesting things about your job is it's less like quantifiable the impacts that you have. And so like, who knows what that little girl is going to grow up to be or do.
I know we're talking about junior ranger badges in the intro, and after I answered all of those questions for her, I was like, "Well, you're working on a junior ranger book, right?" She said no, she'd never heard of the program. And so I got her a book, and she was like, "I want you to be the ranger to swear me in. Like, when are you working again?" And so I was
awesome.
like, "Tomorrow at 10 a.m. is the 1 hour that I'm here."
My personal park
I was
ranger.
like, "You got a deadline for this, because then I'm going to be on my weekend. I'm going to be backpacking." And she was like, "I'm finishing it." And so she came back. I think she was only 6, but she did all of her work that day and came back the next morning, and I got to swear her in. So, maybe
cool.
she'll be in this position in the future. You know,
Yeah.
maybe she'll be a real ranger one day.
That's awesome. And that's a lasting impact too.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So we'll get into the nitty gritty of your job. The park guide position that you're in, do you know what the series is on USA Jobs? So if people want to go apply, what should they look for?
Yeah, the series is 0090.
And do you know, are those like entry-level jobs? How far up the ladder can they go with those?
Yeah, so park guide positions are typically more entry level, and mine is a GS5 position.
And do you need any formal training or anything like that?
There's no formal training needed for this position. Just having experience in education and interpretation is helpful.
Okay. So if you were to give somebody advice on like what type of experience they should get, what would you tell them?
My recommendation would be just get experience where you can, whether that's like volunteering at your local environmental center, which is something that I did, or working at a nearby state park. If you can get experience in interpretation and environmental education, that's going to be a really good way to get your foot in the door.
And how did you, I mean, obviously you have to know a lot about the resource to answer all those questions about circular bison poop and stuff. So how, I mean, is that just stuff that you research kind of on the job or on your own just because you're curious? How do you get that knowledge?
I'd say a combination of both. I had visited here, I don't know how many times before working here, probably 5 times with my family. And so from that, I just had a lot of basic knowledge of what are the popular sites to see and how do you be a visitor here, because I had visited. So I kind of had some of that background knowledge. I had some knowledge on the ecosystem that I learned when working in Grand Teton National Park. Some of that was on the job learning. Some of that was reading before I did that position. And then since I've been here, I'd say more of the knowledge that I've acquired has been on the job, either reading different references, learning from fellow rangers is probably one of the biggest ways that I learn, and just answering questions. It's really scary as your first day being a ranger, working at the front desk, having to answer questions, but that's the only way that you're going to know what people are asking and know what information you need to know.
Yeah, I've worked the front desk a few times and I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know.
But and then you're one of the main people that like is contributing to the resources that we're using.
Well, in Yellowstone, there's so much information to possibly know too. So
that's another thing that's like really kept me in Yellowstone for so long, is that it's hard to get bored here, because one day I'm getting questions about circular bison poop. The next day I'm getting questions from a microbiologist who knows more about the thermophiles in these features than I do.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's just endless knowledge to know. And so, yeah, there's still questions that I get that I don't know the answer to. And I tell them I'll go look it up and get back to you. And sometimes it's hard to find an answer, but I try.
Well, that's really cool. And, so the last thing we like to ask people, what is your favorite memory that you've had? It could be here in Yellowstone or any other national park, since it sounds like you've worked and visited lots of different national parks. Do you have a favorite moment that you've had?
So something that stands out to me is a moment I had here in Yellowstone, and it doesn't involve wildlife or hiking or thermal features like you might expect it to. It actually involves the ice on Yellowstone Lake, which I know some of you here have heard me go on and on about the ice on Yellowstone Lake. But Yellowstone Lake freezes in the winter, and living at lake, this is something that is a pretty exciting event to us. Like, what day is the ice going to freeze, or the lake going to freeze? What day is it going to melt? Sometimes it sings as well. So we kind of really like live our lives by the seasons of the lake. And Ice Off Day is like my favorite day of the year. I just think it's so incredible, and it doesn't happen every year. But if conditions are right, as the ice breaks up, it gets pushed out of the lake at Yellowstone River, which is the only outlet to the lake, and it flows down underneath Fishing Bridge. And as that happens, those chunks of ice all kind of get compressed into each other, and you can stand on Fishing Bridge and look underneath your feet, and it's just mesmerizing watching this like icy slushy move. It sounds really cool too. It's like a bunch of shards of glass almost. And usually it occurs late May, like Memorial Day weekend. And a couple of years ago, I was actually out of the park on a temporary work assignment, and I wasn't scheduled to get back until June. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it back in time for Ice Off. And I was pretty sad about it, because it only happens once a year. Like it's not like Old Faithful. It's not happening every 90 minutes. So I was really bummed that I was going to miss Ice Off Day. And I was moving back into the park on June 3rd. And as I'm driving along the lake, I see that the ice is still there and it's starting to break up. And I rushed to Fishing Bridge, got to Fishing Bridge in time. I'm standing there watching the ice, listening to the sounds, and I look up and there was a double rainbow. And as silly, and as silly as it sounds, it just felt like the lake had waited for me, and that was Yellowstone's way of welcoming me back home.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
I would like Yellowstone to welcome me back home with a double rainbow next time I'm down there too. So if you could
I'll try.
Make that happen, that would be so. And I have to go back to one other thing you said really fast before we go, because you said it sings.
Yeah. So as the ice cracks and forms, those sound waves are kind of sent through the ice, and you get these really unique sounds. It kind of sounds like lightsabers. It doesn't happen often. Conditions have to be just right, but it's really cool when it does occur.
Sorry, can you give us what does it sound like? Can you give us your best impression?
Yeah, it's like pew, pew, pew. But also there's other sounds too, but those are the coolest sounds.
That's cool.
I will be listening out for lightsabers next time I'm down there.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Addie.
Thanks for having me
awesome.
today. This was really fun.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Addie Falgout. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
As you drive through the West Tunnel, imagine the time and manpower it took to bore through 192 feet of mountain using 1926 technology. Dynamite and jackhammers were used by men working double and triple shifts tackling this monumental task in October of 1926. Finally, winter temperatures of 32 degrees below zero forced workers to stop working and come back in April of 1927 to finish the job. Two interesting and impressive features of the tunnel are the observation windows that were created to offer spectacular views of Heaven's Peak and the upper McDonald Creek Valley. A sidewalk lines the tunnel and allows access to the window ports within. Please use extra caution as you walk inside the tunnel, as drivers passing in vehicles may not be able to see well in the reduced light inside the tunnel. As originally constructed, the tunnel was unlined, and over time seeping water started to weaken the roof, and bits of rock would occasionally fall onto the roadbed and passing vehicles. Its current smooth inner lining was installed to prevent damage to passing vehicles and help stabilize the roof.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
My parents met working at a camera store, so we always had a lot of camera gear around the house. But when I was 13, my parents gave me my very first DSLR with a big chunky frame and a zoom lens. I had a tiny point-and-shoot camera before that, but I was convinced something that could fit in my pocket would not be enough camera for our family vacation to Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado. The Rockies were unlike anything I'd ever seen growing up in the Midwest. And armed with my new camera, I took pictures of everything. The view from every scenic pullout, every wildflower, photogenic cloud, or notably large pine cone. But one picture from that trip that stands out in my memory is a photo I took of a moose. The first moose I'd ever seen, neck deep in a lake, holding its massive antlers above the water as it swam from one side to the other. It was gone within a few minutes, and my photo, looking back on it, wasn't all that impressive. But I think about that moose often as one of the first experiences I had with a wild animal, at least one bigger than a squirrel. It kickstarted a fascination I still have with the natural world and an appreciation of the power that photography has to capture moments like this. Wild animals in the wild. It's no wonder that cameras are one of the most common accessories you see around Glacier today. They are the lens, pun intended, through which many of us see and remember national parks. But cameras are also increasingly being used by scientists to study the same animals us visitors feel lucky to see, especially remote cameras, which trigger when they sense movement. These camera traps, as they're called, can reveal glimpses into a side of Glacier that we can never see. How wildlife behave when there are no people around. We are in the car.
Where are we going?
We're driving up the road out of East Glacier that heads towards Two Medicine, looking for a camera.
And what's the camera looking for?
The camera is looking for moose. Largest member of the deer family, very charismatic, big noses.
I feel like charismatic is debatable.
I love moose.
I think a lot of people love moose, and a lot of people think moose are one of the uglier creatures.
What? How could you think moose are ugly?
I'm not saying I think that, but I've heard people say that.
Gangly?
Yeah.
Yes.
Weird
ugly?
little dewlap thing dangling.
It's charming.
Some say charming.
You're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. I'm Michael. In this episode, we're zooming in on two different animals, one big and one small, one you may have seen and one you may have never heard of. They'll help us understand the increasing use of cameras in the field of wildlife biology and reveal that even if you leave no trace, you have a bigger impact on the natural world than you might think. We're turning just before the Two Med entrance, going off the pavement. Perry and I went out for a day to check on a wildlife camera with Landon McGee.
So my name's Landon McGee. I'm a master's student at the University of Montana in their wildlife biology program. I'm an enrolled member of the Blackfeet tribe.
We were joined by one of Landon's technicians, Ethan Rowe. The two of them are working for Blackfeet Nation Fish and Wildlife, leading a moose study on the Blackfeet Reservation and the eastern portion of Glacier National Park.
You know, they love kind of wet areas. People call them swamp donkeys. just because they kind of similar body structure, and they like to hang out in the swamps and wade through the ponds and eat kind of some aquatic vegetation. You can find them along stream bottoms, creek bottoms, river bottoms.
And Landon, who has been placing cameras all over the place this year, was nice enough to take me and Perry to the easiest to reach camera in his whole study.
Start walking.
Yeah, so we're just going to head about 50 yards into this big aspen stand here. So.
Great.
Sweet.
We'll follow your lead.
I mean, this looks like moose habitat.
Yeah.
Now, I find moose to be really interesting and not even slightly ugly. As the second largest mammals in North America, they're really strong. Bull moose's iconic antlers can grow up to 5 feet across, and they use those antlers to fight over female moose. Which is a great excuse to remind folks to stay 25 yards away from moose and other non-predator wildlife in the park.
Like any other animal, give them their distance, just let them do what they need to. It's, the added stress of people trying to get up close just puts more stress on them that they don't really need.
But at the same time, moose are seen as gentle giants. We see them as being so friendly that they usually have Canadian accents in movies. Like the Disney movie, Brother Bear.
Look, I am sorry.
If I was driving, this never would have happened,
Oh,
eh?
just stop
You never
it.
let me drive, you never let me do nothing.
I'll trample off, eh? I said I was sorry. Let it go.
I can't believe you totaled a mammoth, eh?
And maybe this blend of strength and friendliness can help explain why moose are so popular. We ran a People's Choice Awards contest on Glacier's Instagram a few years ago, and moose were voted the most popular animal in the park, beating mountain goats and grizzly bears. But despite all their charisma and their massive size, we don't actually know much of anything about how they're doing as a species around Glacier.
We really didn't know what their status of the moose population was on the reservation, and then the park hasn't done any kind of moose study, I think somewhere close to 60 years. So they really didn't know anything about their moose population currently either, and so Blackfeet had listed it kind of as a species of interest. And yeah, I guess snowballed into this project.
I checked. There haven't been any moose studies in the park in 60 years. But Landon's changing that. His study is measuring the moose population on the Blackfeet Reservation and much of the east side of Glacier. And to do that, he placed cameras like the one we're at today throughout his study area. And all of the cameras were placed at random.
Sitting down and trying to pick, 100 camera locations of where, would be good spots, it would be very time consuming and hard to do. And of course, it introduces a lot of bias. And so having this truly random sampling allows you to get into places you thought you'd never go your whole life. I know there's been a few that I've been to, both summers so far. And so
we're visiting this easy to reach camera to make sure it's still working. Landon's technician, Ethan, walked us through the checkup.
So when we're arming the camera, we like to put it waist high. So it would just sit somewhere right here. Better view down there.
on a moose.
Yeah. So right now we're doing a revisit. So we're just checking up on the camera. Just if the camera was still functional, if we changed the memory card at all, and if we did, the idea of it.
The downside of randomly distributing your cameras, though, is that while some are 50 yards off the road and easy to hike to while holding a microphone, others require miles of bushwhacking through areas with no trails. Honestly, it sounds a little heinous, but that hasn't deterred Ethan.
The hikes are a big plus of it,
Are you sure?
So I really enjoy the hike sometimes, even though I like to complain along the way. I think when I'm done with it, I really tell and really appreciate it out here.
With these randomly placed cameras set far enough apart to avoid double counting the same moose during a certain time frame, Landon can run all the data through a computer model to estimate how many moose live here. And the data isn't just a bunch of ones and zeros. It's pictures, which for Landon has been fun to look through, but a lot of work.
With, dozens of cameras out at a time, how many pictures do you capture over the course of a summer?
Last year we did 100 cameras, and I think with all those we had just a little over 2 million photos.
2 million?
Yeah. Thinking about that, these cameras are set to both motion detection, so anything that walks by, grass blowing, anything will set it off. But it also takes a picture every 15 minutes, part of a time-lapse function on the camera. So it has both those modes going the entire summer. So
2 million. How do you go through that?
a lot of time bent over at a computer.
Blowing grass, waving branch, blowing grass. Moose? He had some research assistants to help sort through these images, and some companies are even marketing AI tools that promise to speed up the process. But despite manually sifting through 2 million photos, Landon was excited about the results.
You know, I guess looking through the cameras last year, there was a lot more sightings than I had anticipated. We were a little worried that we weren't going to get a whole lot of moose detections just because of how, just having these cameras in the middle of nowhere, and what are the chances of a moose, walking by my camera in such a large area.
Landon emphasized that one of the things he loves about these photos is you get to see how moose behave when there's no one around to watch.
One of the cooler photos or videos we had on the video cameras we had out last year was a moose calf nursing, and you could hear like this sucking noise of the calf just going to town.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Yeah, it was cool. It's probably the best video I have.
This is the audio from that clip. To paint the picture, the calf is mostly hidden by thimbleberry bushes as it reaches up to its mom. An adult female moose can easily be 6 feet tall and weigh 1,000 pounds, while a newborn calf weighs as much as a small dog, like a corgi.
And just getting, that first-hand view into, what their life looks like when nobody's out here. There's probably been some areas where they've never seen a human or big gray block strapped to a tree, and so seeing what they do and how they interact with that's been pretty cool.
I guess just as a baseline, like why use cameras as a tool in the first place instead of like going out in the field and sitting around all day?
Well, I think, a lot of the stuff that I'm trying to do can be accomplished with more invasive techniques like collaring, capturing, chemical mobilization, helicopter. All that's just really invasive, kind of stresses the animal out a lot and also costs a lot of money.
As with so many things, the biggest factor is cost. There are a lot of species deserving of study and relatively little money to go around. So you have to have a good reason to get a wildlife study funded. For Landon's, it's the fact that moose hunting funds a lot of conservation work on the Blackfeet Reservation. Blackfeet Nation Fish and Game, along with Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, issue a small amount of moose tags every year. Permits to hunt a moose on tribal, state, or federal land, but to be clear, not in Glacier National Park.
They do an auction system, and so they bid on the tag, and I think the starting bid for moose is like $14,000, and we usually get it up to like $35,000 for a moose tag.
Yeah.
So, that's a huge source of revenue for the department.
By better understanding the number of moose on the Blackfeet Reservation, Fish and Game can issue an appropriate number of tags without fear of harming moose populations as a whole. And on top of that, we'll also get insight into the moose in Glacier, which speaks to one of the appealing traits of camera traps. They're pretty cheap. High-quality cameras are getting less expensive every year, and the only expense beyond that is the time it takes to install and remove them. Landon, Ethan, and their small team can realistically study a huge area.
Moose don't know political boundaries, so, you're going to have moose that are going back and forth, and whether you're going to get them on the reservation during your time sampling is going to be difficult to predict, and so having cameras in the park kind of allows you to understand that transboundary movement.
Yeah. Landon's work stands to help Glacier and the Blackfeet Nation manage moose. But his study is still underway, so there's no population estimate for him to report just yet.
People always tell me that, how many moose are out there?
Let me get back to you in a couple of years.
Give me 2 years, I'll let you know.
We'll have to stay tuned to see what Landon learns down the road. But you don't have to wait to see the results of a camera study. You just have to look to another animal.
So they have these very specialized adaptations for living in the deep powdery snow environment. I don't know. They're cats. Cats are kind of weird.
This is Alyssa Anderson. Starting in 2019 as a grad student at the University of Montana, Alyssa led a camera trap study of a mammal in Glacier that is far more elusive than moose, the Canada lynx. Have you ever seen a lynx in person?
I have only seen a lynx associated with a live trap for research, so I consider that to be cheating. I did work for one winter trapping for research. You walk up to the trap, and they just I had one lynx that literally, I think it was singing death metal to me.
It's rare to see any wildcat in Glacier. This summer, after 10 years of working and living here, I finally saw my first mountain lion. And they're 4 times bigger than lynx are.
It's funny, and then you get all these tourists who go to Glacier for one day and send you these videos, and they're like, hey, is this a lynx? And I'm like, oh my God, I've hiked that trail 10 million times. You have no idea how lucky you are.
But while I'd guess few park visitors have even heard of Canada lynx, they're a really fascinating animal, and they're perfectly suited to live in Glacier.
They are a specialized cat species that has evolved to live in what we call the boreal forest, so mostly across Canada, Alaska, and then the boreal forest does reach down a little bit into the lower 48. Part of their specialization is that they specialize in eating snowshoe hare. It's the vast majority of their diet.
Lynx and their favorite food, the snowshoe hare, both have huge feet relative to their body weight, which allows them to run on top of deep snow. I found a great example of this in a 1976 documentary called Day of the Lynx. In the clip, filmed in the winter, you see a coyote sneaking up on a snowshoe hare.
A coyote has been diligently following the trail of a snowshoe hare. It flushes, running in the direction of the big lynx.
Then you see the lynx. Tall tufts of black hair on their pointed ears, comically large feet, poised and waiting.
It can run atop the snow, unlike the coyote, who breaks through the crust and travels slower. The coyote stays doggedly on the trail, but he's too late. The lynx has made the kill.
Glacier has seen less and less snow over the years since the park was established. The park gets 30 fewer days each year of freezing temperatures compared to 1980, the equivalent of a month that used to be freezing cold that now isn't. So for lynx, this cold-adapted animal, climate change is a huge concern, big enough that they were listed under the Endangered Species Act. Their threatened status encourages groups like our very own Glacier National Park Conservancy to fund lynx research, like Alyssa's.
The main facet was what we call an occupancy survey. So where are we detecting them? What kind of areas are occupied by lynx?
Landon is studying moose by counting them, since he's doing a population estimate. In contrast, Alyssa's study wasn't designed to count lynx, but to figure out where they live and where they don't. And she focused her cameras on park trails.
A lot of carnivores have been found to use human trails. You have a higher probability of detecting by putting cameras on trails.
They can get anywhere much faster on trail.
Yeah, and so having cameras on trail means that you can put cameras out without using any kind of bait or lure, and still have, decent probability of detecting carnivore species or these more rare elusive species.
Landon's randomly placed cameras make sense for his population estimate and works well in part because moose are 6 feet tall. Lynx, on the other hand, are just 2 feet tall and would disappear in a lot of Glacier's brush. Focusing on trails is a great way to spot lynx. It works great for Alyssa's occupancy study and helps her avoid most of the bushwhacking that Landon has to do. But she still used a lot of cameras.
So we used 305 cameras for the lynx occupancy study, 4 cameras per cell across the whole park, basically.
And searching through these images, it wasn't just lynx she got pictures of.
I think my favorite was porcupine. I think we got, 13 porcupine.
Wow.
Which is the same number that we got bobcat. We got hardly any bobcat, more porcupine than I expected.
Porcupines are another poorly understood animal in Glacier. Ever since the 80s, they've been an increasingly rare sight, and nobody's really sure why. Data from Alyssa's lynx-focused work could contribute to separate research on porcupines or other species in the park.
So we also have this big trove of data on every other species of wildlife that happens to use trails in Glacier, which is a really cool and powerful part of cameras, I think.
But of course, she also saw a lot of lynx. In total, they captured 404 images of lynx, and the cats showed up on 25% of the cameras she put out throughout the park. Many images were simply lynx walking by, but others were more unique.
But we did get one set of photos of a lynx walking by with 3 little kittens running around in front of her with their little tails sticking up and just looking cute. So that was cool. We got one photo of what looks like to be a juvenile snowshoe hare of the year running in front of the camera being chased by a lynx, which was super crazy. Really lucky.
Oh, and I'm sure they run out of frames. You never know what happens.
Yeah, I don't know who, but they were very close, like within 2 feet of each other. So I have a feeling that young one didn't make it. But.
And this study in Glacier adds to a larger body of research in northwest Montana. The audio of a lynx vocalizing that we shared earlier came from a monitoring project looking for rare carnivores in the Swan Valley south of Glacier. It was shared with us by the Southwest Crown Collaborative and Swan Valley Connections. Knowing where lynx live now allows us to notice when and how they're impacted by climate change and other stressors, and that'll help the park manage for their success. And these photos have also been exciting for park visitors and employees because they're a window into the hidden lives of our wildlife.
We got a handful of wolverine, I think maybe 12 or something, and that's always fun. You never see so many of these animals, or very rarely, and it's just a really cool way to just, see what all is around you and using the same trails that you're using. It's sort of funny. There were a couple times when you'd just going through the photos, blah, 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 and organizing and be like a grizzly bear. Or even once, I think, a lynx, within minutes of a human.
Really?
Like on the exact same spot. You're like, wow, I wonder how that worked out. Yeah.
The Day of the Lynx, during what we call the Day of the Lynx.
But Alyssa's research also revealed another, more surprising conclusion.
Yeah, so basically more or less half of the east side of the park stayed closed to the public in 2020.
Because of the timing of Alyssa's study, 2019 through 2021, her work overlapped with the arrival of COVID-19. And because of the pandemic in the summer of 2020, half of Alyssa's study area was closed to the public. As a precaution to limit the spread of COVID, the Blackfeet Reservation shut down, and the park, who shares a boundary with the reservation, closed its eastern entrances to support that precaution. Areas west of the Continental Divide remained open, but eastern entrances like St. Mary, Many Glacier, and Two Medicine were closed. This posed a roadblock for Alyssa's research, but there was an agreement that allowed for limited administrative use, so long as nobody stopped on the reservation, even for gas. And Alyssa's research made the cut.
So we were very fortunate and grateful to be able to continue our work on the east side during the summer of 2020, and it did provide a really unique opportunity, sort of more of an experimental design.
It was a perfect setup for an experiment she never could have arranged otherwise. 1 year of data with wildlife and people, and 1 year with wildlife and no people.
We had cameras out in the same exact location during the same time period, different years, but June 15th till August 15th or whatever in 2020, and also in a year when the park was open to the public and there were thousands of people and hundreds of people every single day walking in front of those locations. Mm-hmm. So we were able to compare wildlife activity and presence and detection in those two different scenarios.
Right away, comparing the open and closed years revealed a pattern.
For the most part, most of the findings were that when there's fewer people around, the animals were being detected more frequently or in more different places. I think some of the ones that were strongest were elk and coyote.
Coyotes were seen way more often when there weren't people around.
Coyote kind of surprised me, honestly, because, they're kind of a generalist species and they can, get used to stuff. And
you see pictures in some communities where they're riding the subway.
Yeah, right.
So you'd think they'd be more kind of comfortable.
Yeah, that kind of surprised me that they had such a strong negative reaction to increased human use.
That same trend was observed in a lot of animals, including lynx, moose, bighorn sheep, and black bears. Although it wasn't true of every species. Foxes were the opposite. The probability of detecting a red fox was higher in the summer with people on trail.
So, one theory could be we found more foxes because we were finding fewer coyotes, and coyotes are dominant over foxes. And so that's, an explanation. I think that's super interesting.
This is something I feel like I and a lot of folks have an anecdotal understanding of. It feels like deer like to be around people, whereas you're encouraged to make noise on trail so you won't run into a bear, as bears generally don't want to be around us. But when that personal experience becomes a statistically significant research conclusion, it made me reconsider the impact I have on this place. It's tempting for me to imagine if you're following all the principles of leave no trace, hiking up to Avalanche Lake, like you're not disturbing anything. The park is kind of behaving as it would be if you weren't there. And your paper seems to imply that that's not true.
Even if you don't hit an animal with your car, or you're not hunting an animal, or you're not throwing rocks at an animal, or your dog's not chasing an animal, simply by existing on the landscape and walking on trails, we do have an influence on wildlife activity patterns and space use simply just by being there.
This hits at the core of the Park Service's mission, to preserve and protect the natural world here while also providing for the enjoyment of visitors. Two goals that seem to be in tension with one another, a dual mandate at odds with itself.
So it's a really interesting conundrum. I think you were saying sort of the dual mandate of the park, right? I'm certainly not going to advocate for closing the park forever to people. I think that's insane.
Right.
I think it is kind of interesting to imply that that's necessarily bad. I don't want to say that that's necessarily bad, like humans have existed on this landscape with all of these animals, forever. It's interesting, and it's something that I think, now we certainly need to think about and consider a little bit more carefully, because we have millions of people, hiking down some of these trails, over the course of just a 3-month period.
I've talked for years with visitors and colleagues about this tension in the NPS mission, but I'd always pictured it applying to large-scale management decisions, like wanting to build a new parking lot. It felt like something I could avoid on a personal level by doing the right thing, which, in hindsight, feels a little naive. I like working here because I felt like my work can have a positive impact. But Alyssa's study left me wondering if the best thing I could do for lynx and moose is leave. But at the same time, the reason I care about wildlife is because of experiences I've had in nature. Experiences in national parks, like that mediocre photo I took of the first moose I'd ever seen. And it's unlikely so many people from around the world would care about this remote corner of northwest Montana if they'd never been here, if they'd never had the chance to connect with it on a personal level, to go hiking in the mountains, to see wildlife in the wild, forming memories that'll last a lifetime. Finally, the only way for Glacier to responsibly manage animals like moose and lynx is to understand them, which takes research. Sending passionate, curious people out into the park to learn more.
Yeah, that was my first camera I did by myself, I guess it's just the bird leaving the nest.
People like Ethan, the wildlife tech working with Landon on the moose study. After 2 summers with Landon, Ethan is pursuing a degree in wildlife biology this fall at the University of Montana.
I always wanted to be out here and doing this type of work, and I think that's a big motivation for me is that, not a lot of people are out here, and that, as me and him just trying to make a new step in history.
Moose pioneers.
I guess it's the idea of, do we only care about species for the viewing enjoyment of the public, or do we care about them for their intrinsic value on the landscape and also for their important ecological roles? And if you care about that, then you care about every species.
Alyssa's research suggests that even treading lightly, we will have an impact on the natural world here. It's unavoidable. But if we can accept that, it encourages us to think about the kind of impact we would like to have.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community. especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Landon McGee, Ethan Rowe, Alyssa Anderson, Mark Beal, John Waller, and Swan Valley Connections and the Southwest Crown Collaborative for sharing their amazing lynx growls. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
Nestled among the hemlocks and cedars on the northeast shore of Lake McDonald is one of the smaller and more intimate of Glacier's campgrounds, Sprague Creek. Its 25 sites and proximity to the lakeshore make this a prime spot for campers in the know. Several of the sites overlook the water and offer spectacular views. Due to its small size and the narrow loop road, trailers and other towed units are not allowed, making this the ideal spot for tent campers. Its proximity to the Going to the Sun Road might allow for more noise during the day than other campgrounds, but nighttime traffic is minimal. A picnic area next to the campground provides day use access for those just passing through. It's a great place to stop, enjoy a snack, and play on the lakeshore as well. Directly across the lake from the campground is Howe Ridge. In August of 2000,